Chapter 1. The Emperor's Bone Covered in Dust, Signing and Shocking the Gods. In the depths of the Qin family Imperial Palace, at the abandoned dust hall, it was desolate and dilapidated. Qin Wudao lay on the bed, breathless, nearly on the verge of death. Creak! The hall door was pushed open, light shining into the dark inner hall. A figure stepped in. The person was dressed in a brocade robe, with a stern face, and was none other than Qin Wudao's nominal uncle, the current powerful grand elder of the Qin family, Qin Yuan. He walked to the bedside, looking down at his gasping nephew from high position. His gaze was indifferent, devoid of compassion, confirming that this waste, whom he had starved for nearly 3 months, had exhausted all hope of survival. He finally spoke. "Wudao, you have burdened the family for too long. Rest in peace." Seeing that the boy on the bed didn't even have the strength to open his eyes, Qin Yuan confirmed his purpose was achieved and turned away indifferently. The hall door closed heavily, cutting off the light. And in the next moment, the 80-year-old child on the bed suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with resentment and unwillingness. His name was Qin Wudao, a transmigrator who had been in this ancient immortal domain for 8 years. His father was the head of the Qin family, one of the 5 great ancient families. As the heir of the Qin family, he held an unparalleled status and power. His talent was top-notch on the day he was born. He was surrounded by a dazzling purple-gold divine light, and within him lay a fragment of an indescribably mysterious primordial. True dragon bone that he was a true, supreme genius, destined to become an emperor. As long as he could grow up smoothly, he would surely attain the Tao and become an emperor in this incomplete world. However, all the beauty came to a sudden halt on the night of his birth. While his father was away at war, his uncle, using great supernatural powers to obscure the heavenly secrets, employed some kind of insidious forbidden secret technique to forcibly strip that fragment of the primordial true dragon bone from his infant body. He grafted it into his brother Qin Tianlong's body, and he implanted the cursed emperor's fetus of annihilation into him, suppressing his bloodline aura and devouring his vitality. This turned him from a supreme genius into a short-lived waste. Meanwhile, his brother Qin Tianlong leveraged this to rise from mediocrity to become the family's hope. When his mother sensed something was wrong and rushed into the room to stop it, she was brutally killed by Qin Yuan and his son. His mother fell in a pool of blood, her eyes filled with endless worry, regret, reluctance, and despair, an unforgettable nightmare for him. When his father hurried back from the battlefield, Qin Yuan deceived him, claiming his mother had mysteriously disappeared and that the family was searching for her. Although his father had doubts, due to the urgent border war and basic trust in his brother, he did not investigate further, leaving only orders to search for his mother before departing again, making it difficult for him to personally care for her in the years to come. Thinking of all this, Qin Wudao felt as if his heart were being cut by a knife. His body trembled violently from extreme anger, his nails digging deep into his palm, oozing blood. His chest heaved violently, and endless unwillingness turned into a burning rage, exploding into a bone-deep hatred for Qin Yuan. "Old thief, I want you dead." Ding! The God-level signing system has been activated. Detected that the host is in the birth chamber, where the host's initial obsession and forbidden aura remain. Meeting the signing conditions. Signing unsuccessful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Primordial Creation Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Scripture, 1st volume. The cold mechanical voice rang out, leaving Qin Wudao stunned. Immediately after, it was ecstasy, the joy of surviving a desperate situation and seeing the hope of revenge. Qin Yuan, the hatred of stealing bones and killing my mother cannot coexist. I will crush you to ashes and make you wish you were never born. With excitement, Qin Wudao looked at the rewards given by the system. Primordial Creation Pill. A God-level pill containing vast life essence. A trace of primordial purple energy, sufficient for one to directly comprehend and cultivate the essence of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Scripture. Ancestral Dragon Emperor Scripture, 1st volume. The Supreme Emperor Scripture lost by the Qin family, pointing directly to the source of the Tao. Only those with the strongest true dragon bloodline can cultivate it. Without any hesitation, he immediately consumed the Primordial Creation Pill. He wanted revenge. He needed strength. A surge of life essence instantly nourished his nearly desiccated body, pulling him back from the brink of death at the same time. That trace of primordial purple energy rushed directly towards the dead source of the Annihilation Emperor's fetus within him. And the essence of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Scripture began to guide the suppressed true dragon bloodline remaining in his body to operate according to the Scripture's methods. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The Annihilation Emperor's fetus exploded with unprecedented agitation the moment it came into contact with the primordial purple and the power of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Scripture, destruction and creation, annihilation and origin. Two completely opposite extreme powers clashed violently within this weak body. He could feel that under the harmonization of the primordial purple energy and the guidance of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Scripture, the Annihilation Emperor's fetus was undergoing some incredible reversal. Uncertain how much time passed, the pain receded. Qin Wudao looked inward at himself. The originally absent Annihilation Emperor's fetus was gone. In its place were new segments of bone flowing with a gray-purple chaotic luster. On the surface of the bones, countless fine purple-gold dragon patterns were engraved, containing the mysteries of the universe's birth and demise. A terrifying aura, both domineering and majestic, ruling over all, yet silent and profound, devouring all, emanated from the newly formed bones. Primordial Emperor's bone, a completely new constitution, never recorded in any texts and never seen in the world, was born. As the Emperor's bone took shape, a vast power surged from deep within the bones, instantly permeating through all his meridians. His cultivation bottleneck was as fragile as paper. Body refinement realm, Qi gathering realm, initial stage of the divine sea realm. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wudao transformed from a dying waste into someone who had achieved great perfection in the body refinement realm. A sense of power filled his entire body. The speed of breaking through was unprecedented. At the same time, the heavens and earth lost color, and the wind and clouds rolled back. Deep within the ancestral land of the Qin family, the ancestral dragon vein, which symbolized the family's fortune and had slept for countless years, suddenly raised its head and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying dragon might swept across the entire ancestral dragon divine land. Zong, 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 dong, zong, dong, zong, zong, zong. From the direction of the Qin family ancestral hall, the ancestral bell that had not rung for ages or foreboded great auspices was surprisingly struck. One sound, two sounds, a total of 9 sounds. The 9 strikes of the ancestral bell resonated through the ages. The bell sound was vast and melodious, penetrating time and space, spreading to every corner of the Qin family, even reaching distant star domains. All members of the Qin family, no matter where they were, felt their hearts tremble at that moment, their bloodlines resonating, sensing a pressure and call from the depths of their souls. The weaker cultivators collapsed to the ground, trembling. The stronger ones looked up in shock towards the ancestral hall. The ancestral bell struck 9 times. Oh my God, what happened? Is it possible that an emperor's child has descended? Is it an auspicious sign or a warning? Countless people looked up in astonishment towards the ancestral hall and the abandoned dust hall. What was happening there? Chapter 2. The ancestral hall's bell rings, a surge of killing intent. The ancestral bell struck 9 times, its sound reaching thousands of miles, the echoes seemingly still reverberating through the heavens and earth. The roar of the ancestral dragon vein gradually calmed, but the deep-seated tremor and pressure originating from the bloodline weighed heavily on every Qin family member's heart. The entire ancestral dragon divine land of the Qin family fell into an eerie silence. Above the ruins of the abandoned dust hall, the source of it all, the young Qin Wudao stood quietly. In the next moment, the silence was shattered. The space rippled violently like boiling water. Powerful divine thoughts, extremely strong, converged from all directions, from the deepest part of the Qin family, instantly locking onto Qin Wudao. The owners of these divine thoughts were none other than the true titans of the Qin family. Their wills were filled with undeniable tumult and waves. What is this aura? The ancestral bell tolls 9 times. I have been in seclusion for 30,000 years and have never heard of it. The source is actually that abandoned child from the abandoned dust palace? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That power. Seems like a dragon, yet not a dragon. Seems like destruction, yet not destruction. It carries a hint of primordial chaos. Unheard of, unseen. Several living fossil-level ancestors, who were in deep seclusion and nearly forgotten, felt their wills fluctuate violently. Even the space around their seclusion area began to twist and collapse. On one ancestor statue, a crack appeared. Could it be that the thread of hope mentioned in the ancestor's prophecy? Is it manifesting in this abandoned child? An ancestor exclaimed in disbelief, the voice resonating directly in the hearts of the other ancestors. Quickly go check, at all costs. Meanwhile, in the great elder's hall, Qin Yuan's face turned pale, his body uncontrollably trembling violently, not out of fear, but from an extreme anger intertwined with uncontrollable panic. He suddenly crushed the jade cup in his hand, the scalding tea splashing all over him, yet he seemed oblivious. Abominable spawn! How dare he? How can he? Qin Yuan was like a madman, his eyes blood-red, the power of the laws around him violently overflowing, instantly turning the tables and furnishings in the hall into dust. My dragon bone, he sensed it, even absorbing that residual source. While Qin Yuan is away, the secret of the bone extraction must not be exposed. That child must be killed completely. Qin Yuan's voice was no longer calm, filled with panic. Come. Come. Three shadowy figures appeared silently, kneeling on one knee, exuding a deathly aura that froze the soul. I could at all costs. Go to the abandoned dust palace and execute that abominable spawn. Yes. The three saintly assassins vanished in an instant. Qin Yuan was still not at ease, the space around him twisting as he transformed into a stream of destructive energy. Following closely behind, he wanted to personally twist off that spawn's head. On the other side, Qin Yuan had just returned from the Supreme Secret Realm. Upon sensing that familiar aura, his tall body trembled slightly, his face filled with shock, ecstasy, and an indescribable bitterness and guilt. The ancestral bell tolling in the sea of gods signifies the presence of Wudao. It really is Wudao. He felt the majesty of the Primordial Dragon Emperor contained in that power, and sensed a new, overwhelming physique that made his heart race. What exactly happened? Did the Great Elder and the others resolve the issue with the Wudao physique? I really can't thank them enough. Thinking of the neglect toward his son over the years, Qin Yuan's eyes instantly watered as figure flashed, tearing through space, rushing towards the abandoned dust palace at the fastest speed of his life, in the distant core mountain cave. This is the cave where the great elder Qin Yuan's son resides. Qin Tianlong, a once-in-a-century genius of the Qin family, possesses the purest bloodline of the primordial true dragon bone. However, his bones were extracted from his brother Qin Wudao. This matter was known only to the father and son. With Qin Wudao's primordial true dragon bone, his cultivation rapidly increased, seemingly without limit, becoming the foremost among the younger generation of the Qin family. He even ranked highly among the younger generation of this continent. In the limelight, he heard praises and compliments. But just as Qin Wudao awakened the primordial Dao bone, his cultivation suddenly stagnated, and under the clash of qi and blood, he directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The primordial true dragon bone within him let out a mournful cry under the unbearable burden. Several fine cracks appeared. Cracked? Qin Tianlong panicked. A restless emotion spreading from the bottom of his heart, he stared incredulously in the direction of the abandoned dust palace, his eyes filled with confusion. That that useless person? No, this is impossible. He didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed towards the abandoned dust palace at top speed. He was worried that the secret of the bone extraction would be exposed, and concerned that the title of genius of the Qin family would be stripped away. He wanted to make Qin Wudao a complete waste. A storm gathered above the ruins of the abandoned dust palace. Qin Wudao stood calmly, taking everything in. He sensed the several unmasked, chilling, killing intents, as well as that familiar aura rushing towards him with complex emotions. The void was torn apart. Three shadowy figures exuding overwhelming saintly power descended first, completely sealing him in a triangular formation. Without any words, the three saintly assassins struck simultaneously. Three pitch-black hands, entwined with rich death laws and capable of easily crushing stars, descended from the sky, the ground, and the human realm aiming to turn Qin Wudao and the surrounding space into nothingness. The combined might of the saints was world-destroying. Qin Wudao's gaze was calm, having long been prepared for this. At that moment, the primordial emperor bone within him erupted with dazzling gray-purple divine light. A unique, devouring power spread out, making the surrounding spatial laws thick and sluggish. The incoming deathly hand slowed down. At the same time, the Primordial Dragon Emperor activated on its own, a high-pitched dragon roar resonating through the clouds, releasing the domineering pressure of the dragon Emperor, causing the three saintly assassins to momentarily falter. My son is safe. Just then, a voice full of joy and relief rang out, and Qin Yuan's figure broke through the air. He had thought that it was family members who had saved his son, his heart full of joy, but what awaited him was the deadly situation before him. How dare you? Rage instantly replaced joy. Qin Yuan's hair and beard stood on end, a 10,000-foot golden dragon phantom roaring around him, and with a fierce wave of his sleeve, a surge of power far surpassing the combined might of the three hands erupted. With three muffled sounds, the three saintly assassins were directly shattered by Qin Yuan's furious strike. They died completely. The great elder Qin Yuan, witnessing this scene, darkened his expression, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, what are you doing? This question should be asked by me. This child has triggered a cosmic anomaly, a family calamity. As the great elder, I am clearing the door. What is wrong with that? Get lost. Qin Yuan was furious, shielding his son behind him. Wanting to say something more, he saw his son Qin Wudao step forward. Great elder, the primordial true dragon bone in my body was dug out by you, right? Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Imperial Bone. Shocking the saints, as soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. The entire venue fell silent. All the elders and high-ranking officials who had been disturbed turned their gazes to Qin Yuan, their eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and inquiry. Stealing the root bone, was it still the work of the great elder? Being publicly exposed by Qin Wudao, who revealed the deepest hidden secret, Qin Yuan showed no expression on his face, not even blinking, as if he scoffed at such accusations. Wudao, the true dragon bone of Taichu, is a natural gift of the heavenly dragon. How could it be stolen? Rather, it is you, who bears the emperor's body of oblivion, harboring jealousy, attempting to slander the heavenly dragon, coveting what does not belong to you? Qin Yuan not only denied it, but also counterattacked. In response, Qin Wudao only found it laughable and coldly said, whether it is true or not, a verification will reveal all. Upon hearing this, a trace of barely perceptible fear flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes, which was soon replaced by a chilling ruthlessness. You reckless child, slandering my son and coveting the dragon bone must be punished. A cold killing intent instantly locked onto Qin Wudao. Qin Yuan stepped forward, protecting Qin Wudao behind him. Shocked, he was filled with unprecedented confusion and solemnly questioned. Qin Yuan, what on earth happened back then? The two brothers locked eyes, and the atmosphere instantly tensed to the extreme. Enough. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. An ancient voice, imbued with supreme authority, echoed down from the heavens, clearly ringing in everyone's ears. It was the voice of the oldest ancestor of the Qin family. As this voice sounded, an even more vast and irresistible will descended, forcibly calming the tense atmosphere between Qin Yuan and Qin Yuan. Having met the ancestor, Qin Yuan suppressed his anger and bowed in unison with Qin Yuan, not daring to show any negligence. Even if he was the current head of the Qin family and extremely furious, he had to show respect in front of the ancestor. There was no other reason. The ancestor was the sky of the Qin family, the true foundation of the Qin family. Several blurry figures emerged from the void, appearing in midair. They seemed to have existed since ancient times, coexisting with heaven and earth, being the few ancestors of the Qin family who rarely made an appearance. The gaze of the ancestor fell upon Qin Wudao. The gaze seemed to see through all origins. Qin Wudao felt that he had nowhere to hide under this gaze. But the Hongming Emperor bone within him began to tremble on its own, emanating a chaotic, obliterating yet supreme aura, faintly resisting part of the probing. The ancestor let out a soft exclamation, an interesting physique, seemingly extinguished yet not extinguished, seemingly alive yet not alive, carrying a trace of the aura of the Primordial Dragon Emperor. Little one, your body has some secrets. Speak, what has happened to you? Why could it invoke the 9 chimes of the ancestral bell? Are you practicing the scriptures of the Primordial Dragon Emperor? Qin Wudao clasped his hands, his expression still calm. Reporting to the ancestor, at the brink of death, I encountered a great opportunity. The fetal body within me shattered and was reborn, fortuitously awakening the Hongmeng Emperor bone. And through the resonance of bloodlines, I comprehended the first chapter of the Primordial Dragon Emperor scriptures. Comprehending the ancestral scriptures by oneself? An irritable ancestor questioned, Little one, do not deceive us. Qin Wudao did not answer, pointing to Qin Yuan in front of the ancestor. Though I am young, I will never forget the massacre on the night of my birth. It was he who personally dug out my true dragon bone and transplanted it to Qin Tianlong, replacing it with this life-taking oblivion bone. My mother merely sensed something unusual and wanted to stop it, only to be brutally silenced by them. They even deceived my father, saying my mother mysteriously disappeared and that the family was searching with all their might. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was shocked. Confusion filled everyone's hearts as their astonished gazes flickered between Qin Wudao and Qin Yuan. No one believed that an infant could remember the events of their birth. No one believed that the great elder Qin Yuan would truly commit such a vile act. And Qin Yuan, still unperturbed, spoke. Wudao, do not speak nonsense. How can I dig out your true dragon bone? The root bone and bloodline cannot be faked. Qin Wudao looked to the ancestor. Please, ancestor, judge for me. Verify the origin of the root bone. And please also investigate whether the heavenly bestowed dragon bone of Qin Tianlong is truly a gift from heaven or stolen. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. Among the crowd, Qin Tianlong suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His face pale. He had come to silence the matter out of fear of exposure due to the injury caused by the transplanted bone. But who would have thought that the situation would escalate to this extent? Even the ancestor had appeared. Upon hearing that a verification of the bone was to be conducted, only one thought filled his mind: to escape. But at this moment, the gaze of the ancestor fell upon him, rendering him immobile, only able to force out a smile. All right, today, right here, we will verify your identity. Bring the source stone. An elder immediately retrieved the divine stone. Qin Wudao placed his hand upon it. The divine stone erupted with brilliant light, and the internal imagery was chaotic. Gray light and purple golden dragon shadows intertwined, eventually transforming into a state of chaos. The divine stone could not be investigated. The ancestor's expressions grew grave. Activate the ancestral blood sacrifice mirror. The ancestor ordered again. The ancient bronze imperial mirror was summoned. Several elders forced out their essence blood to activate it. The imperial mirror revived, and a divine light containing the authority of the ancestor shot toward Qin Wudao. At the moment the divine light touched him, the Hongmeng Emperor bone within Qin Wudao erupted with unprecedented radiance. The gray-purple chaotic divine light soared into the sky, actively meeting the divine light from the imperial mirror, exuding a greedy intent to devour. The scriptures of the Primordial Dragon Emperor operated frantically, producing an extremely strong resonance with the aura of the ancestor within the imperial mirror. At this moment, an extraordinary phenomenon re-emerged. The entire ancestral hall area began to shake violently. Behind Qin Wudao, a vague figure of the ancestor emperor began to manifest, gradually solidifying as time passed. In no time, the imperial shadow seemed as if it would walk out from the illusion. A supreme authority that suppressed the ages and ruled the 9 heavens enveloped the entire venue. All members of the Qin family, including the few ancestors, felt a shudder from deep within their souls, unable to help but want to kneel and submit. The ancestor manifested is truly the manifestation of the ancestor. It cannot be wrong. This is definitely a phenomenon that can only be invoked by the scriptures of the ancestor and the strongest bloodline. The ancestors were overwhelmingly excited. The ancestor looked at the nearly solidified figure of the ancestor emperor, then looked at Qin Wudao beneath the imperial shadow, his expression as calm as a deep well. The brilliance of the imperial shadow fell upon Qin Tianlong's chest, creating a repulsion with the dragon bone, while the Hongmeng Emperor bone within Qin Wudao resonated with it, making the ownership of that dragon bone self-evident. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound came from afar. Everyone looked, only to see Qin Tianlong, who was hailed as the Qilin son of the Qin family, under the dual pressure of the Ancestral Emperor's shadow and the Hongmeng Emperor bone. Not only fainted, but the stolen true dragon bone on his chest was also covered with cracks, looking as if it would completely shatter. The ancestor flicked his finger, and a beam of profound light containing supreme power entered Qin Tianlong's body, forcibly stabilizing the dragon bone that was about to shatter. It also repaired most of its cracks, preserving his foundation. The fainted Qin Tianlong also woke up at this moment. With this action, the crowd was immediately in an uproar. Ancestor, this cannot be. An elderly man of great virtue and reputation could not help but speak. This bone was stolen and cannot be tolerated by the heavenly path. Forcibly preserving it may not be a blessing for the family. Yes, ancestor, another elder also frowned tightly. Qin Yuan's crimes are heinous, and Qin Tianlong is also a beneficiary. How can you protect him like this, leaving Wudao with nowhere to stand, leaving the family's justice unaddressed? Qin Yuan was so enraged that his whole body trembled. His eyes red, and he stepped forward. Ancestor, my son has suffered for 8 long years, nearly dying. How can you be so biased towards this father and son of snakes and scorpions? Enough. The ancestor's gaze suddenly sharpened. A terrifying pressure descended, directly suppressing Qin Yuan's words. Qin Yuan, mind your identity. Qin Yuan's guilt is evident, and he must be punished. Suddenly, the ancestor glanced around at everyone and fixed his gaze on Qin Wudao, saying, "You have obtained the Hongmeng Emperor's bone, and your talent surpasses the past. This dragon bone is no longer essential for you. Tianlong has benefited from this bone and has become the second supreme prodigy of my Qin family. A pair of outstanding individuals is a sign of great prosperity for my Qin family in the future. For the sake of the family's grand plan, Tianlong must be protected. This bone must also be protected. If we do not protect it, shall we just allow the dragon bone to shatter? If the dragon bone shatters, the family will lose a prodigy, and you all, including me, will be sinners of the family. Anyone who opposes this is cutting off the future of the Qin clan." The ancestor's tone was indifferent, making a conclusion on this matter from a moral high ground. It was extremely unfair. However, everyone dared not voice a single rebuttal. Then, he looked at the ashen-faced Qin Yuan. "Qin Yuan, from this day forth, I revoke your position as the great elder. I punish you to be the protector of Tianlong, never leaving his side, assisting him in his cultivation until he reaches the sage realm. At that time, you will re-enter the forbidden area and endure the family's most severe punishment, facing the wall in reflection for 500 years. The punishment seemed severe, but in reality, it was to protect Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving violently, filled with overwhelming anger and a deep sense of helplessness. Inside the great hall, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, and no one dared to refute this family plan filled with calculations and favoritism. At that moment, Qin Wudao, who had been silent and seemingly detached, slowly raised his head to look at the lofty ancestor. "Ancestor, you are mistaken." Chapter 4. The Emperor's Son Treads the Heavens. Marched to settle the universe, Qin Wudao stepped forward, directly approaching Qin Tianlong, who was slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. Then, amidst countless gasps of cold air, he lifted his foot and brutally stomped down on Qin Tianlong's chest. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. Qin Tianlong let out a muffled groan of extreme pain, his whole body forced into a half-kneeling position by the immense force. And then he completely collapsed, coughing violently, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. What a humiliation! As the #1 prodigy of the Qin family, bearing the true dragon bone of the primordial era, he was trampled upon by a waste like this. This stomp not only crushed his sternum, but also shattered all his pride and dignity. Qin Tianlong let out a muffled groan, his body pressed firmly against the ground by the overwhelming force. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this scene, their breath momentarily halted. Gasps of disbelief rose and fell. To refute the patriarch and publicly trample Qin Tianlong. How dare he? Qin Wudao exerted a little more force with his foot, feeling the tremors of the body beneath him and the faint dragon energy transmitted through the bones. You stole my dragon bone and killed my kind mother. I will not forget this hatred. Today is just the beginning. I will make you and the person behind you clearly understand that taking what you shouldn't take comes with a price. I will make you live in fear day and night, unable to seek life or death. Death will be the greatest grace for you in the future. Every word pierced the heart, killing intent palpable. You beast! You dare! Qin Yuan's eyes were about to pop out. He was ready to rush up regardless of everything. Qin Yuan, why should you personally intervene in the grievances between the younger generation? Qin Zhan's figure flashed and blocked Qin Yuan once again, his aura equally formidable, refusing to give an inch. Get out of the way! Qin Yuan roared. You cannot pass. Qin Zhan's attitude was resolute. In midair, several elders, including the patriarch, watched the scene below without intervening. Qin Tianlong's cultivation was far superior to Qin Wudao's. Even though he was injured and on the ground now, Qin Wudao had no real ability to threaten him. Tianlong is now a mid-stage king, while you are merely at the divine sea realm. When you think you can catch up to his footsteps and prove your worth? Listening to the patriarch's question, Qin Wudao slowly raised his foot at most 3 months. As his words fell, the venue once again fell into a deathly silence. Then, an even greater uproar and incredulous discussions erupted. What? 3 months? He said he would surpass Tianlong in 3 months? My God, is he crazy? Does he know what he is saying? Qin Tianlong is a genuine mid-stage king. Even if his dragon bone is damaged, he is still a king. Qin Wudao, he just stepped into the divine sea realm, right? The divine sea, the profound connection, the array, the king. There are 2 major realms and several minor realms in between. 3 months? How could that be possible? Yes, the path of cultivation is 1 step at a time. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes. Don't mention 3 months, even in 300 years. It may not be possible for anyone to achieve such a leap. Arrogant, too arrogant. Doubts, gasps, and laughter rang out. No one believed Qin Wudao's words. Even Qin Zhan, who had always protected him, frowned tightly, his eyes filled with worry. He knew his son's potential was extraordinary, but 3 months was simply too short, too difficult. Qin Yuan, shocked at first, then furious, revealed an extremely resentful, cold smile. Good, good, good. 3 months. I want to see how you, this bastard, will ascend to the heavens. You are simply seeking your own death. The patriarch's gaze swept over Qin Wudao and the unconscious Qin Tianlong. He valued Qin Wudao's potential, but was even less willing to give up on the already formed Qin Tianlong. A young man with ambitions is good, but the family values the future more. To quell the dispute, and for our Qin family's double dragon's rising situation, I hereby set a contract for 3 months later, at the Dragon Gate Festival, where the 2 of you will have a fair fight. If you win, it proves you have the qualifications to stand alongside Tianlong and can enter the core sequence, enjoying part of the top-tier resources. If you lose, you will assist Tianlong in peace, and the matter of the dragon bone will not be mentioned again, or you will face family regulations. This is the final decision. We will discuss it again in 3 months. The patriarch's authoritative declaration faded as he and the other elders slowly vanished. All right, Qin Wudao calmly clasped his hands. Accepting this seemingly fair yet secretly biased bet, Qin Yuan shot a resentful glance at Qin Wudao, then quickly helped Qin Tianlong up and left, feeling somewhat relieved that the patriarch ultimately saved Tianlong. The farce in the square temporarily came to an end. But everyone knew that the real main event would be the Dragon Gate Festival 3 months later. It was called a test, but in reality, it was a means for the patriarch to balance the family's internal affairs and maintain the dual prodigy situation. Currently, Qin Wudao was still too weak. Even if he truly had unparalleled talent, without growing up, he still could not obtain true fairness. Qin Wudao had long anticipated this, but he would definitely make Qin Yuan and Qin Tianlong pay the price they deserved. Also, that patriarch who constantly claimed to consider the family would not have it easy either. One day, these people would all have to die, and now, what he needed to do was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. He did not return to the previous abandoned dust palace, but was arranged to a brand new palace, the Qin Palace, located on the edge of the Qin family's core area, with a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of before. The palace was built against the mountains, with pavilions and towers. Although it was not as good as those truly core sequence peaks, it was far beyond the abandoned dust palace. The palace was equipped with attendants, and the standards of living had also greatly improved. Soon, the first batch of cultivation resources was delivered. A mountain of spirit stones, various foundational pills for cultivating in the divine sea and profound connection realms, and some basic materials for refining tools and alchemy. These resources were a world apart from his previous situation where he couldn't even fill his stomach. Qin Wudao looked at these resources with calm eyes. He knew this was not the family's recognition of him, but more of the patriarch's favor regarding the 3-month bet, as well as his father Qin Zhang's covert support. Status ultimately has to be earned through strength. Although the first elder Qin Yuan was temporarily suppressed, his influence within the family was deeply rooted, and he would never give up easily. In these 3 months, he would definitely use every means to obstruct him while sparing no expense to elevate Qin Tianlong. Although his father Qin Zhang was strong, as the family head, he needed to guard the family and respond to external threats, and he could not always be by his side. In the end, everything still depended on himself. 3 months to catch up and defeat a mid-stage king from the early Divine Sea realm. The pressure was immense. He had to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Qin Wudao waved away the attendants and walked to a spiritual eye in the palace, the spot where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. Here, the spiritual energy was misty, almost liquefied. System, sign in at this location. Detected that the host is at the Qin Palace's spiritual eye with abundant spiritual energy, meeting sign-in conditions. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra mid-level insights. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 7-aperture Linglong pills. The mid-level insights of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra were enough to significantly enhance his understanding of the technique. 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. A massive amount of cultivation energy. 3 7-aperture Linglong pills. Legendary pills that can cleanse the soul and greatly enhance perception and comprehension. Qin Wudao's eyes were calm. He did not immediately begin to cultivate. He quickly planned his cultivation direction for these 3 months in his mind. Sign in, cultivate, improve realm, perfect the Primordial Emperor bone. Master more means to combat opponents. Chapter 5. Breaking 2 boundaries in 7 days, unprecedented. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. The phenomenon triggered by Qin Wudao at the Ancestral Hall Square, along with his conflict with the elder Qin Yuan, and the news of his 3-month life and death battle with Qin Tianlong had already spread throughout the entire Qin family, and even began to reach the allied forces of the Qin family. In an instant, the name Qin Wudao transformed from that of a waste into a figure known to all within the Qin family. However, this fame was not entirely filled with praise. The vast majority of Qin family members, upon learning that Qin Wudao not only survived, but also awakened a mysterious constitution and set a 3-month appointment, did not respond with joy, but rather with skepticism and dissatisfaction, even mixed with veiled hostility. A waste of a withered emperor's fetus. What can he do even if he got lucky and awakened some constitution? Exactly. A mere god sea realm dares to challenge the king realm's brother Tianlong? It's simply self-humiliation. I think he's just trying to attract attention. He even caused brother Tianlong's dragon bone to be damaged. He is simply a sinner of the family, not at all considering the overall situation of the family. Such a person, no matter how high his talent, will only bring disaster in the future. Indeed, a waste is still a waste. 3 months later, let us see how he dies at the Dragon Gate sacrifice. No one sympathized with his plight, and no one believed he could create a miracle. The remnants of Elder Qin Yuan's faction were secretly complying outwardly while scheming behind the scenes, beginning to cut back on the training resources allocated to Qin Wudao in accordance with the standards for a prospective emperor. Try to use this method to slow down his cultivation speed and ensure his certain defeat in 3 months. Inside the Purple Heaven Hall, Qin Wudao was completely indifferent to all of this. He was wholeheartedly immersed in his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged beside the spirit eye, spiritual energy surrounded him. Although those people had cut back on the training resources that should have belonged to him, it did not affect his cultivation. With the 100,000 top-grade spirit stones obtained from signing in, he continuously consolidated his cultivation in the early God Sea realm and kept enhancing his cultivation level, quickly breaking through to the mid-God Sea realm and then the late God Sea realm. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared outside the hall. The visitor was tall and imposing, with a stern face. It was Qin Yuan, the patriarch of the Qin family. Qin Yuan looked at his son, who was cross-legged in cultivation inside the hall. With a complex expression, there was comfort, worry, and even deeper guilt. He waved away the attendants outside the hall and walked in alone. Wudao, Qin Yuan spoke, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible fatigue. Father, the rumors outside can be ignored. Just focus on your cultivation. I know. Qin Wudao nodded. Qin Yuan hesitated to speak, but ultimately sighed. These years, I have wronged you. He took out an ancient storage ring and handed it to Qin Wudao. Inside, there are some training resources I have accumulated over the years. They may be of some use to you. Although I am the patriarch, with many years spent fighting for the family outside, there are many matters I can no longer fully control. The forces of Qin Yuan's faction are deeply entrenched, and it is difficult for me to completely stop their little schemes. His words revealed profound helplessness. The position of patriarch appeared glamorous, but in reality, it was fraught with difficulties, especially since he had been away from the family for many years. A portion of his power had long been usurped by Elder Qin Yuan's faction. Thank you, Father. Qin Wudao took the storage ring, his divine sense sweeping over it, revealing numerous rare spirit stones and pills inside. You and I are father and son. There is no need for thanks. Qin Yuan waved his hand, but then added, however, Wudao, your 3-month appointment with Tianlong is truly perilous. Do you know how vast the gap is between the God Sea realm and the King realm? There are 2 major realms in between, the profound realm and the array realm. Each breakthrough in a major realm requires immense opportunity and the accumulation of time. A typical cultivator might spend their entire life and still not reach the King realm from the God Sea realm. Even those top-tier prodigies require years or even over a decade of hard work. Qin Tianlong is already at the peak of the mid-King realm. Even if his dragon bone is damaged and his realm has fallen, he is still far beyond what the God Sea realm can compare to. 3 months is too short, too difficult. Qin Yuan spoke heavily. He did not want his son to just have glimpsed hope, only to fall into despair again. Listening to his father's words, Qin Wudao pondered for a moment and asked, Father, what do you think of my current cultivation speed? Qin Yuan extended a strand of divine sense to carefully sense Qin Wudao's cultivation aura. In the next moment, this patriarch, who presided over a large family and had experienced countless storms, found his breath momentarily halted. God Sea realm peak, just 1 step away from breaking through to the profound realm. Qin Wudao nodded in affirmation. A hint of barely perceptible astonishment flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. This is only a short 7 or 8 days from a near-death waste, directly crossing from body refinement and qi gathering to the early God Sea realm. This is already a miracle. Now, he has actually skyrocketed from the early God Sea realm to the peak of the God Sea realm. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed is this? Even though he has fought outside for many years and seen many young prodigies, those people, compared to his own son, still fall short by a wide margin. Such an improvement speed is unprecedented. Even, he has not seen similar records in any of the classics. Qin Wudao had been imprisoned in the abandoned dust hall shortly after birth and did not have a clear concept of the normal cultivation speed in this world. Seeing his father's unusual expression, he was somewhat puzzled. Father, am I too slow? Slow. No, it's too fast. So fast that it makes me feel incredulous. With such a cultivation speed, if there are sufficient resources to support it, there might not be a chance to catch up to Qin Tianlong in 3 months or even surpass him. Qin Yuan felt joy in his heart, but quickly calmed down. However, if the cultivation speed is too fast, is the foundation stable? Are the corresponding techniques and martial skills keeping pace? Having a high realm without matching combat power is also not sufficient. Just as Qin Yuan was worried, a notification sound from the system suddenly echoed in Qin Wudao's mind. Ding! It has been detected that the family armory contains rich inherited Tao rhythms, meeting the sign-in conditions. The family armory. Qin Wudao's heart stirred, and he immediately said to Qin Yuan, "Father, my cultivation has improved, but I lack suitable techniques and martial skills. Can you take me to see the family armory?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan hesitated slightly. He was concerned that if his son obtained too many techniques, he would not be able to digest them all and would instead be distracted, affecting his cultivation speed and combat power consolidation. However, thinking it over, without powerful techniques and martial skills, relying solely on his realm would indeed be difficult to defeat the deeply rooted Qin Tianlong. Qin Yuan finally nodded. "All right, I will take you to the armory. But you must remember, quality is more important than quantity in techniques. Choosing what suits you best is the key. I will observe from the side, and if you become greedy and reckless, causing your cultivation and combat power to slow down, I will definitely stop you." Qin Yuan decided to personally oversee the matter while also wanting to see how perceptive his son was in choosing techniques. "I understand, father." Qin Wudao nodded in agreement. He did not know the many considerations in his father's mind. He only wanted to sign in at the armory, obtain stronger techniques or martial skills, become stronger, and then completely crush that cousin who stole everything from him 3 months later. Let that ancestor, who only knows how to morally bind him, realize that he was wrong, terribly wrong. Chapter 6. How dare you small fries question the name of the young master? The Qin family armory is located deep in a valley with rich spiritual energy on the ancestral dragon land, guarded year-round by several supreme elders, and is one of the most important foundations of the Qin family. The entire armory is not a traditional building, but a square made of special divine metal. Numerous jade slips, bone fragments, stone carvings, and even illusory weapons hover above the square, all radiating various colors of light. Each item represents a powerful martial art or inheritance. It is rumored that the Qin family armory encompasses everything from the most basic body-forging fist techniques to legendary fragments of imperial scriptures. However, the inheritances within the armory are not available for anyone to choose. The more powerful the martial arts inheritance, the more spiritual it is and will choose its master on its own. Only those with compatible talent, character, and opportunities can gain its recognition and obtain the inheritance. It cannot be forced. At this moment, a girl about 12 or 13 years old, dressed in a fiery red dress, with an exquisite and beautiful appearance, slowly walked to the center of the square in front of a stone tablet engraved with ancient phoenix patterns. Although she was young, her slender figure wrapped in a tight long dress was already curvaceous, beginning to show her figure. "Look, it's senior sister Qin Yao. Is she going to sense the phoenix pattern tablet?" "Be quiet. This lady is not to be trifled with. She has a bit of fiery temper, but her talent is truly remarkable. It is said that she is naturally a rare phoenix fire spirit body, cultivating fire-type martial arts at an astonishing speed. What a pity." The Qin family disciples discussed among themselves, sizing up the girl in front of the ancient phoenix pattern stone tablet. Qin Yao is a young talent in the Qin family, second only to Qin Tianlong. She has a fiery temper and excellent talent. If it weren't for the suppression from the elder faction, which withheld resources from her, she might be able to compete with Qin Tianlong. Unfortunately, she stood on the wrong side. The faction she belonged to was a staunch supporter of the family head. Qin Yao extended her jade hand and gently pressed it against the stone tablet. The tablet erupted with brilliant azure divine light, and a lifelike azure phoenix illusory figure soared into the sky, emitting a clear cry. Finally, it transformed into a stream of light and entered the girl's brow. It is the Azure Phoenix treasure technique. Oh my god, that is a sub-top tier treasure technique, second only to the top tier inheritances. Senior sister Qin Yao succeeded. She actually gained the recognition of the Azure Phoenix treasure technique. As expected of a direct descendant attached to the family head, she is indeed impressive. A wave of exclamations and envious discussions erupted among the crowd. Just then, at the entrance, a figure walked in slowly and unhurriedly. It was Qin Wudao. He did not have his father, Qin Yuan, accompany him and came alone. He wanted to act low-key and quickly find an opportunity to sign in. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. His reputation in the Qin family was already well known. As soon as he appeared, everyone's gaze in the square instantly focused on him. The originally noisy discussions fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat strange. The majority of the gazes carried scrutiny, curiosity, disdain, and even hostility. He's Qin Wudao, the waste who caused the ancestral bell to ring 9 times. I heard he has a life and death battle with Brother Tianlong set for 3 months. How foolish. Even if he lucked into awakening some kind of physique, what can he accomplish in 3 months? Just wait to be crushed by Brother Tianlong. Although no one dared to provoke him face to face due to the ancestors' ruling and the patriarch's attitude, the private discussions and the contempt in their eyes were unmistakable. Qin Wudao seemed to be oblivious to this and walked straight into the depths of the armory. The girl who had just obtained the Azure Phoenix treasure technique, Qin Yao, also noticed Qin Wudao. A complex expression flashed in her beautiful eyes. Curiosity, sympathy, and a hint of melancholy? This faction of hers had been fiercely suppressed by Elder Qin Yuan's faction over the years for firmly supporting Patriarch Qin Yuan, with resources withheld and being excluded everywhere. During this time, many had advised her father to switch allegiance to the Elder faction, but he had firmly rejected them. Because of this, her cultivation had stagnated. Thus, she was quite dissatisfied with the Patriarch's faction and had grievances toward this young master who had suffered for 8 years. However, this grievance could only be voiced by her alone. Others could not. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yao took the initiative to approach him. "You are Qin Wudao?" "That's right, I am Qin Wudao." Upon seeing the girl walk toward him, Qin Wudao frowned slightly, realizing that the elders were quite crafty. They had just left the Zikan Hall and already sent someone to obstruct him. They were quite anxious. His spiritual power stirred slightly within him, and he was prepared to subdue her to establish his authority. But to his surprise, after Qin Yao confirmed his identity, she directly bowed to him. "Qin Yao, I pay my respects to the young master." Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao was taken aback. Wasn't she here to provoke him? The crowd was even more astonished. Was this still the infamous fiery-tempered Qin Yao? Why was she performing such a gesture of respect upon first meeting? It should be known that she had never shown any respect to Qin Tianlong, the strongest of the younger generation. What kind of magic does Qin Wudao possess to make Qin Yao bow to him on their first encounter? Before Qin Wudao could think further, Qin Yao spoke again in a very low voice, saying quickly that inconspicuous black stone tablet over there in the corner is said to be left by the ancestor, containing great secrets, but no one can comprehend it. You could go try it. Qin Wudao nodded, accepting Qin Yao's goodwill. But just at that moment, a sharp and cutting voice rang out. "Oh, isn't this our famous young master? What? Do you also want to come to the armory for a stroke of luck? With you a waste, how can you possibly hope to obtain top-tier martial arts? What pipe dream?" A girl dressed extravagantly, with a mean gaze, stood in front of Qin Wudao, accompanied by his several followers. The girl's name was Qin Meyer. She was the granddaughter of a core elder in Elder Qin Yuan's faction. Usually, she was not on good terms with Qin Yao, and at this moment, she openly mocked Qin Wudao without any restraint. Qin Wudao glanced at her, but had not yet spoken when he saw Qin Yao raise her head, her pretty face filled with anger, and she shouted, "Get lost! Qin Meyer, who do you think you're to point fingers at the young master?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. The crowd first looked at the usually fiery-tempered Qin Yao, then at the scolded Qin Meyer, and finally turned their gazes to young Master Qin Wudao. It should be known that while Qin Yao had a fiery temper, she had never disrespected Qin Meyer in such a manner in this kind of setting before. It seemed that Qin Yao truly recognized Qin Wudao's status as young master. However, could Qin Wudao, being so weak, really keep Qin Meyer and her backer? Qin Tianlong in check. After being scolded, Qin Meyer was first taken aback, then immediately reacted with furious anger. Qin Yao, who do you say is a shameless person? Qin Yao stepped forward, mercilessly rebuking. You heard what I said. I am talking about you. I've long found you displeasing to the eye, relying on your connections, acting arrogant and overbearing. You insult me, and I can't be bothered to argue with you. But how dare you mock the young master? On what grounds? What qualifications do you have to point fingers at the future leader of the family? Qin Yao did not genuinely recognize Qin Wudao's status as young master. She was merely using this opportunity to suppress Qin Meyer's arrogance and vent her long-held grievances. Qin Meyer's face turned pale and flushed with anger from these words. But she could not directly deny Qin Wudao's status as young master. After all, the ancestor had not dismissed it. How could she have the right? She could only swallow this loss, glaring at Qin Yao with eyes full of resentment. Of course, the person she hated more was Qin Wudao. Without Qin Wudao, Qin Yao would not dare to be so audacious. As for Qin Wudao, he had little to say. Although Qin Yao's actions were abrupt, she was indeed maintaining his face. As for Qin Meyer's thoughts, he wouldn't care at all. She is just an insignificant ant, not worth taking to heart. Arguing with her would only lower his status. Qin Wudao ignored the scene unfolding before him and walked into the armory, heading to the sign-in area. Sign-in. Chapter 7. Sign-in at the Ancestral Monument. All laws pay homage. Qin Wudao stood in front of the ancient, dark, unremarkable Ancestral Monument. This was the place Qin Yao referred to, rich in great secrets. The system's prompt sound timely echoed in his mind. Ding detected that the ancestral monument ahead contains extremely rich ancestral Tao rhythm and undisclosed prohibitions, meeting the sign-in conditions. Sign in. Qin Wudao silently thought. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine ability. Imperial Bone Dragon Breath Initial Insight. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ancestral Battle Intent Mark. One-time explosive type. 2 streams of reward information flowed into his mind. Imperial Bone Dragon Breath. Based on the Primordial Imperial Bone, it stimulates the power of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra within the body. Exhaling a destructive dragon breath containing the characteristics of primordial annihilation and the pressure of the Dragon Emperor with boundless power. Having a natural restraint and deterrent effect on dragon bloodlines. Current mastery level, initial insight, Ancestral Battle Intent Mark. Contains a trace of the essence of the Qin family's ancestral battle intent, which is invincible and unyielding after a lifetime of war. After use, it can greatly enhance one's momentum, attack power, and defense for a short period, and it can immunize against certain mental and pressure attacks. Usable times, 1. Qin Wudao's eyes brightened slightly. This Imperial Bone Dragon Breath divine ability was simply tailor-made for his Primordial Imperial Bone. The combination of the two would definitely exceed imagination, becoming a significant trump card for him. The Ancestral Battle Intent Mark was even a powerful, life-saving counterattack card. Double happiness arrived. Now, he not only had a powerful offensive technique, but also a life-saving trump card. Although not many, it was definitely sufficient for now. He hesitated not at all. He immediately sat cross-legged in front of the Ancestral Monument and began to cultivate the Imperial Bone Dragon Breath. The spiritual power at the peak of the Divine Sea realm within him began to operate according to the unique method of the Imperial Bone Dragon Breath. The Primordial Imperial Bone emitted a faint grayish-purple glow, resonating with the technique. Threads of Dragon Emperor Sutra power were mobilized, merging into the Imperial Bone, seemingly undergoing some kind of profound transformation. This scene left everyone around stunned. The weapon vault square fell into an eerie silence. What? What is he doing? Why'd he sit down and start cultivating? Has he gone mad? This is the weapon vault, a place for selecting techniques, not a training ground. He hasn't even chosen a technique. How could he start practicing? What is he practicing? The crowd was in an uproar, discussing among themselves, looking at Qin Wudao as if he were an idiot. Qin Yao's cold eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. Qin Meyer couldn't help but laugh internally. A person who has never seen the world, starting to practice without even choosing a technique, really thinks that showing off will attract top divine abilities? But soon, all discussions and mockery came to an abrupt halt. because as Qin Wudao began to operate the technique, the aura that was originally somewhat restrained on him started to uncontrollably spread out. That was the peak of the Divine Sea Realm. No, it can't be right. How could it be the peak of the Divine Sea Realm? Just 7 days ago, he was only at the early stage of the Divine Sea Realm, right? Yes. When the Ancestral Hall Square experienced its anomaly, his aura was clearly only at the initial stage of the Divine Sea. In just 7 days, from the early stage of the Divine Sea to the peak, breaking through 2 small realms in a row, the crowd exploded in shock. All eyes turned from disdain and doubt to indescribable astonishment and fear. 7 days, 2 small realms? What kind of cultivation speed is this? Even the legendary Supreme Divine Body couldn't possibly be this fast, right? Qin Yao's cold face was also filled with intense shock. She considered her own talent exceptional, and with a certain resource tilt. It took her nearly 3 years to advance from the early stage of the Divine Sea to the peak. But Qin Wudao, only took 7 days? This couldn't be described in normal terms. He was simply a monster, a freak. Qin Meyer's mocking smile froze completely, replaced by an incredible fear. The peak of the Divine Sea Realm. In 7 days, how is this possible? She murmured to herself, recalling Qin Tianlong, who was hailed as the #1 talent of the younger generation in the family. How long did it take Qin Tianlong to break through from the early stage of the Divine Sea to the peak? It seemed it took him more than 2 years, and that was with various heavenly materials and treasures assisting him. This Qin Wudao, could he really be more terrifying than Brother Tianlong? No, impossible. Qin Meyer immediately shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel this terrifying thought. Even if his realm rises quickly, so what? Without top techniques to support him, it's still a house of cards, unstable and easy to break. When it comes to the Dragon Gate Festival, Brother Tianlong will definitely let him know what a true prodigy is. She constantly comforted herself, but the fear deep in her eyes could not be concealed. Ignoring the external uproar and shock, Qin Wudao was completely immersed in the cultivation insights of the Imperial Bone Dragon Breath. The powers of the Primordial Imperial Bone and the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra began to merge in a wondrous way under the guidance of this new divine ability. Strands of grayish purple, with dragon-shaped runes, condensed as strange energy within the Imperial Bone. Time passed, though he was unaware of how long it had been. Qin Wudao slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, a wisp of grayish-purple divine light flashed fleetingly, carrying an aura that seemed capable of annihilating all things. The Imperial Bone Dragon Breath, initially mastered. Although it was only an initial insight, he could feel that the power of this technique was absolutely beyond imagination. It was enough to become a significant weapon for him against Qin Tianlong. He stood up, preparing to leave this place and find a quiet spot to continue cultivating and consolidating. However, just as he stood up, an unexpected change occurred. The entire Qin family weapon vault suddenly shook violently. On the square, those floating jade slips, bone fragments, stone carvings, and weapon phantoms representing various powerful inheritances. Whether ordinary mysterious level or earthly level techniques, or those exuding the aura of the holy path, even remnants of imperial scriptures. At this moment, they seemed to be summoned by some supreme existence. They all erupted in brilliant light. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, thousands of lights representing the inheritance of techniques began to gather madly from all directions toward Qin Wudao. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wudao's figure was completely submerged by countless dazzling inheritance lights. A dense mass of jade slips, bone fragments, and stone carvings surrounded him, flying, swirling, and even colliding with each other, competing as if vying for favor, hoping that Qin Wudao would choose them. At this moment, the weapon vault was deathly silent. Everyone stood there, staring blankly at this astonishing scene. All doubts and mockeries disappeared without a trace. Only unprecedented shock remained. All loss. Come to pay homage. Chapter 8. The ancestor bestows treasures, and the so-called genius is nothing but a commoner such a scene. Not to mention having seen it, has never even been recorded in the oldest texts of the Qin family. An elder guarding the armory trembled as he spoke. This, am I seeing things? The cultivation methods, are they choosing their own master? Moreover, all of them? No. Look at the brilliance of those top-tier inheritance areas. Even the fragments left by the legendary emperors are moving. My heavens, what on earth is happening? The crowd was utterly speechless, only gasping for air, and the sound of racing hearts remained. Even Qin Wudao himself was a bit dazed. What is going on? Just now, he signed in and obtained the Imperial Bone Dragon Breath and the imprint of the ancestors' battle intent. He couldn't help but directly comprehend it. After the comprehension ended, he wanted to see if he could find a few more suitable cultivation methods. Then, it turned out like this. Wasn't it said that top-tier cultivation methods have their own intelligence, making it extremely difficult to choose a master, requiring immense fortune and comprehension to gain recognition? Why is it now, all coming to him willingly, and in such a manner, vying for attention? What is this? A sycophant with this situation? Not to mention choosing one, even trying to comprehend them all at once is impossible. He can't possibly learn them all. It's overwhelming. With so much inheritance information flooding in, his mind feels like it's going to burst. Just as this incredibly shocking, even absurd scene continued. In the deepest part of the armory, in a stone chamber that had been sealed for years, an elder in gray robes, whose breath was like a withered ancient tree and seemed ready to sit into enlightenment at any moment, suddenly opened his murky eyes wide, and unprecedented brilliance erupted within them. His divine sense instantly swept across the square. When he saw the scene of myriad laws surrounding Qin Wudao, this hidden ancestor, who had lived for countless years and had long since seen through everything, was actually so excited that he trembled all over. Ha 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 ha! Myriad laws come to court. This is the sign of the legendary myriad laws Dao fetus. No, it's even stronger. It is the Hongmeng Imperial Bone. The ancestor's prophecy actually came true in this generation. Heaven bless my Qin family. Heaven bless my Qin family. The elder kept praising, but did not truly reveal himself. He had lived too long, so long that even opening his eyes consumed immense energy. Normally, he would only awaken when the Qin family was truly on the brink of destruction, burning his last vitality to protect the Qin family. But now, he was awakened by Qin Wudao. No other reason. Myriad laws come to court. This matter is far more important than the survival of the Qin family. Outside the armory in the void, Qin Yuan had been using his divine sense to monitor his son's situation. When he saw the scene of myriad laws coming to court, this seasoned patriarch of the Qin family, who had witnessed countless grand occasions, instinctively raised his hand and rubbed his eyes like a child. Could it be that I am not seeing this wrong? The cultivation methods are vying to recognize my son as their master? This is simply... Qin Yuan found it hard to find suitable words to describe his feelings. Shocked? Delighted? Or a sense of indescribable absurdity? He had originally thought to see how his son chose cultivation methods and provide some guidance. But given the current situation, didn't he need to guide him at all? No, he didn't even have the right to guide him. Even didn't he need to choose? These cultivation inheritances seemed eager to directly rush into his son's embrace. Just then, an even more vast and unfathomable will descended upon the armory. It was the ancestor. He too was startled by the huge commotion in the armory. When he saw the scene of myriad laws paying homage, even the ancestor's calm heart couldn't help but ripple slightly. The Hongmeng Imperial Bone actually can evoke such a resonance among myriad laws. The ancestor's figure appeared beside Qin Wudao, watching the inheritance brilliance still vying to surround him, revealing a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Qin Wudao's status in his mind rose to a new level. He was no longer the Qin family's young master, who could be sacrificed at any moment just 7 days ago. He flicked his fingers, and several treasures radiating an immortal brilliance appeared out of thin air before Qin Wudao. A quaint little cauldron, with the sun, moon, and stars carved on its body, exuding a suppressive force. A jade talisman flowing with colorful radiance, containing the principles of space, and a bottle of emerald liquid infused with the breath of life. This is the Qinquan Zhen Dao Ding, replica which can help you suppress your own fate and stabilize your foundation. This is the seven-colored teleportation talisman, which can randomly teleport billions of miles in times of danger, difficult to trace by those below the Saint King level. This bottle contains the elixir of eternal youth. While not as against the heavens as the elixir of immortality, it can still bring the dead back to life and repair fundamental injuries, a treasure hard to find outside. The ancestor's voice rang out. You bear the Hongmeng imperial bone and have obtained the ancestor scriptures. Your potential is limitless, and your future is immeasurable. Cultivate well, and do not waste such opportunities. As for the grievances between you and the Tianlong, you are both the future of the Qin family, and it is best to prioritize the family's overall interests, ideally turning hostility into harmony and supporting each other, so you can lead our Qin family to recreate the glory of the ancestors' era. It's best to let go of past grievances. After finishing, the ancestor also bestowed upon Qin Wudao a token symbolizing higher authority. With this token, he could mobilize more resources within the family and enjoy treatment second only to Qin Tianlong among the younger generation. Thank you, ancestor, for your generous gifts. Qin Wudao calmly received the treasures and the token. As for the ancestor's later words, he did not respond. Letting go of grievances? Impossible. At this moment, two figures arrived late. They were the Grand Elder Qin Yuan and Qin Tianlong, whose face was still pale and whose breath was unstable. They too witnessed the shocking scene of myriad laws coming to court. A tremendous sense of crisis surged in Qin Yuan's heart again, but he forcibly suppressed it, maintaining a calm exterior while his eyes grew darker. Meanwhile, Qin Tianlong, seeing the glory, resources, and even the ancestors' attention that should belong to him now all concentrated on Qin Wudao, felt jealousy and hatred continuously welling up inside him. Why? This waste. He has stolen everything from me. Thinking of the humiliation of being stepped on by Qin Wudao 7 days ago, his anger nearly turned tangible. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palm. They saw Qin Wudao. Naturally, Qin Wudao also saw them. His gaze swept past Qin Yuan and finally landed on Qin Tianlong's twisted face, filled with jealousy and resentment. Is this really worthy of being called the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Qin family? His depth of character is too shallow, really too weak. There is not even a hint of what a strong person should look like. But this also proves one thing. The true dragon bone of primordial chaos taken from him is indeed very strong, strong enough to turn a waste into an extraordinary genius. Thinking of this, Qin Wudao's gaze grew even colder. He made a gesture of cutting his neck towards Qin Tianlong, silently saying, I will kill you and make your death very miserable. Chapter 9, Foot-Sweeping Monk. To obtain the ultimate treasure again. In a vast armory square, the shocking scene of countless laws surrounding Qin Wudao still continued. The Xian ancestor looked at Qin Wudao with satisfaction. Then his gaze swept over Qin Tianlong Wudao. Both of you are the pillars of our Qin family's future. Let bygones be bygones. I hope you too can set aside past grievances, restore the family's glory, and refrain from further disputes and internal strife. After speaking, the figures of the Xian ancestor and several elders gradually faded away, disappearing from sight. All eyes in the arena gathered on the main character. Admiration, jealousy, awe, and hidden greed filled the atmosphere. The three treasures personally bestowed by the Xian ancestor were enough to tempt even saints, yet they had all fallen into the hands of this former waste. Not to mention the astonishing phenomenon of countless laws converging. What kind of monster is this guy? The ancestors actually value him so much. Sigh. Qin Tianlong, the young master, I'm afraid he will really be overshadowed this time. It's hard to say. The elder's lineage is deeply rooted and will certainly spare no expense, the crowd whispered among themselves, speculating whether Qin Tianlong would still have a chance to retaliate, and what achievements Qin Wudao would achieve in the future. Elder Qin Yuan stood at a distance, expressionless, but the resentment in his eyes grew stronger. The bestowal of the Xian ancestors' treasures and the following of countless laws made his sense of crisis peak. Qin Tianlong was filled with extreme jealousy. staring fiercely at Qin Wudao. For the Longmen Festival in 3 months, I hope. You still have such good luck. Suddenly, a calm voice broke the tension, carrying a pressure that made even saints feel apprehensive. Qin Tianlong felt an invisible force brushing past him, causing the harsh words he was about to say to get stuck in his throat. He even felt his blood surge, nearly collapsing again. Who struck? The crowd looked around in shock. They saw at the deepest part of the armory, beside the ancestral monument, an old man in coarse linen robes had appeared unknowingly. The old man's aura was restrained, appearing no different from an ordinary elder. However, the few Qin family elders who had come to maintain order changed their expressions upon seeing him, bowing deeply in respect. Greetings. Elder Shu. Elder Shu, the guardian of the Qin family's armory. An elder with a seniority higher than the Xian ancestor, who had lived for countless years and almost never involved himself in worldly affairs. Elder Shu did not pay any attention to others. His gaze fell on Qin Tianlong, giving him a casual glance. The true dragon bone of the primordial does have some aura. Unfortunately, it's broken, the essence has been lost, and compared to that little guy, it's far behind. The temperament is also too lacking. I see that the Xian ancestor has truly become muddled. After saying this, he no longer focused on Qin Tianlong. Qin Tianlong listened to that nonchalant evaluation, feeling an infinite humiliation, but did not dare to rebut a single word. Elder Shu's gaze then turned to Qin Wudao, who was surrounded by countless laws. Even though he had seen many changes over the ages and experienced countless great wars, having encountered numerous outstanding talents and strong figures, the scene before him still revealed a hint of extremely subtle waves in his eyes. Primordial Emperor Bone, Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra, countless laws converging. Good, very good. He waved at Qin Wudao. Little guy, come here. It was the sweeping monk. Qin Wudao's heart stirred at seeing the senior. Not bad, not bad. Solid foundation, stable temperament, carrying great fortune, with limitless future achievements. Then he pointed to the surrounding floating techniques. Though there are many inherited teachings, not all of them are suitable for you. One cannot be greedy and try to grasp too much. I see you are majoring in the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra. Your foundation is set. So I will select a divine ability that best matches your Primordial Emperor Bone. Elder Shu lightly tapped in the air. An ancient animal skin scroll, surrounded by chaotic energy, flew out from a myriad of lights and slowly landed in front of Qin Wudao. The scroll bore incomprehensible patterns and emitted a terrifying aura that seemed to extinguish all things. This is the Great Annihilation Technique, left by a taboo existence from the same era as the ancestor, with boundless power, and it is extremely compatible with your physique. However, this technique is difficult to cultivate and exceptionally dangerous. A slight mistake could backfire on oneself. Do you dare to learn it? Qin Wudao nodded without hesitation. I dare to learn. Good, ambitious. Elder Shu nodded, implanting the activation and preliminary cultivation methods into Qin Wudao's mind. Qin Wudao sat cross-legged, attempting to comprehend. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra operated on its own, and the Primordial Emperor Bone emitted light, resonating with the aura of the Great Annihilation Technique. In just a moment, a faint yet pure rhythm of annihilation began to permeate from Qin Wudao's body. He actually entered the threshold directly? Elder Shu's expression tightened, recalling his own experience when he comprehended this technique. It took him 3 years from beginning to entry. Yet now, Qin Wudao used less than a cup of tea's time. Is this right? What kind of prodigy is this kid? Cough, cough. Elder Shu lightly coughed twice, feeling that if he continued to think, his Dao heart would waver, and wave his hand. Kid, you are very impressive, the strongest genius I have ever seen. Then he threw Qin Wudao a jade pendant flashing with starlight. This is a star core amulet. It can protect your soul. Keep it on you and cultivate diligently. You can bear the future of the Qin family. After speaking, Elder Shu's figure directly vanished from the spot, leaving the crowd on the square in a daze. Another treasure, and it was personally bestowed by Elder Shu. Moreover, he said that Qin Wudao can bear the future of the Qin family. What about Qin Tianlong? What does he count for? Listening to Elder Shu's words, everyone present was stunned. This evaluation is too high. Furthermore, Elder Shu holds more weight in the family than the Qian ancestor. If Elder Shu were to demand justice for Qin Wudao, then Qin Tianlong would very likely be crippled. Not far away, Qin Yuan frowned slightly. His expression did not change much, but the sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. Qin Tianlong, filled with jealousy, had red eyes, nearly losing his sanity. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao felt the initial operation of the great annihilation technique within him and the warm star core amulet in his hand, revealing an unreserved happy smile. This trip to the armory was indeed worthwhile. Not only did he successfully sign in to receive rewards, but he also obtained treasures bestowed by the Qian ancestor. And now he was valued by the even more senior Elder Shu, receiving top-tier divine abilities and a protective talisman. The gains were simply enormous. Moreover, it repeatedly dealt blows to Qin Tianlong. Although there were no substantial injuries, it still felt great. This feeling was truly wonderful. But just as he was about to take several techniques back to cultivate, a figure approached him. It was Qin Yao. The fiery girl who had previously reminded him to go to the ancestral monument stood before him, her bright eyes looking at him with a somewhat complicated expression. Qin Wudao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. What did she want? Surely she doesn't want to offer herself, right? But I'm only 8 years old. Chapter 10. Qin Tianlong is once again humiliated. Not far away, Qin Tianlong, who had been struck time and again, watched as Qin Yao unexpectedly approached Qin Wudao. His eyes filled with jealousy and anger that almost turned tangible. Qin Yao, the woman he had pursued for many years, even lowering his status multiple times to invite her for collaboration. Yet she had never given him a single kind look. This woman, who had looked down on him even when he was the pride of the Qin family. Now she was actively seeking out that waste. Qin Wudao. Why? Qin Yao, what do you mean? Why are you unwilling to cooperate with me and instead getting close to that waste? His voice was filled with unwillingness and questioning, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The crowd was taken aback, and then their expressions turned playful. A good show was about to unfold. Was Qin Tianlong going to confront Qin Yao and Qin Wudao publicly? Hearing Qin Tianlong's words, Qin Yao suddenly turned around and said, Qin Tianlong, stop embarrassing yourself here. In terms of talent and physique, the Taichu true dragon bone you stole has already developed cracks, while the young master possesses the unprecedented Hongmeng Emperor bone, summoning the manifestation of the ancestor. In terms of cultivation techniques, you are merely practicing the family's fragmented texts, while the young master has received the complete inheritance of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra and the forbidden Great Annihilation technique. In terms of family importance, the two elders, Zuins and Shu Lao, personally bestow treasures and guidance to the young master, with all methods coming to him. And you? Just a thief almost confirmed by identity verification. In terms of cultivation speed, the young master broke through 2 minor realms in just 7 days. And you? Even before being injured, your speed was less than 1/10 of the young master. You say the young master is a waste? Then what are you? Who is inferior to the young master in every way? Qin Yao spoke rapidly, reducing him to nothing. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire armory square first fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into incredulous whispers. My God, how dare she say that? That is Qin Tianlong, senior brother. Is she crazy? This is simply tearing off the face publicly, leaving no room for feelings. Even if she thinks this way, these words are too direct, right? Could she really say that? It's over. Look at how Qin Tianlong's face has turned green with anger. He has the backing of the elder's lineage, controlling the family's absolute resources, and now Qin Yao has offended him terribly. Her lineage is already weak, and she dares to act like this. Sigh. The murmurs of the crowd, though low, were clearly audible. Qin Tianlong's face turned from blue to white as he was scolded, his body trembling with rage. Already injured, he spewed out a mouthful of reverse blood due to his fury. You. He pointed at Qin Yao for a long time, but couldn't utter a single rebuttal. There was no denying it. What Qin Yao said was all true. This scene also shocked Qin Mayer, who was not far away, causing her to swallow hard, feeling it was too unbelievable. Clearly, Qin Tianlong was the absolute leader among the younger generation of the family. But now, he was being scolded so angrily by Qin Yao. Was this really right? Qin Yao had a fiery temper, but before, she had never publicly scolded Qin Tianlong so mercilessly. What was the reason for this? Was it because of Qin Wudao? But even if Qin Wudao had high talent, his current strength was still weak, after all. What if he couldn't grow? What was the use? How could she dare to put all her bets on Qin Wudao? Was she really not afraid of retaliation? While everyone's thoughts were varied, Qin Yao spoke again. And you, Qin Tianlong, don't forget your own identity. You are just a branch disciple. What right do you have to point fingers at the young master here? Put away your pathetic jealousy and stop barking here. Barking? Was she saying Qin Tianlong was a dog? The crowd was completely stunned. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly, fearing that Qin Tianlong would vent his anger on them. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao, hearing Qin Yao's explosive retort and seeing Qin Tianlong's expression as if he had eaten excrement, felt immensely pleased. This Qin Yao was a good person. She was dependable. She really stood up for him. Her fiery temper was perfect for dealing with scum like Qin Tianlong. Qin Wudao stepped forward, walking beside Qin Yao, looking at the almost maddened Qin Tianlong, and said, "Did you hear that? What right do you have to say those things to me? A waste who even stole his own root bones. What gives you the right to speak to me?" Taking advantage of others' misfortunes. He had no qualms about crushing Qin Tianlong's face completely, making him even more embarrassed and humiliated. Upon hearing these words, Qin Tianlong completely lost his rationality and suddenly stood up, shouting, "I will kill you." A strange blood-red light erupted from his body as he desperately tried to burn his blood to kill Qin Wudao without hesitation. To this, Qin Wudao showed no fear. He stood still, his calm contrasting sharply with Qin Tianlong's madness at that moment. Seeing Qin Tianlong lose his rationality and wanted to make a move, Qin Zhan, who was secretly protecting Qin Wudao, felt a ripple in his aura and prepared to intervene. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. An indescribable vast force descended from the sky, instantly shattering the blood-red light that Qin Tianlong had just gathered and violently sent him flying, crashing heavily against the stone pillar at the edge of the square. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible as he collapsed beneath the pillar like a dead dog, temporarily losing his ability to move. The one who made the move was none other than the returning guardian of the armory, Shu Lao. Shu Lao's face showed some displeasure. Stealing root bones, ungrateful, harboring resentment, and now you dare to act in front of me? I see you're truly looking for death. Shu Lao's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Qin Yuan was just about to say something when he was locked by a murderous intent. Shu Lao casually glanced at him. "What? Do you have an opinion on my words?" The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Qin Yuan's body stiffened, lowering his head and remaining silent, secretly clenching his fist. The surrounding crowd was even more silent, not daring to make a sound. Qin Tianlong, lying on the ground, trembled uncontrollably, a whimper escaping his throat. A manifestation of extreme humiliation and anger surfacing unconsciously. Looking at Qin Tianlong, who was collapsed like a dead dog, Qin Wudao felt a sense of familiarity with the scene. After thinking for a moment, he lifted his foot. Seeing Qin Wudao step by step approaching him, Qin Tianlong's eyes widened as he desperately struggled to retreat. He was afraid. He feared that Qin Wudao would once again step on him in front of everyone like last time. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't utter a single word. His eyes revealed a deep-seated fear and panic. Watching Qin Tianlong like a dead dog, Qin Wudao felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, lifting his foot and once again stepping on Qin Tianlong's face. "Waste. What qualifications do you have to compare with me? What are you even? Just slightly older than me. In 3 months, I will definitely cut you down." Chapter 11, What is Moral Kidnapping? I only listened to the words of the unprincipled. Again? Stepped on again? My goodness, that's Qin Tianlong, the once number one of the younger generation, now being stepped on for the second time. Who would have thought? It was said that Qin Wudao was useless, a disgrace. And now, what is happening here? So ruthless, but also so satisfying. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, The Grand Elder Qin Yuan clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, his knuckles turning white, but he still forcibly maintained a facade of calm, not losing his composure. How many times had his son endured such humiliation? This is simply too much. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was laughing heartily. As expected of my son, Qin Yuan. He repays hatred with hatred, grievances with grievances. That's what a true man should do. He was extremely satisfied with Qin Wudao's domineering style. Not far away, Qin Yao felt the same way. Watching Qin Wudao's extremely arrogant actions, she was not only not disgusted, but rather very pleased. She had a fiery temper and always acted straightforwardly. Qin Wudao's current dominance was far more pleasing than Qin Tianlong's previous hypocrisy. As for Qin Tianlong, who was being stepped on, he was filled with humiliation, anger, and fear, a mix of emotions that nearly shattered his sanity. He wished he could faint immediately to escape this humiliation that was worse than death. At this moment, the figure of Qian ancestor quietly reappeared. He watched Qin Wudao stepping on Qin Tianlong, and deep within his calm eyes, a trace of extremely subtle displeasure seemed to flicker. But it quickly disappeared and was not expressed. He first slightly bowed to the guardian of the martial library, Elder Shu, with an extremely respectful attitude. Having met Elder Shu casually nodded in response. Elder Shu, look, Qin Wudao has awakened the Hongming Emperor bone with unlimited potential. Although Qin Tianlong had it, the Taichu true dragon bone within him is also a legacy of our Qin family's bloodline. If we can preserve it, his future will also be limitless. Perhaps it can allow our Qin family to truly achieve a dual genius and restore the glory of our ancestor. If we let him fall now, we will all be sinners of the family. This statement placed him on a moral high ground, telling Elder Shu that everything he did was for the future of the family. At the same time, he hoped Elder Shu would not pursue the matter further and subtly reminded Qin Wudao not to go too far. However, Elder Shu was an existence that had lived through several epochs. A true antique. He had seen countless so-called unparalleled geniuses and was accustomed to the malice of human hearts. He would not be confused by Qian ancestors' simple words and directly interrupted him. You are confused. This Qin Tianlong has stolen the bones of others for his own use, has not destroyed his understanding, and is not grateful. His character has long been twisted by greed and resentment, and it is contrary to our family's fortune. Keeping him is just raising a tiger to trouble oneself, digging one's own grave. As for a dual genius, that is even more absurd. In a world of great contention, if one person can dominate the ages, they can lead the family to revival. Why must everyone place their bets? In my opinion, we should extract the remnant bone from his body on the spot, completely disable him, to set an example. A person who steals the innate roots and bones of others. What great achievements can they have in the future? They are just a parasite to the family. Once these words were spoken, the entire venue was once again shocked. Elder Shu's tone was severe, showing no favoritism, completely standing on Qin Wudao's side. He not only denied Qin Tianlong, but also denied Qian ancestor. He denied the so-called dual supremacy. Hearing this, the people present fell silent, not daring to speak. Qin Yuan's expression remained calm, but he felt an indescribable pressure rise in his heart. Elder Shu's words carried far more weight than Qian ancestors. If Elder Shu was determined to disable Qin Tianlong, even Qian ancestor might not be able to stop it. By then, his son Qin Tianlong would truly become a waste, a complete waste. Qin Tianlong, who was being stepped on by Qin Wudao, trembled all over, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. His gaze was fixed on Qian ancestor, hoping that this elder, who prioritized the family's future, could plead for him. At the same time, his hatred for Qin Wudao grew even stronger. If he could survive this time, he would definitely use the most cruel methods to torture Qin Wudao. He would directly utilize all his connections, giving him no chance to breathe. As for Qin Wudao, after hearing Elder Shu's words, he was overjoyed. Finally, there was a normal person. Moreover, a powerful normal person. Now, he also had a formidable protector, no longer passive like before. As for Qian ancestor, standing on a moral high ground, he still refused to give up and spoke again. Elder Shu, nurturing the family is not easy, Tianlong. No need to say more. Elder Shu waved his hand, no longer paying attention to Qin Ancestor, but instead turned his gaze to Qin Wudao, saying, "Little guy, what do you think?" A subtle ripple flashed in Qin Ancestor's eyes. It seemed that Elder Shu's regard for Qin Wudao far exceeded his expectations. In an instant, all eyes focused once again on Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao felt the intense trembling of Qin Tianlong's body beneath his feet, and the gaze filled with fear and resentment. He slowly lifted his foot, just when everyone thought he would heed Elder Shu's suggestion and completely disable Qin Tianlong. He calmly spoke, "Elder Shu, your kindness, I appreciate it. However, disabling him is not necessary right now." He looked at Qin Ancestor and then at everyone. "Qin Wudao am not someone who disregards reason. Since we have set a 3-month agreement, I naturally will not break the rules at this moment." His gaze fell on Qin Tianlong's bloodied and humiliated face 3 months later. "At the Dragon Gate ceremony, I will defeat him. I will defeat him fairly and squarely." This statement was even more lethal than directly disabling Qin Tianlong. Confident and domineering, Elder Shu smiled upon hearing this. "Good, ambitious." After speaking, Elder Shu waved his hand, and a token exuding a rich life aura flew towards Qin Wudao. This is the longevity token. With this token, you can enter the core area of the Ancestral Land's longevity pool for cultivation once. That is where the true foundation of our Qin family lies. Make good use of it. After bestowing the token, Elder Shu no longer lingered and vanished. Qin Ancestor looked at Qin Wudao and said, "Remember, everything must prioritize the family's greater good. Do not act impulsively. The future of the family requires your generation to coexist harmoniously and support each other." Qin Wudao did not respond. Seeing this, Qin Ancestor said no more, and his figure also dissipated. With the departure of the 2 top ancestors, the oppressive atmosphere in the square slightly eased. Qin Yuan cast a deep glance at Qin Wudao, saying nothing, and immediately took Qin Tianlong away in a disheveled manner. The wheel of fortune turns. Who would have thought that just 10 days ago, Qin Tianlong was so glamorous, while Qin Wudao was so downcast? Who could have imagined that in less than 10 days, their positions would be completely reversed? However, Qin Wudao was indeed arrogant, daring to say he would win over the King realm in 3 months. Just wait, 3 months later, there will be a good show to watch. In the square, everyone sighed, and Qin Wudao did not pay attention to these discussions. His gaze swept over the top-tier martial arts surrounding him. He did not greedily take too many, but casually selected a few top-tier martial arts fragments that were more compatible and put them away, preparing to comprehend them slowly. As he turned to leave, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind. "Senior brother Qin Wudao, please wait." Qin Wudao turned around and saw Qin Yao quickly catching up, her delicate face carrying a hint of seriousness. "Is there something?" Qin Wudao asked. Chapter 12. Top-tier cultivation techniques given freely, despairing honest man. Qin Yao walked up to him and said, "Young master, Qin Tianlong will seek revenge, and he will never let it go. You must be extremely careful in these 3 months." "Thank you for the reminder. I will be careful," Qin Wudao replied, his gaze slightly shifting. Qin Yao looked at his calm eyes, feeling a mix of admiration and annoyance. Was this guy really not worried at all? At that moment, Qin Wudao casually handed a jade slip radiating with a green divine light to Qin Yao. "This might suit you." Qin Yao took the jade slip and probed it with her consciousness. Qin Yuan 9 transformations. This is the complete version of the long-lost Qin Yuan treasure technique. Her eyes widened in shock, and her breath quickened. What Qin Wudao casually handed her was precisely the top-tier inheritance she had longed for, but had never encountered. It was of the same origin as the fragment of the Qin Yuan treasure technique she had obtained earlier, but it was infinitely more profound. She had spent a long time in the armory without gaining its recognition, but now Qin Wudao just gave it to her so casually. "Young master, really? Gave it to me? Otherwise, I don't need it. If I don't give it to you, should I give it to Qin Tianlong?" Qin Wudao waved his hand casually. He truly had no use for it. Giving it to Qin Yao was just a way to repay a favor, especially since she had scolded Qin Tianlong on his behalf before. Moreover, her faction had always supported the family head's lineage and had suffered oppression over the years. It was only fair to compensate her a bit. Qin Yao took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Qin Wudao. Qin Yao thanks the young master for this grace. This kindness and affection, Qin Yao will never forget. In the future, if there is any task, I will definitely do my utmost. At that moment, she truly acknowledged Qin Wudao, not only because of the old man's gaze, but also due to the aura and potential Qin Wudao displayed. It was just a casual gift. No need for such formalities. Qin Wudao waved his hand, indicating it was not a big deal. This scene once again left the surrounding Qin family disciples, who had not yet dispersed, with their eyes nearly popping out. I didn't see it wrong, did I? He just gave away a top-tier cultivation technique. Just like that. How extravagant. The kind of technique we might not even see in our entire lives. Qin Yao, the fairy, she obtained the Qin Yuan 9 transformations she had dreamed of just like that. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. The gazes of the crowd towards Qin Wudao became even more fervent. Meanwhile, Qin Mayer, who had been watching from the sidelines, was so jealous that her eyes turned red. For these collateral descendants, obtaining a decent cultivation technique was incredibly difficult, let alone a top-tier one. Even the once #1 genius, Qin Tianlong, had only received a fragment of an imperial scripture. But now, Qin Wudao, this former waste, not only was pursued by countless techniques, but he also casually handed a top-tier cultivation technique to Qin Yao. This was too demoralizing. Qin Mayer stomped her foot, feeling that staying here was just an act of humiliation. She turned around in anger and left. What was she even pretending for? Did she really think she was invincible? Once that guy from the ancient demon world is invited here, you'll know what a real genius is. The guy has broken through to 3 extreme realms. By then, you'll be the one crying. After leaving the armory, Qin Wudao headed to his new residence granted by the old scholar, the Imperial Sun Peak. The Imperial Sun Peak, located in the core area of the Qin family's ancestral land, is a holy place where only the strongest of the generations have the qualification to reside. The entire peak towers into the clouds, surrounded by dense, almost tangible chaotic energy. Celestial springs gushed forth between the mountains, and divine waterfalls cascaded down. Rare flowers and extraordinary plants covered the ground, with precious birds and beasts frolicking among them. The concentration of spiritual energy here was more than 10 times stronger than that of the previous Xicheng Hall. As soon as Qin Wudao stepped into the area of the Imperial Sun Peak, he felt the spiritual power within him become active, and his cultivation speed increased significantly. Moreover, after he moved in, a large number of top-tier cultivation resources from the Ancestral Temple were continuously sent over, far surpassing previous standards. For this, Qin Wudao was extremely satisfied. This also made him deeply understand one thing. Only with sufficient strength can one gain the recognition of others. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to enhance his strength. Ding detected that the host has entered the source of the Imperial Sun Peak's spiritual vein. This place contains rich primordial energy and ancestral Tao rhythm, meeting the sign-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a trace of primordial source Qi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ancestral enlightenment insights, Divine Sea Edition. Congratulations to the host for obtaining indestructible golden elixirs, X10. Primordial source Qi. Upon seeing this reward, Qin Wudao was stunned. It was nothing less than a purer energy than the primordial purple Qi. It was almost unattainable in the outside world. It was an absolute treasure. Not to mention, he also received insights into the Divine Sea realm from the ancestor. Double happiness. It was simply too comfortable. Qin Wudao did not hesitate and began to cultivate cross-legged. However, he did not rush to break through to the profound realm. After integrating the ancestral enlightenment insights, he keenly discovered that the peak of the Divine Sea realm was not the endpoint of this realm. Above the peak, there was still a more complete extreme state hidden. Once that realm was reached, the future foundation would be incredibly stable, and the potential would be even greater. However, breaking through this hidden extreme realm was extremely difficult. It not only required a massive amount of top-tier resources to refine the Divine Sea, but also a profound comprehension of one's own Tao. Throughout countless epochs in the wild heaven celestial domain, the vast majority of geniuses, even those with top-tier physiques and backed by immortal forces, would choose to directly break through to the profound realm after reaching the peak of the Divine Sea realm, rather than wasting time trying to push for that elusive hidden extreme realm, because there weren't enough resources, talent, or time. But Qin Wudao was different. He had the Primordial Emperor's bone, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Scripture, the treasures given by Xianzhu and the Old Scholar, and the resources generously provided by his father, Qin Yuan, as well as the sign-in system continuously offering various incredible rewards. He was fully qualified and capable of challenging that legendary Divine Sea extreme realm. Now that he knew, there was no reason to miss the opportunity. He needed to become stronger. He needed to become the strongest existence. Qin Wudao made a decision and began to madly refine, compress, and expand his Divine Sea. The process was tedious and consumed a lot. But for him, it posed no obstacle. In just a few days, the vast Divine Sea within him suddenly expanded several times. The spiritual power became even purer and more condensed, as if it had transformed into true liquid divine gold, shimmering with an immortal luster. A harmonious and flawless aura spread out. The Divine Sea extreme realm achieved at the moment of his breakthrough. Qin Yuan's figure appeared outside the palace of the Imperial Sun Peak. He had initially come because he was worried about his son, wanting to personally guide him and tell him the secrets of the Divine Sea extreme realm, advising him not to rush into breaking through to the profound realm, and to try challenging the extreme realm, assuring him that it would be okay even if he failed. But as soon as he pushed open the palace door and sensed the harmonious and flawless aura emanating from Qin Wudao, even carrying a hint of immortal charm, a glimmer of bewilderment flashed in his eyes, quickly concealed. A breakthrough to the extreme realm in just a few days. This kid, is he even human? And how did he know about this special realm? Could it be that he comprehended it himself? This was too demoralizing. What is wrong, father? Upon noticing his father's arrival, Qin Wudao opened his eyes. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if it was about the cultivation in the book Old Guidance. Not all. Qin Wudao replied honestly. The confusion in Qin Yuan's gaze deepened. Then it's nothing. I'm a bit lost. You just continue your practice. He turned and left, not wanting to stay even a moment longer. There was no other reason. His son was too extraordinary. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would truly lose his composure in front of this kid. Lost. How could someone at the King realm still get lost? Qin Wudao found his father's lie amusing. His father was truly a hopelessly honest person who couldn't tell a lie. Chapter 13, Why do I need to spar with you? Are you sick? In the ancient demon realm, the demon clan is a powerful force with an ancient heritage and immeasurable depth. Known for integrating the bloodlines of primordial demon beasts, its strength is on par with the Qin clan, and might even surpass it. At this moment, atop the core divine mountain of the ancient demon realm, on a platform shrouded in endless demonic energy and divine chains of law, a young man dressed in golden feathered robes, with a nearly enchanting appearance, sits cross-legged. His aura is vast like an abyss, faintly echoing with the sounds of dragon roars, phoenix cries, and Qilin roars, while numerous ancient demon phantoms float behind him, exuding astonishing might. He is the most outstanding heir of the ancient demon realm, Yao Wujiang. He is attempting to break through to the legendary transcendence realm, striving for a level of perfection unseen for eons. However, he has encountered a bottleneck. No matter how he urges his techniques or devours heavenly materials and earthly treasures, deep within his divine sea, something always seems to be lacking. He cannot achieve true harmony and flawlessness. Below the platform, one of the guardians of the path couldn't help but advise, young master. The path to the extreme realm is too difficult, and few have succeeded in ancient times. Your current strength has already surpassed the younger generation, so why persist in this? It would be better to break through first. The future path is still promising. Yes, young master, you are already very strong. Among all the talented individuals in the wilderness celestial domain, very few can reach the peak of the transcendence realm at your age. Even Qin Tianlong, the strongest of the younger generation from the Qin clan, who possesses the true dragon bone of primordial chaos and has vast resources at his disposal, has not broken through to the extreme realm. Why must you cling to a perfect realm that only exists in ancient texts? Qin Tianlong, Yao Wujiang, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and disdainfully remarked, "A counterfeit who has stolen the roots of others to reach today, as level dares to be called a genius. It's actually his brother, Qin Wudao, who has broken through and awakened the Primordial Emperor bone, which is truly remarkable. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, I would genuinely want to spar with him. Perhaps it would stimulate me to break through this bottleneck in the extreme realm." Yao Wujiang's expression was arrogant, and his tone carried absolute confidence and pride. His vision is not limited to the present age, but spans eons. He seeks the ultimate and aims to be the strongest in all of history, willing to pay any price for it. Even if it means enduring a long time in a single realm, he is unfazed. Meanwhile, the high-ranking elders of the ancient demon realm secretly met with a messenger from the Qin clan. The messenger brought with him a secret letter from the Qin clan's grand elder, Qin Yuan, and a generous gift that made the elders of the ancient demon realm's hearts stir. "My grand elder is willing to offer 3 undying grasses and the essence of 10 saints as a prize for your esteemed clan to take action and eliminate that disaster." Qin Wudao, undying grass, essence of saints. The reward offered by the grand elder of the Qin clan is enough to catch the attention of any immortal force. However, something unusual is afoot, and the elders of the ancient demon realm exchanged glances, showing some hesitation. They did not agree immediately. The Qin clan's messenger thought it was bad news. When he came, the grand elder repeatedly instructed him to ensure that the ancient demon realm would take action. If he messed this up, he would have no explanation. After weighing the options, he spoke again. "My grand elder promises that once the task is accomplished, an additional quasi-emperor fruit will be given." Upon hearing this, the expressions of several elders from the ancient demon realm subtly changed. Quasi-emperor fruit, a supreme divine object containing a trace of quasi-emperor laws, rare and invaluable, capable of allowing peak saint realm experts to knock on the door of the emperor realm, worth its weight in gold. Their demon clan is one of the strongest families in this area, and they only have a handful of such fruits. Yet now, the Grand Elder of the Qin clan is using this as a price to ask them to eliminate a junior who is merely at the Divine Sea realm. The elders of the ancient demon realm no longer hesitated and agreed directly. "We will take this matter." They decided to send their talented young master, Yao Wujiang, to eliminate him under the pretense of sparring. As for the conflicts that might arise afterward, they were not concerned at all. A family with such a long heritage would never risk their family's fortunes over a faltered genius. Not to mention, this matter was proposed by the Qin clan itself. This transaction, no matter how one looks at it, is profitable. After Yao Wujiang learned of this matter, a trace of disdain for such internal strife flashed in his eyes. However, he did not refuse. A quasi-emperor fruit delivered to his door is too good to pass up. In a world of great contention, being compassionate toward others is undoubtedly the most foolish thing. A few days later, a magnificent ancient warship, surrounded by endless demonic energy, crossed the void and arrived outside the ancestral dragon godland of the Qin clan. As soon as Yao Wujiang, the young master of the ancient demon realm, appeared, he attracted the attention of many. He is a supreme prodigy who can rival the imperial sons. It is said that he has already reached the peak of the transcendence realm and can break through at any moment. Yet he has been suppressing and honing his skills. Why has he come to my Qin clan? Does he want to stand up for Qin Tianlong? It's possible, after all. The Grand Elder and the others have always had a good relationship with the ancient demon realm, and Qin Wudao is likely in trouble. In the Qin clan's discussion hall, Qin Yuan and several elders personally received him. Yao Wujiang spoke first, stating that he had long heard that the Qin clan is an ancient imperial clan with exceptional talents and resources. He had come not for anything else but to seek a pure genius to spar and verify some things. Qin Yuan frowned slightly. Is it Tianlong? His recent condition. Qin Tianlong? A person who steals others' bones. What kind of genius is that? Yao Wujiang was unruly and showed no respect for Qin Tianlong, bringing up this scandal again in front of so many elders of the Qin clan. The expressions of several elders from the Qin clan instantly turned ugly. Then who do you want to find? Qin Wudao. Qin Zhan's expression darkened, and he directly refused. Wudao's cultivation is still shallow. I think it's best to skip the sparring. This is not a proper response. The esteemed guest has traveled far. How can we directly refuse? A senior elder from the Qin Yuan faction stood up. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly understood. This was not about sparring. It was the Grand Elder's faction using the ancient demon realm's hand to eliminate Qin Wudao. Qin Zhan's displeasure grew. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Qin Wudao's voice coming from outside the hall. Father, I wonder why you called your son here? Just now. An elder had secretly invited him from the Imperial Sun Peak under the pretense of the clan leader and the other elders. Seeing his son, Qin Zhan looked at that feigned elder with a flash of anger in his eyes. But in front of outsiders, he could only suppress his anger and prioritize the family. Yao Wujiang looked at Qin Wudao with a scrutinizing gaze. I heard you awakened the Primordial Emperor bone. I want to spar with you. I refuse. Hearing Qin Wudao's decisive voice, Yao Wujiang shook his head. What? Are you afraid? Do I know you? Why should I spar with you? Are you sick? Qin Wudao shot back directly at this impolite person. Inside the hall, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Yao Wujiang's expression froze, and a faint killing intent flickered deep in his eyes. Chapter 14. To ensure fairness, I will give you 3 moves. In the Qin family's discussion hall, after a brief silence, Qin Wudao, you are too presumptuous. The young master of the demon clan is a distinguished guest from the ancient realm of Tianyao. Lowering himself to spar with you is a sign of respect. How dare you be so rude? The previously pretentious elder seized this opportunity to attack. Qin Wudao sneered. What are you even worth? When others come to your door as an elder of the Qin family, instead of thinking about maintaining the family's dignity, you help outsiders speak. Just a dog that eats the inside while scratching the outside. You, the elder who was countered, turned dark in an instant, feeling furious. But before he could speak, an imperceptible aura of intimidation fell upon him. It was the family head, Qin Zhan. You step back. Upon hearing this, that elder could only retreat to the side with a sullen face. He intended to suppress Qin Wudao, but Qin Wudao gave him no face at all, instead making him feel a belly full of anger. Beside the main seat of the hall. Interesting. Regarding Qin Wudao's rebellious character, Yao Wujian greatly appreciated it. Much stronger than that Qin Tianlong who only knew how to hide under the family's wings and steal people's roots. This courage and style are worth a high regard. Qin Wudao, you are quite good. Let's make a bet. Let us spar. Regardless of win or lose, I will give you a batch of cultivation resources that would even tempt saints. Resources given regardless of win or lose. The young master of the ancient realm of Tianyao is indeed wealthy. The elders present were in an uproar. But Qin Wudao's response astonished them even more. Not interested. Yao Wujian's lips curled into a smile. What if I had 1,000-year blood dragon ginseng? Not enough. Qin Wudao still shook his head. It seems ordinary treasures do not catch your eye. Fine, I will show some sincerity. Yao Wujian flipped his palm, and 3 items radiating an immortal divine light with flowing Tao rhythms floated in his palm. A fragment of a mysterious skeleton presenting a 9-colored glazed hue, exuding vast dragon might. A purple divine pearl that seemed to contain endless thunder. And a small tree, entirely green, flowing with rich life essence. A fragment of the 9-colored dragon bone marrow, containing a trace of the ancestral dragon's origin, can strengthen any dragon-related physique. The innate thunder spirit origin pearl, containing a trace of innate thunder's great Tao origin. The longevity Tao tree seedling, though a seedling, contains fragments of the longevity Tao rules, with limitless potential in the future. These 3 items, along with all the resources previously promised, will be yours as long as you spar with me, regardless of win or lose. Yao Wujin looked at Qin Wudao and slowly spoke. This time, not only the Qin family elders, but even the experts from the ancient realm of Tianyao, who followed Yao Wujian, could not help but gasp, their faces showing incredulity. 9-colored dragon bone marrow, innate thunder spirit origin pearl, longevity Tao tree seedling. Any one of these is a supreme treasure that could provoke competition among saint kings, or even supreme level powerhouses, especially that longevity Wudao tree seedling, which is something legendary. The young master actually took these as stakes? Just for a spar? He must be crazy. The Qin family members felt as if they were dreaming. Qin Wudao looked at the three treasures and could not help but feel tempted. He was reluctant to spar with others. But these three items were of immense value to him, especially the Ancestral Dragon Bone Marrow and the Longevity Dao Tree Seedling, which would bring immeasurable benefits to his Hongming Emperor Bone and future cultivation. Moreover, it was a free benefit. As for why Yao Wujian wanted to be a wealth-giving boy, he did not care. One could only say, if one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. Qin Wudao raised his head. Do your words count? You won't be like that elder just now, barking like a dog, will you? The affected elder's face turned red, but he did not dare to retort. Yao Wujian laughed proudly. My word is my bond. How could it compare to that kind of trash? He flicked his finger, and the three supreme treasures, along with a large batch of resources previously promised, flew directly to Qin Wudao. Here are the items first. Are you willing to battle with me? Qin Wudao reached out to take the storage bracelet, scanning it with his divine sense to confirm its authenticity. I have to say, this guy does have guts. You can rest assured, I will not suppress you with my realm. I can limit my cultivation to the great perfection of the divine sea realm to battle you fairly. Fairly? Qin Wudao heard this, but looked Yao Wujian up and down with a somewhat strange expression. I am 8 years old this year, and you must be at least 17 or 18, right? The age difference is nearly double, and you call this a fair battle? Yao Wujian was speechless. How can one take advantage and still act innocent? Forget it, considering you are offering so many good things. I won't bully you. I accept this spar. To ensure fairness, I will give you 3 moves. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Let Yao Wujian have 3 moves. A junior at the peak of the divine sea realm is going to let a monstrous genius at the pinnacle of the profound realm have 3 moves. This is no longer arrogance. This is madness. An elder from the ancient realm of Tianyao, unable to contain himself, turned pale. You little brat. Do you know who you're talking to? How dare you insult my family's young master like this? Qin Wudao glanced at him. Of course I know. He's a good person who gives me resources. You. The elder from the ancient realm of Tianyao felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his chest, furious. Yao Wujian was also stunned for a while, but instead of getting angry, he smiled. Good. Quite arrogant. I like opponents like you. There is no need for 3 moves. Since we're going to battle, let us go all out. 3 days later, at the Qin family's questioning platform, I will wait for you. Qin Wudao put away the storage bracelet. Deal. Agreement reached. Qin Wudao did not linger and left directly. Yao Wujian did the same. Only the elders from both factions remained in the hall, continuing to chat. However, after returning to the residence arranged by the Qin family, Yao Wujian quietly left again. Avoiding the guard site, he sneaked into the place where the elder Qin Yuan was located. The two discussed the challenge in the secret chamber. Half an hour later, Yao Wujian left the secret chamber with a smile. Meanwhile, faintly, angry voices from elder Qin Yuan could be heard in the secret chamber. No other reason. Yao Wujian demanded the resources promised to Qin Wudao in the hall from elder Qin Yuan. Elder Qin Yuan, you want the news of you using our sparring as an excuse to cripple Qin Wudao to be known by everyone, right? This was Yao Wujian's exact words threatening Qin Yuan. Not much was said, but it was definitely enough. Such dirty work can never be put on the table. If you break your teeth, you can only swallow them with blood. As for Qin Yuan's revenge, Yao Wujian did not care at all. He is the absolute leader of the new generation of the Tianyao Ancient Path, valued by all the ancestors of the Tianyao Ancient Path, possessing absolute resources and status. Even though Qin Yuan is the elder of the Qin family, he still does not have the qualification or courage to hunt him down. Instead, Qin Wudao gave him no face at all. He's an interesting guy. Yao Wujian can feel that Qin Wudao's perfection in the Divine Sea realm is even more complete than his, but still lacks something. Still not perfect enough. Therefore, he would send some things to Qin Wudao. Hurry up and become stronger. Qin Wudao, you are qualified to become my follower and fight alongside me across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chapter 15. There are differences even in extremes. good people are boundless. Have you heard? The boundless demon of the ancient heavenly demon realm is going to duel with Qin Wudao. Is that true? The boundless demon is at the peak of the transcendence realm. What realm is Qin Wudao? Divine Sea realm? How can this be a fair fight? It is said that the boundless demon will suppress him to the peak of the divine sea, but that is still terrifying. Qin Wudao even said he would let him have 3 moves? That's too arrogant. I think he is blinded by victory and will undoubtedly lose. Almost no one is optimistic about Qin Wudao. With the support of the Grand Elders faction, the news has spread to surrounding forces. They all sent important figures to the Qin family to witness the event, which was called witnessing, but was really just to enjoy the spectacle and to probe the strength of this young master of the Qin family. Of course, no one believes that the relatively unknown Qin Wudao can defeat the boundless demon. The Grand Elder's aim in spreading this news is simply to see Qin Wudao embarrass himself in front of everyone. The outside world is already in an uproar over the duel between the boundless demon and Qin Wudao. Qin Yuan is worried and ultimately decides to personally visit Emperor's Peak to check on things. He wants to advise Qin Wudao not to feel too much pressure. Victory and defeat are common occurrences. He is still young and has plenty of opportunities. Not being able to defeat the boundless demon now does not mean he won't be able to in the future. As long as his determination is strong, he will definitely be able to defeat him later. Yes, Qin Wudao's father, Qin Yuan, also does not believe that Qin Wudao could be the boundless demon's opponent. The boundless demon, as the absolute heir of the ancient heavenly demon path, is simply too strong. Every realm he has cultivated has been polished to the extreme, an unprecedented achievement. However, there are differences even in extremes. Qin Wudao is completely unconcerned about the doubts and mockery from the outside world. His mind is entirely immersed in his path. After seeing the boundless demon, he keenly senses that his extreme realm seems to have not reached its true endpoint. There appears to be an even more perfect level above it. He decides not to break through for now, continuing to refine his extreme realm and solidify his foundation. The boundless demon is a good person. Not only does he provide resources, but he also makes me aware of my shortcomings in cultivation. In 3 days' time, during the spar, I must give him a dignified defeat. I cannot let him lose too disgracefully. The 9-colored dragon bone essence, the innate thunder spirit origin pearl, and a young lifespan Dao tree seedling. These 3 treasures float before Qin Wudao. Any one of them, if spread, would be enough to incite competition among saints or even sovereigns. Yet now they all belong to him. Qin Wudao does not hesitate and immediately begins to refine them. The 9-color dragon bone essence shares the same origin as the primordial true dragon bone that was stolen from him, containing extremely pure ancestral dragon essence. The overwhelming ancestral dragon power surges into his body, perfectly merging with the primordial emperor bone. The purple gold dragon patterns on the emperor bone become even more brilliant and lively, as if they're coming to life, radiating an even more magnificent dragon might. The innate thunder spirit origin pearl contains a trace of the innate thunderous Dao origin, which is extremely violent. After Qin Wudao refines and absorbs it, another trace of destructive purple thunder imprint appears on the emperor bone. As for the young lifespan Dao tree seedling, Qin Wudao integrates it into his divine sea to nourish himself and stabilize his Dao foundation. After refining the 3 supreme treasures, Qin Wudao's cultivation level begins to rise again. Although he is already at the recorded extreme realm, he still does not rush to break through. Continuing to refine and temper his divine sea, he wants to reach the true ultimate of this realm, achieving the legendary level that few throughout the ages can reach. Once successful, his battle power will far exceed that of others in the same realm, allowing him to challenge even higher realms, and his future path will be even broader. At this moment, within his divine sea, countless stars are being born and extinguished. Chaos is being opened, slowly yet firmly expanding and evolving. An extraordinary phenomenon also appears above Emperor's Peak. Purple Chi arrives, surrounding the mountaintop. Faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echo in the void. Moreover, chaotic light rain falls, nourishing the spiritual herbs and immortal flowers on the peak. Although the range of the phenomenon is not large and is not as earth-shattering as the previous 9 sounds of the ancestral bell, the Tao rhythm contained within it makes several elders of the Qin family around feel secretly astonished. Is the young master breaking through again? No. The aura of the realm has not improved. He is still in the divine sea realm. But why does this aura feel so unfathomable? Could it be he is pushing towards the extreme of the divine sea realm? That's impossible. At this time, Qin Yuan's figure appears outside Emperor's Peak. He originally wanted to use his experience to guide Qin Wudao. However, when he sees this kind of heavenly phenomenon and the immortal Tao rhythm emanating from the room, he halts in his steps, feeling somewhat regretful for appearing in this place. It can't be that he has broken through again, right? This is not the aura of the transcendence realm, but hasn't he already broken through to the extreme of the divine sea? Could it be there's an extreme realm above the extreme of the divine sea? Qin Yuan mutters to himself, filled with indescribable confusion and shock. Could he be the reincarnation of some ancient emperor? How can breaking through be as easy as drinking water? Breaking the mirror is easier than eating. Is this really reasonable? 3 questions arise in Qin Yuan's mind. Looking at the nearby door, Qin Yuan decides it is better not to push it open and quickly slip away. He really cannot guide him as a former person. It's too demoralizing. Breaking the mirror is like drinking water. Does that leave room for others? What's wrong, father? Are you lost again? Noticing his father's arrival, Qin Wudao pretends to be innocent and speaks. However, the departing Qin Yuan shows an awkward yet polite smile. Clears his throat twice. Ahem. It's nothing. Just passing by. You focus on your cultivation. I have important matters to attend to. Inside the Grand Elders Hall, Qin Tianlong, Qin Mayor, and several core members of the Grand Elders faction are gathered together. That little beast Qin Wudao is getting more and more arrogant. And that Qin Yao, what a wretched person. She actually helps that waste speak. Don't worry, he won't be proud for long. The Boundless Demon is an unparalleled prodigy of the ancient heavenly demon realm, with unfathomable strength. Even if suppressed to the divine sea realm, he is far from being comparable to that little beast Qin Wudao. Listening to the words of everyone, Qin Tianlong's eyes are filled with hysterical delight as he hoarsely says, 3 days from now, on the Tao asking platform, I want to see with my own eyes how the Boundless Demon beats him into a pulp. Let him know what despair is. Let him know who is the true master of the Qin family. Not only do I want to defeat him, but I also want him to die. Qin Mayor maliciously adds, letting him accidentally die at the hands of the Boundless Demon in front of everyone. By then, everyone will only lament how strong the young master is, and no one will blame us. In this way, young Master Tianlong, you will still be the number 1 among the younger generation of our Qin family, and the family's resources will ultimately return to us. Chapter 16. Strike when necessary, kill when necessary. The villain dies from talking too much. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the ancestral dragon godland of the Qin family, it became more bustling than ever. One by one, magnificent ships, flying vessels, and ancient war chariots exuding powerful auras crossed the void and hovered outside the Qin family's mountain gate. Major sacred places, immortal dynasties, and ancient families. Many forces that were either allied with or in competition with the Qin family sent important figures to attend the event. They brought simple gifts, ostensibly to congratulate the Qin family on their talented exchange, but in reality, they were all drawn in by the sudden duel. Have you heard? The young master of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, is going to have a decisive battle with the peak expert of the ancient demon realm, Yao Wujing. Qin Wudao, that the prodigy who rang the ancestral bell 9 times and possesses the body of the Hongmeng Emperor, he just at the divine sea realm. Yao Wujing has long been renowned in the Huangtian immortal domain as a peak transcendence realm powerhouse. How will this fight go? Hey, it's said that Yao Wujing will lower his cultivation to the divine sea realm. However, the new young master of the Qin family really has guts. I heard he boasted that he would let Yao Wujing take 3 moves. TSK, this will be interesting. Representatives from various forces were welcomed into the prepared observation area of the Qin family, exchanging pleasantries with one another. Yet their eyes carried a hint of schadenfreude. Many people looked toward the higher-ups of the Qin family with a trace of barely concealed sarcasm. After all, having their young master openly challenged by an outsider wasn't exactly a glorious matter, especially when the team from the ancient demon path arrived in a pitch-black demonic ship pulled by 9 ancient ferocious beasts. Their ostentatious entrance brought even more invisible pressure and provocation. The elders of the Qin family's Qin Yuan lineage looked at these guests, who came under the pretense of attending the event, but were mostly there to see Qin Wudao and witness the Qin family's disgrace. They felt extremely displeased, but they still had to wear polite smiles and greet each one of them. Patriarch, they are too much. They want to see our young master humiliated. An elder whispered to Qin Yuan, feeling unhappy. But Qin Yuan's gaze remained calm, even revealing a barely perceptible smile. No worries. In the end, who will be embarrassed is still uncertain. Thinking of his son's breakthrough in the extreme realm 3 days ago, Qin Yuan was filled with confidence and looked forward to the upcoming battle. His son was definitely not inferior to Yao Wujing. Those who came with malicious intent would surely be disappointed. He hoped they could still laugh, as they were now when that time came. Before long, all the guests had arrived. The last to appear was the other main character of the duel, the young master of the ancient demon realm, Yao Wujing. He stepped out of the demonic ship, not deliberately releasing his aura, just standing casually. A domineering and overwhelming demonic might spread out, causing many powerful figures of the king and even saint levels present to feel a chill in their hearts. Hiss! Yao Wujing Isoha seems even stronger than rumored. He is probably just a hair's breadth away from the saint realm, right? No wonder he dares to claim he would suppress his cultivation to challenge the young master of the Qin family. He has ample confidence. Everyone was shocked, just as all eyes were focused on Yao Wujing, a figure, unhurried and unperturbed, stepped across from the direction of the Imperial Sun Peak and landed at the other end of the Wendatai. It was none other than Qin Wudao. Dressed in a simple white martial robe, with a handsome face and calm eyes, his appearance instantly sparked a flurry of whispers. The one who Yao Wujing actively challenged is this child. He doesn't seem to have any special traits. Surely there has been a mistake? According to intel, the strongest of the younger generation in the Qin family is supposed to be Qin Tianlong. How could there be a mistake? He asked the one challenging him, and he even boasted about letting Yao Wujing take 3 moves. Let him take 3 moves. What a joke, that is too arrogant. He is only 8 years old. What is wrong with being a little cocky? 8 years old. Indeed. The young calf is not afraid of the tiger. The crowd laughed, their mocking gazes landing on Qin Wudao, with no one believing he could win, and even that he could withstand even one move from Yao Wujing. This ISNTA duel, it's a massacre. It's the ancient demon path actively provoking and suppressing the Qin family. It's an ancient family striking a warning to another ancient family. And Qin Wudao is the sacrificial pawn in this strike. In the Qin family, on the Wendatai, the platform is protected by emperor-level formations, capable of withstanding the aftermath of battles of the Saint King level. It is the Qin family's exclusive venue for settling grievances and verifying cultivation. Below, the crowd surrounded the platform. Above, Qin Wudao and Yao Wujing stood facing each other. Figures of the ancestors, including Xuanzu, hovered in the high skies, silently watching the battle. Qin Yuan stood at the very front of the observation area, his expression calm. Qin Meyer hid in a corner of the crowd, her face filled with resentment and anticipation. She hadn't forgotten the humiliation of being scolded by Qin Yao in the armory, being ignored by Qin Wudao. At this moment, all she wanted to see was Qin Wudao being defeated, trampled underfoot. Qin Tianlong stared fiercely at the platform, wishing he could kill Qin Wudao with his gaze. Once you're crippled by Yao Wujing and trampled beneath him, let us see how you'll be so arrogant. Qin Yao, who had fully recognized Qin Wudao's status as young master, secretly clenched her fists, feeling worried for him. In her eyes, Qin Wudao was strong, but Yao Wujing was even stronger. Today's sparring was likely to end poorly. She hoped the young master's temperament wouldn't be affected. Qin Yao silently prayed. Indeed, you've become stronger. You Haven T let down the resources I sent you. You have the qualifications to be my follower. Much better than those who hide in the shadows. On the platform, Yao Wujing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone arrogant. But Qin Wudao was even more arrogant. You're a good person. You can make the first move. Yao Wujing slightly curved his lips. My realm is far above yours. Even if I suppress my cultivation, it's still an advantage, so you should make the first move. Qin Wudao shrugged. If I go first, you might not even have the chance to make a move. Oh, is that so? Then you can try. Yao Wujing laughed. He admitted that Qin Wudao was somewhat strong, but not strong enough. He had absolute confidence in suppressing him. Qin Wudao didn't hesitate. Since Yao Wujing wouldn't strike first, he would be polite either. It was time to strike to kill. The villain dies from talking too much. Directly taking action was the right choice. Qin Wudao raised his hand. A terrifying aura that could make heaven and earth lose color and all spirits tremble surged forth, wrapping around a gray-purple chaotic divine light that tore through the sky. It was as if a slumbering, ancient, ferocious beast awakened, violently erupting from his seemingly slender body. The overwhelming ancient dragon's roar shook the souls of those present, resounding beyond the clouds. The windatai beneath his feet trembled violently, and the surrounding void seemed unable to bear this force, beginning to twist and shake. Feeling this overwhelming power, a hint of surprise broke through Yao Wujing's usually arrogant expression. Interesting, stronger than I expected, but that is still far from enough. Come on, be convinced by me and become my follower. Chapter 17. Defeated? Again defeated. Yao Wujing's mental breakdown. Above the windatai, the aura and bloodlight erupting from Qin Wudao nearly pierced the heavens, causing ripples even in the protective imperial patterns. Countless spectators were shaken to their core, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could this really be the power of someone in the divine sea realm? This aura was even stronger than some cultivators who had just entered the profound realm. The Primordial Emperor bone. Terrifying indeed. Yao Wujing, who initially wore a playful and appreciative expression, now looked more serious. Qin Wudao's displayed strength exceeded his expectations. He decided to take the fight seriously. Although he still suppressed his cultivation at the peak of the divine sea realm, the true pressure of a top-tier monster began to emanate. Yao Wujing moved. He didn't use any fancy divine abilities. Rather, he simply threw a punch. The wind from the punch howled, and space trembled. A brilliant golden demonic fist imprint formed and smashed toward Qin Wudao's head. This punch seemed simple, yet contained Yao Wujing's ultimate understanding of power, capable of easily killing an ordinary peak divine sea realm cultivator. The crowd held their breath, their hearts racing. Qin Tianlong, Qin Meyer, and others revealed cruel, gleeful smiles. You little beast. However, facing this earth-shattering punch, Qin Wudao's gaze remained calm, even as he didn't move an inch. He simply raised his hand, welcoming it with a palm strike. The gray-purple chaotic divine light flowed in his palm, lacking earth-shattering might, yet carrying an aura that seemed capable of devouring all things with a sense of extinguishment. Bang! At the moment their fists and palms collided, Yao Wujing's brilliant golden demonic fist imprint was rapidly extinguished and swallowed. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming recoil force surged up Yao Wujing's arm. What? Yao Wujing's expression changed drastically, revealing disbelief for the first time. He felt an incomparably terrifying force strike him, and he uncontrollably flew backward. He crashed onto the edge of the windatai, creating a shallow pit in the hard imperial array ground, dust swirling around. Silence fell across the arena. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone seemed frozen in place, as if under a paralysis spell. Did I see that wrong? The one who was sent flying was Yao Wujing. This development doesn't make sense. Shouldn't it be Qin Wudao who was punched away? How? How could it be Yao Wujing who got knocked back? After a brief silence, a wave of shocked exclamations instantly drowned the entire windatai. This dramatic scene completely overturned everyone's perception. The plot shouldn't have been like this. High in the sky, the several ancestors of the Qin family exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Qin Yuan couldn't suppress his ecstatic joy. Good kid, just as expected from you. Qin Tianlong's smug smile froze completely, as if he had seen a ghost. Qin Meyer's face turned pale, unable to believe her eyes. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. Stunned into silence by the scene before her. He actually won? Did I see that wrong? The young master knocked Yao Wujing away with a single palm. This is unbelievable. On the stage, Qin Wudao looked at Yao Wujing, who had been knocked away by his palm, with a slight frown. This guy, he claimed to be an unparalleled genius from the ancient demon world. He's supposed to have reached the peak in every realm. How could he be this weak? I was looking forward to it, thinking I could have a good fight. Is this it? On the other side, Yao Wujing, struggling to rise from the shallow pit, wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Wait, how did I get knocked away? The one who should have been sent flying shooting tea had been that Qin Wudao. Clearly, I'm the strongest genius of the younger generation. I came here to crush him and use him as a stepping stone on my path to invincibility. And yet, I ended up being the foil. Until now, the defiant and self-proclaimed invincible Yao Wujing finally showed an expression of disbelief. He didn't understand. He couldn't comprehend. He couldn't accept the fact that he was knocked away by Qin Wudao. Looking at Yao Wujing's bewildered expression, Qin Wudao shrugged, saying, "Is this all you've got? Too weak, right? With your level, I'd be reluctant to have you as a follower. You're just too pathetic." Upon hearing this, Yao Wujing's anger surged. What Qin Wudao was saying now were his own previous words, using his own methods against him. This filled him with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Qin Wudao, you successfully angered me. Just now, it was merely a warm-up. Now I will get serious. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura far beyond before erupted explosively from Yao Wujing's body. His realm was still firmly suppressed at the peak of the Divine Sea realm, but that momentum had surged several times. The slumbering, primordial, ferocious beasts were fully awakened. Golden demonic energy soared into the sky, transforming into ancient divine beast phantoms like dragons. Phoenixes, Qilins, and kunpangs that roared toward the heavens, exuding overwhelming pressure. Yao Wujing's eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, filled with an aura of brutality and destruction. Is this the true strength of Yao Wujing? What a terrifying momentum. Although his realm hasn't changed, this pressure is probably already not weaker than ordinary late-stage, profound realm cultivators, truly worthy of being the holy son of the ancient demon path. A peerless genius carrying immense fortune. He indeed held back just now. The spectators below were once again shocked, sensing that suffocating pressure. Their gazes toward Qin Wudao filled with pity. This time, Qin Wudao surely wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? The ancestors high above and the representatives of various forces who came to witness Qin Wudao's embarrassment grew serious. As expected, he indeed held back. This young master of the Qin family is far stronger than the intel indicated, but facing the current Yao Wujing, he still has no chance of victory. Yao Wujing was serious now, terrifyingly so. Qin Wudao, take my strongest blow. Yao Wujing roared, forming hand seals. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. Endless demonic energy gathered, transforming into a massive ancient demonic ape phantom that blocked out the sun, wielding a black iron rod, exuding a destructive aura as it smashed down toward Qin Wudao. Heaven and earth manifested various wonders. The might was horrifying. This strike was the most powerful force Yao Wujing could unleash within the Divine Sea realm. However, facing this world-destroying blow, Qin Wudao simply brought his fingertips together and gently pointed forward. A gray-purple, chaotic, divine light gathered at his fingertip. The power of the Primordial Emperor bone and the Ancestral Dragon Emperor scripture pushed to the limit. An incredibly pure aura of extinguishment spread out. It touched the world-destroying black iron rod. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of all, that massive, ancient, demonic ape phantom shattered as if made of paper. Piece by piece, silently vanishing into the void, as if it had never appeared. Thud! Yao Wujing, as if drained of all strength, softened at the knees, and directly knelt on the Wen Tai, his eyes filled with endless confusion and bewilderment. Defeated? Again defeated? How is this possible? Qin Wudao stepped forward, looking down at the kneeling Yao Wujing, saying, "You are not strong enough. I allow you to use a realm above the divine. See against me." Chapter 18. The Pinnacle of Extremes. All forces stunned. On the Tao-seeking platform, there was a dead silence. Yao Wujing knelt on the ground, his mind in chaos. He, Yao Wujing, was a prodigy from the ancient demon realm, a being of unparalleled talent, with an invincible bloodline and an extraordinary background. He believed himself to be the ruler of this era, capable of crushing all enemies. Yet he had lost to Qin Wudao. 3 days ago, he had thought his opponent was too weak to be his rival. Out of kindness, he had offered precious resources to help him grow stronger, fearing that winning would be too boring. But just 3 days later, he was utterly crushed by this opponent he once looked down upon. Under the witness of many top forces in the Wild Heaven Fairy domain, Qin Wudao had used only 2 moves to knock him down from his lofty pedestal. An endless sense of humiliation surged in his heart like a tide, nearly swallowing his rationality. But soon, he realized something extremely terrifying. Qin Wudao's cultivation speed was too fast, wasn't it? "You, what realm are you in now?" Qin Wudao replied calmly. "The pinnacle of the divine sea realm." The pinnacle of the pinnacle. Yao Wujing's pupils suddenly contracted. Below the stage, the crowd erupted in shock. The pinnacle of the pinnacle. What does that mean? I know what the pinnacle is. It's a realm that only geniuses can reach according to legend. But there's a pinnacle above the pinnacle. I've never heard of that. It's not recorded in ancient texts. Could it be that Qin Wudao has created an entirely new realm? My heavens, this is too unbelievable. Everyone was stunned by this unheard-of realm name. They understood what the pinnacle represented. It meant cultivating a realm to theoretical perfection, with combat power far exceeding others of the same level. But what kind of terror could the pinnacle of the pinnacle entail? If that's the case, Yao Wujing, hasn't he lost unjustly? Qin Wudao's unparalleled genius, although still just at the divine sea realm. A bitter smile appeared on Yao Wujing's face as he looked at Qin Wudao. His gaze completely changed. He had always thought he had reached the limit in the divine sea realm, but unexpectedly, Qin Wudao had stepped into a higher domain he had never even heard of. There was no longer any contempt or amusement in his eyes. "I admit, you're strong now, but your realm is still too low. This world has never lacked for early-stage prodigies. Only those who can truly reach the end and stand at the peak deserve to be called Heaven's pride. Unlike that fake genius Qin Tianlong who steals others' bones. Yao Wujing was a true genius. In just a few exchanges, he recovered from his chaotic thoughts. He acted arrogantly, but he was always humble at heart. He did not fear failure and had an absolute belief in transforming and rebirthing through it. Yao Wujing stood up from the ground and, facing Qin Wudao, took the initiative to clasp his hands. "In this battle, I lost. I lost convincingly. I look forward to the future, to battling you again when you have truly grown." Then, Yao Wujing's gaze swept over the members of the Qin family below, especially the Grand Elder and Xian ancestor in the sky. The internal dynamics of the Qin family were indeed interesting. They neglected a true Qilin child and supported a waste who stole others' roots. Some people are truly blind. Intrigues, internal strife, and short-sightedness. It's no wonder their glory has faded. Yao Wujing's words were laced with undisguised mockery and sarcasm, leaving no face for the Qin family. As his words fell, Yao Wujing did not linger, not even greeting the high-ranking members of the Qin family, stepping out with extreme arrogance and defiance, tearing through the void as he left the Tao-seeking platform. The experts from the ancient demon realm immediately followed suit and swiftly departed, leaving behind representatives from various forces around the Tao-seeking platform and the members of the Qin family, with varying expressions in a strange silence. He just said it outright. That's too arrogant. What will the Qin family think? Everyone present was sharp. They all knew that Yao Wujing was implying that the Grand Elder-S line of the Qin family was full of treacherous people, saying that the foundation of the Qin family's Xian ancestor was short-sighted. This is too arrogant. No wonder Yao Wujing had the absolute support of the ancient demon realm. His actions were decisive and defiant. But speaking of which, while Qin Yuan and others dared to secretly target Qin Wudao, did they dare to target Yao Wujing? Everyone thought to themselves. The answer was naturally clear. They did not dare. As Yao Wujing said, they were all treacherous people, using underhanded means that they did not dare to put on the table. At this moment, many looked at the Grand Elder Qin Yuan's line with amusement and schadenfreude. Meanwhile, the many elders of Grand Elder Qin Yuan's line had grim faces. This time, they had completely lost face. Although Grand Elder Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his fists were clenched tightly under his long sleeves. The knuckles were even turning white. He had initially planned to use the ancient demon realm as hand to eliminate Qin Wudao, but what was the result? They had invested precious resources that would make even a saint envious. Yet the plan had failed, allowing Qin Wudao to step on Yao Wujing's perfect stepping stone and gain fame in one battle. It had even indirectly helped Qin Wudao increase his strength and establish a great reputation. This move was simply disastrous. Meanwhile, Qin Tianlong's face was even paler. He quietly slipped away, feeling unprecedented terror in a corner where no one noticed. Even a prodigy like Yao Wujing had been so easily crushed by Qin Wudao. What would he use to compete with Qin Wudao at the Dragon Gate Festival 2 months later? No, he must find a way to let his father do whatever it takes to eliminate Qin Wudao before the Dragon Gate Festival. At the same time, the representatives of various forces who had come to watch quickly reacted. Qin Wudao, this 8-year-old boy with the Hongmeng Emperor bone, who had crushed Yao Wujing. His potential could no longer be described as terrifying. It was simply unprecedented. His future achievements were limitless. They must cultivate good relations. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. At this moment, the representatives of various forces underwent a 180-degree shift in attitude. They all approached, either finding Qin Zhan or directly approaching Qin Wudao himself. Their faces filled with enthusiastic smiles, their words full of flattery and appeasement. At the same time, they presented gifts that were far more valuable than before. Various rare divine metals, 10,000-year spiritual herbs, sacred-level cultivation techniques, and even rare treasures containing fragments of the Tao. Moreover, these heavy gifts were clearly designated for Qin Wudao personally, rather than the Qin family. Watching these lofty representatives flattering Qin Wudao, Grand Elder Qin Yuan's unwillingness and resentment nearly overflowed. Half an hour passed. Qin Wudao politely declined the invitations and overtures from various forces, returning to his own imperial sun peak with a wealth of gifts. He knew clearly that only with sufficient strength could he gain a voice in this world. Everyone's flattery and appeasement were merely temporary. He must increase his strength. Yet, at the moment he stepped out of the holy sun peak, the projection of the Xian ancestor also arrived. The Xian ancestor's projection stared at Qin Wudao and said in a flat tone, "Do you want to cripple Qin Tianlong?" Chapter 19. The moral saint ancestor faces setbacks. The rise of the family head lineage. Ancestor Xian, why do you think Yao Wujing suddenly named me for a spar? Do you really think my meager cultivation is worth him going to such lengths, even risking valuable treasures as a wager? Though the words were not directly stated. How could Ancestor Xian, having lived for countless years, not understand the implication behind Qin Wudao's words? This matter, I will judge for myself. You need not worry. The faults of the Qin Yuan father and son will be dealt with by the family. As for Yao Wujing, I will also investigate the reasons behind this incident. Although you won today, you were too ostentatious, almost provoking a conflict between the two families. However, considering your initial display of talent and the grievances you faced, I will not pursue this matter further. I will provide you with compensation. But remember, in all things, the overall situation of the family must be prioritized. Although Qin Tianlong has made mistakes, the dragon bones within him ultimately belong to the Qin family and are one of our future strengths. Do not jeopardize the family's future due to momentary emotions. Do not stray from the path and become a sinner of the family. Hearing these words, Qin Wudao sneered inwardly. The overall situation of the family, a family sinner? It's the same old rhetoric. When Qin Yuan stole the bones and killed his mother? Why didn't you come out to uphold justice? When Qin Tianlong enjoyed resources and honors that should have belonged to me? Why didn't you mention the family's overall situation? Now, you come to admonish me? Truly laughable. Noticing Qin Wudao's dissatisfaction, the ancestor slightly furrowed his brows. If it were any other junior of the Qin family, daring to show such disrespect in front of him, he would have immediately acted to discipline them, teaching them the meaning of hierarchy. But this young man is different. Not only does he carry the Hongming Emperor bone with unfathomable potential, but he is also valued by Elder Shu. With Elder Shu backing him, he really cannot say much. Punishment is out of the question. Thinking of this, a sense of helplessness inexplicably rose in Ancestor Xian's heart. It has been many years, and this is the first time he felt stifled in front of a junior. With a silent sigh, he realized that further words would be pointless. He flipped his palm, and an ancient token surrounded by faint purple energy appeared in his hand and was handed to Qin Wudao. This is the Purple Gold Emperor token. With this token, you can mobilize some core resources of the family and innermost cultivation sacred grounds, excluding forbidden areas. This token was originally prepared for Tianlong. Now, I give it to you as compensation from the family. This token symbolizes the supreme status among the younger generation of the Qin family. It was initially designated for Qin Tianlong. Now, it has fallen into Qin Wudao's hands. This also indirectly confirms that, no matter how much Ancestor Xian favors him, he must acknowledge that Qin Wudao's position within the family is now subtly surpassing that of Qin Tianlong. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained the Purple Gold Emperor token, triggering a special sign-in task, the Talented Gathering. Task location, Ancient Divine Ruins. 10,000 Path Talented Platform. Sign-in rewards. Emperor Technique Hongmeng breaks 10,000 laws. Fragment. Great Void Teleportation Talisman X3. Talented Fate Plunder. Passive Beginner. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Qin Wudao's eyes flickered. The Talented Gathering? Ancient Divine Ruins? It sounds like a good place to visit. Signing in and getting a glimpse of the other top young talents in the Xiantian Immortal Domain would be quite meaningful. However, his current strength is still too weak. The ancient divine ruins are extremely far from the Qin family, and the journey is fraught with danger. Given Elder Qin Yuan's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly seize this excellent opportunity to eliminate him outside. The assassins sent would surely exceed expectations in strength. They might even include saints or saint kings. With his current strength, leaving the family as protection would render him incapable of self-defense. Going there recklessly would be akin to throwing himself into a net. Although the rewards are enticing, his life is more important. After careful consideration, Qin Wudao ultimately made his decision. Not going, at least not now. The urgent priority is still to utilize the existing resources to quickly enhance his strength. Once he breaks through to a higher realm and possesses sufficient self-defense capability, it will not be too late to visit the ancient divine ruins. After Ancestor Xian left, Qin Wudao immediately returned to the training room and began seclusion. The treasures sent by Yao Wujing, the generous gifts from various forces, the resources compensated by the family, and the various elixirs obtained from previous sign-ins. A mountain of top-tier cultivation resources piled up. Qin Wudao showed no hesitation and began to refine them immediately. The Hongmeng Emperor Bone and the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra operated at full capacity, and his Divine Sea realm was already polished to perfection. He began to push towards the next major realm, the Tongxian realm. Boom, boom, boom. In the following days, the sky above Emperor Sun Peak frequently displayed extraordinary phenomena. Sometimes, purple energy surged for 30,000 miles. Sometimes, chaotic divine light surged into the sky. Sometimes, dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed through the clouds. At first, the Qin family's disciples and elders were shocked by these astonishing phenomena and discussed them. However, as time passed, the frequency of these phenomena increased, and the disturbances became increasingly outrageous. Everyone gradually got used to it. Oh, the young master is breaking through again. Can he keep it down a bit? Is he still letting anyone sleep? It's just a habit. After all, he is the fierce one who can crush Yao Wujing. So it's not surprising to see some phenomena during cultivation, right? Indeed, if there's a day without any commotion, I would find that strange. Outside Emperor Sun Peak, Qin Yuan tried several times to go in and see how his son was progressing in his cultivation, hoping to offer some guidance. But each time he sensed the terrifying speed of breakthroughs and the shocking phenomena inside, he ultimately turned around and left silently. There's really no way to offer guidance. If he stayed any longer, he feared that his own Dao heart as a father would be struck. Meanwhile, with Qin Yuan's return to take command and the immense prestige brought by Qin Wudao's strong rise, the family head lineage, which had been suppressed for a long time by the elder lineage, began to regain control over the family's discourse and resource allocation. Some elders who had been deprived of resources for years due to siding with the family head stuck at their bottlenecks, welcomed breakthroughs after receiving adequate resource allocation and personal guidance from Qin Yuan, especially Qin Yao. After receiving the complete Qingyuan 9 transformations gifted by Qin Wudao, her already high talent erupted completely, with her cultivation advancing rapidly, and she showed signs of catching up to the peak period of Qin Tianlong back in a day. The strength of the family head lineage is visibly recovering and growing rapidly. All of this was seen by Elder Qin Yuan, who felt an unprecedented fear in his heart. He sensed an unparalleled terror. Qin Wudao's talent and cultivation speed are too terrifying. The family head lineage is rising again. If this continues, not only is Qin Tianlong bound to lose, but even his years of painstaking management may come to nothing, ultimately leading to a tragic end. No, this situation absolutely cannot happen. Chapter 20. They didn't know they were wrong. They knew they were afraid. In a cave on a mountain peak rich in spiritual energy at the Qin family, two powerful auras erupted almost simultaneously. Qin Yao and her father Qin Mingyuan were beaming with uncontrollable joy. The bottleneck that had troubled the old man for decades has finally been broken. Dad, I've also broken through to the early stage of the transcendence realm. Yaoer, we must go to the Imperial Peak to formally thank the young master, Qin Mingyuan said with a serious expression. Qin Yao nodded vigorously. If it weren't for Qin Wudao's strong rise, they would still be suppressed and would never have broken through so quickly. Therefore, the father and daughter decided to visit Qin Wudao. At this moment, Qin Yuan happened to finish handling family affairs and went with them. The closer they got to Imperial Peak, the clearer the vast and mysterious cultivation phenomenon became. Although they had sensed something extraordinary in the direction of Imperial Peak from the outskirts, only by being there did they truly experience the terrifying Tao rhythm contained within that phenomenon. Purple mist lingered, chaotic light flowed, and faint sounds of the great Tao echoed in the void, as if a young deity was comprehending the Tao and cultivating within. Is this the phenomenon caused by the young master's cultivation? Qin Mingyuan was shocked beyond measure. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes widened as well, her heart shaken. What a terrifying Tao rhythm. Just getting close made her feel her own bottleneck loosening slightly. Qin Yuan looked at the shocked expressions of the father and daughter and felt an inexplicable sense of balance in his heart. Great. Finally, he was no longer the only one being crushed. It was great to have someone to share the feeling of being overwhelmed by their own monstrous son's intelligence and Tao heart. When they finally met Qin Wudao, they were once again shocked. In the hall, Qin Wudao's aura was still restrained, but they keenly sensed that his aura was much stronger than before. Young master, has he broken through again? It's only been a few days. Is this cultivation speed really something an 8-year-old child should have? The father and daughter unconsciously exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Qin Yuan, watching from the side, smiled even more. We have met the young master. Qin Mingyuan and Qin Yao steadied themselves and immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply with utmost respect. This time, it was genuine awe and submission. No need for excessive formalities. Qin Wudao slowly opened his eyes and calmly looked at the two. The young master's life-saving grace. I will never forget. From now on, my daughter and I are willing to serve the young master, ready to obey any command, and will not hesitate to die 1,000 times. Saying this, The father and daughter knelt directly on one knee, simultaneously taking out several treasured items they had cherished for years and presenting them with both hands. Qin Wudao was a bit stunned. These days, he had been immersed in cultivation and had done nothing. How could there be any life-saving grace? He glanced at Qin Yuan, wanted to get an answer from his father. Accept them. All right. Although he didn't know why, since his father agreed. He accepted the treasures presented by Qin Yao and her father. Wudao, after the Dragon Gate sacrificial ceremony, I will ultimately have to leave. In the future, you must have your own forces and foundation. Qin Wudao understood his father's meaning. The road ahead was still long, and the enemies would only grow stronger. He couldn't do everything personally and indeed needed to cultivate some loyal and reliable followers. The father and daughter, Qin Yao, had excellent talent and temperament, and they were closely related to the family head. They were currently the most suitable candidates, especially Qin Yao, with her phoenix fire spirit body and outstanding talent. After obtaining the 9 transformations of the Qin Yuan, her future achievements were limitless and worthy of vigorous cultivation. Having thought of this, Qin Wudao stood up and walked into the inner hall. After a moment, he came out holding 2 jade slips and casually handed them to Qin Mingyuan and Qin Yao. These 2 manuals might be useful to you. Qin Mingyuan and Qin Yao took the jade slips with confusion, and their consciousness entered them, releasing a powerful aura unique to top-tier cultivation methods. Their bodies jolted, and their faces showed an even more horrified expression than before. This is the top-tier holy-level cultivation method, the Burning Heaven battle record, and this, the fragment of the Emperor-level scripture, the Nirvana true scripture. The top-tier inheritance that Qin Wudao casually gave them was something that even holy kings would envy, especially that fragment of the Emperor-level scripture. Its value was immeasurable. Young master, how many trump cards do you have? This move was too extravagant. The father and daughter looked at Qin Wudao with fervent eyes and deeply bowed down again. At this moment, a servant's voice came from outside the hall, reporting to the young master and the clan leader. Elder Qin Feng, under the Great Elder, seeks an audience. People from the Great Elder's faction, Qin Wudao, Qin Zhan, Qin Mingyuan, and Qin Yao exchanged glances, all somewhat puzzled. What was Qin Yuan sending people for at this time? Did he still have the audacity to pull any tricks? Let him in, Qin Wudao said. Soon, a shrewd-looking middle-aged elder walked in, and it was the same Qin Feng who had been reprimanded by Qin Wudao in the meeting hall earlier. As soon as Qin Feng entered, his gaze was drawn to the strong aura emanating from the jade slips in Qin Yao and her father's hands. A flash of uncontainable envy and jealousy crossed his eyes. I've met the clan leader, and I've met the young master. The young master's might is unparalleled, bringing glory to our Qin family, truly a blessing for the family. The Great Elder specifically instructed me to bring a congratulatory gift as a token of goodwill. Qin Feng adopted a very low posture, handing a list of gifts and some rare resources to Qin Zhan. He then shifted the topic, expressing the Great Elder's intentions. There may have been misunderstandings in the past. Now that the young master has risen strongly, it is indeed a blessing for the family. I hope in the future, the young master can put aside past grievances with the young master of the Heavenly Dragon, prioritizing the family's future and not harm each other, lest outsiders see it as a joke. Although the words were grand and flawless, everyone present understood. Qin Yuan was scared. He sent someone to seek peace, wanting them to spare Qin Tianlong. Qin Wudao sneered. Do you know you were wrong? Or are you afraid? Go back and tell Qin Yuan that at the Dragon Gate sacrificial ceremony, I will not hold back. Qin Tianlong must pay the price. Qin Feng's face stiffened. He didn't expect Qin Wudao to be so unyielding. He cast a pleading look at Qin Zhan. In his view, Qin Wudao was still young, and the final decision had to be made by Qin Zhan as the clan leader. Let's go. My son's decision is my decision. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. There was no room left for reconciliation. At the same time, he cursed Qin Yuan in his heart for being senile. Even at this time, he still wanted to seek peace. He suppressed his humiliation and turned to leave. Wait. Qin Wudao's voice suddenly rang out. Qin Feng paused, inexplicably feeling a glimmer of hope. Could there be a turnaround? He quickly turned around, forcing a smile on his face. Does the young master have any further instructions? Qin Wudao pointed to the gifts he had just brought. Leave the items. Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Feng's smile instantly froze on his face, turning ashen, as he awkwardly set down the gifts and left Imperial Peak in disgrace. This was too humiliating. Chapter 21, The Final Madness. The forbidden secret technique of burning blood. Inside the Great Elder's Hall, the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Qin Feng reported everything that happened on Emperor's Peak to Qin Yuan without holding back. Qin Yuan laughed in anger. Good. What a small beast that seeks revenge for the slightest grievance. They are determined to put Tianlong to death. Qin Feng was silent, afraid to speak. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage in his heart. He knew that, at this point, so-called peaceful resolution was just empty talk. Since Qin Wudao and Qin Zhan had left him no way out, he no longer needed to hold back. He looked at the pale-faced Qin Tianlong beside him and said in a deep voice, "At this point, there is no turning back. That small beast talent is too monstrous. He must not be allowed to continue growing. The Dragon Gate Festival in 2 months is your only opportunity. It is also our only chance." Father. Qin Tianlong's voice trembled. Just thinking of Qin Wudao's terrifying strength that crushed Yao Wujing made him feel a suffocating despair. "What are you afraid of?" Qin Yuan shouted harshly. No matter how monstrous Qin Wudao is, he is still not trained for long. His foundation is insufficient. In these 2 months, I will spare no effort to enhance your strength at all costs. I will also grant you a true trump card. At the Dragon Gate Festival, you must kill him. No, you must crush him to dust and annihilate his soul. Qin Yuan's eyes flickered with a mad light. He knew this was the final gamble. Either Qin Tianlong would turn the tide at the Dragon Gate Festival and kill Qin Wudao, allowing them to maintain their status or even advance further, or Qin Tianlong would perish, and they would completely lose everything, possibly facing retribution. There was no third option. In the following 2 months, Qin Yuan used all the privileges of being the Great Elder and the foundation he had accumulated over countless years. Rare and precious cultivation resources that could make even saints envious were continuously sent into Qin Tianlong's cultivation chamber. Dragon blood body refining pills, 10,000-year star essence, saint's enlightenment tea, and even a few drops of an unknown liquid containing a trace of imperial aura. All of these were potent drugs that could forcibly elevate cultivation levels and unleash potential in a short time. Qin Yuan's goal was clear: to push Qin Tianlong's strength to the limit in the shortest time possible, even if it would leave significant aftereffects. At the same time, he also passed on a forbidden secret technique classified by the family to Qin Tianlong. It was a vicious technique called the blood-burning transformation technique. It could burn one's own essence, blood, spirit, and even life source in a short time, unleashing terrifying power far beyond one's limits, even dozens of times. The cost, however, was extremely heavy. Once used, one could either ruin their foundation and become a cripple or die on the spot, both body and soul annihilated. This blood-burning transformation technique should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Qin Yuan handed the jade tablet containing the technique to Qin Tianlong, his expression extremely serious. But if it came to a life-and-death situation, even if it meant ruining his entire cultivation, he would still completely annihilate that small beast. Qin Tianlong took the jade tablet, feeling the eerie and violent aura within, and his body involuntarily trembled. He understood what this technique entailed. Using it once would essentially ruin him. He would be forever barred from the Great Path and might even have his lifespan drastically shortened. But if he didn't use it, with Qin Wudao's monstrous strength and ruthless methods, he would probably have no chance of surviving at the Dragon Gate Festival. On one side was becoming a cripple and struggling to survive. On the other was death and complete destruction. Despair and fear gnawed madly at his heart. Just as the Great Elders faction was making their last frantic preparations for the Dragon Gate Festival. On Emperor's Peak, Qin Wudao was still immersed in his cultivation. Everything happening outside had nothing to do with him. He was refining massive amounts of cultivation resources, and his cultivation aura was growing at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and his daughter Qin Yao began to sort out and consolidate the power belonging to the head of the family. Utilizing Qin Wudao's current high standing in the family and the authority brought by the Purple Gold Emperor Order, they gathered hearts, promoted trusted aides, eliminated dissenters, and gradually regained control over parts of the family's power. The Great Elders faction was still powerful, but the head of the family's counterattack had quietly begun. Time flowed quietly. Finally, it was the day of the Qin family's centennial Dragon Gate Festival. On this day, the entire ancestral dragon god land of the Qin family became extraordinarily solemn. Countless clan members gathered in the huge square in front of the ancestral hall, waiting for the ceremony to begin. They were also waiting for the highly anticipated life and death duel. Just before the auspicious time was about to arrive, from the direction of Emperor's Peak, an even more terrifying celestial phenomenon erupted than any before. Endless chaotic air currents swept through the nine heavens, and purple gold divine light pierced through the universe. Thick chains of laws, as strong as mountains, appeared out of thin air, swirling around Emperor's Peak and producing deafening sounds of Tao. In the distance, a young figure bathed in chaotic divine light seemed to sit cross-legged at the center of the phenomenon, breathing rhythmically, resonating with heaven and earth. It was the Transcendence Realm. Moreover, it was by no means an ordinary Transcendence Realm. That aura was vast, ethereal, flawless, carrying an overwhelming majesty that surpassed all paths. Hiss, the young master. Has the young master broken through to the Transcendence Realm? What a terrifying aura. This is definitely the pinnacle of the Transcendence Realm. It might even have surpassed the pinnacle. My God, the young master is only 8 years old. An 8-year-old at the pinnacle of the Transcendence Realm? How can anyone live with this? It's too monstrous. Simply a prodigy never seen in 10,000 years. In the square, all the Qin clan members were stunned by this terrifying phenomenon and aura, looking at Emperor's Peak with eyes full of fervor and reverence. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Great Elders Hall, Qin Tianlong felt the terrifying aura coming from Emperor's Peak and instantly lost all color from his face, filled with endless fear and despair. Transcendence. Pinnacle. He actually broke through again. Qin Tianlong's voice trembled. The already slim chance of victory completely turned to dust at this moment. He knew that even if he used that forbidden technique, it would be difficult to defeat the current Qin Wudao. What are you panicking about? Qin Yuan's cold voice sounded in his ear. The stronger he is, the more you must kill him. I have prepared everything for you. At the Dragon Gate Festival, use the blood-burning transformation technique. Kill him. If you don't succeed, you'll die trying. Qin Tianlong's body trembled violently, a glimmer of hesitation and struggle flashing in his eyes. If he used the technique, he would be ruined. But if he didn't use it, he would die. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to be killed by Qin Wudao in front of everyone, like stepping on an ant. Qin Tianlong's gaze gradually became crazed and ferocious. I know what to do. Chapter 22. The Longmen Festival begins and Qin Tianlong immediately gives in. The Qin Family Longmen Festival is a grand event held once every 100 years. It serves not only to honor ancestors, but also as an important occasion for the Qin family to showcase their strength and for the younger generation to shine. Past Longmen festivals, while lively, have never attracted as much attention as today's. This is because today's festival will feature a life and death duel that could change the future dynamics of the Qin family and even affect the balance of certain forces in the young master of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, is set to face off against the former young master, Qin Tianlong. The news is spread far and wide. On this day, outside the Qin family's mountain gate, a crowd has gathered. In addition to the representatives of various forces who arrived earlier, many more powerful sects have come after hearing the news. The envoy from the arrived in a 9-dragon Agarwood carriage, radiating auspicious light. The fairy from the stepped gracefully through the moonlight, ethereal and beautiful. The inheritor of the navigated a ghostly bone ship, exuding a chilling aura. The prince of the underworld concealed himself in the void, his presence overwhelming. The prince of the donned imperial robes, exuding majesty. Almost all of the top forces in the have sent heavyweight representatives to witness the event. Even some ancient royal families that usually keep a low profile have sent people to investigate. Among all the guests, one person's arrival is particularly eye-catching. the young master of the Yao Wujing. He returned, riding an imposing nine-headed ancient beast ship, descending once more upon the Qin family. Officially, he is here to observe the Qin family's grand event. However, everyone knows his true purpose is to see Qin Wudao, the prodigy who easily crushed him. As the auspicious time approaches, the square in front of the Qin family ancestral hall is already packed with people. The atmosphere is solemn and respectful. At this moment, a loud boom resonates from the direction of Emperor's Peak. Endless chaotic energy surges downwards, and purple gold divine light illuminates the nine heavens. The chains of the great Tao resonate, and celestial sounds echo throughout the universe. A figure bathed in infinite divine light steps down from the peak of Emperor's Peak, landing on the ancient altar in the center of the square. It is none other than Qin Wudao. At this moment, his aura has undergone a tremendous transformation compared to 2 months ago. Although he still appears youthful, every gesture exudes a transcendent aura that resonates with the great Tao. He has reached and it is a level far beyond what the world recognizes as that seamless perfection carries a hint of an immortal Tao aura, sending a wave of heart palpitations through everyone present. My heavens, this is no way. An ordinary cannot possess such terrifying pressure. This is absolutely his 2 months. In just 2 months, he has broken through from the to the a prodigy, a true ancient prodigy, an 8-year-old in the this is simply a myth. In the square, a thunderous roar of gasps and awestruck murmurs erupts. All eyes on Qin Wudao are filled with shock, reverence, and even fear. The expressions on the faces of the representatives from various top forces have turned incredibly serious. They initially thought Qin Wudao could dominate Yao Wujing but they never expected that just 2 months later, his strength has made such a leap. This speed of cultivation, this level of talent and comprehension, has completely surpassed their understanding. Among the crowd, Yao Wujing stares at the figure bathed in divine light on the stage, his pupils contracting sharply. He mutters to himself, a storm brewing within. He knows Qin Wudao is strong, a prodigy, but he never imagined that within just 2 months, Qin Wudao could break through another major realm and once again reach that legendary of this guy. Does he really have no bottlenecks? Furthermore, he can clearly feel that Qin Wudao's current is even more perfect and powerful than when he was at this realm. The terrifying strength displayed by Qin Wudao has an immediate impact. Those representatives who had secretly allied with the elder Qin Yuan have now discreetly distanced themselves from him and the others. Some even took the initiative to approach Qin Zhan and Qin Mingyuan with gifts, enthusiastically chatting and expressing goodwill. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Reality is this cruel. Watching the opportunistic expressions around him, Qin Yuan's face remains calm, but his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. At this moment, the figure of the ancestral patriarch quietly reappears high in the sky. The Longmen Festival, honoring ancestors, is the foundation of the Qin family's legacy. Today is also an opportunity for the younger generation to prove their cultivation and showcase their potential. However, remember, Qin should value harmony and stop at the right point. The glory of the family is above all else. Do not let personal grievances lead to infighting, wasting the family's vitality and giving outsiders a chance to laugh at us. The family's greater good must come first. Again, this set of reasoning. Again, this admonition from a moral high ground. Those with keen minds can sense the subtle favoritism in the patriarch's words. They still want to protect Qin Tianlong. Qin Wudao remains indifferent to this, his expression unchanged. As the patriarch's words fall, the Longmen Festival ceremony proceeds in an orderly manner. After the sacrifice is completed, it finally arrives at the much-anticipated duel segment. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the pale-faced Qin Tianlong steps onto the altar that will determine his fate. He looks at the indifferent young man across from him, his throat a bit dry. Once upon a time, this young man was merely a waste that he could bully at will. But now, he has become an existence that fills him with despair and fear. He opens his mouth, speaking in a complex tone, softly saying, "We, after all, are brothers. Blood is thicker than water. Why must we go to the extremes and leave each other with no way out? Isn't that better?" These words are spoken very delicately, even somewhat incoherently, but everyone present understands. This is a plea for mercy? Did I hear that right? Qin Tianlong, he is begging for mercy? My heavens, they haven't even fought yet, and he has already given in. What a disgrace for someone who was once the pride of the Qin family. Sigh, facing a monster like Qin Wudao who wouldn't back down. Besides this isn't even a battle of equal levels. A wave of murmurs and disdain erupts from the crowd. Even Qin Yuan, hearing his son's words, furrows his brow. He clearly said he would fight to the death against Qin Wudao. How could he start begging for mercy now? Chapter 23. Slaying Qin Tianlong. Establishing supreme authority with thunderous means. Listening to Qin Tianlong's words, Qin Wudao found it laughable. The grudge of stealing bones and murdering one's mother cannot be erased with just a few pleas for mercy. Can it? Death is the only outcome for Qin Tianlong. However, Qin Wudao was also curious to see what this guy was up to. He did not strike immediately. Seizing the opportunity, the previously humble and pleading Qin Tianlong suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with madness. He knew he could never be a match for Qin Wudao. He had only one chance to strike. Therefore, he directly burned his essence blood, detonating his Dantian's Qi Si, and frantically activated the forbidden secret technique. The blood-burning divine transformation technique. An extremely sinister blood-colored pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky from within him. His body visibly shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, his black hair instantly turning dry and yellow, and strange blood-colored patterns appearing on his face. He was burning his own essence blood, burning his own soul, burning his own life source. At this cost, he sought to gain terrifying power far beyond his limits for a short time. At this moment, Qin Tianlong's aura soared wildly. Mid-stage of the Tongxian realm. Late stage. Peak. Even, it faintly touched the threshold of the King realm. Although his foundation was shaky and his aura chaotic, the intensity of that power was undeniable. Die for me. Qin Tianlong, appearing like a madman, conjured a blood-colored true dragon phantom behind him that could tear through the heavens. Together, they pounced ferociously towards Qin Wudao. This was his strongest strike, burning everything as a final gambit. The crowd below was instantly stunned by this sudden turn of events. What? He actually used a forbidden technique. Crazy. Qin Tianlong has completely lost his mind, burning his life source for power. Even if he wins, he will be completely ruined. What a vicious secret technique. This power is probably not weaker than a true king realm, right? Can Qin Wudao withstand it? No one expected that Qin Tianlong would be so insane as to directly use such a self-destructive forbidden technique. Many looked at Qin Tianlong with disdain. What a despicable person. Unable to win, he resorts to using forbidden techniques to sneak attack. How pathetic that he pleaded for mercy, only to turn around and deal a deadly blow. Truly inhuman. At the same time, many felt a pang of anxiety for Qin Wudao. He had limitless potential, but his realm was still low. Could he really withstand this technique that burned everything? In the sky, Qin Zhan's expression changed, ready to intervene at any moment. The great elder's eyes sparkled with morbid anticipation. The moral sage, Xuanzu, furrowed his brow, his aura subtly shifting, seemingly ready to intervene at any moment. Representatives from various forces were also fixated, eager to see how Qin Wudao would respond to this lethal situation. However, facing the strongest strike that burned life, facing Qin Tianlong's frenzied actions, Qin Wudao's expression did not change in the slightest. He remained calm and indifferent. In fact, there was even a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. Is this your trump card? The power gained from burning your life? Is ultimately just an illusion. Too weak. As his words fell, Qin Wudao made his move. The primordial emperor bone within him erupted with a brilliant gray-purple divine light, and the Ancestral Dragon Emperor scripture and the Great Annihilation technique operated simultaneously. He raised his right hand, fingers pointed like a sword, and lightly swept. There was no earth-shattering might, no world-destroying fluctuations, only a seemingly unremarkable gray-purple sword energy, imbued with the ultimate essence of destruction and annihilation, quietly slashed out. The space was easily torn apart by this gray-purple sword energy. In the next moment, the sword energy collided with the overwhelmingly powerful, blood-colored true dragon. Under the horrified gazes of everyone present, that blood-colored true dragon, which had burned all of Qin Tianlong's power, began to dissolve inch by inch upon contact with the gray-purple sword energy. Not even a ripple was stirred, withering and collapsing like a hot knife through butter. After obliterating the blood-colored true dragon, the power of the gray sword energy showed no signs of weakening. It continued forward, striking Qin Tianlong, whose face still bore a mad smile. Puff! Qin Tianlong's body was directly sent flying, a horrifying sword mark appearing on his chest, deep enough to see his bones. Life force rapidly drained away. He crashed heavily to the edge of the altar, convulsing, his eyes filled with endless fear, unwillingness, and confusion. Defeated. He burned everything, and still lost. Moreover, lost so completely. No. Qin Tianlong struggled to utter a word as his consciousness began to blur. Stop. The Xuanzu in the sky finally moved. He could not bear to watch Qin Tianlong die like this. A vast and mighty force descended, attempting to pull Qin Tianlong back from the brink of death. However, would Qin Wudao give him that chance? Rooting out the grass and eliminating the roots is the right path. He would absolutely not give Qin Tianlong any chance to catch his breath. At the moment Xuanzu made his move, Qin Wudao appeared in front of Qin Tianlong. Flicking his finger, Qin Tianlong's head instantly exploded. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. His soul was completely obliterated by the force of annihilation. Qin Tianlong, the former first prodigy of the Qin family, who had stolen the roots of others and enjoyed 8 years of glory, was dead, his form and spirit extinguished. Xuanzu's actions came to an abrupt halt at this moment. It was over. Qin Wudao ultimately did not heed his words and had no respect for him whatsoever. Surrounding the altar, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this bloody and shocking scene before them. Qin Wudao actually killed Qin Tianlong right in front of Xuanzu. What a ruthless heart. What swift means. What a decisive kill. After witnessing this thunderous method, the fear and caution in the eyes of those present grew even stronger. Not only is Qin Wudao's talent unprecedented, but his disposition is also extremely ruthless, quick to kill, and absolutely merciless. Such a person, if he grows in the future, will undoubtedly become a world-shaking tyrant. One can only befriend him and must not become his enemy. In a corner of the crowd, the great elder's expectations were completely extinguished, turning into endless despair and desolation. It's over. Everything is over. His son is dead, and the power he worked so hard to build is about to be completely finished. He is probably not far from death himself. Young Master Qin, your might is unparalleled. The ancient God Ruins Prodigy Gathering is a top event for the younger generation. I wonder if the young master would be interested in attending and exchanging insights with various prodigies. An envoy from the Immortal Court stepped forward to speak first. Representatives from other forces also quickly reacted, stepping forward to echo the invitation. Qin Wudao nodded. He would attend in due course. The ancient God Ruins, the location mentioned by the system for signing in. Previously, he had not gone directly due to various concerns. Now, after slaying Qin Tianlong, with absolute strength and iron-blooded means, he had solidified his position in the Qin family. Next, he only needed to cooperate with his father to completely cleanse the forces of the Great Elder's faction. Then he would become the family's young master with real power, rather than the nominal young master he had been before. At that time, he could confidently head to the ancient God Ruins without worrying too much about family upheaval. He just needed to improve his strength, and still improve his strength. Chapter 24, I can kill Qin Tianlong, so I can definitely kill Qin Yuan. The Dragon Gate ceremony has come to an end, and the crowd gradually disperses. However, the bloody scene on the altar is deeply etched in the hearts of every witness, especially for the elder Qin Yuan. He stands in a daze, his gaze fixed on the cold, headless corpse on the altar, tears streaming down his murky eyes. That was his son, the son he had placed all his hopes on. Although his roots were stolen and his methods were cruel, he was still his only son. Now, he has tragically died before him, leaving not even a complete corpse. A white-haired person sends off a black-haired person. The immense sorrow makes him wish for death. But more than the sorrow, there is the endless despair and coldness brought by failure. He lost. He lost utterly. Not only did his son die tragically, but all his years of painstaking efforts also turned into bubbles with the death of Qin Tianlong. He can clearly feel that the clansmen who once relied on him are now filled with estrangement, wariness, and even schadenfreude. Inside the elder's hall, fear is palpable. Elder, we should leave quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Yes, Elder. Qin Yuan will definitely not let us go. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we won't worry about firewood. Some clansmen elders who had previously sided with Qin Yuan scatter like birds and beasts, wanting to escape from the Qin family, a place of trouble. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When disaster strikes, everyone flies away, vividly reflected. Only a few of his most loyal confidants remain by Qin Yuan's side, anxiously advising him. Elder, Qin Yuan has already begun to gather people. Should we escape or fight them? A fiercely determined, confident elder gritted his teeth and asked, Fight to the death? Qin Yuan smiled bleakly, his eyes filled with endless despair. Fight with what? Qin Yuan is the clan leader, and now he carries the might of a great victory, with a monstrous Qin Wudao sitting in command. The family head's lineage is surging with momentum and unprecedented strength. And what about him? His son is dead, and his greatest support is gone. His followers have scattered, and he has lost the hearts of the people. Although the Qian ancestor seems to still show favoritism, it is only for the so-called family greater good. There is absolutely no way he would truly tear his face with Qin Yuan and Qin Wudao for him. He has completely failed. There is no possibility of a comeback. Resistance? It would only be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, bringing humiliation upon himself. Escape? Where could he escape to? There is no need. Everything is over. Just then, the doors of the elder's hall were suddenly pushed open. Qin Yuan, with a cold demeanor, entered along with Qin Mingyuan, Qin Yao, and dozens of powerful members of the family's law enforcement team. A chilling aura instantly filled the entire hall. The cleansing has begun. Qin Yuan looked at the leading Qin Yuan, his gaze complex, filled with hatred, resentment, but more so, an indescribable sense of loneliness and relief. He slowly stood up, adjusted his robe, and surprisingly felt calm. Qin Yuan, I did not lose to you. I lost your good son. You have a good son. Whether these words were a lament or the last bit of unwillingness before death, it was unclear. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's eyes showed no fluctuations. He slowly raised the battle spear in his hand, killing intent palpable. Today, it must come to an end. He stepped closer to Qin Yuan, his terrifying aura pressing down like a mountain. Qin Yuan closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. However, just as Qin Yuan was about to strike, seeking justice for his deceased wife and son, stop. A familiar voice rang out again. The figure of the Qian ancestor appeared once more in the hall. He looked at the tense standoff between the two, his brows furrowed. Qin Yuan, enough. Qin Tianlong is dead. The great revenge has been avenged. Qin Yuan has deep sins. The family has its own way of dealing with him. The Qin family is in need of people right now. How can we create more slaughter and harm our own strength? Everything must be based on the greater good of the family. Again, with the family greater good. Qin Yuan looked at the Qian ancestor. Qian ancestor, the hatred of killing my wife. Can it be lightly let go just because of a few words about the family greater good? The Qian ancestor looked at the furious Qin Yuan and insisted. The deceased is gone. The living are far more important. Although Qin Yuan has committed great wrongs, his cultivation is not easy to come by, and he still has value to the family. I have decided to strip Qin Yuan of all his elder positions and imprison him in the 9 Nether Cold prison, facing the wall for 1,000 years. He must not step out unless necessary. This punishment sounds extremely severe. to abolish his cultivation and imprison him in a dead end for 1,000 years. But Qin Yuan understood that this was still protection. It was a name of punishment, but in essence, it saved Qin Yuan's life. As long as he is alive, with Qin Yuan's means and cultivation, there may still be a day for a comeback or to be utilized. Qin Yuan knows well, in the Qin ancestors' eyes, his importance is far less than his son Qin Wudao's. Qin Wudao could boldly kill Qin Tianlong in front of everyone, but he could not kill Qin Yuan. His strength is ultimately still too weak. Qin ancestor, you. Qin Yuan weakly lowered the battle spear in his hand. He is not talented enough. He lacks genius. He cannot go against the will of the Qin ancestor, feeling helpless and very realistic. On the Imperial Sun Peak, Qin Wudao quickly learned of the events that transpired in the Elders' Hall. When he heard that the Qin ancestor intervened again to spare Qin Yuan's life, an icy, mocking smile appeared on his face. Old fool, he muttered to himself. Do you really think this can save Qin Yuan? How naive. If Qin Wudao could kill Qin Tianlong, he could naturally kill Qin Yuan as well. It is just a matter of time, when his strength is strong enough that even the Qin ancestor can no longer suppress him with the family greater good. Qin Yuan will unduptedly die. And as for the Qin ancestor, a glint flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes, and he no longer thought about these things. The urgent matter is still to increase his strength. He entered a state of closed-door cultivation again, refining the mountain of resources. Above the Imperial Sun Peak, that vast celestial phenomenon began to evolve once more magnificent and profound than before. It seemed to herald the rise of a true young emperor. High in the sky, the Qin ancestor looked at the enduring phenomenon in the direction of the Imperial Sun Peak, feeling that aura that even made him feel a bit of trepidation. His expression extremely complex. There was regret, helplessness, shock, but in the end, it all turned into a long sigh. He knows and must admit, no matter how he favors or wants to balance things, the future of the Qin family is destined to belong to that monstrous young man. Perhaps he can even lead this era. Talent, disposition, methods among the young prodigies he has seen, there is none comparable to him. He just doesn't know what kind of brilliant performance he will have in the ancient divine ruins a few months later. Chapter 25. Fortune Plunder. The feathered immortal dynasties Yu Jinghong. Time flies. Under Qin Yuan's strong measures, the Qin family style has been completely renewed. The tumor that had plagued the family for many years has been thoroughly eliminated, and the prestige and control of the family head's lineage have reached an unprecedented peak. The current Qin family can be said to completely belong to Qin Yuan, and even more so to Qin Wudao. And Qin Yuan has finally reached the time to leave. The border war is pressing. That is his true battlefield. On Emperor's Peak, Qin Yuan looked at his son, whose aura was becoming increasingly unfathomable. With eyes full of comfort and pride, but also with a hint of imperceptible worry. Wudao, as your father leaves, I do not know when I will return. The family is in your hands now. Father, don't worry, Qin Wudao nodded. Be careful in everything, and do not rush to take the lead in difficult situations. Although the family ancestors may show favoritism, they will still stand by you in matters of great righteousness. The ancient battlefield is fraught with danger, but it also offers endless opportunities. When your cultivation reaches a certain level in the future, you may venture there to seek your own fortune. The ancient battlefield? Qin Wudao's heart stirred, silently noting the name. When his strength is sufficient, he must explore it well. Perhaps he can trigger some sign-in rewards. Just as Qin Yuan was about to turn and leave, Qin Wudao called out to him. Father, wait a moment. Qin Wudao took out a few jade slips emanating a terrifying aura and handed them to Qin Yuan. These cultivation techniques might be useful and can also be used for self-preservation. These techniques are all top-tier methods that he casually collected from the martial library during his time in the Wanfang dynasty, including the existence of quasi-emperor level techniques. Qin Yuan received the jade slips, quasi-emperor level techniques. Any one of these techniques, if leaked, would be enough to drive even saint kings or even supreme beings mad. His monstrous son actually just gifted him several. The elders of the Qin family, although unaware of the specific contents of the jade slips, could guess their immeasurable value just by looking at Qin Yuan's expression and the terrifying Dao rhythm emitted by the slips. The way everyone looked at Qin Wudao became even more brilliant. Young master, so generous, so bold. This is a world apart from the elder Qin Yuan, who monopolized resources and opportunities back in the day. Following such a young master, how could there be worries about the future? The last shred of doubt in the hearts of the elders was completely dispelled, and their loyalty soared again. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, solemnly put away the jade slips, patted Qin Wudao on the shoulder, said nothing more, and turned into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. After sending off his father, Qin Yao stepped forward. Young master, when shall we set off to the ancient divine ruins? The gathering of the talents there is about to begin. Qin Wudao pondered for a moment. No rush, let me consolidate my cultivation a bit more. Although he had already broken through to the ultimate realm of the profound stage, his realm was not yet fully stabilized and still required some time to refine. Moreover, the ancient divine ruins gather many talents, so it is better to be cautious. Hearing this, Qin Yao immediately spoke up. Young master, according to intelligence, this gathering is extraordinary. Several extremely powerful figures will attend. Tell me, Qin Wudao became interested. It is rumored that the disciple of the celestial court, known as the Little Celestial Lord, will be present. He carries the innate Dao fetus, and his birth has triggered the resonance of myriad Dao, making his strength unfathomable. There is also the contemporary saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land, said to possess a Taiyin body and has cultivated the supreme sacred law of Yaoqi with formidable combat power. From the reincarnation sea, a mysterious reincarnation child has also emerged, with bizarre and unpredictable methods. There is even a saint who attempted to probe his background, but was severely injured in return. In addition, there is the Prince of Hell, the strongest prince of the feathered immortal dynasty, the descendant of the golden-winged rock king from the monster god Hall, and so on. At least 3 or 4 of them are extremely talented individuals with extraordinary capabilities. Qin Yao shared all the information she had gathered. After listening, Qin Wudao calmly nodded, but a hint of subtle excitement flashed in his eyes. Innate Dao fetus? Taiyin body? Reincarnation child? They all sound impressive. He is not afraid of those talents being powerful. Instead, he fears they are not strong enough. He remembered that in the system sign-in rewards, there was a reward called the Fortune Plunder Halo. It should be closely related to these talented individuals with rich fortunes. When the time comes, he will plunder the fortunes from these talents for his own use, and his strength will definitely rise to a new level. With this thought, Qin Wudao's lips curled slightly upward. At the same time, in a vast star domain thousands of miles away from the Qin family, a magnificent warship entirely made of immortal divine gold and engraved with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars was crossing the void at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the ancient divine ruins. On the deck of the warship stood a young man dressed in a purple gold feathered robe, with a handsome face but an extremely arrogant demeanor. His whole body was surrounded by divine light, with laws swirling around him, exuding a domineering aura that looked down upon the world. He was none other than the current strongest prince of the feathered immortal dynasty, Yu Jinghong. Your Highness, according to the intelligence, the newly promoted young master of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, will also attend this gathering of talents, an old servant reported respectfully. Not long ago, he killed his brother Qin Tianlong at the Dragon Gate Festival and crushed the formidable monster Yao Wujiang with his divine sea cultivation, rapidly gaining notoriety and should not be underestimated. Qin Wudao, Yu Jinghong, upon hearing this, revealed a disdainful sneer. Just a small character from a remote corner of the wild continent, winning by luck against that waste, Yao Wujiang, and you think he deserves such attention? What kind of real talent can come from such a barbaric land? His words were filled with contempt and disdain for Qin Wudao and his region. The old servant, upon hearing this, did not dare to refute and could only lower his head in agreement, secretly mourning for the young master of the Qin family. Their prince, indeed, has a talent and comprehension level that is rarely seen in millennia. He possesses the supreme inheritance of the feathered immortal dynasty, the feathered immortal scriptures, and has also cultivated the fragments of the 2 supreme imperial scriptures, the Sun True Canon and the Tien True Canon. He even received guidance from the legendary Immortal King, and his strength is already unfathomable. However, his character is also notoriously headstrong and willful. In his eyes, besides a few peers, everyone else is merely an ant. Yu Jinghong stood with his hands behind his back, a proud smile on his face. Just a bunch of local chickens and tile dogs. The world only knows that I have cultivated the 3 great imperial scriptures, but they do not know that my true trump card is the supreme secret technique obtained by my father in the Immortal King's ruins. Once this technique is unleashed, who can rival me among my peers? Whether it is that little celestial lord, the saintess of Yao Qi, or Qin Wudao, they will all become the stepping stones for my ascent to the pinnacle. Chapter 26. My son Wang Tong has the demeanor of a great emperor. It's time to head to the ancient divine ruins. On Emperor Child Peak, Qin Wudao slowly opened his eyes. At the Celestial Talents Gathering, he was determined to succeed, not just for the sign-in rewards, but also to witness the top talents of this vast celestial domain, to confirm himself and sharpen his Tao heart. Just as he was about to set off, 2 figures silently appeared before him. It was Xianzhu and Elder Shu. The 2 highest-ranking ancestors of the Qin family had come to send him off simultaneously. Xianzhu took out a jade pendant emitting a soft white light and handed it to Qin Wudao. This is the death substitute jade, which I obtained by chance in my early years. It can block a fatal blow from below the Saint King level for you. The ancient divine ruins are not like the family. Human hearts are unpredictable, so be cautious in everything. Qin Wudao nodded, Tankyu, Xuan Tzu. Little guy, this is the Bodhi ancient leaf. Crush it in a critical moment, and I will sense your location. It will also allow you to temporarily enter the state of enlightenment, which might help you resolve some crises. Elder Shu patted Qin Wudao's shoulder. Your departure from home signifies your true entry into the world of cultivation. The path of cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. Either you step on the corpses of countless top talents to reach the summit, or you become a stepping stone on someone else's path to success, leading to your demise. This is the most brutal and real law of the world. Go, strive, seize, fight, and kill. Do not tarnish the reputation of my Qin family. Elder Shu's words were iron-blooded and domineering. Qin Wudao fully agreed with this. However, he would never be stepped on by others to rise. In this life, only he would step on others to ascend. All the top talents blocking his path would become the nutrients for his growth. Qin Wudao bowed respectfully. He turned and walked towards the already prepared vehicle outside Emperor Child Peak. It was a flying ship made entirely of black gold, incredibly fast, capable of traveling billions of miles in a day. Not many accompanied him. Aside from Qin Yao, there was also a young man with a restrained aura. The young man, named Qin Daoran, was a genius awakened from deep within the ancestral land of the family, sealed for several eras. His cultivation had reached the saint level, and this time he was commanded by the ancestor to closely protect Qin Wudao. Although he was a long-sealed genius, Qin Daoran showed no arrogance, and his gaze toward Qin Wudao was filled with curiosity and reverence. Clearly, the extraordinary feats Qin Wudao had displayed previously had also impressed this ancient genius. Young master, Qin Daoran respectfully bowed. Qin Wudao slightly nodded, and the 3 of them boarded the flying ship together. The black gold flying ship transformed into a streak of flowing light and instantly disappeared above the Qin family ancestral land, speeding towards the distant ancient divine ruins. News of Qin Wudao's departure quickly spread across the major top forces in the desolate heavenly celestial domain. In an instant, countless gazes refocused. Some were expectant, some curious, some wary, and some disdainful. The flying ship traveled swiftly across endless star regions. Wherever it passed, those forces, large and small, that received the news welcomed him respectfully, presenting congratulatory gifts, not daring to show any neglect. After all, Qin Wudao's reputation was too great now. An 8-year-old child, born with the Emperor's bone, opening a peak above the extreme realm, crushing Yao Wujing, slaying Qin Tianlong. Each and every event was enough to shake the world. Plus, standing behind him was the colossal Qin family, who would dare to provoke him easily. Of course, it was not entirely peaceful behind the scenes. There were always some forces that considered themselves powerful, wanting to secretly stir up trouble, testing to ambush this rising Qin family young master. But strangely, before these undercurrents could even stir, they were directly snuffed out in their budding state. Moreover, those who acted were not from the Qin family, but rather from the upper echelons of the forces trying to cause trouble. Idiots! Do you want to die? Don't drag our entire sect down with you. That Qin family member is someone you can touch now? Are you looking for a long life? Immediately go back and reflect on your mistakes. If you dare to do it again, I will directly cripple you. The upper echelons of the major forces were not foolish. Not to mention Qin Wudao's extraordinarily monstrous talent. Just the strength and attitude currently displayed by the Qin family were enough to make any force weigh their actions. No one wanted their lineage to provoke a giant like the Qin family because of a blind fool. They especially did not want any accidents to happen to Qin Wudao on their territory. In a somewhat bizarre atmosphere of peace, the black gold flying ship sped along unobstructed. A few days later, a magnificent giant city silhouette appeared on the distant horizon. The ancient divine city, the entrance to the ancient divine ruins. The city walls rose to 10,000 feet, resembling an ancient divine mountain standing tall, covered in scars from sword strikes and axe cuts, telling tales of endless years. At the city gate, people came and went, a continuous flow. Various powerful cultivators, riding rare beasts or flying treasures, were ceaselessly entering. Qin Wudao and the others put away the flying ship and chose to walk discreetly. Although Qin Wudao's fame was immense, not many had actually seen his true appearance. As the three walked along, they did not attract much attention. Just as they were about to reach the city gate, a commotion arose ahead. A middle-aged man, dressed lavishly but only at the Qi gathering level, was being stopped outside the gate by several city guards. It seemed there was a dispute over the entrance fee. The middle-aged man arrogantly shouted, "Step aside. Everyone, let the Dao Lord through." Do you know who Dao Lord's son is? The guards remained expressionless. To enter the city, you need to pay 100 low-grade spirit stones. 100? Why don't you go rob someone? Suddenly, a companion hurriedly pulled him back, whispering, "Sir, don't cause trouble. It's just 100 spirit stones. Let us pay it." "Pay my ass. I 1T pay. Dao Lord 1T pay today. I want to see who dares to stop me. You probably don't know who my son is. My son is Wang Tong." The middle-aged man proudly announced his son's name. However, the guards looked at each other in confusion. Wang Tong? Who is that? Never heard of him. At that moment, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly came from within the city. Immediately after, to everyone's astonishment, dozens of terrifying figures actually tore through the void and descended directly above the city gate. The leading figures were all unfathomable in aura. At least ancestors of the Saint King level. Middle-aged man, city guards, bystanders. The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. "Oh my son has such face." The guard's legs went weak. Wang Tong. Who is he? Never heard of him. How could it attract such a grand spectacle? Could it be this middle-aged man's son has the demeanor of a great emperor? Chapter 27. A show of power? Sorry, I really can kill. What's going on? Who is Wang Tong? Is he famous? I've never heard of him. To attract so many ancestors, could he be a descendant of some hidden imperial clan or a taboo existence? It doesn't seem like it. His father is only at the gathering Qi realm. I don't understand. I really don't. The ancient divine city is too deep. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, speculating about Wang Tong's background. Qin Yao frowned slightly and whispered, "Young master, who is Wang Tong? I've never heard of this person. Could he be more powerful than you?" Qin Daoren shook his head. "In the era when I was sealed, I also never heard of any emperor or taboo existence with the surname Wang." Qin Wudao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man was puzzled, he stood tall. "Look, this is the reputation of my son Wang Tong." Even these lofty ancestors had to come out of the city to welcome him. In the next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. Those dozens of terrifying ancestors didn't even spare a glance at the middle-aged man. Their gazes fell on the three seemingly ordinary young people behind him. More precisely, It was focused on the white-clothed youth at the forefront. Immediately following, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, those dozens of Saint King-level ancestors all descended from the air, walked in front of Qin Wudao, and then, respectfully bowed. We humbly welcome the young master of the Qin family. We were unaware of your arrival and did not welcome you properly. Please forgive us. Their synchronized voices roared like thunder at the city gate. The entire place was instantly petrified. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin, the young master of the Qin family? Which Qin family? The ancient family that just recently caused a huge stir with an emperor. The Qin family? These ancestors came to welcome him. That middle-aged man who claimed his son was Wang Tong. After all this, those ancestors were not there to welcome his son. They were there to welcome the true, esteemed guest behind him. His previous proud demeanor now seemed like a huge joke. A clown. The real clown was actually him. The smile on the middle-aged man's face instantly froze, standing there in a daze, his mind blank. No, it can't be this. Laughter and discussions that could not be suppressed began to arise around him. Wow, so it was a mistake. They came to welcome the young master of the Qin family. This is hilarious. That guy just thought his son was so impressive. Who is Wang Tong? Never even heard of him. Not worthy to carry the shoes of the young master of the Qin family. So, the white-clothed youth behind is the legendary young master of the Qin family, Qin Wudao. Finally, someone reacted and turned their gaze to Qin Wudao, who was respectfully surrounded by the ancestors. It's him, the prodigy who crushed Yao Wujing when he was just 8 years old. My goodness, even younger than the rumors. And even more handsome. What a terrifying aura. Clearly just at the concealment realm. It gave me the feeling of facing a primordial giant beast. Is this the Emperor Bone of Hongming? Truly extraordinary. Everyone began to carefully observe Qin Wudao. The more they looked, the more astonished they became. The young man had a handsome and elegant face, with calm and indifferent eyes that seemed to contain the vastness of the stars and the sea, unfathomable. Just standing there casually exuded an invisible pressure that transcended all beings, making it hard for people to look directly at him. Many female cultivators present were captivated, their beautiful eyes sparkling, their hearts fluttering. Such a peerless prodigy is simply a perfect partner. At this moment, a streak of light shot rapidly from the distant sky. It landed not far from the city gate, transforming into a young man clad in golden armor. The young man's eyes were arrogant as he loudly declared, "You are Qin Wudao?" His tone carried a condescending scrutiny, even hinting at a trace of provocation. The crowd was taken aback. Who is this? What audacity to speak to the young master of the Qin family like that. Those with extensive knowledge recognized the insignia on the young man's attire. He was from the feathered, immortal dynasty. It seemed he was a subordinate of Prince Yu Jinghong. What does he want? Could it be that Yu Jinghong sent him to put Qin Wudao in his place? Sure enough, the golden-armored youth's gaze swept over the surrounding ancestors who were bowing to Qin Wudao, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. My lord heard that you are also going to attend the Heroes' Assembly, and specifically sent me to greet you. I hope you won't disappoint my lord at the assembly. This so-called greeting, in reality, was a show of power, causing the atmosphere in the venue to become subtle again. Yu Jinghong of the feathered immortal dynasty. He is also a top-tier prodigy with a fearsome reputation, whose strength is not inferior to Yao Wujing, and may even surpass it. Is he going to confront the young master of the Qin family? Those local ancestors who had just bowed to Qin Wudao now frowned, feeling that the actions of the feathered immortal dynasty were somewhat inappropriate and overly domineering. However, they did not intervene. The feathered immortal dynasty was powerful, and they did not want to offend them easily. Moreover, like everyone else, they were very curious about how this legendary young master of the Qin family would respond to this show of power. Qin Yao and Qin Daoren approached Qin Wudao's side and whispered, "Young master, this person was sent by Yu Jinghong. Since we just arrived here, should we keep a low profile?" Qin Wudao glanced at the golden-armored youth. Keep a low profile? Why should I, Qin Wudao, act with low profile? Since he came to show power, then let us kill him. He wants to establish authority, and this oblivious guy has come knocking on the door himself. He can only say he picked the wrong person. Yes, young master. Qin Yao was still hesitating wondering if it was too much to strike directly. However, Qin Yuan beside her showed no hesitation at all. This Saint Realm genius who had been sealed since ancient times flashed a cold, killing intent in his eyes, and his figure vanished in an instant. The golden-armored youth clearly did not expect Qin Wudao to be so decisive, to strike as soon as he said so. His expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to invoke the name of Yu Jinghong to intimidate him, "I am the one who is." Before he could finish speaking, a hand imbued with terrifying holy power silently pressed against his chest. The shock on the golden-armored youth's face froze instantly, and he exploded in midair, turning into a mist of blood. His form and spirit were completely destroyed. A genuine peak concealment realm powerhouse could not even withstand a single attack, and was directly killed by Qin Yuan, the protector of the Saint Realm. Clean and neat. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence again. Everyone was stunned by this bloody scene. Looking at the mist of blood, Qin Wudao spoke. "You picked the wrong person. I am not the small fry you can establish authority over." Chapter 28. The Wrath of Yu Jinghong, the focus of the whole city. At the entrance of the ancient divine city, there was a dead silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the spot where the golden-armored youth, who had turned into powder, once stood, along with the white-clothed youth standing with his hands behind his back, his expression as indifferent as water. With just a single finger, just one finger, no one even saw how the attack was launched, and the golden-armored youth from the feathered divine dynasty simply ceased to exist. His form and spirit were completely obliterated. Not even a trace of his soul was left. Gasps of cold air rose and fell in waves. Those cultivators who had been discussing, some even with a hint of disdain, now felt a chill rushing from their souls straight to the top of their heads. Ruthless. So ruthless. This young master of the Qin family is simply a young devil in human skin, to kill at will, without hesitation. He even dared to publicly annihilate someone from the feathered divine dynasty. What else would he not dare to do? The several local ancestors of the ancient divine city who had welcomed Qin Wudao earlier were now sweating slightly, relieved that they had shown no signs of negligence. This person is not merely a gifted prodigy. His decisiveness in killing is even more terrifying than rumored. Quickly send the news back to the family. The young master of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, has publicly slain the envoy under Yu Jinghong of the feathered divine dynasty. This matter is of great importance. This child must not be easily provoked. Among the crowd, some spies responsible for gathering information had quietly crushed their communication jade talismans. What Qin Wudao had just done was more than just establishing his authority. It was a direct and bloody declaration to the entire ancient divine city and all the prodigies gathering here. I, Qin Wudao, have arrived. Provoking me means death. Qin Wudao remained indifferent to this, leading Qin Yao and Qin Yuan into the city. As they passed, the crowd automatically parted to make way, with everyone lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. That invisible pressure made even the Transcendence Realm cultivators feel suffocated. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient divine city, in a luxurious palace shrouded in divine light, a young man dressed in a colorful feather robe, with a face so handsome it was almost demonic, and an aura so powerful that it twisted the void slightly, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze burst forth with divine light, as if the sun, moon, and stars were revolving. He was Yu Jinghong, the top prodigy of the feathered divine dynasty. The aura of Yu Fei has disappeared? Yu Jinghong's expression darkened instantly. Qin Wudao. The cold and piercing voice was articulated word by word, filled with overwhelming, killing intent. The temperature in the entire palace plummeted to freezing point. Good. What a young master of the Qin family. How dare he kill my Yu Jinghong's people? I thought he was just a lucky waste who had stumbled upon a victory against the brute Yao Wujing. It seems I have underestimated you. Yu Jinghong's handsome face twisted with anger. Although Yu Fei was merely one of his followers, one must consider the master when hitting a dog. Qin Wudao publicly slaying Yu Fei was a blatant slap in his face. Unforgivable. A mere upstart from a barbaric family dares to be arrogant before me? Very well. I had intended to let you live a few more days, but since you are eager for death, I shall send you on your way ahead of time. Qin Wudao, do you know the crime of killing my people from the feathered divine dynasty? A colossal voice reverberated through the heavens. It contained unmatched pressure, crushing down towards Qin Wudao, who had just entered the city. Countless cultivators with slightly weaker cultivation levels collapsed to the ground under this pressure, trembling in fear. It's Yu Jinghong. He has made his move. What terrifying mental pressure! Is this the power of a prodigy from the celestial dynasty? The young master of the Qin family is in danger. Feeling this pressure, Qin Daren's expression changed, and the aura of a saint erupted, protecting Qin Wudao and Qin Yao. Qin Yao's delicate face also turned serious. Only Qin Wudao remained nonchalant, still appearing as calm as ever. He didn't even bother to lift his head, merely uttering two words, noisy. As the words fell, the primal imperial bone within him trembled slightly. An even more vast pressure surged upwards, like an ancient ancestral dragon awakening. Soaring into the sky, the two invisible pressures collided violently in midair. Yu Jinghong's overwhelming mental pressure instantly shattered upon contact with Qin Wudao's aura. Inside the luxurious palace, Yu Jinghong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. How is this possible? His mental clash was actually defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Just a single clash of auras had injured his soul. What kind of aura was that? Ancient, domineering, as if it transcended all paths in heaven and earth. Yu Jinghong's mind shook violently, and for the first time, he felt deep apprehension towards Qin Wudao. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was dumbfounded. Yu Jinghong's mental pressure was forcefully countered by the young master of the Qin family, and it seemed that Yu Jinghong had suffered a great loss. My heavens, what kind of monster is this young master of the Qin family? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Qin Wudao. This young master of the Qin family, who had emerged suddenly, was undoubtedly one of the most untouchable presences at this gathering of prodigies. Qin Wudao withdrew his aura and continued forward. This calmness and dominance deepened the awe in countless hearts. The news of Qin Wudao publicly killing the envoy of the feathered divine dynasty and injuring Yu Jinghong during their mental clash quickly spread throughout the entire ancient divine city. In an instant, the young master of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, was the center of attention. Countless forces adjusted their strategies in secret, elevating Qin Wudao's danger level to the highest. Some forces that originally wanted to test the Qin family's power pulled back, no longer daring to make any moves. What a joke! Even a top prodigy of the celestial dynasty like Yu Jinghong had suffered losses at his hands. Who would still dare to touch this bad luck? Of course, there were still some self-important forces or prodigies that held hostility towards Qin Wudao, but they remained hidden, waiting for their opportunity. Qin Wudao paid no attention to the rising storm outside. Under the arrangements of the local ancestors, he, along with Qin Yao and Qin Daoran, settled into a residence in the city center, where the spiritual energy was the most abundant. As soon as they settled down, people began to visit. Some were leaders of local forces who brought heavy gifts, hoping to establish a good relationship. Others were prodigies from other states who wanted to make connections in advance. For these visitors, Qin Wudao refused to see any of them. Qin Daoran was responsible for handling the situation, blocking those who could be blocked, and politely sending away those who could not. Qin Wudao's demeanor made those who came to visit feel that he was even more unfathomable. However, there were always some who were not aware of their situation. On this day, another person arrived outside the residence. It was the middle-aged man who had caused a commotion at the city gate earlier. "This esteemed sir, please announce my arrival. I am Wang Qingquan, the head of the Wang family from the North Xian region, accompanied by my son Wang Tong, here to pay respects to the young master of the Qin family." Chapter 29. Wang Tong's father making trouble again? Signing in at the city, Wang Qingquan had a smug expression on his face, believing himself to be quite important. Although the Wang family was considered a powerful force in the North Xian domain, they were nothing but ants in front of the ancient Qin family. However, he thought that his son Wang Tong, with his extraordinary talent and the potential of an emperor, might catch the eye of the young master of the Qin family. The gate guards remained expressionless, too lazy to pay him any mind. Just then, Qin Yao walked out of the mansion, preparing to gather some information about the ancient divine ruins in the city. Wang Qinquan's eyes lit up. This fairy. Get lost. Qin Yao frowned slightly and coldly spat out a word. She naturally recognized this embarrassing fellow at the city gate. Such a sycophant, wanting to cling to her, was simply delusional. Wang Qinquan's face turned blue and white from being choked, but he dared not retaliate. He could only watch Qin Yao leave, feeling extremely aggrieved. What's so great about it? Once my son Wang Tong enters the divine ruins and gains great opportunities, he will definitely surpass your Qin family's young master. Wang Qinquan thought bitterly as he left in a huff. Inside the mansion, Qin Wudao was naturally unaware of this little incident outside. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was currently contemplating the matter of entering the ancient divine ruins. System, is there a sign-in location in the ancient divine city? Qin Wudao asked in his heart. Ding. Detecting the current location of the host. Ancient divine city. Ding. Ancient divine city, sign-in points refreshed. 1. City Lord's Mansion, golden level sign-in location. 2. Wanbao Tower, silver level sign-in location. 3. Ancient monument at the entrance of the divine ruins, diamond level sign-in location. The system listed several sign-in points. Qin Wudao's gaze immediately locked onto the third one. It seemed that the ancient monument at the entrance of the divine ruins was stronger than the Qin family's armory and had an extraordinary origin. Qin Wudao thought to himself. He decided to sign in before entering the divine ruins to enhance his trump card. With this determination, Qin Wudao stood up and left the mansion. He did not bring Qin Dao in and walked alone towards the entrance of the divine ruins. With his current strength and reputation, almost no one in the ancient divine city dared to harm him. Soon, Qin Wudao arrived in front of the massive entrance to the divine ruins. The entrance exuded an ancient and desolate aura. Beside the entrance stood an ancient stone monument towering 100 feet high. The monument was made of an unknown material, presenting a dark golden color covered in scars of time akin to being cut and chiseled, along with some vague ancient runes. A vast and overwhelming aura of Tao emanated from the monument, making people's hearts tremble. Many outstanding talents gathered around the monument, either comprehending the Tao aura or trying to decipher something from the runes. Qin Wudao's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. They all saluted him, their eyes filled with respect. Qin Wudao ignored these gazes and walked straight to the ancient monument. System, sign in here. Signing in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewards obtained. Eye of Breaking Illusions Beginner. Rewards obtained. Fragment of the Ancient Divine Ruins Map, X1. The Eye of Breaking Illusions. This is an extremely powerful eye technique. Although it is only beginner level, it can see through most illusions, restrictions, and the operational laws and weaknesses of formations in the world. It can even somewhat see through the cultivation disguises of others. This is definitely a life-saving and treasure-hunting tool in the perilous ancient divine ruins. As for that map fragment, it was an unexpected joy. The ancient divine ruins are vast and complex, and having a map, even if just a fragment, can provide a significant advantage. A cool stream of air surged into his eyes, and deep within Qin Wudao's pupils, it seemed that mysterious runes flashed and vanished. He felt that his vision had become clearer. He had a vague perception of the flow of energy around him and the trajectories of formations. Not bad. Qin Wudao nodded in satisfaction. This sign-in was quite rewarding. He retracted his aura and glanced at the massive whirlpool of the entrance to the divine ruins. A hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The ancient divine ruins, a gathering of talents. Should be quite interesting. He then turned around and stepped into the whirlpool of the entrance. A strong sense of spatial distortion immediately enveloped him, as if he was traversing endless time and space. The next moment, his vision suddenly opened up. An indescribable aura of vastness, antiquity, and desolation rushed towards him. Looking around, the sky was gray, with no sun, moon, or stars in sight. The ground was dark red, cracked with deep, bottomless crevices. In the distance, he could see the outlines of ruined giant buildings, broken ancient mountains, and scattered unknown giant skeletons. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, along with an oppressive and almost unbreakable murderous aura and remnants of Tao fragments. These Tao fragments were extremely chaotic, some sharp as knives, some blazing hot like fire, and some cold as ice. Those with slightly weaker cultivation who stepped into this place would likely be torn to pieces by these chaotic Tao fragments in an instant. Is this the ancient divine ruins? Following closely behind Qin Wudao, Qin Yao looked at the apocalyptic scene before her, her delicate face revealing a hint of shock and seriousness. Qin Daoran also had a serious expression, his saintly consciousness spreading out as he cautiously scanned the surroundings. Such dense, murderous aura and resentment. Qin Daoran said solemnly. He could sense that in this ancient battlefield relic, countless unwilling wills were wandering. Qin Wudao, however, remained calm. With the Hongmeng Emperor's bone that naturally resists all laws, these chaotic Tao fragments and murderous aura posed almost no threat to him. He activated the eye of breaking illusions he had just obtained and carefully observed his surroundings. He could see the invisible Tao fragments floating chaotically in the air. Deep within the ground, some special energy nodes were hidden. He could also see some twisted shadows stirring in the dark. The environment here was even harsher than he had imagined. Qin Wudao said lightly, "Young master, which direction should we go?" Qin Daoran asked. The ancient divine ruins were so vast that wandering aimlessly could easily lead to losing direction or even stumbling into a deadly place. Qin Wudao took out the map fragment. The fragment depicted part of the terrain of the divine ruins and marked several special locations. "Let us head this way first." Qin Wudao pointed to a direction marked as the Wailing Spirit Marsh on the map. There were special laws limiting the use of abilities within the divine ruins. The flying speed was far inferior to that of the outside world. Moreover, the deeper they went, the stronger the oppressive force in the space became. On the way, they also saw many broken weapons, collapsed palace ruins, and even some spiritual herbs emitting a faint glow. However, the value of these items was not particularly high, and Qin Wudao was too lazy to collect them. His goal was the true ancient treasures and inheritances. Chapter 30. Vengeful Spirits? Just nourishment. The might of fortune plundering about half an hour later, the scene ahead began to change. The dark red earth gradually became muddy, exuding a foul odor. The malevolent energy and resentment in the air intensified several times. Eerie sounds, like ghostly wails, came from the black swamp ahead, giving one chills. It was vengeful spirits. Qin Daoran's expression stiffened. There were many of them. In the black swamp ahead, figures emitting thick black mist slowly emerged. These figures were a special existence from the ancient divine ruins, ancient vengeful spirits. It is said that they were beings that perished in the ancient war. Their unwilling wills combined with the malevolent energy of this place, forming a unique life form. They had no physical body and were immune to most physical attacks. They excelled in soul attacks and were fearless in death, making them extremely troublesome. At this moment, the ancient vengeful spirits emerging from the swamp were densely packed, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. The aura emitted by each vengeful spirit was comparable to that of the Transcendence realm. Among them, a few were particularly solid and powerful, faintly reaching the peak of the Transcendence realm. So many vengeful spirits. Qin Yao's delicate face changed slightly as she tightened her grip on the Qin Yuan sword. Individually, the vengeful spirits were not strong, but with such a massive number coming in waves, even a saint would likely suffer if caught in the fray. Kekekek. The vengeful spirits let out piercing, eerie laughter, locking on Qin Wudao and the others, rushing towards them madly. In an instant, the wind howled ominously. Countless black mist-wreathed claws tore through the void, reaching for the three. Moreover, invisible mental shocks surged towards their sea of consciousness. "Protect the young master," Qin Daoran shouted, and the sacred domain unfolded. Golden light formed a barrier, blocking most of the vengeful spirits outside. He formed seals with his hands, unleashing palm strikes imbued with the essence of the utmost yang and strength, scattering the encroaching vengeful spirits. Qin Yao also shouted, drawing her Qin Yuan sword. The sword light flickered as she executed the Qin Yuan 9 transformations sword technique, her figure graceful and her sword aura fierce, cutting down one vengeful spirit after another. However, there were simply too many vengeful spirits. They felt no pain and were fearless in death. After being dispersed, they quickly reformed. Although Qin Daoran and Qin Yao were not weak, they gradually began to feel overwhelmed under the relentless assault of so many vengeful spirits, especially the pervasive mental shocks, which caused their sea of consciousness to tremble and their minds to be unsettled. Qin Wudao stood behind them, secretly nodding in approval. Yao's Qin Yuan 9 transformations had become increasingly proficient, and Daoran's foundation as a saint was quite solid. After receiving the complete inheritance of the Qin Yuan 9 transformations, Qin Yao had improved rapidly. At this moment, her sword technique was agile and ethereal, faintly surrounded by the phantom of the Qin Yuan, with power several times stronger than before. Qin Daoran, as a once-hidden genius of the Qin family, had deep roots. Although he had just entered the saint realm, his combat power far surpassed that of others at the same level. His sacred domain was stable, and his divine abilities were sharp, easily dealing with these vengeful spirits of the transcendence realm. If it were just a few vengeful spirits, they could easily handle them. But the vengeful spirits before them were simply too numerous, in the tens of thousands, continuously pouring out from the swamp, seemingly endless. Moreover, these vengeful spirits were extremely difficult to kill completely. After being broken apart, they could quickly reform. Over time, even Qin Daoran, as a saint, would eventually exhaust his magical power. That's enough. Qin Wudao felt that the purpose of letting the two practice had been achieved, and there was no point in continuing to fight. He spoke lightly. His voice was not loud, yet clearly reached Qin Yao and Qin Daoran's ears. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao and Qin Daoran immediately withdrew. Young master, there are too many of these vengeful spirits, and they are extremely difficult to kill completely. It will likely require quite a bit of effort. No need to worry. Qin Wudao's expression was calm as he stepped forward. An indescribable, terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Qin Wudao's body. It was the supreme pressure of the Hongming Emperor Bone. It was the vast dragon might generated by the operation of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Scripture. It was also mixed with a hint of the annihilation aura derived from the depths of the Hongming Emperor Bone, transformed from the Annihilation Emperor Fetus. The three supreme auras fused together, forming an unspeakably terrifying domain that instantly enveloped a radius of several miles. The ancient vengeful spirits, which had been madly rushing forward, all froze in mid-air. Fear appeared in their crimson eyes. Purification. Qin Wudao gently uttered 2 words. As soon as his words fell, the hundreds and thousands of ancient vengeful spirits began to dissolve at a visible speed. They disintegrated. The twisted and pained expressions on their faces seemed to become a bit more peaceful. In the end, all the vengeful spirits completely transformed into the purest energy particles and dissipated into the air within just a few breaths. There were no screams, no struggles, only complete purification. The originally eerie and howling vengeful spirit swamp area suddenly became clear. Only Qin Yao and Qin Daoran remained, staring blankly at this scene. Is this over? Just moments ago, they had felt it was incredibly troublesome, yet the thousands of ancient vengeful spirits had been effortlessly purified by the young master. Without even lifting a finger, merely relying on the aura he emitted, Qin Daoran's heart stirred with waves of shock. He knew his young master was extraordinary, but this was too extraordinary. What kind of terrifying power did this Hongming Emperor Bone contain? Qin Yao looked at Qin Wudao's nonchalant back, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. This was her brother Wudao, always so powerful, so unfathomable. At that moment, Qin Wudao slightly raised his eyebrows. He felt that as those vengeful spirits were purified, streams of invisible, strange energy were converging towards him. Ding! Host triggered passive skill. Genius fortune plundering, intermediate. Detected that the host has killed a special creature containing residual fortune. Ancient vengeful spirit. Plundering its residual fortune. Plundering successful. Host on fortune has slightly increased. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Oh, killing these vengeful spirits also allowed for fortune plundering? A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes. The fortune provided by a single vengeful spirit was minuscule, but the quantity just now was in the thousands. Accumulating the small into large amounts brought a considerable enhancement. The integration of this invisible fortune seemed to make his senses sharper. His ability to foresee dangers in the surrounding environment and his intuition for hidden opportunities subtly improved. Even when operating the breaking illusion divine eye, it felt smoother. Interesting. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qin Wudao's mouth. Fortune plundering truly was a good thing. Let us continue deeper. Qin Wudao retracted his aura and led the way into the depths of the vengeful spirit swamp. Chapter 31. The Eternal Blood Ganoderma, a confrontation on a narrow path. Qin Yao and Qin Daoran quickly followed, their eyes filled with curiosity. They also wanted to see what was hidden in the depths of the swamp, where countless vengeful spirits lingered. After approximately 15 minutes of travel, the scenery changed once again. What appeared before the three was actually a vibrant valley. This valley was hidden deep within the swamp, shrouded by a layer of natural fog formation, making it extremely difficult to discover unless one had the keen perception like Qin Wudao. The valley was filled with rich spiritual energy, with exotic flowers and plants everywhere. It formed a sharp contrast to the desolate and lifeless scene of the outer ruins. In the center of the valley, there was a clear spiritual spring. Beside the spring's opening grew a peculiar plant, entirely crimson like blood, resembling Ganoderma, yet emanating overwhelming vitality and blood energy. This blood-red Ganoderma was about the size of a palm, with 9 strange golden patterns on its cap. The rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, and just a single breath made one feel as if their whole body's energy was boiling. This is the Eternal Blood Ganoderma. Qin Daoran, well-informed, immediately recognized it, his eyes revealing shock. It was rumored that this item had extremely harsh growth conditions and took 10,000 years to mature. It contained immense essence of vitality and life energy, having miraculous effects for physical cultivators and healing. A mature, eternal blood Ganoderma was enough to drive even a sage mad. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes also sparkled. For Qin Wudao, the eternal blood Ganoderma was indeed a good supplement, enabling him to further temper his body and accumulate foundation. It seemed that after the rise in fortune, luck had indeed improved. However, just as Qin Wudao was about to step forward to collect the eternal blood Ganoderma, several sounds of breaking air came from behind. 3 figures appeared on the other side of the valley. Leading them was a young man dressed in a purple brocade robe, a prodigy at the pinnacle of the profound realm. Moreover, his aura was so strong that it seemed to surpass the first-rate prodigy that Qin Wudao had previously slain. Behind him were 2 late-stage profound realm attendants. Ha ha! Heaven is truly helping me to actually encounter the eternal blood Ganoderma here. The purple-robed youth laughed loudly. He then turned his gaze toward Qin Wudao and the others. Where did these 3 useless people come from, daring to covet what I, this young master, have set my eyes on? He noticed that Qin Wudao's cultivation was merely at the profound realm, and Qin Yao was also at the profound realm. Only Qin Daoran was at the sage realm. But in his eyes, an old man who had just entered the sage realm was not worth fearing at all. He was a core disciple from one of the top forces of the ancient immortal domain, the Zixiao Holy Land, late Qinjue, with his own cultivation at the pinnacle of the profound realm and numerous trump cards. It was not impossible for him to slay an opponent who had just entered the sage realm. Moreover, the other side only had 1 sage. Kid, this eternal blood Ganoderma is mine. Lei Qinjue spoke in a commanding tone, looking down at Qin Wudao. Now, take your people and get out of here immediately, and I can spare you from death. His tone was filled with undeniable dominance and contempt. Qin Yao's face turned frost-like upon hearing this, while Qin Daoran's eyes also turned cold, the pressure of the sage realm stirring. However, Qin Wudao raised his hand to stop them. He looked calmly at the purple-robed youth, his gaze unruffled without a hint of turbulence. There was not even a trace of anger, because there was no need. What was there to be angry about with the dead man? The eternal blood Ganoderma is mine. Qin Wudao spoke lightly, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable certainty. Huh. Lei Qianjue did not expect that this profound realm kid would dare to contradict him. His face twisted into a grim smile. So you're asking for it, huh? Good. Killing you will allow me to enjoy this eternal blood Ganoderma all by myself. Killing intent flashed in Lei Qianjue's eyes. In his view, Qin Wudao and the others were already dead. A mere profound realm cultivator dared to be so arrogant before him? Lei Qianjue was too lazy to waste more words and launched his attack. A dazzling purple lightning erupted from his body, a violent thunder force spreading out. Zixiao Divine Thunder Palm. Lei Qianjue shouted, slapping out with his palm. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple lightning gathering, forming a massive thunderous palm that descended upon Qin Wudao with destructive power. The power of this palm was enough to instantly kill an ordinary pinnacle profound realm cultivator. Even a sage would have to treat it seriously. A cruel smile appeared on Lei Qianjue's face, as if he could already envision Qin Wudao being turned to dust by his palm. However, facing this world-destroying palm, Qin Wudao did not even lift his eyelids. He simply extended a finger. He lightly pointed at the gigantic thunderous palm. Just a single point. It was plain and unremarkable, without any flashing moves. Not even a trace of mana fluctuation was emitted. Seeing this scene, the grim smile on Lei Qianjue's face deepened. Fool! How dare you be so arrogant in the face of my Zixiao Divine Thunderpalm? Turn to ashes. The two attendants behind him wore expressions of mockery and disdain. However, Qin Yao and Qin Darren's eyes were calm, even carrying a hint of pity. Pity for this ignorant disciple of the Zixiao Holy Land. In the next moment, Qin Wudao's white, jade-like finger gently touched the massive purple, thunderous palm that blocked the sky. Then, that wildly violent thunderous palm, which could instantly kill a pinnacle profound realm cultivator instantly, disintegrated. Yes, it disintegrated. The sky full of purple lightning let out a cry of unwillingness, completely dissipating into nothingness. What? The grim smile on Lei Qianjue's face instantly froze. His eyes were almost popping out. His proud and powerful Zixiao Divine Thunder Palm was actually so easily shattered by the other party with just a casual point? How could this be possible? This was absolutely impossible. He must be seeing things. However, before he could react from his extreme shock, Qin Wudao's finger, with unrelenting momentum, continued to point towards his glabella. The speed was not fast. It contained some sort of universal truth, locking onto all of Lei Qianjue's energy, making it impossible for him to evade. An unprecedented sense of death crisis instantly enveloped his heart. No! Lei Qianjue let out a scream filled with sheer terror. He wanted to beg for mercy, to retreat, to summon his life-saving trump card. But it was too late. That finger accurately landed on Lei Qianjue's glabella. The terrified expression on Lei Qianjue's face completely froze. The vitality in his eyes receded like the tide. In the next second, his entire body, along with his soul, shattered inch by inch, turning into dust that scattered in the wind. Both body and spirit annihilated. A single point. Just a single point. The powerful core disciple of the Zixiao Holy Land, Lei Qianjue at the pinnacle of the profound realm, was dead. Lord! The two attendants of Lei Qianjue were completely dumbfounded at this moment. What did they just witness? Their young master was actually killed by this seemingly harmless white-clad youth with just a finger. Run. Run fast. Chapter 32. Entering the ancient cultivation cave and seizing the supreme treasure. The ultimate fear caused them to lose all will to fight in an instant, and they turned to flee. However, how could Qin Wudao give them that chance? An invisible pressure descended. The two followers at the late stage of the profound realm stiffened suddenly and exploded into a mist of blood, clean and swift, from Lei Qianjue's attack to their deaths. The entire process took only a few breaths. Qin Yao and Qin Darren stood by, their expressions calm. They were not surprised by this outcome. Provoking the young master was simply seeking death. Qin Wudao casually waved his hand, and the spatial rings of Lei, Qin Yuan, and the others flew into his hand. Inside were some spirit stones, elixirs, and a few cultivation techniques from the Purple Cloud Holy Land. They were of little use to him. He casually erased the marks and threw it to Qin Daoran. Dispose of this. Yes, young master, Qin Daoran respectfully accepted. Qin Wudao then turned his gaze back to the 10,000-year-old blood spirit herb. He walked to the spirit spring, carefully uprooted the precious treasure, and placed it into a specially made jade box for storage. The rich medicinal fragrance and the power of vitality were instantly locked inside the jade box. Ding! The host has triggered the passive skill, Talent Fortune Plundering, Intermediate. Detected that the host has killed a talented individual with strong fortune. Lei Qinjue, Purple Cloud Holy Land. Plundering Fortune. Plundering successful. The host's own fortune has increased significantly. The system's prompt sounded again. Qin Wudao could clearly feel a wave of fortune power, several times denser than when he killed the vengeful spirit, merging into his body. His perception and intuition seemed to have improved to another level. Even the operation of the breaking illusion divine, I felt more effortless. It seemed that killing these so-called talents yielded even more fortune. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Qin Wudao's mouth. This ancient divine ruin was indeed his blessed land. Not only could he search for treasures, but he could also kill and plunder fortunes. Perfect. As for whether killing and plundering would bring trouble, Qin Wudao didn't care at all. In this survival of the fittest world of cultivation, especially in this perilous ancient divine ruin, killing and plundering were entirely justified. If you don't kill others, others will come to kill you. Since that's the case, why not strike first? He stored the 10,000-year-old blood spirit herb and looked towards the next location marked on the map. It seemed to be an ancient cultivation cave. Let's go. Qin Wudao put away the map, and with a movement of his body, he darted towards the new target location. Qin Yao and Qin Daoran followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the second special location marked on the map. It was an area of broken mountain ranges. Underneath an inconspicuous cliff, Qin Wudao stopped. His gaze fell upon what appeared to be an ordinary cliff wall. Young master, there doesn't seem to be anything special here, Qin Yao said with some confusion. Qin Daoran also spread out his divine sense to investigate, but found nothing unusual. However, Qin Wudao shook his head slightly. He activated the breaking illusion divine eye. In an instant, the scene before him changed dramatically. That seemingly ordinary cliff wall was actually shrouded in layers of complex and mysterious formation restrictions. These restrictions shimmered with various colors, forming a perfect whole, radiating a powerful and subtle energy fluctuation. If it weren't for the breaking illusion divine eye, even a saint would find it difficult to detect the anomaly here. What a brilliant concealment and defensive formation. Qin Wudao was slightly surprised in his heart. The person who set up this formation had undoubtedly reached a very high realm in the art of formations. There must be something hidden behind this cliff. It was likely the ancient cultivation cave mentioned on the map. Daoran, see if you can break this formation, Qin Wudao instructed. Yes, young master, Qin Daoran responded, walking to the cliff wall and cautiously touching the invisible barrier of the formation. As the formation was triggered, brilliant runes instantly lit up, and a powerful rebounding force came. Qin Daoran was knocked back several steps, his face showing a look of horror. What a strong formation! The changes in the formation contained within are extremely complex and profound. With my strength, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to forcibly break it, Qin Daoran said solemnly. He was a strong saint, yet he couldn't even shake this formation. It showed how powerful it was. At that moment, perhaps due to the energy fluctuations triggered by Qin Daoran's activation of the formation, several streams of light suddenly flew towards this direction from afar. These were other talented individuals attracted by the abnormal fluctuations in this area. Soon, 3 groups of people, totaling more than 10 individuals, arrived in this area one after another. They saw Qin Wudao and the other 2, first taken aback. Then their gazes were drawn to the shimmering formation runes on the cliff wall. It's a formation restriction. There are ancient cultivation ruins here. What a strong energy fluctuation. There must be precious treasures inside. Quick, let us work together to break it. The later arrivals displayed greed and excitement in their eyes. They hardly paid any attention to Qin Wudao and the others, their focus entirely on the formation and the potential treasures. Immediately, a few impatient talents summoned their treasures and fiercely bombarded the barrier. The violent energy rampaged. However, no matter how ferocious their attacks were, they only stirred up ripples on the surface, unable to budge it even a little. In fact, many were knocked back by the strong rebounding force, their faces pale and disheveled. Damn, this formation is too strong. It seems we need to join forces, someone suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, these more than 10 talented individuals from different forces temporarily set aside their defenses and began to attack the formation together. In an instant, various divine lights, treasures, and divine abilities erupted, creating a grand spectacle. Qin Yao looked at this scene and couldn't help but curl her lip. A bunch of fools. They think they can forcibly break a formation that even a saint struggles to shake. Qin Daoran also shook his head slightly. Only Qin Wudao remained calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, once again activating the breaking illusion divine eye, carefully observing the constantly changing formation runes and the trajectories of the energy flows. After a moment, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. I see. A combination of illusion and spatial formations? Interesting. He had seen through the core of this formation. While those talented individuals were still futilely attacking the formation, Qin Wudao moved. His steps appeared casual, yet they aligned with some profound rhythm. Each step landed precisely on the key nodes of the formation's operation. Occasionally, he extended a finger and gently tapped in the air. Strange ripples spread out. Before everyone's astonished gaze, the formation barrier automatically opened a passage. In the stunned silence of all, Qin Wudao simply stepped into the formation. His figure instantly vanished within the cliff. Silence. A deathly stillness. Those talented individuals who were still working together to attack the formation were now frozen in place. Their faces filled with disbelief and expressions as if they had seen a ghost. What? What just happened? How? How did he get in? That formation is ineffective against him? My God, how'd he do it? Chapter 33. The breaking of illusions and the divine eye breaking the restrictions. Black Star Gold. Everyone was stunned. The powerful restrictions that they had struggled to shake were effortlessly bypassed by that white-clothed youth. Just like that, this was simply a challenge to their understanding. Qin Yao and Qin Daoran were also shocked. They knew the young master was strong, but they didn't expect him to treat such a profound and powerful formation restriction as if it were nothing. This method of breaking formations was simply miraculous. Hurry, he has also entered. The treasures inside are definitely going to be monopolized by him. After a brief moment of shock, someone reacted and shouted anxiously. The crowd once again frantically attacked the restrictions, trying to break through and rush in. However, the restrictions remained as stable as a mountain. They could only watch helplessly as the only entrance slowly closed after Qin Wudao entered, leaving behind a group of frustrated yet helpless prodigies outside the cliff wall. Inside the cliff's restriction, there was another world. This was not the resplendent cave they had imagined. Instead, it appeared somewhat simple. The space was small, about 100 feet in radius, with smooth walls and no unnecessary decorations. Only at the deepest part of the cave was there a mat, and in front of the mat sat a skeleton in a meditative posture. This skeleton was entirely jade white, exuding a faint glow, and had once belonged to an extremely powerful cultivator whose body was immortal. Unfortunately, it ultimately could not withstand the erosion of time and sat down here. It seemed to be a solitary practitioner from ancient times. Qin Wudao glanced at it and understood. Such cultivators often did not value external possessions, and there were likely not many luxurious burial items in the cave. However, the ability to set up such profound restrictions outside and possess an immortal body indicated that this ancient cultivator's strength in life was certainly extraordinary, and whatever was left behind would undoubtedly be valuable. Qin Wudao's gaze swept across the cave. Soon, he discovered several dusty jade boxes in a crevice beside the skeleton. He waved his hand casually, brushing off the dust. He opened the first jade box. A rich and intense medicinal fragrance wafted out. Inside the jade box lay 3 pill-sized, perfectly round pills, flowing with colorful glimmers. On the surface of the pills, mysterious patterns were even circulating. This is the 7 Apertures wonderful pill. Qin Wudao's eyes lit up. This was an ancient sacred pill that had long been lost. It was rumored that consuming one could cleanse the soul, open the 7 apertures, and significantly enhance comprehension. It had unimaginable benefits for understanding techniques and powers. Even for saints, it held tremendous allure. Unexpectedly, there were 3 here. Moreover, judging by their appearance, they were extremely well preserved, with almost no loss of medicinal power. Not bad. Qin Wudao nodded in satisfaction and put them away. He then opened the second jade box. Inside was a piece of metal the size of a human head, entirely black, but seemingly containing the essence of countless stars. Starry black gold. Qin Wudao was astonished again. This was the top material for refining sacred weapons and even imperial weapons. Extremely rare. A piece the size of a fist could attract countless forces to fight over it. To find such a large piece here was incredible. It seemed this ancient cultivator had been wealthy in life. Qin Wudao also unceremoniously took that. When he opened the third jade box, it contained a pile of sparkling, top-grade spirit stones. There were quite a few, totaling over 10,000. Although top-grade spirit stones were not too rare for Qin Wudao now, they were still better than nothing. After rummaging through the jade boxes, Qin Wudao's gaze fell upon the skeleton. More precisely, it landed on a primitive jade slip that lay flat on the skeleton's knee. This jade slip looked ordinary, but emitted a vast, overwhelming aura, as if it could extinguish the stars. Qin Wudao's expression became serious. He could feel that this jade slip was the most precious thing in this cave. He extended his hand and picked up the jade slip. A torrent of vast and majestic information instantly surged into his mind. Imperial technique. Chaotic star hand. Qin Wudao's heart trembled violently. Imperial technique. It was actually the legendary imperial technique. Although it was only a fragment and seemed to contain only the first few moves, it was still an imperial technique. Created by a supreme being of emperor-level strength, its power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Looking across the entire ancient immortal domain, complete imperial techniques were extremely rare, being the treasured foundation of various immortal powers. Unexpectedly, hidden in this inconspicuous cave of the ancient divine ruins was a fragment of an imperial technique inheritance, based on chaos, using stars, evolving the heavens with one palm. It could shatter star rivers. Qin Wudao silently comprehended the information in his mind, his gaze growing brighter. This chaotic star hand was overwhelmingly domineering. It was a purely offensive imperial technique. Cultivating it to the extreme, with a mere gesture, one could invoke chaotic power and condense the might of the stars. With boundless power, although it was only a fragment, the power of the first few moves alone was enough to significantly elevate his current combat strength. Very good. Excellent. Qin Wudao couldn't help but smile. This harvest far exceeded his expectations. He sat cross-legged and began to quickly memorize and preliminarily comprehend this incomplete imperial technique. With the enhancement of the 7 Apertures wonderful pill and the Primordial Emperor bone, his comprehension speed was extremely fast. In just half an hour, Qin Wudao had firmly memorized the first 3 moves of the chaotic star hand and had a preliminary understanding. Although he could not fully exert its power yet, he could barely manifest it. With this done, it was time to leave. Qin Wudao stood up and slightly bowed to the skeleton. Thank you for the inheritance, senior. No matter what, having received such great benefits, basic courtesy must be observed. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the cave entrance. He activated the breaking of illusions divine eye again, passing through the still glimmering barrier with the same method. Damn it, what kind of cursed restriction is this? That kid has been inside for almost an hour. The treasures inside must have all been taken by him. I'm so angry. The crowd was both furious and anxious, yet helpless. Qin Yao and Qin Daoran quietly waited to the side, their expressions calm. Just then, a figure in white slowly walked out. He has come out. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Qin Wudao. Their eyes were filled with jealousy, greed, and a hint of fear. Kid, what did you get inside? Hand it over. A hot-tempered prodigy couldn't help but shout angrily. He believed that Qin Wudao must have used some cunning method to enter, and his strength might not be that formidable. Now that he had come out, it was just right to force him to hand over the treasures. However, Qin Wudao couldn't be bothered to even glance at him. You're looking for death. Chapter 34. Death Trap, the Revenge of the Feather Dynasty. The fiery talent roared and directly summoned a long knife engulfed in flames. Fiercely slashing towards Qin Wudao, before the knife could fall, an invisible finger wind struck first, piercing directly through his brow. The anger on the fiery talent's face instantly froze, and then his body fell straight down, life extinguished. The people around gasped in shock. One move, instant kill. They didn't even see how Qin Wudao made his move. Fear. Boundless fear. They finally realized that this white-clothed youth before them was not someone they could provoke. The previous greed and jealousy were instantly replaced by fear. One by one, they fell silent, not daring to breathe. Qin Wudao walked to Qin Yao and Qin Dare inside. Let's go. After leaving the ancient cultivation cave, Qin Wudao continued deeper into the Taigu Divine ruins, according to the map fragments indications. The next marked location seemed quite far away, requiring them to cross an area called the Fallen God Gorge. Young Master, according to the records, the Fallen God Gorge was an extremely brutal battlefield during the ancient times. It is rumored that god-level powerhouses fell here, and the aura of death is extremely heavy. Moreover, the terrain is complex, filled with spatial rifts and natural dead ends, making it exceptionally dangerous. Along the way, Qin Daoran informed Qin Wudao of what he knew about the Fallen God Gorge. It's fine. Qin Wudao's expression was calm. With his current strength, coupled with the broken illusion Divine Eye, as long as he didn't encounter a true terror, ordinary dead ends wouldn't be able to trap him. However, his intuition, sharpened by improved luck, faintly sensed a hint of unease. It seemed that some danger was waiting for him ahead. Is someone seeking death? Qin Wudao's gaze turned slightly cold, but he did not stop his pace. When the soldiers come, I will block them. When the water comes, I will cover it. Just right, it was time for his luck value to be replenished. Meanwhile, deep within the Fallen God Gorge, in a strategically perilous canyon, dozens of figures were lurking in the shadows, concealing their auras. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in silver battle armor with a stern face. The aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a genuine saint. Moreover, his strength was far beyond that of the Saint Guardian who was severely injured by Qin Wudao and later killed by Qin Daoran. This man was one of the saint elders sent by the Feather Dynasty to protect Yu Jinghong, Yu Changfeng, a long-established senior saint. Beside him stood more than 10 cultivators dressed in Feather Dynasty attire, each with powerful auras, all at least in the late stage, or even peak of the profound realm. Besides the forces of the Feather Dynasty, there were also several other groups lurking on both sides of the canyon. Among them was the faction of Zhixiao Holy Land, which was previously killed by a finger from Qin Wudao, led by a cold young man who also reached the peak of the profound realm. There was another group consisting of top forces that had friendly relations with the Feather Dynasty, or rather, wanted to curry favor with it. They gathered here with only one goal: to intercept Qin Wudao. Elder Yu, is the information reliable? Will Qin Wudao really pass through here? The cold young man from Zhixiao Holy Land asked in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. They had been lying in ambush here for nearly a day. Yu Changfeng's gaze was icy, scanning the direction of the canyon entrance like a hawk, and coldly said, "Humph. This is the shortest path calculated by young Master Jinghong, using the heavenly secret treasure. If Qin Wudao wants to reach the core area of the divine ruins, this is a necessary route. Moreover, I have set up the locking void absolute kill formation here. As long as he dares to step into this place, he will be unable to escape." A hint of confidence and cruelty appeared on Yu Changfeng's face. This locking void absolute kill formation was an extremely powerful trapping formation of the Feather Dynasty. Once activated, It could not only seal the void, but also draw upon the death aura and residual killing intent of the fallen god gorge itself, transforming into a deadly attack. Even a saint trapped within would have to suffer defeat. Although Qin Wudao was a prodigy, having killed Yu Fei and possibly injuring the divine consciousness of young Master Jinghong, he was ultimately only at the profound realm. Today, with so many powerful figures lying in ambush, and Elder Yu personally overseeing, along with the assistance of the deadly formation. Even if Qin Wudao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would undoubtedly die. A young genius from a top force said flatteringly, "Exactly. We must shred this bastard into pieces to avenge Brother Lei." The cold young man from Zixiao Holy Lands' eyes sparkled with vengeful light. Yu Changfeng snorted coldly. Young Master Jinghong has ordered that this child must be captured alive. The young master is very interested in his mysterious physique and wants to study it personally. Of course, if he encounters fierce resistance, kill without mercy. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, their eyes filled with killing intent. At that moment, the monk on guard sent a message. Target appears. 3 people. They are heading towards the canyon. They're here. Yu Changfeng's eyes instantly sharpened like a knife. Everyone, prepare. Activate the formation. With a command, buzz, the entire canyon trembled violently. The array patterns hidden in the mountain walls and the ground suddenly lit up. In an instant, an invisible energy barrier completely sealed off the entire canyon. At the same time, the dense death aura and long-dormant killing intent from the fallen god gorge seemed to be drawn in, madly converging towards the canyon. Woo-woo-woo. The sounds of ghostly wails and divine cries erupted. Terrifying phantoms formed from death aura and killing intent flickered within the formation. The entire canyon instantly transformed into a hell of absolute killing. And at this moment, Qin Wudao, Qin Yao, and Qin Daoran had just stepped into the entrance of the canyon. Not good. It's a formation. Qin Daoran's face changed drastically. Sensing the spatial blockade and the terrifying killing intent at the first moment. There's an ambush. Qin Yao's pretty face also turned pale, gripping the sword tightly in her hand. Only Qin Wudao remained calm, even the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Finally, it has come? He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of death aura, looking towards the hidden figures deep within the canyon, his eyes filled with fierce killing intent. Kill! At this moment, Yu Changfeng's cold voice rang out. In an instant, dozens of figures shot out like ghosts from all directions. Various brilliant divine abilities and fierce treasure attacks poured down on Qin Wudao and the others like a torrential storm, accompanied by countless death aura phantoms activated by the formation. They clawed and pounced toward them, killing intent. The chilling killing intent instantly filled the entire canyon. Seeking death, Qin Daoran shouted angrily. He stepped forward, blocking in front of Qin Wudao and Qin Yao. With both hands forming seals, golden divine light surged, blocking most of the attacks. Chapter 35. Ascending Steps to Kill. 1 palm to annihilate the saint. The pressure of the saint exploded with a roar. Yu Changfeng, it's you. Qin Daoran locked onto the silver-armored saint at the forefront. Oof. Qin Daoran, you're also an ancient genius hidden by the Qin family. Why accompany a dying man to the grave? Surrender now, and perhaps I can spare your life. Yu Changfeng floated in midair, his tone arrogant. In his eyes, although Qin Daoran was a saint, he was merely new to the saint realm. He had long been a seasoned saint, and with the absolute killing formation and numerous helpers, capturing Qin Daoran was just a matter of time. Bah! If you want to touch my young master, you must step over my dead body first. Qin Daoran's eyes widened in anger. He punched out fiercely, shattering several incoming divine abilities. Stubborn and unyielding. Charge! Kill him first. A cold light flashed in Yu Changfeng's eyes, and the aura of the saint fully erupted, suppressing Qin Daoran. The 2 powerful saints instantly engaged in fierce battle. The aftermath of their confrontation was terrifying. The entire canyon trembled violently, rocks shattered, and the void twisted. Kill those 2 weaklings. The cold youth from the Zixiao Holy Land and other prodigies grinned as they charged towards Qin Wudao and Qin Yao. In their eyes, as long as they dealt with Qin Wudao, the main target, everything would be over. Be careful, Qin Yao shouted, meeting the few people at the forefront. The mysterious movement technique of the 9 transformations of the Green Yuan unfolded, and sharp sword energy continuously slashed out, temporarily holding off several late-stage, transcendent realm attackers. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao became the focal target of nearly 20 remaining late-stage, transcendent realm experts. Kid, Kumadai, D, various blades and sword lights, divine abilities, and treasures surged towards Qin Wudao. They wanted to annihilate this monster as quickly as possible. However, facing this overwhelming attack that could make any transcendent realm cultivator despair, a hint of a cold smile appeared on Qin Wudao's face. A group of ants dares to compete with the bright moon? He slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, an indescribably terrifying aura spread from his palm. Endless stars gathered within it, rising and falling. Chaotic energy flowed, and starlight shone brightly. Imperial technique. Chaotic star hand. Qin Wudao softly uttered a few words. The next moment, he slapped out. A giant hand formed from endless starlight, and chaotic energy appeared out of thin air. This hand obscured the sky and covered the sun, encompassing the entire starry sky. In its palm, it seemed as if countless stars were swirling. The aura it emitted was overwhelmingly domineering. What? What is that? All the prodigies attacking Qin Wudao were horrified the moment they saw this giant hand. From that palm, they felt a fear and despair that originated from the depths of their souls. Run. This was the only thought in their minds. But it was too late. The massive chaotic star hand descended with a speed that seemed slow but was actually incredibly fast. There was no suspense. The nearly 20 late-stage, transcendent realm peak prodigies, along with their protectors, didn't even have time to scream. One palm, just one palm. Nearly 20 experts, all annihilated. The entire canyon instantly fell into dead silence. The few people who were fighting fiercely with Qin Yao froze in shock at this scene. Qin Yao seized the opportunity, and with a flash of sword light, she slaughtered them all. Meanwhile, the Saint Yu Changfeng, who was engaged in battle with Qin Daoran, also had his pupils constrict and felt a chill run down his spine. Imperial technique. He screamed in disbelief, his voice filled with unimaginable fear. That was definitely an imperial technique. Only the legendary imperial techniques could possess such terrifying power. How could a kid from the transcendent realm possibly master an imperial technique? This is illogical, but the facts were right in front of him. He understood that the young master of the Qin family had hit a brick wall this time. The Qin family young master before him was simply a monster that could not be gauged by common sense. Retreat. We must retreat. Yu Changfeng no longer had any fighting spirit, turning to flee this hell of annihilation. However, how could Qin Wudao let him go? Want to leave now? Too late. A cold voice echoed. Qin Wudao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He concentrated his thoughts. An ancient seal appeared from between his eyebrows. It was the ancestral battle intent mark given by Old Shu. A vast and boundless terrifying battle intent from the primordial wilderness surged into the sky. Qin Wudao's aura skyrocketed at that moment. D. Qin Wudao shouted lowly and slapped out again. The void shattered inch by inch. No! The fleeing Yu Changfeng let out a desperate howl. He exerted all his strength, activating all defensive treasures and divine abilities. However, in front of Qin Wudao's palm infused with ancestral battle intent, all his defenses crumbled like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. The palm imprint struck solidly on Yu Changfeng's back. Wow! Yu Changfeng was sent flying, leaving a trail of holy blood in his wake. His protective holy armor shattered inch by inch, and a terrifying palm imprint dented his back, bones crushed, and internal organs turned to mush. His aura instantly withered to the extreme. Heavy injury. The esteemed senior saint of the Feather Divine Dynasty was actually gravely injured to the brink of death by a junior from the transcendent realm with a single palm. Kill! Qin Daoran roared, unleashing the full power of the saint, delivering his strongest strike. Yu Changfeng's already crumbling body exploded into a cloud of blood mist in midair. His essence and spirit were both extinguished. Elder Yu Changfeng of the Feathered Divine Dynasty, fallen. Thus, this meticulously planned ambush ended with the ambushers being completely annihilated. The entire canyon returned to silence once more. Only the strong smell of blood lingered in the air. As the smoke cleared and the slaughter ended, within the canyon of the fallen God Gorge, only the pungent smell of blood and the scene of devastation remained. Qin Daoren stepped forward, skillfully beginning to clean up the battlefield, collecting the space rings and other spoils left by the ambushers. Although these things might not mean much to the young master, they couldn't be wasted. Qin Yao walked over to Qin Wudao's side. Qin Wudao's face was slightly pale. Continuously using incomplete imperial techniques and activating a one-time ancestral battle intent mark took a toll on him. However, the rewards were immense. Ding! Host triggered passive skill. Prodigy Fortune Plunder. Intermediate. Detected that the host has killed several prodigies and powerful beings containing strong fortune. Detected that the host has killed a Saint Realm powerhouse with extremely strong fortune. Yu Changfeng. Plundering his fortune. Plunder successful. Host's own fortune has greatly increased. A force of fortune far more majestic than before fused into Qin Wudao's body. He could clearly feel that his perception, intuition, and even comprehension had significantly improved once again. In the dark, it seemed easier to grasp that elusive opportunity. Feathered Divine Dynasty. Yu Jinghong. Chapter 36. The Saintess of Yaoqi, the Yin Body. Qin Wudao's eyes were cold. This ambush must have been orchestrated by Yu Jinghong behind the scenes. This grudge was thoroughly settled. Once they reached the core area of the Tianjiao Grand Assembly, he would make Yu Jinghong pay the price. Young master, everything has been handled, Qin Daoren said as he handed over the collected spoils to Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao glanced casually at them, finding nothing of interest, and instructed Qin Daoren to keep them. Let's go, continue on our journey. The three did not linger in this place and proceeded towards the next direction marked on the map fragment. After this ambush, both Qin Daoren and Qin Yao had become more vigilant. However, perhaps due to Qin Wudao's recent massacre, which had earned him a fearsome reputation, or perhaps because of his enhanced fortune, the subsequent journey was surprisingly calm, with no further trouble. Several hours later, they arrived at an area shrouded in intense cold. The temperature here was extremely low, with the ground covered by a thick layer of frost and no vegetation in sight. In the center of the area, there was a massive cold pond several miles wide. The water was as black as ink, unfathomably deep, emanating an extreme chill. Just getting close made one feel as if their soul would freeze. What an astonishing power of Yin, Qin Daoren said solemnly. Qin Yao couldn't help but circulate her energy to resist the invading cold. Qin Wudao raised an eyebrow. He could sense that deep within the pond lay a certain, extremely pure source of Yin energy. Could it be the divine Yin water? Qin Wudao's heart stirred. The divine Yin water is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, renowned alongside the divine sun fire. It is the essence of Yin power condensed to its extreme. For cultivators practicing Yin cold attribute techniques, it is an unparalleled treasure. Even for other cultivators, it has the miraculous effects of cleansing the body, refining the soul, and even comprehending the laws of Yin. To think that there would be a cold pond containing divine Yin water here. It seems the map fragment's markings were indeed correct. However, just as Qin Wudao was about to investigate the pond's depths, his gaze sharpened as he looked to the other side of the pond. There, he saw a stunning figure that had quietly appeared at some point. It was a woman dressed in a pure white palace gown, exuding a cool, moon-like aura, resembling a fairy from the Guanghan Palace. She stood there quietly, surrounded by a faint moonlight glow. Her eyes, clear as crystal, gazed into the depths of the pond. Her aura was ethereal yet powerful, reaching the peak of the transcendence realm. Moreover, the unique Yin Dao charm radiating from her immediately revealed her identity to Qin Wudao, the Saintess of Yaoqi, the contemporary holy maiden, one of the top young prodigies in the immortal realm, known alongside the likes of the little immortal lord, reincarnation child, and Yu Jinghong. To think he would encounter her here. The Saintess of Yaoqi slowly turned her head, her cool gaze landing on Qin Wudao. Their eyes met. Both Qin Yao and Qin Daoren felt an immense pressure. The saintess of Yaoqi before them felt even more unfathomable than Yu Jinghong had. As the saintess of Yaoqi looked at Qin Wudao, a trace of barely perceptible surprise flashed in her eyes. She also recognized his identity, or rather, sensed the terrifying aura emanating from him that made her heart race. Especially Qin Wudao's calm and indifferent gaze, which contained an endless starry expanse, gave her a feeling she had never experienced before, a sensation of being unable to see through him. Neither spoke, yet the exchange of glances spoke volumes. They were both assessing each other's strength and threat level. The atmosphere became subtly tense. Both were intent on obtaining the divine Yin water at the bottom of the pond. Determined to have it. By the edge of the Yin cold pond, the atmosphere was delicate. Qin Wudao and the saintess of Yaoqi, two of the top young prodigies in the immortal realm, met due to the opportunity presented by the divine Yin water. The previous silent contest of Tao rhythm seemed calm, but was in fact extraordinarily perilous. Ultimately, the divine Yin water was divided into two halves, with both obtaining one half, resulting in a draw. Buzz! The half of divine Yin water floating before them was drawn in and slowly merged into their bodies. In an instant, an extreme cold power, accompanied by an extremely pure source of Yin energy, spread throughout both of their bodies. Qin Wudao felt a refreshing sensation flow through his limbs, and his soul was washed clean, becoming even more transparent and refined. The Hongmeng Emperor bone within him seemed to take an interest in this pure Yin energy, autonomously absorbing a portion, blending a hint of Yin and Yang into the originally pure Yang and rigid Emperor bone aura, making it more harmonious and profound. Although his cultivation did not immediately break through, his foundation became more stable, and his understanding of the great Tao seemed clearer. On the other side, the moonlight glow surrounding the saintess of Yaoqi became even more radiant. Her originally ethereal and transcendent aura now added a touch of mystery and nobility. The divine Yin water brought even greater benefits to her, who practiced the Yin Tao. It was practically a tailor-made treasure. She could feel that her comprehension of the Yin laws had instantaneously elevated to a new level. After refining the divine water, the saintess of Yaoqi's cool gaze fell once again on Qin Wudao. This time, the surprise and wariness in her eyes deepened. Although the previous contest of Tao rhythm seemed evenly matched, only she knew that she had actually fallen at a disadvantage. The overwhelming and domineering aura from the other party seemed to suppress her own Yin Tao rhythm naturally. If it weren't for the fact that the other party seemed uninterested in eliminating her, she might not even have obtained half of the divine Yin water. What kind of constitution does this person have? Why does it give me a feeling of facing ancient gods and demons? Waves surged in the heart of the saintess of Yaoqi. As the most outstanding disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land, possessing the Yin treasure body and extensive knowledge, she had never heard of any constitution that could emit such a terrifying aura. The Hongmeng Emperor bone? It seems even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. For the first time, she felt an intense sense of wariness toward a peer. She even faintly sensed that this person's threat surpassed that of Yu Jinghong, the little immortal lord, reincarnation child, and others. The young master of the Qin family truly lived up to his reputation. After a moment of silence, the saintess of Yaoqi lightly parted her red lips, her voice as cold as jade pearls falling on a plate, yet carrying a hint of imperceptible seriousness. This was her first time taking the initiative to speak. Qin Wudao remained calm, replying blandly, "The saintess of Yaoqi is also breathtaking." His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, revealing no hint of emotion. The saintess of Yaoqi gazed deeply at him, seemingly trying to discern something from his tranquil eyes. But in the end, she gave up. "Let us split the divine Yin water in half and consider this matter settled. Farewell." The saintess of Yaoqi did not say more, drifting away towards the distance, quickly disappearing into the cold mist. She knew it was not yet time to completely sever ties with Qin Wudao. The opportunities in the core area of the ancient divine ruins were what truly mattered. Qin Wudao's eyes flickered slightly. The saintess of Yaoqi, the Yin treasure body. Truly extraordinary. Chapter 37. The 10,000 Paths of Heavenly Pride Platform. The final sign-in location from this woman, Qin Wudao, felt a powerful pressure. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, it would likely require quite a bit of effort. However, if you were to use his trump cards, the outcome was still uncertain. Young master, this Yaoqi Saintess. Qin Daoran stepped forward, hesitating to speak. Never mind, just a potential opponent. Qin Wudao waved his hand. He didn't linger here for long. Finding a relatively concealed and safe corner, he set up a simple concealment formation before beginning to refine and absorb the Tian divine water he had just obtained. The vast and pure Tian source energy flowed within him, cleansing his physical body and tempering his soul. The Hongmeng Emperor Bone was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing Tian power and merging it with the original Zhiyang power, subtly reaching a kind of delicate balance. His aura became more restrained, yet the terrifying power hidden deep within him was even more astonishing. Half an hour later, Qin Wudao opened his eyes, a flash of divine light passing through his gaze. The energy of the Tian divine water had been absorbed mostly. It felt great. His physical strength, soul power, and even his comprehension of the Tao had seen considerable improvement. Although his cultivation was still at the peak of the transcendence realm, his combat power had definitely risen to a new level. It was time to head to the final sign-in location. Qin Wudao stood up, his gaze directed towards the deepest part of the ancient divine ruins. There lay the ultimate goal of this system task. It was also the final stage of this heavenly pride event. He was looking forward to what surprises awaited him there. In the following journey, the three of them quickened their pace. Perhaps due to a significant increase in fortune, their journey was surprisingly smooth. Not only did they not encounter any blind assassins, but they also managed to pick several rare ancient spiritual herbs from the outside world and discovered a strange place containing fragments of spatial laws. Qin Wudao attempted to sign in, and while he only obtained a decent spatial movement technique, it was better than nothing. Finally, after several more hours of traversing, they found themselves in a vast and boundless void. This void was completely different from the grayish scenery in the previous divine ruins. It was pitch black and deep, as if connecting to the primordial universe. In the void, shattered stars floated slowly, brilliant rivers of stars flowed silently, and terrifying spatial storms ravaged the area. At the very center of the void, a gigantic ancient stone platform, too immense to describe, quietly floated there. This stone platform was entirely chaos-colored, made of an unknown material. Its area was nearly as large as a small landmass. The surface of the stone platform was engraved with dense, incomprehensible Tao patterns. These Tao patterns seemed to encompass all paths of the heavens. There were sword Tao patterns, unmatched in sharpness, tearing through the void. There were knife Tao patterns, overwhelmingly dominating, annihilating everything. There were lightning Tao patterns, wildly raging, containing the power of divine punishment. There were fire Tao patterns, burning the heavens and boiling the seas, incredibly scorching. There were also patterns of space, time, reincarnation, yin and yang, the five elements. Countless manifestations of the great Tao laws covered the entire stone platform. A vast, ancient, sacred, and terrifying Tao rhyme, surpassing everything, emanated from the stone platform, filling the entire void. Just standing here, feeling this Tao rhyme, made one feel that their comprehension of the Tao was rapidly increasing. This place is the 10,000 Paths of Heavenly Pride platform. Qin Wudao looked at the ancient stone platform before him, a hint of shock and fervor flashed in his eyes. Without a doubt, this was the final sign-in location indicated by the system task. It was also the legendary, immortal sacred place where, during the ancient times, the gods debated the Tao and the pride of countless races competed. It was even the core area and final stage of this heavenly pride event. Legend has it that standing on this 10,000 Paths of Heavenly Pride platform allows one to comprehend all paths of the heavens and gain supreme opportunities. It is even possible to obtain the immortal inheritance left by the ancient gods. Qin Wudao could feel that this stone platform harbored unimaginable opportunities. At the same time, it was filled with endless killing intent. The final sign-in location indicated by the system was indeed extraordinary. Qin Wudao took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. His figure moved, flying towards the gigantic 10,000 paths of Heavenly Pride platform. The closer he got to the stone platform, the stronger the overwhelming Dao rhyme pressure became. An invisible force was screening the qualifications of those who would ascend the platform. Cultivation, talent, will Dao heart. All were indispensable. Ordinary celestial pride might not even be able to approach the stone platform, as they would be directly crushed by this pressure. But who was Qin Wudao? The Hongmeng Emperor bone trembled, and the Ancestral Dragon Emperor scripture operated. That terrifying Dao rhyme pressure felt like a gentle breeze to him. He effortlessly landed on the gigantic 10,000 paths of Heavenly Pride platform. At the moment his feet touched the ground, Qin Wudao felt the aura of countless great Dao laws cleansing his body and mind. It instantly elevated his understanding of the Dao to a new level. What a great place! Qin Wudao's eyes shone brightly. Just standing here brought such immense benefits. He scanned his surroundings, searching for the best sign-in position. According to the system's vague perception, it seemed that the effect of signing in was best in the central area of the stone platform. He stepped forward, walking towards the center of the stone platform. On the surface of the platform, those profound Dao patterns seemed to become active and emit a faint glow due to his arrival. Soon, Qin Wudao reached the very center of the stone platform. Here, there was an area about 10 feet in diameter, presenting a chaotic and unformed color. There were no Dao patterns, yet it exuded the most primordial aura, as if it were the source of all paths. This is it. Qin Wudao's eyes were determined. He sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into the system. System, sign in at this location. He silently thought, filled with anticipation. Ding! The host has chosen to sign in at the diamond-level sign-in location, which is also the final location of the system task. 10,000 paths of Heavenly Pride platform. Detected that this place contains supreme Dao, rhyme, and ancient fortune. This sign-in reward will be significantly enhanced. Signing in. The system's prompt sound instantly filled Qin Wudao with anticipation. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the system's special sign-in task. Calculating rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Imperial Technique, Hongmeng, breaking all laws. First style. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Great Void Teleportation, Talisman, X3. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Heavenly Pride Fortune Plunder, Passive Intermediate. A series of system prompt sounds rang out in Qin Wudao's mind. Even with his temperament, his breathing became slightly hurried. Imperial Technique. Another imperial technique. Moreover, judging by the name, Hongmeng breaking all laws had some connection to his Hongmeng Emperor bone. Although it was just the first style, the system's introduction was extremely astonishing. Chapter 38. Yu Jinghong challenges the top talents, suppressing Qin Wudao. Imperial Technique. Hongmeng breaks all laws. An unparalleled imperial technique created by the supreme existence combining the essence of Hongmeng, containing the power to destroy all laws and suppressing the might of the heavens. The first move can initially invoke the power of Hongmeng, shattering all same-level divine powers and laws. Shattering all same-level divine powers and laws. What a domineering evaluation. Qin Wudao had no doubt that the power of this imperial technique was definitely above that of the chaotic star hand. Coupled with his Hongmeng imperial bone, its power would be unimaginable. This would be the strongest offensive trump card in his hand. Besides the imperial technique, the 3 great void teleportation talismans were also top-tier, life-saving treasures. Great Void Teleportation Talisman contains the power of the Space Avenue. Can be instantly teleported 1,000,000 miles away when crushed, difficult to track or obstruct below the Saint King level. Instant teleportation of 1,000,000 miles. Difficult to track below the Saint King level. The final reward was the upgrade of the passive skill for seizing the fortune of top talents. From intermediate to advanced, Qin Wudao checked the description. Talent Fortune Seizure. Passive advanced killing beings containing fortune can more efficiently seize their fortune to replenish oneself. There is a certain chance to seize part of the opponent's talent, divine powers, and opportunities. More efficient seizing. And there is a chance to seize talents, divine powers, and opportunities. Qin Wudao's eyes instantly lit up. This upgrade was crucial. This meant that in the future, not only could he increase his fortune by killing, but he might also directly obtain the opponent's abilities and treasures. This was simply forcing him to become a butcher. System, you've widened your path. Qin Wudao silently complained. This ability he liked. Just as Qin Wudao received the rewards, and his mind surged with excitement. A vast torrent of information regarding the first move of Hongmeng breaks all laws flooded into his mind. Various profound runes, operational methods, the truth of power, were instantly comprehended by him. This imperial technique seemed to be connected to his bloodline. In just a moment, he completely mastered this first move. He felt a strong confidence that as long as he wished, he could unleash this world-destroying strike at any time. Just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A series of overwhelmingly powerful auras rushed towards this Wudao Tianjiao platform at high speed. Each aura represented a top young genius from the immortal domain. To the east, a figure surrounded by 7 color divine flames was none other than Yu Jinghong of the Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty. With undisguised killing intent and greed, he locked on a Qin Wudao. To the south, a handsome young man dressed in a starry robe, surrounded by immortal light, descended. He resembled a direct descendant of an immortal king, exuding an unutterable nobility. He was the heir of the immortal palace, the little immortal lord. To the west, a figure was shrouded in hazy reincarnation mist, but that terrifying aura capable of plunging the heavens into reincarnation made one's heart palpitate. He was the mysterious heir of the reincarnation sea, reincarnation child. To the north, a young man bearing an ancient sword radiated overwhelming sword intent, as if he could slice through the 9 heavens. He was the heir of the sword tomb. In addition, the Yaoqi saintess he encountered earlier also reappeared, standing in the distant void, her cold gaze similarly directed at the center of the stone platform. There are also some slightly weaker auras, but they absolutely belong to the first-class genius ranks, arriving one after another nearby. Clearly, they were all attracted by the extraordinary aura of this Wudao Tianjiao platform, or gathered here based on their own opportunities. In an instant, winds and clouds converged. Talents gathered. The atmosphere of the entire Wudao Tianjiao platform instantly became extremely tense. Glares clashed like solidified swords in the void. Everyone was vigilantly sizing up each other, especially when they saw the white-clad youth sitting cross-legged at the very center of the stone platform, whose aura was deep as the sea, all their pupils slightly constricted. Qin Wudao, he actually arrived first. An invisible smell of gunpowder instantly spread, especially for Yu Jinghong of the Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty. The 7 color divine flames burning around him seemed to blaze even more fiercely due to his anger. Qin Wudao. Yu Jinghong clearly sensed that the Saint Elder Yu Changfeng he sent to kill Qin Wudao, along with all his subordinates, had perished. Not even a trace of aura was left. It was needless to think that it must have been this Qin Wudao who did it, killing his envoy, wounding his divine sense, now exterminating his elder and subordinates. It was simply a great humiliation. What made him intolerable was that this damned Qin Wudao actually arrived first and occupied the most core position of this Wudao Tianjiao platform. Looking at the Tao rhythm fluctuations around him that had not yet completely retracted, it was evident he had just gained an enormous benefit. Kill him. He must be killed. Yu Jinghong directly aimed his spearhead at Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao, you killed the elders of my Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty, a crime deserving of death. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Yu Jinghong's voice was cold and biting, filled with chilling, killing intent, echoing throughout the void. Qin Wudao slowly opened his eyes, his calm gaze looking at Yu Jinghong, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A defeated foe dares to bark? What did you say? Yu Jinghong instantly erupted with rage. The last time he suffered in the clash of divine senses was the greatest humiliation in his heart. Now being exposed publicly by Qin Wudao was even more painful than being killed. Sharp-tongued. Later, this young master will make you wish you were dead, unable to survive. Yu Jinghong suppressed the impulse to act immediately. Although he was arrogant, he also knew that Qin Wudao was not easy to deal with, especially since the other party occupied the advantageous position and had likely just obtained a great opportunity. He scanned the other top talents around and said loudly, "Everyone, this Qin Wudao is ruthless and tyrannical. He has killed countless talents and seized numerous opportunities along the way. Now he even dares to covet the core fortune of this Wandao, Tianjiao platform for himself. If this person is not eliminated, he will become a serious threat to us. Who among us can compete with him in the future? I propose, let's join forces today to slay this fiend. As for the opportunities on this Wandao platform, we will compete fairly based on our abilities. How about it?" Yu Jinghong's voice was highly provocative. He thought clearly that he would first use everyone's fear and greed towards Qin Wudao to unite and eliminate him. By then, with his strength, wouldn't he be able to manipulate the remaining people as he wished? Upon hearing Yu Jinghong's proposal, the other geniuses present had varying expressions. The little immortal lord of the Immortal Palace revealed a playful smile, not showing his stance. Reincarnation child remained shrouded in mist, his aura fluctuating unpredictably, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. The Yaoqi Saintess's cold gaze flickered slightly, still maintaining silence. The Sword Tomb heir frowned slightly, seemingly disdainful of such a besieging act. However, those with slightly inferior strength or who were on good terms with the Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty were all stirred. Chapter 39. Are you done? It's my turn to act. What brother you said is very true. This child is too arrogant. He must be punished. That's right. Let us join forces and kill him first. Agreed. Soon, 7 or 8 talented individuals stood up, responding to Yu Jinghong's call, although the number was not large. Each was a peak expert in the profound realm, plus the unfathomable Yu Jinghong. This power was enough to make any practitioner below the saint-level feel despair. A loose alliance targeting Qin Wudao was instantly formed. The killing intent surged. Looking at the scene before him, Qin Wudao's expression remained calm, even with a hint of faint mockery at the corner of his mouth. He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over Yu Jinghong and the other talented individuals who responded to him. The eye of breaking illusions was already quietly in operation. In his eyes, the so-called alliance of these people was simply laughable. He could clearly see that among the responders, some had flickering eyes, merely wanting to fish in troubled waters. Some were fierce on the outside, but were being pressured by Yu Jinghong or tempted by profit. Even Yu Jinghong himself, though outwardly filled with killing intent, hid a trace of unnoticeable apprehension deep in his eyes. A group of rabble. Qin Wudao sneered in his heart. He looked at Yu Jinghong, his tone flat, but carrying a kind of extreme contempt. You think you can kill me with your ragtag bunch? Noise. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Why waste words? The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Qin Wudao's body. The Primordial Emperor bone trembled. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra roared. That overwhelming and unparalleled pressure seemed to transcend all paths, causing everyone's minds to shake violently. Yu Jinghong's expression changed. This aura is even stronger than before? He really has gained tremendous benefits here. Kill him. Attack. Yu Jinghong no longer hesitated, shouting sharply. He was the first to attack. The flames of the Divine Phoenix formed from the 7-color Divine Flame, carrying a terrifying heat that could incinerate everything. Tearing through the void and pouncing fiercely towards Qin Wudao. Its might was so strong that even Qin Yao and Qin Daoran in the distance felt a tremor in their hearts. At the same time, the other 7 or 8 responding talents also launched their attacks simultaneously. Blade light, sword shadows, thunder, flames, various powerful divine abilities and secret techniques, brilliant treasure lights, enveloped Qin Wudao from all directions. They wanted to strike while the iron was hot and completely eradicate this troublesome foe. Faced with such a terrifying siege, any practitioner in the profound realm would likely feel instant despair. Even a newly entered saint-level expert would not dare to clash head-on. However, Qin Wudao's expression remained calm. He didn't even make the strongest counterattack at the first moment. He merely tapped his toes, seemingly narrowly avoiding several of the most lethal attacks. At the same time, he flicked his finger. A finger wind containing the aura of the primordial world shot towards the rushing divine phoenix. Bang! The finger wind collided with the divine phoenix, producing a deafening roar. The divine phoenix let out a mournful cry, slightly pausing its advance. Yu Jinghong's eyes narrowed. He could actually shake his life-bound divine ability head-on. But that's all there is to it. Annihilate him. Yu Jinghong intensified his magical power output. The divine phoenix's might surged again, continuing to crush towards Qin Wudao. Meanwhile, the attacks from the other talents were already close at hand. Qin Wudao seemed to be trapped in a desperate situation. His figure flickered continuously, the finger winds were flicked out, appearing to struggle to defend himself, even looking a bit disheveled. Seeing this scene, the attacking talents felt their confidence soar. Ha! Does he still think he is invincible? Under our combined efforts, he is bound to die. Put in more effort. He can't hold on much longer, especially one who came from the Zhixiao Holy Land, a junior of Lei Qinjue, who now appeared particularly fierce, attacking more frantically. Qin Wudao, the grudge for killing my senior brother. Today it must be avenged. Zhixiao, Thunder Prison. He formed seals with both hands, summoning the thunder of the 9 heavens, transforming into a purple thunder prison, descending upon Qin Wudao. He wanted to completely trap and kill him. This person, named Lei Dong, was another core disciple from the Zhixiao Holy Land, entering the divine ruins this time. His strength was slightly inferior to Lei Qinjue, eager to achieve results and avenge, striking the hardest. However, none of them noticed that amidst Qin Wudao's seemingly disheveled defense and evasion, a cold arc had quietly formed at the corner of his mouth. His eye of breaking illusions had already seen through these people's thoughts, movements, and even the flaws in their techniques. He was waiting for the best opportunity, waiting for a chicken to kill as a warning. And now this chicken jumped out by itself. It was that Zhixiao Holy Land disciple who shouted the loudest and charged the hardest, Lei Dong, just as Lei Dong's Zhixiao Thunder Prison was about to fall, while the attacks from others had blocked all of Qin Wudao's escape routes. Qin Wudao moved, not to defend, not to evade, but to counterattack. A counterattack that was fast to the extreme, sharp to the extreme, and domineering to the extreme. Qin Wudao's figure directly ignored the impending thunder prison and other attacks, appearing before Lei Dong. The speed was so fast that even Yu Jinghong and the others couldn't react. What? Lei Dong's pupils suddenly contracted, his soul trembling. He hadn't even seen how Qin Wudao got there. He wanted to retreat, wanted to defend, but Qin Wudao's hand had already pressed on his crown. Lei Dong's expression instantly froze. The vitality in his eyes rapidly dissipated. Bang! The next moment, his entire body, along with his soul, was completely annihilated, directly turning into nothingness. Not even a trace of blood mist was left. Following in Lei Qinjue's footsteps, silence. The originally violent attacks suddenly stalled. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and extremely bizarre scene. Lei Dong is dead under such a dense siege. Qin Wudao was actually able to instantly counterkill Lei Dong. Moreover, killing him so silently, wasn't he being suppressed? How could those originally full of confidence talents now felt a chill rising from the depths of their hearts? They suddenly realized that they seemed to have played. This guy before them had never been suppressed. Everything he did just now was merely a disguise. What was the purpose? Was it? Everyone shuddered in shock. Yu Jinghong also turned pale, cursing in his heart for being a fool. He expected that Qin Wudao could be so cunning and ruthless, to dare to play such a trick of luring the snake out of its hole in this situation. And he succeeded with Lei Dong's death. Their already unstable alliance instantly showed signs of cracking. Morale was greatly impacted. However, that wasn't the end. Just as everyone's minds trembled and their attacks showed flaws, a cold light shot out from Qin Wudao's eyes. Now, it's my turn. Chapter 40. A single move to defeat the enemy. The Primordial Emperor technique annihilates the entire scene. A cold voice echoed in everyone's ears, causing all the attackers to shudder. Not good. A sense of extreme danger instantly enveloped them. They wanted to retreat, to reorganize their defenses, but it was too late. Qin Wudao slowly raised his right hand. In that instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the world fell silent. The entire 10,000 Dao celestial platform trembled violently. The countless profound patterns on the surface of the stone platform flickered madly, as if summoned, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. An indescribable, vast aura suddenly erupted from Qin Wudao's body. It was the aura of the primordial, the first breath of primal energy at the beginning of the universe's birth. It also contained a supreme will that could obliterate all laws. What kind of power is this? The top talents watching from a distance, including the little celestial master, reincarnation child, Yaoqi Saintess, and the heir of the sword tomb, all changed their expressions. They sensed a terrifying power from Qin Wudao that made their hearts race. This power seemed to have surpassed the limits of their understanding. Not good. Retreat quickly. Yu Jinghong's scalp tingled. Without thinking, he immediately tried to pull back. However, how could Qin Wudao give him that chance? Since they came, they would all stay. Imperial technique. Primordial breaks all laws. An invisible, formless force, yet containing the primal power of the universe, suddenly expanded, centered around Qin Wudao. This force was the force of the primordial, the force of obliteration, the force that crushed all laws. Wherever it passed, all laws cried out and retreated. Blade light, sword shadows, thunder, flames, all tangible and intangible attacks were instantly disintegrated the moment they touched that force. No, my divine ability, my treasure, this is impossible. Screams of panic and despair erupted, but it lasted for less than a breath, because that force of obliteration directly acted upon their bodies. Those talents who had just been invincible, surrounding Qin Wudao, before this force of the primordial break all laws. They appeared so weak and so vulnerable. Their bodies, from head to toe, disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into the most primitive particles. No blood, no flesh, only complete nothingness. In an instant, except for Yu Jinghong, who was farthest away and had a powerful protective treasure and one or two other lucky talents. All the others who participated in the siege against Qin Wudao were completely annihilated, killed in a single move. The entire process was incredibly fast, overbearing to the extreme, shocking to the extreme. When the terrifying aftermath of the primordial break, all laws slowly dissipated. The entire area around the 10,000 Dao celestial platform fell into deathly silence. Time froze completely. Silence. A deathly stillness. Every person's face was filled with an indescribable shock, horror, fear, and deep disbelief. What did they just see? What just happened? That was an attack by 7 or 8 peak talents of the profound realm working together. Among them were core disciples from top forces. Such a powerful lineup was enough to sweep through most areas of the divine ruins. However, just now, right before their eyes, these people were actually annihilated by that white-clothed youth. In one move, just one move, completely wiped out. Is this still human? This is simply a god or demon. A monster. Gulp. Someone, struggling to swallow, broke the deathly silence. Immediately, gasps of astonishment arose one after another. In the distance, in the void, the little celestial master of the immortal palace no longer wore that playful smile. Instead, an unprecedented seriousness took its place. The immortal light surrounding him seemed to ripple. Reincarnation child's erratic reincarnation aura showed signs of disorder. The Yaoqi Saintess's crystal-like eyes were filled with uncertainty. The heir of the sword tomb tightened his grip on the ancient sword in his hand, staring intently at Qin Wudao, wanting to see through him completely. They believed themselves to be powerful, with many trump cards. But facing that kind of siege just now, even if they could win, it was absolutely impossible to win so easily. The move that Qin Wudao had just executed had completely surpassed their realm of understanding. It was not at all the kind of power that a profound realm cultivator could master. Was that an imperial technique? Only the legendary imperial techniques could possess such a heaven-defying power. But how old is he? A profound realm cultivator. How could he possibly master an imperial technique? Freak. Monster. Abnormal. At this moment, all top talents reassessed Qin Wudao's danger level in their hearts, directly maxing it out. They even faintly felt that this person might already have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with them, or even to surpass them. As for those surviving attackers, Yu Jinghong was covered in blood, with an ancient seven-colored mirror on his chest filled with cracks. Leaning on this powerful, protective imperial treasure, he barely managed to block the aftermath of that attack, but he was also severely injured, his aura weak. His eyes were filled with incredible fear and madness. Defeated, again defeated, and defeated so thoroughly, so humiliatingly. His carefully planned ambush, his proud strength and influence, were nothing but a joke in front of the other party. The other one or two lucky surviving talents were even more terrified. One of them directly had his Dao heart collapse, screaming as he turned to escape this nightmare. However, as he turned, an invisible finger whined, pierced through his back. His body fell weakly to the ground. Qin Wudao's cold voice rang out. "Have I let you go?" The last remaining survivor's body suddenly stiffened, his face ashen, collapsing to the ground, lacking even the courage to flee. He looked at Qin Wudao with eyes filled with pleading and fear. Qin Wudao ignored him, his gaze falling on Yu Jinghong. Yu Jinghong felt Qin Wudao's gaze, his body trembled violently, and he shouted in a fierce but weak voice. "Qin Wudao, what? What do you want? I am the Emperor's son of the Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty. Do you dare to kill me? My Divine Dynasty will never let you go." At this point, he was still trying to threaten Qin Wudao with his identity. However, Qin Wudao merely sneered. "The Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty? Is that impressive?" He slowly raised his hand. Yu Jinghong's eyes were instantly filled with fear. But just as Qin Wudao was about to make his move, a change occurred. The entire 10,000 Dao celestial platform suddenly erupted with 10,000 feet of divine light. The chaotic area at the center of the stone platform shone brightly. A vast aura swept across. Chapter 41. Slaying Yu Jinghong. Ascending the 10,000 path stage to obtain supreme opportunities. Boom! The entire 10,000 paths Tianjiao stage trembled violently. The surface of the stone platform was filled with countless mysterious Dao patterns that spun wildly, weaving billions of divine glimmers. At the very center of the stone platform, the light was even more brilliant, as if a divine sun was rising slowly within it. The sounds of the great Dao echoed. Celestial music wafted through the air. Countless blurred shadows of ancient divine demons emerged in the light. A vast and boundless aura filled the entire void. In the presence of this aura, whether saints or top-tier Tianjiao felt as small as ants. This is the 10,000 paths Tianjiao stage. Has been activated? Is the ultimate inheritance about to appear? Everyone was shocked by this sudden, astonishing phenomenon. Each person's eyes were filled with fervor and greed. They knew this journey to the ancient divine ruins, this Tianjiao conventions, ultimate creation was about to be revealed. In the midst of the towering light at the center of the stone platform, a 9-layer jade staircase slowly took shape. The jade staircase was entirely forged from an unknown chaotic celestial jade, emitting a hazy, celestial light. Each layer of the staircase bore profound Dao runes. At the end of the 9-layer jade staircase, at the highest point, one could vaguely see a group of light. Indescribable by words, that light seemed to be the source of all paths, the beginning of the laws. Just a glance made one feel their understanding of the Dao rapidly increasing. There was even a faint illusion that as long as they could obtain that group of light, they could immediately attain sainthood, even glimpse the realm of the emperors. That is, the ancient Dao seed. The little celestial lord of the Celestial Palace exclaimed in disbelief, her tone filled with incredible excitement. The rumors were indeed true. The core of the 10,000 paths, Tianjiao stage, truly contained the Tao seed left by the ancient gods. The reincarnation mist surrounding reincarnation child also fluctuated violently. The Yaoqi Saintess, the Sword Tomb Inheritor, and others all breathed rapidly, their eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. The ancient Tao seed, that was a supreme treasure rumored to contain a thread of opportunity to become an emperor. Obtaining it equated to having the qualification to challenge the emperor realm in the future. What a shocking temptation this was. Enough to drive any cultivator crazy. In an instant, everyone's gaze was fixed firmly on the light group at the end of a 9-layer jade staircase. Even the fear that had just been instilled in them by Qin Wudao was temporarily suppressed by this enormous temptation. Tao seed, it must be mine. It has to be mine. At this moment, Yu Jinghong's eyes were also bloodshot, his face filled with madness and greed. He had already been struck hard by Qin Wudao, his Tao heart nearly collapsing. The ancient Tao seed before him was his only hope for a comeback, his only opportunity to wash away his shame and prove himself again. As long as he obtained the Tao seed, he could surpass Qin Wudao, surpass everyone, ascend to the peak of the celestial realm. However, just as everyone was eager to rush towards the 9-layer jade staircase, an invisible pressure spread from the staircase. A voice echoed through heaven and earth. To obtain the Tao seed, one must first ascend the heavenly ladder. Only the strongest are qualified. To gain that ultimate ancient Tao seed, one must first pass the test of a 9-layer jade staircase. A mere test. Do you think it can stop me? A fierce glint flashed in Yu Jinghong's eyes. He knew that he was severely injured and in poor condition. If he ascended the heavenly ladder step by step, he would definitely not be able to compete with Qin Wudao. He might not even be able to match the little celestial lord and others. The only way was to strike first, kill Qin Wudao. As long as he killed Qin Wudao, the greatest threat, he would have a chance. Qin Wudao. Yu Jinghong let out a roar. His eyes were filled with bloodshot rage and endless resentment. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. You destroyed everything. I want you dead. I want you to have no place to die. Ah! Accompanied by his mad howls, Yu Jinghong's aura at that moment began to soar wildly. The bones in his body made cracking sounds under the unbearable burden. Blood even began to seep from his 7 orifices. A terrifying aura that far exceeded before, even surpassing the limits of a saint, erupted from his body. Behind him, a towering, majestic shadow of an ancient celestial king faintly emerged, as if dominating the heavens. Celestial King's secret technique. Burn my essence blood. Lend me divine power. To annihilate this scoundrel, Yu Jinghong, in a frenzied state, did not hesitate to burn his own essence blood and origin, forcibly activating a forbidden secret technique from a certain ancient celestial king of the Yuhua divine dynasty. At a great cost, he exchanged for a brief, terrifying power that surpassed his limits. Boom! A terrifying power fluctuation that could make even the Saint Kings change color instantly locked on a Qin Wudao. Yu Jinghong gathered all the borrowed celestial king power, along with all his own strength, into this single strike, transforming it into a breathtaking, brilliant 7-color divine light that seemed capable of piercing through the past, present, and future. It shot towards Qin Wudao with a thunderous roar. This was his strongest strike, betting everything, burning his life. Either kill Qin Wudao, or he himself would completely burn out. Facing this sudden, violent, and even surpassing the saintly realm terrifying blow, Qin Wudao's previously calm and indifferent gaze finally revealed a hint of seriousness, a terrifying power that transcended the saintly realm, even faintly touching the threshold of a higher level, erupted from Yu Jinghong's body. The vague shadow of the celestial king behind him solidified slightly at that moment, emanating an unparalleled majesty that suppressed the heavens. Burn my essence blood. Lend me divine power. This was the forbidden technique of the Yuhua divine dynasty. At the cost of burning one's own origin and essence blood, one could temporarily borrow a thread of celestial king power. The cost was enormous. After casting it, One could suffer from a regression in cultivation, damage to their foundation, or even die on the spot. But at this moment, Yu Jinghong had completely lost his mind. He had only one thought: kill Qin Wudao at all costs. Accompanied by his frenzied howl, a beam of light that gathered all his strength shot towards Qin Wudao. The power of this strike had far exceeded the Transcendence realm, even surpassing the ordinary Saint realm. The void shattered inch by inch before this divine light. The 10,000 paths Tianjiao stage trembled violently. In the distance, the little celestial lord, reincarnation child, Yaoqi Saintus, and others all changed their expressions dramatically. They could clearly feel that this strike was enough to threaten their lives. If it were them facing this strike, they would probably have to exert all their strength, even use life-saving trump cards, to have a chance to withstand it. Could Qin Wudao block it? Everyone's gaze was fixed firmly on that white-clad youth. Facing this earth-shattering, even surpassing the current realm's limits, terrifying strike, Qin Wudao stepped forward, becoming serious. Chapter 42. The Hero's Plunder, Shattered Divine Weapon Fragment, Seven-Colored Mirror. Yes, it is simply seriousness. There is no fear nor heaviness. Yu Jinghong's strongest strike, burning his life, merely piqued his interest slightly. Borrowed power is ultimately external force. Today, let me show you what true power is. A calm voice echoed. Qin Wudao's body. At this moment, the Primordial Emperor bone was completely revived. A more vast primordial aura than before surged into the sky. The purple-golden primordial blood surged violently. Behind him, a vague imperial figure that seemed to overlook the ancient heavens faintly emerged. The 10,000 heroes stage resonated with him like never before. Imperial technique. Primordial breaks all laws. Qin Wudao slowly raised his right hand again. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, but everyone felt that the entire world at that moment was grasped in Qin Wudao's palm. He is the Tao. He is the law. He is the only sovereign. In the next moment, Qin Wudao struck out with his palm. Still that formless essence, yet containing the intent to destroy all laws. The primordial might, but this time, its power was multiplied several times stronger than before, as if even this time and space, this great path, would completely collapse under this palm. Seven-colored annihilation, divine light. Primordial breaks law might. Two utterly different yet equally terrifying powers collided fiercely in the air above the 10,000 heroes stage. Ultimate silence. Ultimate annihilation. That seven-colored divine light, which could threaten the Saint King and contain a trace of the power of the immortal king, began to be visibly disintegrated, ground to dust, assimilated. That domineering primordial breaks law might not only annihilated the power of the seven-colored divine light, but also turned it to its own use. No, this is impossible. My immortal king power, how could it? Yu Jinghong let out a horrified scream. He could clearly feel that the precious trace of immortal king power he borrowed was rapidly depleting. This completely overturned his understanding. Imperial technique. This is absolutely an unparalleled imperial technique that transcends his comprehension. Crushing. This is absolute crushing. It is the supreme foundation and highest imperial technique, overpowering the borrowed external force. Absolute crushing. A crisp sound. That dazzling seven-color divine light was completely shattered, and the primordial breaks law might unleashed by Qin Wudao swept towards the already exhausted. Despair written all over Yu Jinghong's face. No, the desperate roar abruptly stopped. A terrifying energy storm instantly engulfed that area. The entire 10,000 heroes stage shook violently. Even the edges of the stone platform showed fine cracks. Dust filled the air. Everyone stared intently at the center of the energy storm. Qin Wudao still stood with his hands behind his back, his white clothes fluttering, untainted by dust. Only his face was a shade paler than before, but his gaze remained calm and indifferent. And opposite him, on the ground, there was only one charred human-shaped pit. The edges of the pit still retained a trace of seven-colored ashes, as well as a strong, burnt smell. As for Yu Jinghong, not even a trace was left. Under the terrifying might of the primordial breaks all laws, his body which had burned blood and essence to borrow a trace of immortal king power, along with his soul, was completely annihilated, both body and soul extinguished, dead beyond death. Upon seeing this scene, everyone collectively gasped in shock. Yu Jinghong, this top-tier hero from the eternal immortal dynasty, of noble identity and immense power, who had been rampaging arrogantly, even burning his life to unleash forbidden secret arts, surpassing the limit of saint power, actually, was directly killed by Qin Wudao, without even a trace of resistance. The crowd no longer knew what words to use to describe their feelings at this moment. Shock, horror, fear. It seemed insufficient to express the tumultuous emotions within them. Their gazes towards Qin Wudao had completely changed, no longer seeing him as a peer hero, but as a god, a demon, a young emperor walking among mortals. Strong, too strong, so strong it took their breath away, so strong it brought despair. The young immortal lord's expression was gravely serious. The celestial light around him dimmed. The figure of the reincarnation child, shrouded in mist, stiffened for a moment. The Yaoqi Sanus's jade hand trembled slightly, her cold eyes filled with complexity. The sword tomb heir's hand gripping the sword turned pale. They knew that from today onwards, the landscape of the younger generation in the ancient immortal domain would be completely altered. This young master of the Qin family would rise above everyone with an unmatched posture. The so-called top-tier heroes standing together will become a joke. In front of him, perhaps, there would only be a distinction between him and others. Qin Wudao paid no mind to the crowd's shock. He slightly adjusted his breath. His pale face regained a hint of color. He calmly glanced at the human-shaped pit. A mere jumping clown is ultimately just a jumping clown. He murmured softly, borrowed power is ultimately not one its own, even if it can burst forth in brief brilliance. It cannot change the final outcome. True strength comes from oneself. It comes from that invincible heart of the Tao. It comes from that absolute strength that suppresses all ages and pushes through everything. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind again. Ding! Host triggers passive skill. Heroic luck plunder advanced. Detected host has killed the top-tier hero containing immense luck. Yu Jinghong, son of the Divine Transformation Dynasty, attempting to plunder his luck. A torrent of unprecedented luck surged violently from the place where Yu Jinghong had completely perished. It rushed madly into Qin Wudao's body. The richness and purity of this luck far surpassed all the heroes, resentful spirits, and even the total of Saint Yu Changfeng he had killed before. No wonder he is a prince-level figure cultivated by the top-tier celestial dynasty with countless resources. The luck he bore was simply terrifying. With the infusion of this immense luck, Qin Wudao could clearly feel as if he was blessed by some kind of heavenly will. His perception, his comprehension, his intuition were all rapidly improving at an unbelievable speed. The consumption caused by continuously using imperial techniques was rapidly recovering under the nourishment of this vast luck. Even his understanding of the primordial breaks all laws and the chaotic star hand seemed to deepen further. But that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, ding, heroic luck plunder, advanced, special effect triggered. Detected targets residual special item fragments. Attempting to plunder. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host has obtained. Damaged 7-colored mirror. Suspected divine weapon fragment. Chapter 43. Ascending the heavenly ladder, where all talents bow down. The system's prompt made Qin Wudao's eyes suddenly brighten. Did he plunder something? With a thought, he saw a fragment of a 7-colored ancient mirror covered in cracks, slowly floating up from the ashes of the humanoid pit. It was indeed the protective imperial treasure that Yu Jinghong had used to withstand the aftermath of the Hongmeng breaking 10,000 laws. Although it was already damaged beyond recognition, the remnants of its imperial might were undeniable. This was a fragment of an imperial weapon. Even if it was just a fragment, its value was incalculable. If suitable materials and methods could be found for repair, it might not be impossible to restore part of the imperial weapon's might. Good. What a treasure. Qin Wudao unceremoniously put this 7-colored mirror fragment into his bag. After upgrading the talent plundering effect to a high level, It was indeed against the heavens. Not only could he plunder fortune, but he could also seize the opponent's treasures. From now on, anyone who dared to provoke him would truly be delivering wealth. After squeezing out the last bit of value from Yu Jinghong, Qin Wudao then turned his gaze back to the center of the heavenly talent platform, where the endlessly tempting 9-layer jade steps awaited. And at the end of the jade steps, that cluster symbolizing ultimate creation, the ancient Tao seed, he slowly stepped forward, walking towards the 9-layer jade steps. As he moved, the top talents in the distance felt a tightening in their hearts. Here he comes. He's going to ascend the heavenly ladder and take the Tao seed. Should we stop him? This thought flashed through the minds of several top talents. But soon, they shook their heads with bitter smiles. Stop him? What would they use to stop him? Even Yu Jinghong, who burned his life to borrow the power of a celestial king, was killed by him head-on. What could they do? Deliver their heads? Qin Wudao's overwhelming move, the Hongmeng breaking 10,000 laws, had completely shattered their last bit of hope and fighting spirit. The gap. It was a gap like a chasm that could not be crossed. Perhaps the ultimate creation of this talent conference was destined to be unrelated to them. Thinking of this, the proud top talents all revealed a bitter and helpless expression. Since there is you, why is there Liang? With such a young emperor pressing down on the world, their so-called talents were completely overshadowed. Of course, some were still unwilling to submit, like the little celestial lord, whose eyes flickered as if he was hesitating about something. But in the end, he sighed lightly and did not act rashly, because he knew that even if he made a move, the result would not change anything. It would only be self-humiliation. Thus, under everyone's gaze, in a nearly tacit silence, Qin Wudao, step by step, walked to the front of the 9-layer jade steps. He looked up at the mysterious ancient Tao seed at the end of the jade steps, his expression calm, yet with a hint of inevitability, as if this supreme treasure, which could drive the entire immortal domain mad, was meant to belong to him. In the next moment, he raised his foot and slowly stepped onto the first layer of the jade steps. As his foot landed on the first layer of the chaotic, immortal jade steps, a terrifying pressure from the ancient wilderness instantly descended. This pressure acted not only on the body, but also directly on the soul. It was meant to thoroughly examine the cultivation, foundation, talent, potential, and even everything deep within the heart of the one ascending the ladder. Those with unstable foundations would be crushed to pieces by this pressure. Those with weak hearts would have their souls instantly shattered. Those with insufficient talent and potential would be directly rejected and unable to move forward. The 9-layer jade steps, known as the heavenly ladder, it was both a staircase leading to ultimate creation and also the great path's inquiry to select the strongest. Feeling this terrifying pressure in the distance, Qin Yao and Qin Daoran turned pale, sweating for Qin Wudao. Even the little celestial lord, Lun Hezi, and other top talents wore serious expressions. They could sense that the pressure of the first layer of the steps was already extremely terrifying. If it were them, although they were confident they could pass, it would definitely not be easy. However, what shocked everyone again was that, facing this terrifying pressure that could make even saints feel stressed, Qin Wudao stood on the first layer of steps, his figure as steady as a rock, not moving an inch, not even furrowing his brows. To him, the terrifying pressure was truly just a gentle breeze. Within him, the Hongmeng Emperor bone gently trembled. Golden purple divine light flowed. A more domineering, more ancient, and more supreme aura spread out. The terrifying pressure that descended upon him actually slightly retreated. Not only that, the profound Tao patterns imprinted on the first step burst forth with dazzling light, actively pouring their contained great path insights toward Qin Wudao. How is this possible? The little celestial lord exclaimed in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity. The heavenly ladder's pressure is actually submitting to him? Lun Hezi, shrouded in mist, also fluctuated violently. The great path runes were actively approaching him. The Yaoqi saintess covered her red lips with her jade hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Is this the heaven-defying aspect of the Hongmeng Emperor bone? The sword tomb heir was also left dumbfounded. They originally thought that no matter how monstrous Qin Wudao was, he would still encounter some obstacles when facing the test of the heavenly ladder, right? But they never expected this heavenly ladder seemed to be welcoming its master. How are they supposed to compete with that? The gap between people shouldn't be this big, right? Qin Wudao himself was also slightly surprised. He could feel that after stepping onto this heavenly ladder, his Hongming Emperor bone seemed to become even more active, resonating in a wonderful way with this heavenly talent platform. The pressures of the Great Path not only did not obstruct him, but seemed to be baptizing and tempering him. Those Great Path runes even proactively opened their secrets to him. Interesting. A smile curved Qin Wudao's lips. It seems that this final ancient Dao seed is truly fated to be with him. He did not linger on the first layer for too long. Raising his foot, he stepped toward the second layer. The pressure of the second layer was several times stronger than the first. Faint sounds of the Great Path echoed, trying to confuse the mind. Moreover, vague ancient divine and demon apparitions emerged, clawing and dancing, aiming to test the ascender's heart. However, all of this was still useless to Qin Wudao. The light of the Hongming Emperor bone shone brightly, suppressing everything. His heart of the Tao was eternal, regardless of the Great Path's demonic sounds ringing in his ears, or the divine and demonic illusions flourishing. He remained unmoved. Qin Wudao easily stepped onto the second layer, then the third layer, the fourth layer, the fifth layer. His footsteps did not pause at all. His figure ascended step by step. It was as if he was not climbing a heavenly ladder filled with tests, but rather taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. His demeanor was relaxed to the utmost. In comparison, below the steps, those top talents exchanging glances were simply like a joke. Chapter 44, Ascending to the Pinnacle, Obtaining the Eternal Tao Seed. The gap, an insurmountable gap. The little immortal master let out a bitter smile and shook his head. He knew that there was no need for him to go up. If he did, it would only be self-humiliation. The mist surrounding the reincarnation child gradually calmed down. A complex look flashed in the beautiful eyes of the Yaoqi saintess, which finally turned into a sigh. The heir of the sword tomb directly closed his eyes, unable to bear to witness this demoralizing scene. They were all proud individuals, the top geniuses of their respective realms and forces. But today, on this stage of myriad geniuses, they were completely crushed by one person. Crushed to the point of being unrecognizable. Crushed to the point of almost losing the courage to chase after. Perhaps, from now on, among the younger generation of the immortal realm, there would really only be Qin Wudao and everyone else. They, ultimately, were merely the background to this young emperor's rise. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Qin Wudao's figure had already ascended, the eighth step of the heavenly ladder, only one step away from the ultimate ancient Tao seed. And throughout this process, besides him, no one else dared to step onto this heavenly ladder of myriad paths. Who dares to compete? No one dares to compete. The heavenly ladder has 9 levels. 1 step to ascend to heaven, 1 step to the great Tao. At this moment, Qin Wudao was climbing up with an ease that filled everyone with despair. 6th level. The pressure surged again. Endless ancient heroic spirits emerged, armed with divine weapons and filled with overwhelming combat intent. They charged towards Qin Wudao. The aura of each heroic spirit was comparable to the peak of the profound realm. This was a test of the combat strength of the climber. However, Qin Wudao merely glanced at them lightly. The pressure of the Hongming Emperor's bone was released. The breath of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor circulated. It even contained a trace of the Tao rhyme that breaks through all laws. Those imposing ancient heroic spirit apparitions instantly let out a roar of unwillingness, and then they all disintegrated, transforming into dots of light, merging into the heavenly ladder. Qin Wudao's footsteps did not stop, easily stepping onto the 7th level. 7th level. The test was the heart demon. Endless illusions sprouted. There were regrets from past lives, enemies from this life, greed for power, desires for beauty. Various negative emotions transformed into the most terrifying heart demons, fiercely invading Qin Wudao's sea of consciousness. They aimed to completely destroy his Tao heart. But how steadfast was Qin Wudao's Tao heart? Having lived 2 lives, experienced life and death, bearing deep blood feuds, and possessing the Hongmeng Emperor's bone, an extraordinary constitution. His goal was to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, to suppress the heavens of all ages. Could mere heart demon illusions shake him? Break. Qin Wudao lightly uttered a word. In his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit erupted with brilliant golden light. That indestructible will of the Tao heart swept out. All heart demon illusions instantly shattered. Qin Wudao's gaze was clear, without the slightest fluctuation, and he stepped forward again, stepping onto the 8th level. 8th level. The test was the comprehension of the great Tao. Countless great Tao laws surged forth like a storm, attempting to completely engulf and assimilate the climber. If one was not clear about their own Tao, they would become lost in this endless ocean of the great Tao. But for Qin Wudao, this was simply a supplement. He possessed the Hongmeng Emperor's bone, naturally in harmony with all paths. He cultivated the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra, which contained the supreme dominance of the Dragon clan. He even mastered 2 supreme imperial techniques. These surging great Tao laws not only did not cause him to become lost, but he instead devoured and absorbed them, transforming them into the resources for his own growth. His aura, during this ascent, slowly increased. Seeing this scene, below the steps, those top geniuses were completely numb, from initial shock, horror, disbelief, to now, getting used to it? No, it was complete despair, and a hint of inexplicable reverence. They knew they were witnessing the birth of legend, the rise of an unparalleled genius destined to illuminate the ages. They even began to feel that this heavenly ladder of myriad paths, this ancient Tao seed, seemed meant to belong to Qin Wudao. Others simply did not deserve it. Finally, under the complex gazes of everyone, Qin Wudao stepped onto the 9th level of the heavenly ladder, the final level. The moment his foot landed on the 9th step, an unprecedented, overwhelmingly terrifying pressure descended. This pressure was no longer a mere test. It felt more like recognition, questioning. Do you have the qualifications to bear the myriad paths? Do you have the determination to suppress the heavens? Do you have the faith to reach the pinnacle? Facing this ultimate interrogation, Qin Wudao stood proudly. His black hair fluttered. His gaze looked down upon all. He did not answer. Instead, he gave the loudest answer through action. The Hongmeng Emperor's bone erupted completely. The purple golden divine radiance illuminated the heavens. A supreme will that dominated all ages and revered only itself surged into the sky. I, Qin Wudao, am destined to bear the myriad paths. I am destined to suppress the heavens and will definitely reach the pinnacle. Thus, the test of the 9th level of the heavenly ladder was passed. Qin Wudao successfully ascended to the pinnacle. At this moment, he stood at the highest point of the 9-layered jade steps. Below him were the insignificant beings. Ahead was the readily accessible supreme creation. That ancient Tao seed suspended in the void emitted a soft and mysterious glow. Chaos energy swirled, and the sounds of the Tao reverberated. Within it seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe's creation and destruction, the true essence of the cycle of myriad paths. Qin Wudao looked at it, his gaze calm. He slowly extended his hand. Reaching towards that glow, he encountered no obstacles. That mysterious ancient Tao seed actively merged into his palm. In an instant, Qin Wudao felt as if he had established a marvelous connection with the entire world, with all the myriad paths of the heavens. Countless insights about the great Tao poured into his mind. Although his cultivation did not immediately surge, he knew that as long as he was given time to completely refine this ancient Tao seed, his future would be limitless. The realm of the Emperor might no longer be an unreachable legend for him. The ancient Tao seed in hand. At the moment the ancient Tao seed merged into Qin Wudao's palm, the entire stage of myriad geniuses, even the entire ancient divine ruins, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, brilliant divine light. Above the firmament, the sounds of the great Tao resonated. as if the gods were singing. Purple energy came from the east for 30,000 miles. Golden lotuses surged through the void. There were true dragon apparitions, coiling and spiraling, letting out thunderous dragon roars. There were phoenix apparitions soaring, scattering seven-colored feathers. There were Qilin treading through the air, auspicious signs filling the sky. There were white tigers roaring, shaking the universe. All sorts of auspicious phenomena that only existed in legends surged forth madly, the scale of their momentum and the grandeur of the spectacle, even surpassing the phenomenon of worship during Qin Wudao's birth by several times. Chapter 45. The ancient Tao ruins are finished, and Qin Wudao is unparalleled. At this moment, within the entire ancient divine ruins, all the surviving cultivators, no matter where they were or what they were doing, simultaneously sensed this earth-shattering phenomenon. They all raised their heads to look towards the direction of the anomaly, their faces filled with indescribable shock and confusion. What happened? What a terrifying phenomenon. Could it be that some astonishing supreme treasure has appeared? That direction is the 10,000 Tao Talents platform. Could it be that the ultimate inheritance has been obtained by someone? Who is it? Who on earth could trigger such a terrifying celestial phenomenon? Countless questions and speculations echoed in everyone's hearts. Those top talents who were fortunate enough to witness Qin Wudao ascend the heavenly ladder and seize the Tao seed felt an immense shock, their faces filled with bitterness and envy and jealousy. Undoubtedly, this astonishing phenomenon was caused by Qin Wudao obtaining that ancient Tao seed. Gaining the Tao seed triggered the heavens to celebrate, resonating with all paths. This is simply destined by heaven. They lost without regret. On the 10,000 Tao Talents platform, Qin Wudao bathed in the brilliance of divine light, feeling the wondrous changes brought about by the ancient Tao seed, his expression calm. After all, he possessed the Primordial Emperor bone, a person with great fortune. To obtain such a heavenly opportunity as the ancient Tao seed and trigger some anomalies is not unusual, right? This phenomenon lasted a full quarter of an hour before slowly dissipating. However, the shock it brought was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. As the anomaly faded, the 10,000 Tao Talents platform began to change. The 9 layers of jade steps slowly disappeared. The Tao patterns on the stone platform gradually dimmed. The entire stone platform began to become illusory. At the same time, at the edge of the stone platform, spatial portals quietly appeared. These portals are the passageways to leave this place. Is the divine ruins going to close? Someone murmured. With the ultimate creation taken away, this gathering of talents and the opening of this ancient divine ruins are about to come to an end. Qin Wudao glanced at those spatial portals. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he moved, slowly floating down from the highest point where the 9 layers of jade steps disappeared. He calmly swept his gaze over the top talents below, whose expressions were complex and still immersed in shock. He did not speak. However, the invisible pressure made everyone instinctively lower their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. This matter is done, and we should leave. The little immortal master sighed lightly, cupping his hands towards Qin Wudao as a form of greeting. Then he turned and was the first to step into the spatial portal. The likes of Reincarnation Child, the Sword Tomb Heir, and others also took a complex look at Qin Wudao before ultimately choosing to leave. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi deeply gazed at Qin Wudao, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she transformed into a beam of moonlight and floated away. They knew that although they also gained something from this trip to the divine ruins, the greatest opportunity had already been monopolized by Qin Wudao. Staying here was meaningless. Moreover, it is better to leave early in the face of such an unfathomable young emperor. After they go out, they must report everything that happened here back to their sex clans. With such a reverse heaven-s prodigy emerging from the Qin family, the entire ancient immortal domains landscape is truly going to change. Soon, only Qin Wudao, Qin Yao, and Qin Daoren remained on the 10,000 Tao Talents platform. Brother Wudao, you are so amazing. Qin Yao ran to Qin Wudao's side, and Qin Daoren also wore an excited expression, feeling honored. The young master seized the ultimate creation, overwhelming all top talents. This matter, when it returns to the family, will surely shock the entire Qin clan. Let us go, we should also head out. Qin Wudao smiled slightly and, taking the two with him, casually chose a spatial portal and stepped in. As they left the 10,000 Dao Talents platform, which had borne endless legends and glories, completely dimmed and slowly faded into the void. The ancient divine ruins and the gathering of talents have officially come to an end. After a slight spatial fluctuation, the figures of Qin Wudao, Qin Yao, and Qin Daoran reappeared over the ancient divine city. The familiar sounds of bustling crowds filled their ears once again. Compared to the desolate and silent environment within the divine ruins, the vibrant scene before them felt like a different world. However, the moment the three of them appeared, the entire ancient divine city instantly erupted. Look, it's the young master of the Qin family. He has come out, and the holy maiden of Yao Qi, the little immortal master, and the others have come out too. The divine ruins are closed. The gathering of talents is over. Waves of excited, curious, and shocked gazes instantly focused on the newly appeared Qin Wudao and the others. When people saw that those previously imperious top talents now looked at Qin Wudao with a hint of undeniable wariness and complexity in their eyes, everyone realized this gathering of talents must have witnessed something earth-shattering. Who exactly obtained the ultimate inheritance? Could it really be the young master of the Qin family? My heavens! If this is true, then that's just two. Just as the crowd was discussing and speculating, those top talents who had emerged from the divine ruins could not wait to convey the news from inside through various channels. In an instant, one explosive piece of news after another detonated within the ancient divine city. What? The young master of the Qin family counterattacked the ambush of the Yuhua divine dynasty, elder Yu Changfeng, and dozens of top talents at the Fallen God Gorge? My goodness, he even mastered the legendary Emperor technique. With one move, he killed nearly 20 peak transcendence experts. Yu Jinghong, the emperor of the Yu Hua divine dynasty, actually was directly killed by the young master of the Qin family. The final ancient Dao seed was really obtained by the young master of the Qin family, and it triggered a celestial phenomenon covering the entire divine ruins. As this news spread, the entire ancient divine city fell completely silent. Everyone was stunned by this series of achievements that could only be described as reverse heaven-defying. Prodigy? No, this can no longer be described as a prodigy. This is a myth, a legend. It is the invincible myth that has crushed all talents of an entire era with one's own strength. The young master of the Qin family is invincible. It was unclear who shouted this phrase first. Immediately after, the young master of the Qin family is invincible. Long live the young master of the Qin family. Countless cultivators looked at Qin Wudao with eyes filled with fervent admiration. Strength is revered. Qin Wudao, with his unmatched strength, conquered everyone. Even those forces and cultivators who previously held hostility or jealousy towards him had to admit at this moment that this young master of the Qin family was already unstoppable. Meanwhile, the local ancestors of the ancient divine city surged towards Qin Wudao at the first opportunity. Chapter 46, Counting the Harvest. Signing in to refresh and embark on a new journey. Congratulations to young Master Qin for seizing the ultimate fortune. Let our celestial domains might be known. Young Master Qin's power is unparalleled. He is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. To witness young Master Qin's legend with our own eyes is indeed a fortune for us all. His attitude of respect is worlds apart from when Qin Wudao first arrived. Even in the crowd, a familiar figure suddenly knelt down with a thud. It was none other than Wang Teng's father, Wang Chenkuan. At this moment, his face was ashen, trembling all over, as he kowtowed to Qin Wudao. Young Master Qin, spare me. Young Master Qin, please spare me. I was blind and did not recognize the great mountain. I offended the young master. I begged the young master to show mercy and spare my worthless life. He had previously fantasized about his son surpassing Qin Wudao. Hearing about Qin Wudao's incredible achievements nearly scared him to death. If young Master Qin were to pursue this matter, the Wang family would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Regarding the surrounding clamor, flattery, and even Wang Chenkuan's kneeling and pleading, Qin Wudao remained calm and indifferent. He didn't even spare Wang Chenkuan a glance. This complete disregard only heightened Wang Chenkuan's fear, making his kowtows even louder. Qin Wudao merely nodded slightly to the local ancestors who had come to greet him, acknowledging them. Then, amidst the crowd's escort and well-wishing, he returned to the residence where he had previously stayed with Qin Yao and Qin Daoran. His composure and indifference, unaffected by external circumstances, made countless people secretly admire him. Even if Mount Tai collapses before him, his expression remains unchanged, truly worthy of being the future young emperor. This temperament is far beyond what we can reach. News of Qin Wudao returning to the residence once again ignited the divine city. Countless forces sought this opportunity to visit and befriend this future supreme being. For a time, the entrance of Qin Wudao's residence was bustling with activity, like a marketplace. The line of gift-bearers nearly reached the city gate. However, Qin Wudao chose to enter closed-door cultivation. He refused to see anyone. Yet, this only added to his aura of mystery and authority. The entire ancient divine city had gone completely crazy because of Qin Wudao. In the quiet room of the residence, Qin Wudao sat cross-legged, isolating himself from all external noise. He began to count the gains from this trip to the ancient divine ruins. It must be said that the harvest this time was exceptionally rich. First, in terms of cultivation, although his realm still remained at the peak of the profound realm, his foundation was much more solid, and his strength had increased several times compared to before entering the ruins. Especially his comprehension of the Tao, which had undergone a qualitative leap. Secondly, in terms of divine abilities, he obtained the powerful eye technique, the breaking illusions divine eye. He mastered two supreme imperial arts, the chaotic star hand and the Hongmeng breaking all laws. These two imperial arts would become his strongest offensive means. He also acquired 3 life-saving trump cards, the Great Void Teleportation Divine Talisman. The passive skill, talent, luck plundering had upgraded to a higher level, which not only increased the plundering efficiency, but also allowed him to seize the opponent's talent, divine abilities, and treasures. Then, in terms of treasures, he obtained the invaluable 10,000-year blood spirit mushroom, 3 pieces of the ancient holy pill, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Pill, a piece of top-tier refining material, the starry black gold, and that damaged 7-color divine mirror he snatched from Yu Jinghong. This item has immense potential. If repaired, its power would be unimaginable. Finally, and most importantly, he acquired the unique ancient Tao seed containing the opportunity to become an emperor. Qin Wudao focused his mind, sensing the Tao seed that had already begun to merge with him. At this moment, the Tao seed was like a sleeping infant, quietly resting in his dantian, emitting a gentle, chaotic glow that resonated with his Hongmeng imperial bone. He could feel that the Tao seed contained boundless mysteries of the great Tao. As long as he continued to cultivate step by step and absorb and refine the power of the Tao seed, his cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds. His comprehension of the great Tao would also advance rapidly. This Tao seed still needed time to be slowly refined. Qin Wudao thought to himself, such a supreme treasure cannot be achieved overnight. Similarly, that damaged 7-color divine mirror also required finding suitable materials and timing for repair. After counting his gains, Qin Wudao began to contemplate his next plans. This trip to the ancient divine ruins had greatly enhanced his strength, but it had also made his name resound throughout the entire ancient celestial domain. It is said that the taller the tree, the harder the wind blows. It was foreseeable that he would inevitably become the focus of attention for countless people. Among them, there would undoubtedly be covetous eyes and murderous intent, especially from the feathered divine dynasty. He had killed the imperial son Yu Jinghong, and the feathered divine dynasty would definitely not let it go easily. Although the Qin family was not afraid of the feathered divine dynasty, he could not always stay under the protection of his family. The road ahead would require him to forge his own path. The urgent task was to return to the family first. Qin Wudao made a decision. He needed to leverage the family's power to digest some of the gains from this trip. For example, to repair the seven-color divine mirror, or to find the best method to refine the Tao seed. Moreover, he should also pay a visit to Qin Yuan, who was imprisoned in the Nine Nether Coal prison, to see how he was doing. He had never forgotten the grudge of killing his mother. Just as Qin Wudao made his decision, a system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Detected that the host's ancient Tao seed resonates with the Hongmeng imperial bone. The host faces a new choice. Choice 1. Return to the Qin family's ancestral land. Leveraging the ancestral dragon vein and the family's foundation to initially refine the ancient Tao seed, and receive the sign-in reward. 1 refinement of the source of the Hongmeng imperial bone. Choice 2. Head to one of the forbidden zones of the ancient celestial domain, the Emperor's burial tomb, to seek methods to refine the Tao seed. This is fraught with danger, but if successful, you can obtain the sign-in reward, mysterious imperial-level inheritance clues. Choice 3. Delay refining the Tao seed and head to the ancient battlefield of the border wilderness to find his father, Qin Yuan, to temper himself, and receive the sign-in reward, God of Killing Domain Beginner. New choices have emerged. Moreover, each choice corresponds to different directions and astonishing rewards. Qin Wudao looked at the 3 options, his eyes flickering slightly. The first choice, returning to the family, was the safest and would also refine the source of the Hongmeng imperial bone, enhancing his foundation. The second choice, going to the forbidden area of the Emperor's burial tomb, carried the greatest risk, but the reward was also the most tempting, involving imperial-level inheritance. The third choice, seeking his father on the ancient battlefield, would allow him to hone his practical skills and gain the God of Killing domain, enhancing his combat power. How should he choose? Qin Wudao pondered for a moment. Finally, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He had already made his decision. He stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Qin Yao and Qin Daoran immediately approached. Young master, you have come out of closed-door cultivation? Qin Wudao nodded. Prepare, we should set off. Are we returning to the family? Qin Yao asked. Qin Wudao shook his head, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. No, we're going to. Chapter 47. Target Ancient Battlefield. Arriving at the border wilderness. Ancient battlefield. What? Upon hearing these 4 words, both Qin Yao and Qin Daoran's expressions changed dramatically. Especially Qin Daoran, this sage who had lived for a long time, revealed deep shock and horror in his eyes. Young master, you want to go to the ancient battlefield? Qin Daoran's voice trembled. It must not be. The ancient battlefield is one of the most dangerous forbidden places in the ancient immortal domain. It is the front line of our immortal domain's battle against the foreign evil spirits. The space there is shattered, the laws are chaotic, and countless terrifying beings from other realms lurk there. Even a sage king, or even a great sage, risks falling if they venture deep inside. With your current cultivation level, it is far too dangerous to go there. Qin Daoran knew the young master was a prodigy with extraordinary combat power. However, in a place like the ancient battlefield, personal valor sometimes cannot determine everything. It is truly a meat grinder. It has buried the corpses of countless talents and strong warriors. Qin Yao wasn't very clear about the specifics, but seeing Qin Daoran so agitated, she also understood that this place was definitely a den of tigers and dragons, and couldn't help but feel worried. Qin Wudao looked at Qin Daoran, his gaze firm, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Daoran, I know the dangers of the ancient battlefield, but a flower in a greenhouse can never grow into a towering tree. I, Qin Wudao, bear the Primordial Emperor's bone and possess the ancient Tao seed. If I do not dare to venture into the mere ancient battlefield, how can I talk about suppressing the heavens and reaching the pinnacle in the future? Moreover, a complex emotion flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes. My father is still guarding the frontier there, fighting bravely. As a son, how can I always hide in the back and enjoy comfort? Hearing this, Qin Daoran fell silent. He knew that the family head, Qin Yuan, had always been the young master's obsession and role model. Moreover, the young master's words left him unable to refute. Yes, a young master with such extraordinary talents should experience the harshest trials to bloom with the brightest brilliance. A greenhouse would only bury his talents. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly resolute. Old servant understands. Since the young master's mind is made up, I vow to follow him to the death. I will definitely protect the young master. Seeing this, Qin Yao said, "Let's go together." Qin Wudao slightly nodded. He knew that the ancient battlefield was fraught with dangers, but it was also his best choice at the moment. It could temper himself, help him search for his father, and also complete the system's selection task. System, I choose 3. He confirmed in his heart. Beep. The host has made a choice. Main quest updated. Go to the border wilderness ancient battlefield, find Father Qin Yuan, and sign in at the battlefield to obtain the final reward. Killing God Domain Beginner. Looking forward to the host signing in at the new location to obtain rich rewards. The system's prompt made a trace of anticipation flash in Qin Wudao's eyes. Killing God Domain. It sounds extraordinary. All right, since it's decided, let's prepare to set off immediately. Qin Wudao acted swiftly. The ancient battlefield is located in the extremely distant border area of the ancient immortal domain, and it requires a large cross-domain teleportation array to reach. Fortunately, the ancient divine city is a transportation hub, with teleportation arrays leading to various great states. Qin Wudao had Qin Yuan make arrangements for the teleportation. At the same time, he used this time to purchase some necessary supplies from large merchant associations like the Wanbao building in the city. For example, healing elixirs, spirit liquids for recovering magic power, and some of the latest maps and intelligence jade slips regarding the border wilderness and the ancient battlefield. Although he gained a lot, it is always better to be prepared. After everything was ready, the 3 of them quietly boarded the cross-domain teleportation array, heading to the border wilderness under the complex gazes of countless cultivators in the divine city. There were no farewells, no announcements. This young prodigy, who had just shocked the entire divine city and even the immortal domain with his invincible stance, set off with his followers on a journey filled with unknowns and dangers. Target: ancient battlefield. The cross-domain teleportation array erupted with brilliant light, and powerful spatial forces instantly enveloped Qin Wudao and the others. The scenery before their eyes twisted and changed, and the stars shifted. Even with Qin Wudao's current physical strength, he felt a slight dizziness. Cross-domain teleportation is extremely distant and imposes a great burden on the physical body and spirit. Fortunately, both Qin Yao and Qin Yuan were not weak in strength and could still bear it. Uncertain how much time passed, perhaps a day, perhaps several days. When the violent spatial fluctuations finally calmed down, the scene before the 3 finally stabilized. A breath of desolation, murderous intent, and iron-blooded aura, completely different from the immortal domain's heartland, rushed toward them. They had left the prosperous central state and arrived at the border wilderness of the ancient immortal domain. Looking around, the sky seemed to be higher and more vast. The earth was no longer filled with rich spiritual energy and towering immortal mountains, but had become expansive, rugged, even somewhat barren. In the distance, they could see the towering mountains rolling like a crouching beast, exuding a wild atmosphere. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was also far inferior to that of the central state, but was accompanied by a difficult-to-describe, iron-blooded aura, as if this land had long been shrouded in the shadow of war. Is this the border wilderness? Qin Yao looked at the scene before her. So different from her hometown, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded, his expression serious. The border wilderness has a total of 18 states, collectively known as the 18 states of the border wilderness, and it is the first line of defense for our ancient immortal domain against the invasion of foreign realms. We are currently in Tianlong state, which is close to the ancient battlefield. The people here are tough, and most cultivators are brave and fierce. Moreover, due to years of fighting against foreign realms, they carry a strong, murderous aura and often act without restraint. You two, we must be extra careful while acting here. Qin Yuan reminded. Qin Wudao slightly nodded. He also sensed the difference between this place and the central state. The laws here seem to be more wild, more primitive. There is even a faint, blood-like scent lingering in the air. First, let us find a place to settle down and gather some information, Qin Wudao said. The three of them set their sights on a large city in the distance that looked quite considerable. That giant city was entirely forged from a type of pitch-black metal. The city walls towered 1,000 feet high, incredibly thick, and covered with battle scars resembling cuts from knives and axes, as well as defensive arrays glowing with runes. At the city gate, heavily armored soldiers with fierce auras guarded it, inspecting the incoming and outgoing cultivators. The entire city exuded an atmosphere of severity, murderous intent, like a fortress of war. Stop! Who goes there? Chapter 48. The Edge of the Ancient Battlefield. First check-in. As Qin Wudao and the other two approached the city gate, they were immediately stopped by several powerful armored guards. These guards were all above the divine bridge realm, their eyes sharp like eagles, sizing up Qin Wudao and the others with a gaze that held scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. Qin Wudao and Qin Yao appeared too young, and their demeanor clashed with that of the frontier cultivators, causing them to be looked down upon. Qin Daoran frowned, about to release his saint aura, but Qin Wudao raised his hand to stop him. Calmly, he took out a token. It was the identity token of the Qin family. Although the ranking of tokens within the ancient families was strict, outside, any Qin family token represented supreme status. When the guards saw the ancient character for Qin on the token, their expressions changed dramatically. The disdain in their eyes vanished instantly, replaced by shock, horror, and deep reverence. The captain of the guards actually knelt on one knee. They didn't realize that a distinguished guest from the Qin family had arrived. Their eyes were blind. They deserved to die 1,000 deaths. The other guards also knelt down, trembling. The ancient Qin family. That was an immortal behemoth standing at the pinnacle of the immortal domain. Anyone from there was not someone these small-town guards could afford to offend. Qin Wudao put away the token and said lightly, "Ignorance is no crime. Get up." Thank you, my lord." The captain of the guards stood up, trembling with respect, even with a hint of flattery. "Please, my lord, come in. Please." He personally led Qin Wudao and the others into the city with utmost respect. This scene left the other cultivators waiting to enter the city dumbfounded, speculating about the identities of Qin Wudao and the others. Once inside the city, Qin Wudao found that the scenery was completely different from that of the central Dao province. The streets were wide, and the buildings were mostly rugged stone or metallic in style. The passing cultivators all exuded a fierce aura, their eyes sharp, and many bore scars and a murderous intent. Stalls selling various exotic materials, broken weapons, and beast bones were everywhere. The air was permeated with a faint smell of blood and alcohol. Find a good inn to stay, and then inquire about the ancient battlefield and news of Qin Wudao instructed. "Yes, young master." Qin Daoran complied and went off. Soon, they found the most luxurious inn in the city center. After settling in, Qin Daoran went out to gather information, while Qin Wudao and Qin Yao stayed in the room. Qin Wudao took out the jade slip he had purchased earlier about the ancient battlefield and began to study it carefully. The more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. The situation at the ancient battlefield was even more complicated than he had imagined, and more dangerous. It was not just the front line of the battle against the foreign demons, but also a cursed chaotic land, space rifts, time-space turbulence, the remnants of fallen gods and demons, and bizarre forbidden zones were all scattered throughout. The foreign beings were numerous and powerful, unafraid of death. There were even rumors that deep within the battlefield there lay a foreign demon ancestor comparable to an emperor, asleep. As for his father, Qin Yuan, the jade slip also mentioned him. Qin Yuan was the supreme commander guarding the eastern front of the ancient battlefield at the Jinyu Pass. Known as the war god by Qi, his cultivation was unfathomable. His military exploits were remarkable. His reputation was far-reaching. He was the faith of countless frontier soldiers. However, the jade slip also mentioned that in the past century, the ancient battlefield had experienced frequent anomalies, and the foreign forces had become increasingly fierce. The Jinyu Pass was under tremendous pressure. The battles were extremely brutal. Qin Wudao's gaze sharpened. It seemed he needed a hurry to the Jinyu Pass. After resting for a day in the capital city of Tianlong province, Qin Yuan returned with more detailed information. The situation was roughly the same as recorded in the Jade Slip. The battle at Jinyu Pass was indeed exceptionally intense, and Commander Qin Yuan had not left the pass for decades. To reach Jinyu Pass, they needed to cross a vast buffer zone. That area was already considered the edge of the ancient battlefield, equally fraught with danger. Let us set off. Qin Wudao did not delay further. The three of them left the giant frontier city and rapidly flew toward the ancient battlefield. The closer they got to the battlefield, the more desolate the surroundings became. The ground was crisscrossed with ravines, terrifying scars left by countless battles. In the sky, dark clouds gathered. Occasionally, dark space rifts opened and closed like the eyes of a monster. The air grew thicker with the scent of iron and blood. They could even faintly hear, from deep within the distant battlefield, the thunderous sounds of battle cries and the terrifying roars of unknown creatures. Qin Yao's face turned pale. Closely following Qin Wudao, Qin Yuan also wore a solemn expression, the aura of a saint enveloping the three, alert for any dangers that might appear. Only Qin Wudao remained calm, though a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Yes, excitement. In this environment filled with slaughter and danger, the Hongming Emperor bone within him, his heart that craved battle and strength, seemed to be faintly rejoicing. Perhaps this ancient battlefield was truly the stage that suited him best. After flying for about half a day, a massive ruin of a pass appeared ahead. This pass, made of an unknown material, had walls towering 10,000 feet high. It looked like a black dragon crawling on the ground, but at this moment, it was already in a state of disrepair. The walls were covered in dense cracks and pits, and there were even solidified dark bloodstains. In some places, they had been directly collapsed by some terrifying force. Broken battlements and shattered arrow towers lay scattered among the ruins. A sense of desolation, heroism, iron-bloodedness, and indomitable spirit radiated from the ruins. It seemed to silently tell the story of the brutal battles that had once taken place here. This should be one of the largest ruins at the edge of the ancient battlefield mentioned in the intel, the broken Jinma Pass. Qin Yuan looked at the scene before him, astonished as he spoke. It was rumored that in the extremely distant ancient era, this place was the first mighty pass of the immortal domain to resist the foreign demons. Countless ancestors of the immortal domain had fought here, shedding blood and heads. Unfortunately, in the end, it still fell. It became this vast ruin. Qin Wudao gazed at the desolate and tragic scene before him, his eyes slightly wavering. He seemed to see, in the endless years past, the countless immortal domain soldiers, resisting the overwhelming demonic flames here, ultimately exhausted and dying in battle. At that moment, the system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has arrived at a special location. Broken Jinma Pass. This place retains endless ancient battle intent, heroic spirits obsessions, and the power to suppress demons. Meets the check-in conditions. Would you like to check in? Chapter 49. First encounter in a foreign land. The killing begins. Here it comes. Qin Wudao's eyes lit up. This truly is an important relic on the edge of the ancient battlefield. Check in. He confirmed in his heart without hesitation. Ding. The host has chosen to check in at the Broken Demon Suppression Pass. Checking in. Detected that the host possesses the Primordial Emperor bone, resonating with the residual ancient battle intent and demon suppression power in this place. This check-in reward quality has been enhanced. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. Rewards obtained. 100 battles mysterious armor, replica. Rewards obtained. Beginner battlefield perception, passive. Rewards obtained. Ancient demon suppression seal, remnant. A series of reward notifications made Qin Wudao's heart leap with joy. This truly is a golden-level check-in location. The rewards are indeed abundant. 100 battles mysterious armor. Replica made from ancient mysterious iron infused with the essence of 100 battles. It possesses extremely strong physical defense and energy resistance, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a sage. Beginner battlefield perception passive greatly enhances the host's perception ability on the battlefield, making it easier to detect hidden enemies, traps, spatial fluctuations, and killing intent. Ancient Demon Suppression Seal, Remnant, an unparalleled seal technique created by a powerful figure in ancient times, containing the might to suppress evil spirits and purify demonic energy. This is a remnant. Only a trace of its essence is obtained. All three rewards are extremely useful. The 100 Battles Mysterious Armor, Replica, although a replica, can withstand a sage's blow, making it a good defensive treasure. The Beginner Battlefield Perception is a divine skill in the environment of the ancient battlefield. It can greatly enhance his survival ability. As for the Ancient Demon Suppression Seal, Remnant, even though it is only a remnant, since it was created by a great ancient being specifically to suppress evil spirits, it might yield surprising effects on this battlefield where evil spirits run rampant. As the rewards were granted, Qin Wudao felt as if an invisible armor had been added to him, indestructible. At the same time, his perception spread out like radar. Within a few miles around him, the slightest movement of the wind, energy fluctuations, and even some hidden, faint killing intent, all clearly reflected in his mind. Qin Wudao's eyes suddenly narrowed. His newly acquired beginner battlefield perception revealed that, not far ahead, in the shadow of the ruins, were lurking several figures filled with brutality, bloodlust, and an eerie aura completely different from beings of the immortal domain. Something is coming. Qin Wudao's expression sharpened, and he solemnly reminded. His beginner battlefield perception clearly captured the malice hidden in the shadows of the ruins. There were quite a few, at least 7 or 8, and their auras were extremely eerie, filled with brutality and bloodlust. What? Qin Daoran and Qin Yao were both taken aback upon hearing this. Qin Daoran immediately urged his sage consciousness to the limit, probing in the direction indicated by Qin Wudao. A few hundred feet ahead, in the shadow of a collapsed city wall, lurking were a few extremely hideous and ugly monsters. These monsters resembled gigantic black mantises, their side-like forelimbs shimmering with a cold light. Some appeared to be composed of rotting flesh, covered in pus-filled sores and tentacles, emitting a foul odor. Others looked like shapeless black shadows, writhing in the darkness, revealing pairs of blood-red eyes. Their common trait was they all emitted a chaotic, brutal, and destructive aura completely different from the ancient immortal domain. Foreign energy, they are beings from the foreign realm. Qin Daoran's expression instantly became extremely serious. Moreover, judging from their auras, their strength was not weak, at least at the profound realm. That mantis monster was probably close to the sage level. Unexpectedly, they had just stepped into the edge of the ancient battlefield and encountered such a powerful wave of foreign beings. It seemed they realized they had been detected, and the hidden foreign beings no longer lurked. They let out a harsh, unpleasant cackling laugh, their blood-red eyes fixed greedily on Qin Wudao and the others, filled with hunger for these beings that had fought for years, immortal domain cultivators. Especially young people like Qin Wudao and Qin Yao, who were vigorous and talented, were simply the most delicious snacks. In the next moment, the 7 or 8 foreign beings pounced towards Qin Wudao and the others from all directions like arrows released from a bow. Their speed was extreme. The gigantic black mantis monster transformed into a black lightning bolt, its 2 cold, scythe-like forelimbs, carrying the power to tear through space, fiercely slashed towards Qin Wudao's head. Its might clearly reached the quasi-sage level. Filthy beast! How dare you? Qin Daoran shouted angrily, unleashing his sage aura. He stepped forward, blocking the front, his golden fist aura roaring out like the blazing sun, meeting the quasi-sage level mantis monster. At the same time, he also divided part of his consciousness to protect Qin Yao. Be careful of those shadow monsters. They are good at ambush and mental attacks. Qin Daoran reminded loudly. Got it, Qin Yao shouted, drawing her Qingyuan sword, her gaze sharp. Having undergone trials in the divine ruins, her temperament was no longer that of a greenhouse flower. Facing these hideous foreign beings, although she was nervous, she felt even more the desire to fight. The Qingyuan 9 transformations technique was executed to the limit. evading an attack from a rotting flesh monster, while simultaneously unleashing a fierce swordlight, forcing back a shadow monster attempting to ambush. The battle erupted in an instant. Qin Yuan fought alone against the quasi-sage level mantis monster and two other powerful form beings. The might of the sage was fully displayed, shaking the heavens and earth. Qin Yuan, relying on her exquisite movement technique and fierce sword techniques, maneuvered against the remaining foreign beings. Although slightly at a disadvantage, she managed to protect herself. As for Qin Wudao, he stood still, not immediately taking action. He was observing the battle methods of these foreign beings. They were completely different from the beasts and cultivators of the immortal domain. Their attacks were more violent, more chaotic, more reckless. It was as if their lives existed solely for slaughter and destruction. Their energy was also filled with corrosive and polluting properties. Every time Qin Yuan's golden fist aura shattered a foreign being, it would be tainted by the other party's strange energy, requiring extra effort to purify. So this is a being from the foreign realm? Qin Wudao's gaze turned cold. This is the enemy his father faces while guarding the borders, fighting bloodily. A group of monsters that only understand destruction and slaughter. It is time to kill. The cold words escaped Qin Wudao's lips. In the next moment, he moved. A punch was thrown. Simple, direct. But this punch contained the supreme power of the Primordial Emperor bone and the domineering dragon might of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra. Wherever the fist passed, the void let out unbearable groans. Chapter 50, Star-Fragmenting Demon Mantis, the Cursed Battlefield. A rotting flesh monster lunging at Qin Yuan was caught completely off guard. It was directly obliterated by a single punch. No freeze, just pure power crushing it. That bizarre energy, which could taint a sage's mana, was instantly purified upon contact with the purple-golden primordial blood on Qin Wudao's fist. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Right after that, Qin Wudao's figure flickered like a ghost. Each appearance was accompanied by a simple, yet domineering punch. Bang, bang, bang. Those foreign beings that seemed quite tricky to Qin Yuan and Qin Yuan. In front of Qin Wudao, they were like mere chickens and dogs. Whether it was the shadow monster adept at sneak attacks, or the incredibly defensive rotting flesh, or any other bizarre foreign creatures, all were blasted apart by his fist, crumbling like dry weeds, unstoppable in just a few breaths. Except for the quasi-saint level mantis monster engaged in fierce battle with Qin Yuan. All other foreign beings were annihilated, completely killed by Qin Wudao in the most direct way. Ding. Host kills foreign being, late stage of the Transcendence realm. Gains a small amount of slaughter origin. Ding. Host kills foreign being, peak of the Transcendence realm. Gains a small amount of slaughter origin. The system's notification sounded continuously in his mind. Qin Wudao could feel cold, pure, killing intent converging towards him. It seemed to be accumulating energy for some special domain. The slaughter had just begun. Qin Wudao's gaze turned cold as he focused on the quasi-saint level mantis monster, which was engaged in battle with Qin Yuan and seemed to be growing anxious upon realizing its companions were all wiped out. He slowly raised his hand. Starlight gathered. Chaos energy flowed. In Qin Wudao's slowly raised right palm, it seemed as if he was cradling a condensed starry sky. A terrifying aura spread, causing the quasi-saint level mantis monster engaged in battle with Qin Yuan to shudder. For the first time, fear appeared in its crimson compound eyes. Utter fear. It sensed a terrifying power from the gathering starlight in Qin Wudao's palm that could completely crush it. Creak. The mantis monster let out a piercing shriek. It abandoned its struggle with Qin Yuan, suddenly turned, and its two massive black scythe-like arms slashed out in an X shape. The void was directly torn apart by the two streaks of pitch-black blade light, containing terrifying cutting laws and annihilating energy from another realm. They struck fiercely at Qin Wudao's palm, gathering starlight. This was its strongest attack, its killer move that allowed it to dominate the battlefield. Even a true sage would have to avoid its edge when facing this blow. However, Qin Wudao's gaze remained calm, even carrying a hint of disdain. A grain of rice shining brightly? he murmured. Then, that palm gathering endless star power and chaotic energy gently pushed forward. Chaos Star Hand, a hand larger and more solid than before, formed instantly. In the palm, it seemed as if billions of stars were rising and falling. The emitted aura was incredibly domineering. The mantis monster's black blade light, capable of tearing apart the void, shattered upon contact with the Chaos Star Hand. Like paper, it simply could not block it even a little. Creak! The mantis monster let out an incredible scream of terror. Its strongest strike was so easily destroyed, it wanted to flee, but the massive Chaos Star Hand had already blocked all its escape routes. Like swatting a fly, it came crashing down on it. Hard. No. The mantis monster let out its final desperate scream. Its incredibly tough shell, comparable to a sacred weapon, erupted with dark light, trying to resist. However, it was all in vain. With a thunderous bang, the ground trembled violently. Dust billowed into the sky. When the dust settled, all that remained was a bottomless giant palm print. As for that once proud mantis monster, whose strength was comparable to a quasi-saint, it had long been reduced to dust along with its shell, scythe arms, and even its soul, both form and spirit annihilated. Silence. The surroundings fell into silence once again. Qin Yuan stared at the giant palm print and the mantis monster that had disappeared without a trace, feeling somewhat dazed. This is over. Just moments ago, it had been fighting him back and forth, even making him feel a bit challenged. The quasi-saint level demon mantis. It was killed by the young master with a single palm. Moreover, judging by the young master's nonchalant demeanor, it seemed he hadn't even used his full strength. Qin Yuan couldn't help twitching at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly felt that as a sage protector, he seemed somewhat unnecessary. The young master's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. This was no longer just a prodigy. This was simply a freak. Qin Yao also had her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment, growing stronger and stronger. Ding! Host kills foreign being, quasi-saint level, gains a large amount of slaughter origin. The system's notification sounded again in his mind. Qin Wudao felt that cold slaughter origin had grown significantly. He seemed a step closer to condensing the slaughter god domain. He walked to the center of the giant palm print, with a thought, two glowing, broken scythe arms and several relatively intact black shell fragments flew out from the dust. These were the hardest parts of the mantis monster, lucky to remain after being crushed by the Chaos Star Hand. Good material, comparable to sacred material, could be used for weapon forging. Qin Wudao put them away. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. All right, we shouldn't linger here. Let's continue on our way. Qin Wudao called out. The previous battle had caused quite a disturbance. It was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't attract stronger foreign beings, or other cultivators with ulterior motives. The three continued deeper towards the Jinyu Pass. After this encounter, Qin Yuan and Qin Yao became even more vigilant. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao kept his basic battlefield perception activated, preemptively avoiding potential dangers. The deeper they ventured into the edge of the ancient battlefield, the more hostile and bizarre the environment became. The dark red soil on the ground seemed to contain some ominous aura, with no grass growing. In the sky, the omnipresent spatial rifts looked like the gaping mouths of demons, devouring light and emitting chilling spatial fluctuations. The air was filled not only with malevolent energy and the smell of blood, but also a sense of decay, chaos, and even despair, as if this land had been cursed by some power. Chapter 51. Signing in at the ancient warship, the initial guardian of the 100 battles. Along the way, Qin Wudao relied on his basic battlefield perception to avoid several dangers in advance. There were traps of void worms hidden underground that devoured everything like quicksand, swarms of plague locusts emitting toxic fumes that could kill even saints, and areas that still harbored terrifying ancient killing will. Even a saint stepping in would have their soul instantly shattered into a fool. If these dangers were not detected in advance, recklessly entering would lead to unimaginable consequences. This made Qin Yao and Qin Yuan even more amazed and reliant on Qin Wudao's extraordinary perception abilities. At the same time, They also encountered some other groups of cultivators. Some were patrol teams from various forces in the border wastelands, clad in standard armor, exuding a fierce aura and moving hurriedly. Others were mercenaries and loose cultivators coming in groups to hunt exotic creatures on the battlefield for military achievements or resources. These cultivators were mostly wary when they saw Qin Wudao and his companions, keeping their distance. In such a place as the ancient battlefield, no one could be easily trusted except for absolutely reliable companions. Human hearts can sometimes be scarier than foreign demons. Qin Wudao was also too lazy to engage with them. He only occasionally learned some scattered information about the deeper parts of the battlefield and the prison guard from their fragmented conversations. It seemed the situation was even more severe than described in the intelligence jade slips. This made Qin Wudao feel an increasing worry for his father, Qin Yuan. After about a day of travel, they came across an enormous area of metal wreckage. Looking around, countless huge and twisted metal fragments were scattered across the ground. Some of these fragments were as large as small mountains, while others were deeply buried underground, their surfaces covered with charred marks and terrifying claw prints, as well as the long-dried blood of unknown creatures. From the scale and shape of these wreckage, it seemed that they had once been one or several gigantic warships capable of sailing through the starry sky. This was the wreckage of ancient starships. Qin Yuan exclaimed in shock at this stunning sight. Ancient starships. They were legends that only existed in the oldest texts. They were super-war fortresses used by supreme beings in ancient times to traverse the cosmic sea and conquer the heavens. It is said that a complete ancient starship could easily destroy a great world. To think that they could see the wreckage of ancient starships at the edge of this ancient battlefield. One could imagine what kind of brutal and earth-shattering star wars had occurred here in the distant ancient times. Qin Wudao looked at the massive metal graveyard before him, his eyes flickering slightly. He could feel that there seemed to still be extremely powerful energy fluctuations lingering among these starship wrecks, and a familiar aura of a signing-in location. System, scan this area. Beep. Scanning. Special area detected. Fallen ancient starship, wreckage area. This place retains traces of ancient technology, the imprint of a starry war, and an unknown energy core. Meets signing-in conditions. Qin Wudao's eyes lit up. It seemed that this starship wreckage area was worth exploring thoroughly. Let's go in and take a look. Qin Wudao called out and took the lead toward the massive wreckage area. Qin Yao and Qin Yuan exchanged glances and immediately followed. They knew that the young master's intuition was always accurate. There might really be some astonishing opportunities inside. However, just as they were about to step into the edge of the wreckage area, Qin Wudao's activated basic battlefield perception suddenly sent an extremely strong warning signal. Danger. Diddly danger. Buzz. The intense warning signal instantly stimulated Qin Wudao's nerves. His recently enhanced basic battlefield perception was frantically alerting him. Danger. Diddly danger was coming from all directions, overwhelming like a tide. Not good. Retreat quickly. Qin Wudao's expression changed drastically. There was no time to think. He grabbed Qin Yao beside him and shouted at Qin Yuan. The power of the Hongming Emperor's bone erupted instantly. His figure transformed into a stream of purple gold light, rapidly retreating backward. Although Qin Yuan was a moment slower, he quickly reacted. The power of the saint erupted, following closely behind. Just as they were withdrawing, the spot where they had originally stood, and the surrounding area within several miles. The ground suddenly collapsed, like a giant mouth opening to swallow heaven and earth. Following that, countless energy rays as black as ink, exuding extreme corrosive and destructive auras, shot out like a storm from the collapsed pit and from the shadows of the massive starship wrecks. The target was the rapidly retreating Qin Wudao trio. The speed of these black rays was incredibly fast. Their power was even more terrifying. Each ray could easily pierce through a saint's defense, annihilating their life force. It was the annihilation demonic light. Damn it, it was the foreign annihilation insect race. Qin Daren's face instantly turned pale at the sight of those black rays, and he exclaimed in horror, "The Annihilation Insect Race. They are one of the most terrifying and fearless races in the foreign realms. They have vast numbers, incredible reproductive ability, and are naturally capable of controlling the Annihilation demonic light. Wherever they go, not a blade of grass grows. All things become silent. They are one of the most troublesome and hated enemies of the immortal domain soldiers on the ancient battlefield. To think, in this ancient starship wreckage area, there was actually a hidden nest of the Annihilation insect race. Moreover, judging by the scale and intensity of the attack, the number of Annihilation insects hidden here was definitely extremely terrifying. It might even include a bug king, or even the existence of a bug mother. Young master, Miss Yao, run. This is a trap. Qin Daren's eyes widened. The power of the saint erupted wildly. He burned his blood essence, condensing a massive golden shield, blocking behind him, attempting to buy a moment of escape time for Qin Wudao and Qin Yao. However, the overwhelming Annihilation demonic light was far too terrifying. Like maggots gnawing on bones, infiltrating everywhere, the golden shield that Qin Daoran had condensed emitted a mournful cry under the pressure of the demonic light. Its surface was instantly corroded into pits and hollows. Its brilliance dimmed. Crack. It barely held for less than 3 breaths. The golden shield shattered completely. Qin Daoran was struck hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath instantly became weak, as the endless Annihilation demonic light was about to completely engulf the 3 of them. At this critical moment, a cold light shot from Qin Wudao's eyes. Oomph. A bunch of insects dared to be rampant. He abruptly stopped his retreating figure. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping forward, blocking in front of Qin Yao and Qin Daoran. Young master. No. Qin Daoran was greatly shocked upon seeing this. Chapter 52. Radiant Divine Might shatters 10,000 bugs. Even saint level can be slain. However, in the next moment, an entirely pitch-black piece of ancient armor, flowing with a mysterious sheen and exuding an aura of indomitable spirit, instantly covered Qin Wudao's entire body. It was exactly the 100 Battles mysterious armor, imitation, he had just signed in to receive. Endless Annihilation magic light, like a barrage, struck against the 100 Battles mysterious armor, erupting with a piercing, corrosive sound. However, what was shocking was that Annihilation magic light, which could penetrate the defenses of saints, when it landed on the 100 Battles mysterious armor, it actually only caused a series of ripples, leaving behind shallow white marks. It simply could not break through the armor's defense. What is this? Qin Daoran looked on in astonishment. This suddenly appeared armor had such terrifying defensive power. Primordial Demon Suppression Cell. At this moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes. He quickly formed seals with his hands, a piece of ancient, vast, seemingly containing the power to suppress ancient evil demons. Strange seals slowly condensed in his palm. Although it was merely a remnant form, that vast suppression power specifically targeting evil demons was undeniable. Suppress. Qin Wudao shouted softly. He slammed that demon suppression seal towards the collapsed pit ahead, along with the surrounding shadows of the hidden Annihilation insect race. The golden demon suppression seal flew out, expanding in the wind, transforming into a gigantic golden ancient seal that overshadowed the sky. Countless mysterious demon suppression runes flowed upon the ancient seal, exuding radiant divine might. It seemed to be the nemesis of all evil demons. The moment the golden ancient seal appeared, the Annihilation insect race hidden beneath the ground and in the debris emitted a piercing scream filled with extreme terror and pain. Their once unstoppable Annihilation magic light rapidly dissolved before the divine might emanating from the golden ancient seal. Their bodies felt as if they were suppressed by a towering divine mountain. Unable to move, the massive golden demon suppression seal ultimately pressed down fiercely, completely covering the collapsed area and the surrounding hundreds of feet. Countless hidden Annihilation insects were directly crushed into meat paste under that radiant demon suppression divine might. Not even a trace of resistance. However, just when Qin Wudao thought he had dealt with these bugs, a mutation, regeneration, roar. A non-human roar containing boundless rage and terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the very center of the area suppressed by the golden demon suppression seal. Immediately after, that seemingly indestructible golden demon suppression seal was actually forced up by an even more terrifying power. A terrifying figure, entirely pitch black, towering 10 feet tall, with 6 arms and double wings, a head resembling a demon, exuding overwhelming demonic aura and saintly pressure, slowly crawled out from the ground, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Qin Wudao, filled with brutality, slaughter, and a hint of dread. Just now, Qin Wudao's primordial demon suppression seal, although it did not completely kill it, had indeed caused a considerable trouble. Moreover, the vast and terrifying saintly pressure emanating from its body made Qin Daoran and Qin Yao's faces turn pale as paper in an instant. Saint-level alien demon. Qin Daoran's voice trembled. He never dreamed that, in this ancient battlefield's fringe area, there actually lurked a genuine saint-level foreign evil demon. Moreover, judging by its aura, it was certainly not as simple as a newly entered saint. It was likely already at the mid-stage of saint level, or even late stage. It's over. This time it's really hitting a brick wall. Saint-level alien demons. They are far more troublesome and terrifying than the same level celestial domain saints. They possess not only a powerful physical body and astonishing recovery ability, but also mastery of bizarre and unpredictable foreign demonic powers. Ordinary saints encountering them would be lucky to survive. Moreover, on their side, there was only one newly entered saint, and he had just been injured, Qin Daoran. Young master, Miss Yao, you two hurry and leave. I will fight to the death to hold it off. A hint of determination flashed in Qin Daoran's eyes. He suddenly pushed Qin Yao backward, simultaneously igniting his own divine blood, preparing to unleash some desperate secret technique. He knew he was absolutely not a match for this saint-level alien demon, but he must buy time for the young master to escape, even if it cost him his life. No, Qin Yao cried out. However, just at this critical moment, a calm and powerful hand rested on Qin Daoran's shoulder, stopping his action of igniting the divine blood. Daoran, step back. Qin Wudao's voice calmly resounded. Young master. Qin Daoran turned back sharply, his face filled with urgency and confusion. Even at this time, wise the young master. He saw Qin Wudao slowly stepping forward, protecting Qin Yao and Qin Daoran behind him. He faced alone that saint-level alien demon, exuding overwhelming demonic might and terrifying aura. His tall figure, in front of the enormous alien demon, appeared somewhat small, but his gaze remained as calm, indifferent, even with a hint of eagerness. Just a mere saint-level alien demon. Perfect. I'll use you to test my current strength. A detached voice emerged from Qin Wudao's mouth, yet it left the saint-level alien demon opposite, as well as Qin Daoran and Qin Yao behind him, all stunned. What? Just a saint-level alien demon. To test strength? Qin Daoran almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, that is a genuine saint-level alien demon, not some random creature. Isn't that a bit too confident? The saint-level alien demon seemed to have understood the disdain in Qin Wudao's words. Its blood-red eyes were instantly filled with boundless fury. It was a demon general under the great demon god, commanding a nest of insects. When had it ever suffered such humiliation, especially from a seemingly frail human boy? The saint-level alien demon let out a roar that shook the heavens. Its massive body suddenly moved. 6 ferocious arms, like 6 towering demonic pillars, instantly expanded, carrying the terrifying power to tear apart the heavens and crush the stars. From 6 different directions, they smashed toward Qin Wudao fiercely. It aimed to crush this small human who dared to insult it, along with his bones, flesh, and soul, into complete meat paste. facing this terrifying attack that could make ordinary saints fall into despair in an instant. A hint of excitement finally flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes. "Come on." He let out a long howl. His black hair danced wildly. Battle intent surged to the sky. The Primordial Emperor bone fully activated. Chaos Star Hand. He showed no hesitation. He unleashed one of the most powerful offensive imperial techniques he currently mastered. The enormous chaotic star hand reappeared. It was more solid, more radiant, and even more terrifying in power than when he dealt with the mantis monster. It fiercely confronted the 6 ferocious demon arms that were smashing down. Chapter 53. The Primordial Emperor's bone displays its might. Battle intent soars. A thunderous collision reverberates. A terrifying energy storm sweeps out in all directions. The surrounding wreckage of starships explodes under this wave of aftermath. The ground cracks. The void wails. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Wudao's figure is for the first time shaken back 3 steps. With each step, he leaves a deep footprint on the hard ground. He only feels a slight numbness in his arm, and his internal energy surges. The power of the Holy Realm is formidable. It is far beyond the quasi-saint level he faced before. However, that is all it is. Roar. The Holy Realm on the opposite side is also feeling the impact. Its 6 indestructible demonic arms are actually slightly numb. Even 2 of its arms have developed fine cracks in the dark armor. For the first time, its crimson eyes reveal horror. It launched a full-force attack. Yet, it couldn't crush this human brat. Instead, it was even injured by the other party? How is this possible? This human brat clearly only has the aura of the Transcendence Realm. Come again. The battle intent in Qin Wudao's eyes grows even stronger. He steps in a void and actively charges towards the Holy Realm. This time, he no longer solely relies on imperial techniques. Instead, he integrates the supreme physical power of the Primordial Emperor's bone, the tyrannical dragon might of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra, the terrifying power of the chaotic starry hand, and even a trace of the magic-suppressing Dao rhyme from the recently acquired ancient demon suppression seal. All are fused together. He transforms into a human-shaped, chaotic star and fiercely crashes into the massive Holy Realm. A battle transcending realms. A desperate blood fight. Qin Wudao, at the peak of the Transcendence Realm, battles against a mid to late stage Holy Realm 6-armed. If this gets out, it would surely shock the entire ancient immortal domain. It is known that the difference between the Transcendence and Holy Realm is like heaven and earth, like mortals and deities. Below the Holy Realm, all are like ants. This is not an empty phrase. Even the most monstrous geniuses would find it nearly impossible to challenge a true saint from the Transcendence Realm. Moreover, the one before him is not an ordinary saint, but a physically strong, abnormally resilient being who wields bizarre demonic powers. The Holy Realm, however, Qin Wudao, this prodigy who cannot be measured by common sense. Not only does he feel no fear, instead, he actively initiates the charge. Roar. The insignificant human dares to provoke the great demon general. The Holy Realm lets out a thunderous roar. Its 6 terrifyingly clawed demonic arms, covered in dark armor, strike down madly towards Qin Wudao. Each blow contains the terrifying power to shatter mountains and split the earth. The void continuously shatters under this furious attack. Bang, 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 bang. Qin Wudao's figure, under the siege of the 6 demonic arms, bears the weight that life itself can hardly endure. Yet he does not topple. He pushes the supreme physical power of the Primordial Emperor's bone to the limit. His purple gold blood burns like a furnace. His fists, his elbows, his knees, his feet, every part of his body transforms into the most terrifying weapon of slaughter. He does not use overly complex techniques. Just the simplest, most direct, and most primal. Hard clash. His fist collides with the incomparably hard demonic arm. A huge sound erupts like metal clashing. Each collision causes the earth to tremble violently. His speed is pushed to the extreme. He weaves through the gaps between the 6 demonic arms, dodging and counterattacking. The tyrannical dragon might of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra makes him fearless against the terrifying demonic pressure of the Holy Realm. Not only that, he also occasionally incorporates a trace of the imperial technique Dao rhyme from the chaotic starry hand into his punches and kicks, or a hint of the magic-suppressing power from the ancient demon suppression seal. Although it is just a trace, it still inflicts additional damage on the Holy Realm. Qin Wudao strikes out with a punch, the purple gold fist light shining, and slams hard into a joint of this arm. Crack! The hard black armor actually develops a clear crack. Moreover, strands of magic-suppressing power seep through the crack. Roar! The Holy Realm emits a painful howl. It can feel that golden power has a strong restraining effect on its demonic body and demonic energy. Hard to dispel. Damn human, what kind of monster are you? The Holy Realm is both astonished and furious. It has never encountered such a monstrous human, clearly only at the Transcendence Realm. Yet its physical power is even more terrifying than that of this Holy Realm demon general. Its speed is also absurdly fast, and it even masters a bizarre power that restrains it. This is simply unreasonable. A monster? Perhaps. A cold smile curves at the corner of Qin Wudao's mouth. Battle. A thrilling battle. He feels his blood boiling. The power of the Primordial Emperor's bone is being gradually awakened. He and the Holy Realm fiercely exchange blows, from the ground to the sky, then crashing back down from the sky to the earth. Wherever they pass, mountains and rocks shatter. The earth collapses, like two ancient ferocious beasts in combat. Qin Daoran and Qin Yao have long retreated to a very far distance, watching in shock and fear. This level of battle, they simply cannot intervene. Even getting close carries the risk of being killed by the aftermath. The young master can actually clash with the Holy Realm. Qin Daoran mutters to himself, filled with disbelief. This is no longer a reversal. This is simply cross-border beating. In the heat of battle, Qin Wudao seizes an opportunity, and the chaotic starry hand strikes out again. It slams hard into the chest of the Holy Realm. Crack! The hard chest armor shatters instantly. The massive body of the Holy Realm is sent flying, crashing down and smashing a small mountain. But at the same time, one of his arms, like a ghostly claw, brushes past Qin Wudao's shoulder. Although the 100 Battles mystic armor blocks most of the power, a trace of terrifying corrosive demonic energy still seeps in, leaving a pitch-black claw mark on Qin Wudao's shoulder. Strands of black gas are trying to burrow into his body. Young master, Qin Yao exclaims in shock upon seeing this. No problem, Qin Wudao grunts. The Primordial Emperor's bone trembles slightly. The purple gold blood instantly purifies the demonic energy that invaded his body. The claw mark on his shoulder is also healing. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the monstrous recovery ability. Roar! In the ruins, the Holy Realm rises again. Its chest is caved in, with demonic blood dripping, and its aura is noticeably weakened. Its gaze toward Qin Wudao is filled with rage and a hint of fear. Chapter 54. The unprecedented feat of the profound and reversed holy slaying. The human brat before me not only has an absurd attack power, but also an astonishing defense. Even his recovery ability is so outrageous. How can we fight like this? The warm-up is over. Qin Wudao looked at the Holy Realm demon that had stood up again, his eyes turning icy cold. He had a rough understanding of the opponent's strength and methods. It was time to send it on its way. Human, you have thoroughly angered me. The Holy Realm demon let out a thunderous roar, its surrounding demonic aura surging wildly. In its crimson eyes, a brutal and crazy light flickered. It knew that this human brat was an unprecedented monster. Ordinary means were simply ineffective against him. To kill him, it had to use its true trump card. The demon god descends. 6 paths of reincarnation, pseudo. The Holy Realm demon howled to the sky. Its massive body began to expand. The dark armor on its surface shattered, revealing an even more ferocious and terrifying form beneath. Its 6 arms suddenly closed together in front of its chest, forming an incredibly bizarre and evil seal. In an instant, The winds and clouds changed color. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The entire ruined site of the demon suppression pass was enveloped by a cold, dépéring, terrifying aura. Behind the holy realm demon, the void twisted, slowly revealing 6 dark, enormous wheel shadows. Each will seem to connect to a terrifying demon realm filled with pain, despair, and death. Countless ferocious demonic shadows struggled and howled within the wheels. A terrifying power that seemed capable of crushing souls and devouring vitality spread from those 6 wheel shadows, instantly locking onto Qin Wudao. This is a forbidden demonic technique from another realm. 6 paths of reincarnation, pseudo, is said to simulate a trace of reincarnation power, dragging the enemy's soul into an endless demonic prison to sink for eternity. From a distance, Qin Daoran saw this scene and exclaimed in shock. This is the Holy Realm Demon's ultimate killing move. Once enveloped by those 6 demonic wheels, even a saint of the same rank would suffer severe damage to their soul. It could even lead to complete soul destruction. Young master, quickly dodge. However, Qin Wudao faced this earth-shattering, forbidden demonic technique. His face remained as calm as still water. Moreover, the corners of his mouth even curled up into a cold arc reincarnation. With this unorthodox thing, do you even deserve to be called reincarnation? Today, let me show you what true annihilation is. As his voice fell, a divine light burst forth from Qin Wudao's eyes. The Hongmeng Emperor bone within him resonated with the ancient Tao seed in his Dantian, an even more terrifying, primal Hongmeng power than when he previously unleashed the Hongmeng breaking 10,000 methods. Awoke. It erupted violently from his body. The purple gold divine light illuminated the entire dim world, dispelling all the demonic aura in the sky. At this moment, Qin Wudao's figure became incredibly majestic, incredibly sacred, transforming into the Supreme Emperor who controls Hongmeng and judges all beings. Hongmeng breaking 10,000 methods. Qin Wudao once again unleashed this supreme divine technique. But this time, its power, compared to before, was worlds apart. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a sense of annihilation containing the ultimate mysteries of the universe, spreading towards those 6 gigantic demonic wheel shadows. The 6 demonic wheels, pseudo, that could drag a saint's soul into an endless demonic prison. The moment they came into contact with this sense of annihilation, instantly, cracked all over. Immediately, the 6 enormous wheel shadows, along with the countless struggling and howling demonic shadows inside, crumbled with a resounding crash, transforming into countless light points. The Holy Realm Demon was struck by lightning. It violently spat out a mouthful of pitch-black demonic blood containing primal power. Its massive body trembled violently. In its crimson eyes for the first time, despair appeared. Its ultimate forbidden demonic technique had it been broken by the opponent in one move, and it was broken so decisively. Flee. I must escape. At this moment, the only thought left in the Holy Realm Demon's mind was this. It no longer had any fighting spirit. However, how could Qin Wudao give it that opportunity? Now you want to leave? It's too late. As the cold voice fell, Qin Wudao's figure appeared behind the Holy Realm Demon, and his finger pointed like a sword. The purple gold Hongmeng power swirled at his fingertips, containing a trace of the sharp intent of annihilation. With a single finger thrust, that powerful demonic body capable of withstanding a Saint King's attack, before the fingertip imbued with the intent of Hongmeng annihilation, was directly pierced through. A blood hole appeared at the location of the Holy Realm Demon's heart, transparent from front to back. The domineering Hongmeng annihilation power surged into its body in an instant, madly destroying its vitality. Ugh, ugh. The Holy Realm Demon's massive body suddenly stiffened. It struggled to lower its head. Looking at the huge blood hole in its chest, its eyes filled with disbelief and endless regret. It regretted why it had provoked this devil before it. In the end, its massive body fell weakly to the ground. Its vitality, completely severed. The Holy Realm demon fell. Silence. A deathly silence. Watching the enormous body of the Holy Realm demon crash to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the distance, Qin Daoran and Qin Yao's minds fell into a blank. We won. The young master actually killed a genuine Holy Realm demon head-on with his profound realm cultivation. Moreover, it looked like he won. Quite easily. Qin Daoran rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting whether he was dreaming. This simply subverted his worldview. It refreshed his understanding of the term genius. Profound reversal slaying of the holy. And the one slain was the notoriously troublesome and powerful Holy Realm demon. Such a thing, not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. Even those top-level ancient freaks hidden by the immortal forces. At the profound realm, at most, they could barely compete with a newly entered Holy Realm powerhouse, right? But the young master directly and forcefully slaying a mid to late stage holy demon was simply unheard of, unseen. The young master truly is a divine being. Qin Daoran could only sincerely exclaim. He knew that the achievements of this young master he followed would absolutely be limitless in the future. Even, it was truly possible, as he himself said, to reach the pinnacle and suppress the heavens. Chapter 55. Source of massive slaughter. Fragment of the six-armed demon technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a saint-level alien demon for the first time. Reward obtained. Source of massive slaughter. Progress of the slaughter god domain. Beginner 50%. Qin Wudao's eyes lit up just by killing a saint-level alien demon. The progress of the slaughter god domain surged to 50%. It seems that to quickly obtain this slaughter god domain, one must kill more powerful alien demons. This ancient battlefield is indeed the right place to be. Immediately afterward, ding, talent luck plundering, advanced, triggered. Detected that the target contains a special alien source core, abyssal demon dragon heart, damaged. Detected that the target has residual inheritance information, fragment of the six-armed demon technique. Attempting to plunder. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Abyssal demon dragon heart, damaged. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Fragment of the six-armed demon technique. Another good item plundered. Qin Wudao thought. He saw that at the heart position of the saint-level alien demon's corpse, there is a fist-sized core that seemed to have a dragon shadow swimming within it, emanating terrifying demonic energy and dragon might. It slowly floated up. Although its surface was covered with cracks, it contained a trace of the abyssal demon dragon's aura. Abyssal demon dragon? A dragon from the alien realm? Qin Wudao's eyes moved slightly. This damaged heart core might have considerable reference value for his cultivation of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor scripture. As for the fragment of the six-armed demon technique, it directly transformed into a stream of information and surged into his mind. It was a quite powerful alien body refining demonic technique. Practicing it to the extreme could produce 6 indestructible demonic arms. Although Qin Wudao could not practice demonic techniques, understanding the foreign technique system was also beneficial for knowing oneself and the enemy. He stored the heart core away. At this moment, Qin Daoran and Qin Yao cautiously walked over. Young master, are you all right? Qin Daoran asked with concern, unable to help but glance at the claw mark on Qin Wudao's shoulder that was almost healing. It's nothing, just a small injury. Qin Wudao waved his hand. This level of injury was nothing to him, who possessed the Primordial Emperor bone and ancient Dao seed. Congratulations, young master, for killing the saint-level alien demon. Such an astonishing achievement is enough to be remembered through the ages. Qin Daoran sincerely congratulated. Just luck. Qin Wudao did not become complacent about killing a saint-level alien demon. This was just the beginning. The ancient battlefield is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are definitely stronger existences than this saint-level alien demon. His future path is still long. Just as they were speaking, several streams of light were rapidly flying towards them from afar. They were powerful beings attracted by the shocking fluctuations from the previous saint-level battle. There were 5 of them in total. Dressed in the standard armor of the Border Wilderness Legion, their auras were fierce, and their cultivation levels were at least peak Divine Bridge realm. The leader's strength had already reached the Saint realm. Their strength was quite formidable. They landed at the edge of the battlefield. Seeing the chaotic scene before them and the enormous corpse of the Saint-level alien demon, their pupils constricted. Hiss! It's the six-armed demon general. A mid-Saint level alien demon. It actually died here. Who did this? Could it be that some Saint King passed by here? The leader, a Saint-level captain, looked extremely grave. This six-armed demon general was a notorious villain in this area, extremely cunning and powerful. Their legion had organized several encirclements against it, but had always let it escape. They even lost quite a few personnel. Unexpectedly, it actually died here today. His gaze fell on the three remaining figures, Qin Wudao and his companions. When he saw the unfamiliar Saint Qin Daoran and the two overly young teenagers, Qin Wudao and Qin Yao, his brows furrowed. Did you kill this six-armed demon general? The Saint Captain's tone carried a hint of doubt. He did not believe that these three had the ability to slay this infamous Saint-level alien demon, especially the white-clothed youth, who seemed to be less than a saint. Qin Wudao did not explain, merely glancing at him indifferently. That glance, calm, indifferent, yet containing endless majesty and killing intent. It made the battle-hardened Saint Captain feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He sensed that the white-clothed youth before him could erase him and his entire team with just a thought. He immediately retracted all doubts and contempt. To Qin Wudao, he respectfully clasped his fist and saluted. Junior Stone Peak, captain of the 7th Patrol Team of the Border Wilderness 3rd Legion, pays respects to the senior. Although he could not see through Qin Wudao's cultivation, his intuition told him that this mysterious white-clothed youth was definitely a terrifying existence he could not provoke. An existence capable of slaying a mid-Saint level, six-armed demon general would not be an easy opponent. The team members behind him, seeing their captain so respectful, also lowered their heads and saluted. Senior? Qin Wudao's mouth twitched slightly. However, he was too lazy to explain. How far is it from here to the Jinyu Pass? Stone Peak replied, to get from here to the Jinyu Pass, if we don't delay and fly with all our might, it would take about 5 days. However, the situation at the Jinyu Pass is exceptionally fierce now, with the alien demons attacking like a tide, and the pressure inside the pass is immense. The road from here to Jinyu Pass is also not peaceful, with powerful alien demons often appearing, and even traces of Saint King-level demons. He wanted to advise Qin Wudao not to venture there lightly. Killing a mid-Saint-level alien demon and navigating a battlefield fraught with danger to reach the Jinyu Pass was a completely different concept. However, Qin Wudao simply waved his hand. Got it. Seeing this, Stone Peak did not dare to say more. He knew that for a powerhouse of this level, once a decision was made, it was not something he could dissuade. He could only respectfully bow again. In that case, we juniors will not disturb the senior. If the senior needs anything, feel free to contact us. After speaking, he carefully led his subordinates away. Before leaving, he took one last deep look at the enormous corpse of the six-armed demon general and the white-clothed youth standing like a deity. His heart still filled with shock and awe. Today's events, when reported back to the Legion, would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. A mysterious young powerhouse appeared at the edge of the ancient battlefield, forcefully slaying a saint-level alien demon. This was definitely a variable that could influence the battle situation. After the patrol team left, Qin Wudao glanced at the corpse of the saint-level alien demon on the ground. Although it was filled with demonic energy, its bones and fur were excellent materials for refining or research. He casually stored it in his spatial ring. Then, he took out a few healing pills and recovery potions and handed them to Qin Daoran. Recover first. Thank you, young master. Chapter 56. Arrival at Jinyu Pass. My father Qin Zhan. Qin Daoran received the elixir and began to cultivate to heal and recover. Qin Yao did not disturb him. Qin Wudao took this opportunity to once again sort through the information in his mind. The strength of the Holy Realm was indeed beyond his previous expectations. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique, the outcome of the battle just now would have been hard to say. This ancient battlefield should not be underestimated. However, that makes it more interesting. A trace of excited battle intent flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes. The more dangerous it is, the more it can stimulate his potential and make him stronger. He even looked forward to what powerful opponents he would encounter next. About an hour later, Qin Daren's breath finally stabilized. Although his injuries had not fully healed, he had recovered about 70 to 80% of his combat power. Young master, it's no longer a problem. Good, let's continue on our way. Yes, the three set off again. This time, their expressions were a bit more serious. Having experienced the battle with the Holy Realm, they all realized the cruelty and danger of this battlefield. Qin Wudao pushed his primary battlefield perception to the limit. At the same time, he tried to use a special fluctuation contained within the Abyssal Demon Dragon's core, as well as the records of his aura and the remnants of the six-armed demon technique, to assist his perception. The effect was surprisingly good. He could more clearly distinguish which areas hid the aura of, which areas retained a strong will to kill, and which areas were relatively safe. This enhanced his ability to avoid danger by another level. In the following journey, although dangers still lurked, under Qin Wudao's extraordinary perception abilities, they safely avoided them without incident. After 4 days of rapid travel, a massive fortress, radiating endless iron blood and a sense of ancient vicissitudes, appeared in their sight. Qin Yuan Pass, they had arrived. The fortress walls soared tens of thousands of feet high, several times taller than the ruins of Jinma Pass they had seen before. The entire structure was forged from an unknown dark god metal, shimmering with a cold metallic luster. The walls were covered with dense battle scars. There were enormous claw marks, terrifying fist pits, areas melted by energy beams, and countless dried and solidified blood. Countless profound and powerful array runes were embedded on the fortress walls, constantly circulating vast energy, forming an indestructible defensive canopy. On top of the walls, massive war fortresses stood at intervals. Soldiers clad in heavy armor from the celestial domain guarded their posts with a fierce aura. The entire fortress radiated an unparalleled might, as if one man could hold the pass against 1,000. What a formidable Qin Yuan Pass! A trace of shock flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes. This was the place where his father, Qin Yuan, had defended for countless years. It was the first and most important line of defense against the invasion of. Qin Yao and Qin Daoran were also completely stunned by the magnificent and lethal scene before them. The three suppressed their auras and flew towards the massive city gate. At the city gate, there were heavy guards. Dozens of elite soldiers clad in black heavy armor meticulously checked every person entering and exiting the pass. Behind them stood several officers with even more powerful auras. The security here was 10 times stricter than that of the great city of Tianlong's Hao. Stop! Who goes there? As Qin Wudao and the others approached, a centurion with a quasi-saint level aura immediately stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. His gaze was filled with vigilance and scrutiny. Having guarded the border for many years, he could see that the three of them had extraordinary temperaments and were definitely not ordinary cultivators. Especially the subtle, holy aura emanating from Qin Daoran made him dare not be careless. Qin Daoran was about to take out the Qin family token when he heard Qin Wudao calmly speak. My father is Qin Yuan, from the ancient Qin family. Qin Wudao is here to seek my father. With this one sentence, the quasi-saint centurion and all the soldiers around them were instantly petrified. Ancient Qin family? Qin Wudao? Which Qin Wudao? Is it the peerless genius who recently dominated all the talents in the ancient divine ruins, killed Yu Jinghong, seized the ancient Dao seed, and caused a cosmic phenomenon? Although Qin Yuan Pass was located in a remote area, news was not completely cut off. Especially such explosive news that could shake the entire celestial domain had already reached here through various channels. Almost all the high-ranking officers of Qin Yuan Pass were aware of this newly emerged young master of the Qin family. They just never expected that this legendary figure would personally come to this perilous ancient battlefield. Moreover, he said he was here to seek his father. Wait, seeking his father? The highest commander guarding this pass, the renowned god of war by Qi, seems to have the surname Qin. His name is Qin Yuan. Subordinate pays respects to the young master. I did not know the young master was coming, and I failed to welcome you properly. The voice was loud and filled with excitement and disbelief. This white-clad youth before them, who looked younger than many of them, was actually the legendary young master of the Qin family who had dominated an era. Moreover, he was also the biological son of their revered General Qin Yuan. This news was simply too explosive. Qin Wudao looked at the scene before him, slightly helpless. He originally just wanted to enter quietly, but he didn't expect that revealing his name would cause such a huge commotion. It seems that the events he caused in the ancient divine ruins had an impact greater than he imagined. "Everyone, please rise," he said. "Thank you, young master." Only then did everyone dare to stand up, their attitudes respectful to the extreme. The quasi-saint centurion stepped forward to lead the way. "Young master, please come in. I will immediately send someone to report." Qin Wudao nodded and did not refuse. Thus, under the curious gazes of countless soldiers at Qin Pass, the three of them were welcomed into this massive fortress that symbolized the indomitable will of the celestial domain with the highest honors. Upon entering the pass, the scene changed again. Although it was still filled with the atmosphere of iron blood and slaughter, it appeared orderly. In the enormous training grounds, thousands of soldiers were practicing diligently, filled with a killing aura. On both sides of the wide streets were continuous barracks, armories, alchemy rooms, and talisman workshops. Giant war fortresses stood throughout the city. Moreover, countless powerful formations operated in the shadows, exuding terrifying power. Here, it was as if a massive machine born for war was constantly operating efficiently. Qin Wudao looked at all this, his eyes slightly moving. To manage such a vast and complex war fortress so orderly, his father seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. No longer was he the cautious patriarch of the family, but a general of iron blood and slaughter. This was no simple feat. He couldn't help but feel a bit more anticipation for his meeting with his father. Chapter 57. Signing in at the Marshal's Mansion. Receiving the Marshal's Order and the War God's Codex. The Marshal's Mansion of the Qin Pass. It symbolizes the core of the highest power in this border stronghold. The mansion's main gate slowly opens. What emerges is not Qin Wudao's father, Qin Yuan, as he had expected, but a middle-aged general clad in silver armor. At the peak of the Saint Realm, he is one of the vice-generals under Marshal Qin Yuan, Wang Mang. However, the look Wang Mang gives Qin Wudao is filled with indifference and a hint of barely concealed hostility. Wang Mang said in a deep voice, "You're Qin Wudao?" "Yes, I am." Qin Wudao frowned slightly. The marshal is busy with military affairs and is currently in seclusion to strategize. "You have come at an opportune time. Please leave." He directly issued an eviction order, unwilling even to announce his presence. Impudent. Qin Daoran was furious. Although this person is a vice-general, he is still respectful in front of the family head. How dare he treat the young master with such disrespect? Our young master is the marshal's own son, traveling a great distance to visit. How dare you refuse him entry? What are your intentions? Qin Daoran question exuding à son et sera. I am ordered to guard the marshal's mansion. It is my duty. Wang Mang showed no fear, stating, the marshal has given orders that during his seclusion, no one is to disturb him, not to mention that he is merely the marshal's son. Even if the king of heaven came, he would have to obey military orders. If you continue to cause a ruckus here, do not blame me for dealing with you according to military law. His tone was extremely firm, filled with threats. Qin Yao angrily retorted, "You are unreasonable." Wang Mang only sneered. The battlefield recognizes military achievements, not identity. Someone who has never set foot on the battlefield wants to come and go freely in the marshal's mansion? How ridiculous. Hearing this, Qin Wudao's expression turned cold. He stepped forward, a terrifying aura slowly coalescing. Enough! A familiar voice, filled with boundless authority, resonated from deep within the mansion. Wang Mang's face changed drastically. A flicker of unwillingness and dread flashed in his eyes. But ultimately, he suppressed his aura and bowed towards the interior, saying, "Marshal, step back." Qin Zhan's voice carried evident anger. "Yes, Wudao, Komein." Qin Zhan's voice sounded again, and Qin Wudao nodded, stepping through the main door of the mansion. He passed through the solemn courtyard and training grounds, arriving at the conference hall adorned with battle flags and weapons. In the center of the hall, seated in the main position, was a middle-aged man clad in black battle armor. It was his father, Qin Yuan. Compared to before, his father seemed much stronger. His aura was much more restrained than before. Qin Yuan had long known about Qin Wudao's remarkable performance in the ancient divine ruins. The excitement and pride in his heart were beyond words. However, this was something he had anticipated. After all, during their brief time in the family, he had witnessed too many incredible things and had become numb from shock. His son, not only had he shed the fate of being a waste, he had risen strongly, overwhelming a generation of prodigies. Qin Yuan patted his shoulder hard. The admiration and pride in his eyes were unabashed. Father. The father and son reunited. With so much to say, yet unsure where to begin. The atmosphere fell into a moment of silence. However, Qin Wudao keenly sensed that Wang Mang's earlier attitude was no coincidence. It seemed that his father's days at the Jinyu Pass had not been smooth sailing. Wang Mang's matter has embarrassed you. After a brief silence, Qin Yuan sighed and took the initiative to speak, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and apology. He had naturally seen Wang Mang's rudeness and deliberate difficulty. It's nothing, just a jumping clown. He no longer regarded someone like Wang Mang with any importance. But he knew that Wang Mang's attitude likely represented the thoughts of some people within the military or the will of certain factions. Qin Yuan sighed again. Internal family matters ultimately still affected this place. Wang Mang was from the faction of the Grand Elder, Qin Yuan. When you had your incident back then, he also... Qin Yuan did not continue, but the meaning was clear. I understand. Qin Wudao's gaze turned slightly cold. Qin Yuan, the culprit who stole my imperial bone and caused my mother's death, although he had been imprisoned, the remnants and influences he left behind were still present. It seemed that this time returning to the family, some matters must be thoroughly settled. Let us not speak of this. Qin Yuan waved his hand. Wudao, your performance in the ancient divine ruins this time is truly... Ha ha ha. You have brought great honor to your father, slaying Yu Jinghong, obtaining the ancient Dao seed, overwhelming a generation of prodigies. Good. Well done. Truly worthy of being my Qin Yuan's son. He patted Qin Wudao's shoulder vigorously, his tone filled with pride. In these years, although he had been stationed at the border, he had also borne immense pressure from both within and outside the family. Now that his son had risen strongly, it undoubtedly provided him with the strongest support. It also gave a resounding slap to those who looked down on him and his son. Father overpraises me. It was just some luck. Qin Wudao humbly replied. Ha ha ha. Luck is also a part of strength. Kulme, let us go to the study. We father and son need to have a good chat. He pulled Qin Wudao towards the study at the back of the mansion, temporarily leaving Qin Yao and Qin Daoran in the hall. Upon entering the study, Qin Wudao noticed that the furnishings here were also extremely simple. Aside from the mountainous piles of military scrolls and maps, there was almost no decoration. The air was filled with a more intense aura of iron-bloodedness and the unique war god pressure of his father, Qin Yuan. Just as he stepped into the study, Ding detected that the host has arrived at a special location, Jinyu Pass Marshal's Mansion Marshal's Core area. This place is the power core of the Jinyu Pass, containing the purest essence of Marshal Qin Yuan, the will of the war god, and the fortune of the Jinyu Pass. Meets the sign-in conditions. Qin Wudao's heart stirred. System. Sign in. Ding. Host signing in. Jinyu Pass Marshal's Mansion Marshal's Core area. Signing in. Detected that the host is blood-related to the master of this place, Qin Yuan, and resonance of aura occurs. Detected that the ancient Dao seed within the host resonates with the fortune of this place. The quality of this sign-in reward has greatly improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewards obtained. War Goddess Codex, General Outline. Rewards obtained. Military Soul, Killing Chi, Massive Perfect Quality. Rewards obtained. War God Order, Unique Martial Authority. Upon seeing the reward list, Qin Wudao's mind was shaken. The War Goddess Codex. And it's the General Outline. This is undoubtedly countless times more precious than the previous fragments, containing the most core secrets of the War Goddess Codex. Military Soul, Killing Chi. Not only is it massive, but it's also perfect quality. This means that the killing domain he absorbs and refines will be even more terrifying. And the final war god order is actually unique martial authority. Doesn't this mean that with this token, he is equivalent to another Qin Yuan? He can command the entire Qin Pass. This reward is simply heaven-defying. Chapter 58. The Provocation of Deputy General Wang Meng, Thunderous Authority. At this moment, a vast array of military strategies and tactics flooded into his mind. A more powerful and perfect military soul's killing aura surged into his body, perfectly merging with the already 50 condensed form of the god of killing field. A realm of horrifying slaughter, centered around Qin Wudao, instantly expanded and then retracted, as if nothing had happened. The god of killing field, beginner level. It is complete. Moreover, due to the high quality of the military soul's killing aura, the condensed god of killing field is far more powerful than an ordinary beginner-level field. At the same time, a dark token that was almost identical to the previous one, but with a deeper aura, appeared in his hand. The war god token. Wudao. You. Qin Yuan noticed the fleeting, terrifying killing aura emanating from Qin Wudao, along with that peculiar energy fluctuation, revealing a look of surprise in his eyes. It's nothing, father, just a small realization, Qin Wudao smiled. The matter of signing in must not be revealed. Qin Yuan gave him a deep look and did not pursue it further. His son had too many secrets. However, this is all good. The stronger he is, the more at ease I can be. Sit down. Qin Yuan gestured to the chair beside him. The father and son sat across from each other. Qin Yuan began to inquire about Qin Wudao's experiences over the years, as well as the details in the ancient god ruins. Qin Wudao shared some important points. Of course, he glossed over or omitted anything about the system and signing in. When he heard how Qin Wudao dominated the crowd in the god ruins and how he killed Yu Jinghong, Qin Yuan sometimes applauded, sometimes frowned, and sometimes laughed heartily. He was proud of his son's strength. He was also gratified by his son's decisiveness in killing. But at the same time, he felt a bit worried for his son provoking a behemoth like the Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty. You don't have to worry about the Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty. With me as your father and the Qin family backing you, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you. However, you still need to be cautious in your future actions. I understand, father. Qin Wudao nodded. Subsequently, Qin Wudao also asked about his father's situation over the years and the war at the Qin Pass. Qin Yuan's expression gradually grew serious. The situation was more severe than he had imagined. The attacks from the foreign demons were getting fiercer year by year. The number of strong opponents was also increasing. Although the Qin Pass was known as the impregnable fortress, it was under unimaginable pressure. As the supreme commander, his father Qin Yuan bore an incomprehensible weight. He had even gone to the battlefield multiple times, battling against foreign saints and even great demons. As a result, he had sustained many hidden injuries. This was why, although he was the head of the Qin family, he was unaware of family affairs and was even usurped by Qin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao felt a deep pressure. At the same time, he became even more determined to quickly enhance his strength to relieve his father's burdens and even to completely quell the threat from the foreign realm in the future. The next day, Qin Wudao prepared to familiarize himself with the environment within the Qin Pass. He also wanted to check out the military. He would likely have to fight against foreign demons on this battlefield in the future. However, he had barely stepped out of the commander's residence when trouble came knocking. Isn't this our Qin family's young master, renowned in the immortal domain? What? Not staying in your golden nest or silver nest, but running to this desolate border to do what? An oddly sarcastic voice rang out. It was none other than Deputy General Wang Meng from yesterday. Accompanied by several young military officers wearing armor, their auras impressive but their gazes filled with arrogance and provocation, blocking Qin Wudao's path. The speaker was a handsome young general with a hint of sinister in his eyes. His name was Li Tianhan, the direct descendant of a prominent family in the borderlands. He was also one of Wang Meng's confidants, having reached quasi-saint level at a young age, wielding considerable influence in the army. He had long viewed Qin Wudao with disdain. Why should a mere kid, who hasn't even grown hair, receive such fame and glory? Even a marshal looked at him differently. He was unconvinced. Coupled with Wang Meng's instructions, He was here today to give Qin Wudao a show of force. Li Tianan, what do you want? Qin Yao immediately stood in front of Qin Wudao. What do I want? Li Tianan skufa. I just want to see if this so-called young master of the Qin family really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Don't just rely on family reputation and luck to achieve a bit of success. A silver-surfaced, wax-headed spear? You, bold! Qin Daoran shouted angrily, releasing his saintly pressure. However, Li Tianhan and the others seemed to be prepared. The light of military merit armor shone on them, seemingly resisting Qin Daoran's pressure. Li Tianhan coldly said, "This is the military camp, not a place for you to run wild." They were well prepared today, not only to humiliate Qin Wudao, but also to suppress those around him. They wanted everyone to see who truly held the power at Qin Pass. It seems the lesson from yesterday wasn't enough for you. Qin Wudao slowly raised his hand. What do you want? Li Tianhan and the others changed their expressions, warily taking a step back. Although they were arrogant, they knew of Qin Wudao's achievements and did not dare to engage in a real fight. I don't want anything. I just want you to understand one principle. Some people you cannot afford to provoke. As his words fell, a dark token appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the war god token he had obtained from signing in yesterday. The moment the token appeared, an overwhelming, boundless pressure unique to the supreme commander of Qin Pass, Qin Yuan, instantly enveloped the entire area. The war god token. Upon seeing this token, Li Tianhan, Wang Meng, and all the generals behind them turned pale as paper, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. The war god token, which bore the marshal's authority. There was only one in the entire Qin Pass. It was always personally held by Marshal Qin Yuan. To see this token was like seeing the marshal himself. It could command the 3 armies, with orders carried out before reports. How could this token, representing supreme power, appear in Qin Wudao's hands? Could it be that the marshal? Qin Wudao's cold voice rang out again. My father, Qin Yuan, do you not know this? To see the war god token is to see the marshal. You all, why do you not kneel? Under the terrifying pressure of the war god token. Under Qin Wudao's icy gaze, Wang Meng, Li Tianhan, and the others could no longer hold on, their legs giving way as they knelt on the ground. It's over. In their hearts, only these 2 words remained. But they still felt unconvinced, considering Qin Wudao as a second-generation official who relied on his power to bully others. Chapter 59. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, establishing supreme authority in the army. But the god of war order with the marshal's authority. In the entire Qin Pass, there's only this one. It represents the will of Qin Yuan and the supreme military power. Wang Meng was filled with terror. The reason they dared to be so arrogant, even daring to confront Qin Yuan, was partly due to the covert support of internal factions within their families. On the other hand, it was because Qin Yuan was seriously injured and had lost much of his control over the army. They wanted to suppress Qin Wudao, test Qin Yuan's bottom line, and even gradually erode Qin Yuan's prestige and power in military. But now, the appearance of this god of war order shattered all their fantasies and calculations. Seeing the god of war order was like seeing the marshal himself. Why do you not kneel? Qin Wudao's sharp eyes scanned the crowd. His voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Under such a tough attitude, Wang Meng, Li Tianhan, and several generals behind them all unwillingly knelt down on the ground. Cold sweat soaked their clothes. Boundless fear spread wildly in their hearts. Young Marshal, please calm your anger. We absolutely meant no offense to the Marshal and the young Marshal. It's just worry that the young Marshal is young and might be deceived. Deceived? Qin Wudao sneered. I see, the ones truly deceived are you. Rebelling against authority, questioning the Marshal's bloodline, openly provoking me, intending to disrupt the military morale. Wang Meng, do you know your crime? I know my crime. I know my crime. Please spare me, young Marshal. I will never dare again. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the young Marshal, not hesitate to die 1,000 times. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. Even though Wang Meng had become a deputy commander, he dared not act recklessly in front of the Marshal's order. Qin Wudao continued, go through fire and water? Just based on you? Convey my order. Deputy Commander Wang Mang. Forming cliques and acting against authority, effective immediately, remove him from his deputy commander position. Commander Li Tianhan, on the contrary, relying on his position to bully others and instigate trouble, effective immediately, remove him from his commander position and demote him to an ordinary soldier. The rest involved in the rebellion will be demoted by 3 ranks and receive 50 strokes. If there is another offense, severe punishment will follow. At this moment, Qin Wudao forcefully declared his position in the army. He gave the maximum punishment to those who provoked him. Of course, Qin Wudao did this to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to prevent similar provocations in the future. He would never show any mercy to those who dare to jump out and seek death in front of him. Someone drag them away and execute immediately. Qin Wudao said coldly. Yes, young marshal. Loyal soldiers to the marshal's faction stepped forward to drag Wang Mang and Li Tianhan away. Soon, outside there were sounds of piercing screams and dull thuds of clubs hitting flesh. In the hall, those generals who had originally remained neutral or were somewhat wavering, upon seeing this scene, felt a chill in their hearts. Their gazes towards Qin Wudao were filled with awe. This newly promoted young marshal, although young, was even more ruthless than Marshal Qin Yuan in his heyday. It seemed that Qin Pass was about to undergo a change. At the same time, Qin Yuan slowly walked out from the back hall. He looked at the now calm hall and the generals who were silent, as if in a cold winter. Finally, his gaze fell on his son, who held the god of war order, exuding an imposing aura without anger. A complex look flashed in his eyes, but more than that, it was relief and pride. He knew that from this moment on, his son had truly gained the qualification to stand firm in this iron-blooded military camp. The undercurrents in Qin Pass needed to be thoroughly cleansed. For a time, the military morale within the pass was shaken. Discussion abondait. There was shock, horror, disbelief. But more, there was inexplicable excitement and anticipation. Wang Mang and his faction had operated within Qin Pass for many years, relying on backing and the fact that Marshal Qin Yuan had been preoccupied with injuries and wars. Their actions had become increasingly arrogant, causing dissatisfaction among many soldiers. However, they had been unable to find an opportunity, and no one dared to stand up against them. Now, this newly promoted young Marshal Qin Wudao, upon arriving at Qin Pass, had used such a tough stance to uproot the military tumor that was Wang Mang. It was simply a delight to the heart, especially for those loyal to Marshal Qin Yuan and those who had previously suffered suppression from Wang Mang's faction. They admired Qin Wudao even more. They seemed to see a new hope, the possibility of revitalizing Qin Pass and even the entire border battlefield. Thus, in the following days, military leaders came to visit Qin Wudao at the marshal's residence in an endless stream. They were no longer just curious or in awe of the identity of the Qin family's young master. Instead, they sincerely expressed loyalty and support for this hard-handed young marshal. For these leaders who came to pledge allegiance or show goodwill, Qin Wudao did not turn them away. He received each one with a gentle yet authoritative demeanor. He did not become arrogant because he held the god of war order. Instead, he humbly sought advice from these seasoned veterans on the defense of Qin Pass, military formations, the characteristics of foreign demons, and so on. At the same time, he also inadvertently revealed some of the military strategies and insights he had gained from the God of War manual. This further amazed those generals who had initially come with a let's-see attitude. They found that this young marshal not only had extraordinary personal combat power, but his talent and insight in commanding troops and arranging formations surpassed even those old veterans who had fought on the battlefield for over 100 years. A casual suggestion from him could lead to a sudden enlightenment for them. They benefited immensely. He was simply a born commander. For a time, Qin Wudao's reputation in the army soared again. Countless soldiers regarded him as the future successor to the god of war. The military morale was more united than ever. Qin Yuan watched all this with a myriad of emotions in his heart. He knew that his son had already gained initial recognition from this iron-blooded army with his strength and wisdom. As long as he experienced some baptism in the fires of war and accumulated enough military achievements, he could truly hand over the heavy burden of Qin Pass to him with peace of mind. Meanwhile, after initially gaining some say in the army, Qin Wudao began to use the authority of the God of War order to access a large amount of top-secret intelligence regarding the ancient battlefield and foreign demons. He gained a deeper understanding of this brutal battlefield and those strange enemies. At the same time, he also took out the resources seized from Wang Mang and others, as well as the treasures obtained from the Divine Ruin expedition that were temporarily unusable, to enrich the military treasury and reward the soldiers who had contributed. This action further won him the support of countless lower-ranking soldiers. Chapter 60. The Hidden Illness of Qin Yuan, the Battlefield Treasure, Blood Soul Jade. In response, Qin Wudao did not feel proud. He knew this was just the beginning. To truly control this iron-blooded army, to genuinely relieve his father's worries, and even to pacify the troubles from foreign lands in the future, there was still much he needed to do. Right now, the most important thing was to enhance his own strength and quickly resolve the hidden dangers concerning his father. He raised his head and looked deep into the general's residence, toward the direction where his father, Qin Yuan, was in closed-door recovery, his gaze becoming incredibly firm. 3 days later, Qin Yuan ended his brief closed-door recovery and summoned Qin Wudao to the study. Wudao, you have done well these past few days. Wang Mang and his faction have deeply entrenched themselves in the army, and due to my injuries in the war, I have been unable to completely clear them out. You have taken on these responsibilities as soon as you arrived. Father, you overpraised me. These clowns should have been dealt with. I merely did what needed to be done. Qin Wudao did not linger on the matter and instead asked, Father, how is your injury? Previously, he had been unaware of his father's injuries while at home. He only learned about them after arriving at the military camp and was quite worried. Qin Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Alas, I can't hide it from you. Over the years, I have fought with those ancient demons from foreign lands countless times. On 3 occasions, I encountered terrifying beings comparable to the great sage level. Although I ultimately repelled them, I also left behind some difficult-to-cure hidden ailments. Great sage level foreign demons? Qin Wudao's pupils suddenly contracted. Although his combat power was extraordinary, capable of slaying even holy realm demons, he still had no chance against beings of the great sage level. That was a terrifying power of a completely different level. And his father had actually fought with such beings 3 times? These hidden ailments not only suppress part of my cultivation, but also continuously erode my vitality and essence. Qin Yuan said calmly, as if he were discussing something unrelated to himself. If it weren't for my firm will and the support of family secret methods, I might have already collapsed. This is also one of the reasons why Wang Mang and others dare to be so rampant. They think I have little time left. Listening to his father's calm narration, Qin Wudao's heart was filled with pain and anger. Whether it was towards those despicable foreign demons or those who took advantage of the situation to kick him while he was down, he felt genuine rage. Father, I have some healing sacred medicines here that might be useful for your injuries. Qin Wudao took out some top-tier pills and rare treasures he had obtained from the Divine Ruins and sign-in events. However, Qin Yuan only glanced at them and shook his head. You have this kind of heart, and I am very glad. But these things are of little use for my injuries. My wounds are injuries of the great path and damage to my essence. Ordinary pills and spiritual objects are already ineffective, unless I can find those legendary, heaven-defying divine objects or have a great emperor-level powerhouse personally heal me. Qin Yuan's tone carried a hint of bitterness. Heaven-defying divine objects? How rare. A great emperor intervening? That's simply a dream. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao's heart sank. Injuries of the great path? Is it that serious? He clenched his fists tightly. No, he absolutely could not watch his father suffer from injuries like this. He must find a way to heal his father's wounds. He must. Father, please rest assured. I will definitely find a way to heal your injuries. Qin Yuan looked at his son's determined eyes, feeling warmth in his heart, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Good child, I believe in you. However, you need not worry too much. Although my injuries are troublesome, I can still suppress them for now. In the short term, there is no danger to my life. What matters most for you now is to enhance your own strength and refine that ancient Tao seed as soon as possible. Your future is the hope of our Qin family and even the entire immortal domain. Qin Wudao nodded solemnly. He knew his father was right. Only by becoming stronger could he have the ability to heal his father's injuries and the qualification to protect the family and the immortal domain. Father, about refining the Tao seed, would it be easier if we returned to the ancestral land of the family? Qin Yuan thought for a moment and said, the ancestral land of the Qin family is indeed the place where our family's fortune converges, and it is protected by the heritage and dragon vein power left by our ancestors. Refining the Tao seed there would not only be safe, but also yield double the results with half the effort. It would also allow you to temper the essence of the Hongming Emperor bone and stabilize your foundation. This method is feasible. With his father's affirmation, Qin Wudao was certain. He decided not to stay in the military camp and would return home to refine the Tao seed. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Yuan suddenly called out to him, Wudao, wait a moment. There is one more thing I need to give you. Something? Qin Wudao looked at his father with some confusion. He saw Qin Yuan's serious expression as he took out a peculiar blood-red jade pendant covered in mysterious runes. This is Blood Soul Jade? Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed. He had seen records of this type of jade pendant in the family's classics. Blood Soul Jade is an extremely special product from the ancient battlefield. It can only be born after countless powerful beings have fallen, and their blood essence and soul obsessions have been nurtured by 1,000,000 years of evil energy in the Earth's veins. Each Blood Soul Jade contains immense life essence and strange energy. It can not only be used for healing and prolonging life, but can even withstand a fatal blow at a critical moment. It is also a core material for certain ancient secret arts and formations. Its value is incalculable. That's right, it is indeed Blood Soul Jade. Qin Yuan nodded and handed the pendant to Qin Wudao. This was something I accidentally obtained in an ancient ruin years ago. I have kept it close, hoping it would help you. This jade not only nourishes the soul and warms the body, but can also withstand a fatal attack of the Saint King level at a critical moment. Withstand a fatal attack of the Saint King level? Qin Wudao's heart shook. The value of this Blood Soul Jade was even more precious than he had imagined. It was almost equivalent to gaining an extra life. This item is too precious, and you're seriously injured. You need it even more. Qin Wudao quickly declined. Take it. But Qin Yuan insisted, firmly placing the pendant in his hand. This item is of little use for my injuries. But you, carrying the Tao seed and gaining fame in the immortal domain, do not know how many people are watching you, both openly and secretly. This item can exert its maximum effect on you. Qin Yuan's tone was resolute, and his eyes were filled with an undeniable paternal love. Qin Wudao looked at his father's unwavering gaze and the concern hidden deep within, feeling warmth in his heart. He knew this was his father's heartfelt intention. He no longer declined and solemnly accepted the Blood Soul Jade. Thank you, father. Silly child, what are you being polite for? Qin Yuan smiled with relief. Just then, a system notification sounded abruptly in Qin Wudao's mind. Chapter 61, New Mission. The Return of the War God, Blood Soul Altar. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a special item, Blood Soul Jade. Detected that the host has a strong desire to heal his father Qin Yuan's hidden injury. The Blood Soul Jade resonates with the host's will. Special sign-in task chain. The Return of the War God has been activated. First ring task, find the Blood Soul Altar. Task tip. The location of the Blood Soul Altar is erratic and extremely dangerous. Only by possessing high-quality Blood Soul Jade and during a specific Blood Moon night can its position be sensed. Completing this ring task allows for one sign-in at the Blood Soul Altar and provides accurate clues for, or directly grants some 9 turns Resurrection Grass. A new sign-in task, and it's a task chain related to healing his father's injuries. Qin Wudao's eyes brightened. After searching high and low, he found it effortlessly. He was worried about how to find a way to heal his father's injuries, and the system directly provided a task clue. Blood Soul Altar, 9 turns Resurrection Grass. Just hearing the name, he knew it must be an extraordinary divine item. Moreover, after completing the task, he could sign in at the altar. It was simply a divine assistance. Wudao, what's wrong? Qin Yuan asked with concern when he saw his son suddenly become dazed. It's nothing, father. Qin Wudao came back to his senses and suppressed his excitement. He glanced at the Blood Soul Jade in his hand. This jade pendant was not just a simple talisman. It was the key to unlocking the task of healing his father's injuries. "Father, do you know there's a place called the Blood Soul Altar in the ancient battlefield?" Qin Wudao tentatively asked. "Blood Soul Altar? I have guarded this place for hundreds of years and have ventured into the core area of the battlefield several times. But I have never heard of any Blood Soul Altar. However, the ancient battlefield is vast and filled with countless mysteries. Even I cannot claim to fully understand it. Why do you suddenly ask about this place?" Qin Wudao pondered for a moment. "I can sense that if I use the Blood Soul Jade to find the altar, I can locate the treasure to heal the injuries of the Great Path. Is that so?" Qin Zhan's eyes instantly burst with incredulity. He knew his own injuries best. They were nearly beyond cure. Unexpectedly, today he heard a glimmer of hope from his son. "Blood Moon Night, Blood Soul Altar, 9 turns Resurrection Grass." Qin Zhan's eyes were filled with excitement and longing. "Let me venture out. I will surely find the right medicine for you," Qin Wudao said with determination. "Good, good, good," Qin Zhan repeated 3 times, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears. "You truly are my son, Wudao. With such filial piety, I have no regrets in death." He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "The Blood Moon Night is an extremely rare celestial phenomenon in the ancient battlefield. It occurs only once every few decades, or even centuries. At that time, the entire battlefield will be shrouded in eerie, blood-colored moonlight. Countless terrifying beings that have been asleep will awaken, and the danger level will be more than 10 times usual. Similarly, some hidden realms will also reveal themselves. Let me calculate. The next Blood Moon Night seems to be in 3 months. 3 months. Qin Wudao's gaze sharpened. Time is short. He must prepare thoroughly before the Blood Moon Night. Then he will search for the altar. For his father, he will seize that glimmer of hope. In the study, the atmosphere was tense yet filled with a hint of fiery hope. However, Wudao, the Blood Soul Altar must be extremely dangerous. And the battlefield during the Blood Moon Night is fraught with peril. You must not be careless. For these 3 months, you should focus on secluding yourself in the general's mansion. I will arrange the best cultivation chamber for you and mobilize all resources within the fortress to help you improve your strength," Qin Zhan said solemnly. Although he could not personally clear obstacles for his son, he could still do his utmost to provide the best cultivation conditions. "Thank you, father." Qin Wudao felt warmth in his heart. He had the same intention. In these 3 months, he must elevate his strength to a new height. He had many things to do. Initially refining that incredibly precious ancient Tao seed. Even absorbing just a trace would be immensely beneficial. Completely absorbing and refining the vast amounts of perfect quality military soul, evil energy. He needed to fully condense the killing god domain and enhance its power as much as possible, as it was a powerful weapon on the battlefield. He needed to comprehend the war god manual to enhance his understanding of military tactics and strategies, which would benefit him immensely whether commanding troops in battle or venturing alone in the future. He would continue to cultivate the 2 supreme divine arts, Chaotic Star Hand and Hongmeng Breaking 10,000 Laws. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the power. Lastly, he needed to study the damaged 7-color divine mirror and abyssal demon dragon core to see if he could discover anything useful from them. The tasks were indeed heavy. After discussing with his father, Qin Wudao wasted no time and informed Qin Yao and Qin Daoren of his plans. Qin Yao offered unconditional support, stating that she would also work hard on her cultivation. Qin Daoren volunteered to handle all the miscellaneous tasks for Qin Wudao during his seclusion and gather more information about the ancient battlefield and Blood Soul Altar. Soon, under Qin Zhan's personal arrangement, a chamber with the most concentrated spiritual energy in the general's mansion was opened for Qin Wudao. This chamber was left behind by a war god-level ancestor of the Qin family who once guarded this pass. It was not only equipped with a heaven-defying ancient formation for gathering spirit energy, but also retained a trace of the indomitable fighting spirit and insights into the great path from that war god ancestor. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. On ordinary days, even Qin Zhan himself would not easily open it unless he faced a significant bottleneck or was seriously injured. Yet now, he unhesitatingly opened it for Qin Wudao, showing how high his expectations for his son were. "Wudao, focus on your cultivation. Everything outside is taken care of by your father. After sending Qin Wudao into the chamber, Qin Yuan said firmly, "Yes, father." Qin Wudao nodded heavily. Boom! The stone door of the chamber slowly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Qin Wudao sat cross-legged, feeling the rich spiritual energy in the chamber that was almost tangible, as well as the indomitable fighting spirit and profound Tao rhythm permeating the air. His eyes were filled with determination and anticipation. 3 months. In these 3 months, he would push his strength to a new peak. For his father, for himself, and for that distant yet captivating peak of the immortal path. He would rule the world. With that thought, he no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, and sank his mind into his body, beginning his first closed-door cultivation since arriving at the Jinyu Pass. Chapter 62. Refining the Military Soul's Killing Intent. The little demon Emperor Blood Wui. In the war goddess secret chamber, time seemed to lose its meaning. Qin Wudao was completely immersed in his training. He first chose to absorb the vast amount of perfect quality military soul's killing intent, condensing the realm of the killing god. This was crucial for his upcoming adventure on the Blood Moon Night battlefield. With a thought, the perfect military soul's killing intent stored in the system's space surged into his limbs and bones, and his divine consciousness like a tidal wave. The killing intent was cold, violent, filled with the aura of slaughter and destruction. It was the iron blood essence condensed from the blood and lives of billions of soldiers in the Hell Gate during endless years of brutal warfare. Its quality was far beyond that of ordinary killing intent. For any ordinary cultivator, even a sage, facing such a vast and violent perfect military soul's killing intent would instantly shatter their divine consciousness. Their will would be completely obliterated, turning them into mindless killing machines. But Qin Wudao was different. He possessed the Primordial Emperor bone, impervious to all methods. His will was as solid as a rock. No matter how the military soul's killing intent assailed him, he remained unyielding. He refined it bit by bit. His divine consciousness became more refined under the tempering of this killing intent. His will grew sharper under the honing of this indomitable fighting spirit. The originally nascent realm of the killing god took shape at an incredible speed under the nourishment of this perfect military soul's killing intent. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. One day, a terrifying wave of slaughtering intent erupted suddenly from Qin Wudao's body, instantly filling the entire war god's secret chamber. On the walls of the chamber, the residual Tao marks of the war god ancestor trembled slightly, emitting a low hum. Around Qin Wudao, a faint blood-colored halo appeared. Within the halo, it seemed as if billions of heroic souls were roaring. A suffocating, terrifying killing intent permeated the air. Within this realm, he was the master, able to easily strip away any intruders, life and soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing a vast amount of perfect quality military soul's killing intent. The realm of the killing god, beginner, has been completely condensed. Due to the extremely high quality of the military soul's killing intent absorbed by the host and the indomitable fighting spirit contained within, the strength and potential of the condensed realm of the killing god far exceed that of ordinary realms at the same level. Current effects of the realm of the killing god, beginner 1. Suppresses all attributes of enemies by 10. 2. Weakens the enemy's divine consciousness and will. 3. Increases the host's killing-related attack power by 20. 4. Condenses battlefield killing intent, providing extra deterrence and damage to evil entities. It is done. Qin Wudao suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of bloodlight vanishing in an instant. Feeling the realm of the killing god that had perfectly fused with himself. A satisfied smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Truly, the perfect quality military soul's killing intent had condensed a beginner's realm of the killing god with such astonishing effects. It was practically a group battle divine skill. Especially in the environment of the ancient battlefield, it could yield extraordinary results against those foreign evil beings. Very good. Qin Wudao retracted his aura, and the terrifying blood-colored halo also faded away. Condensing the realm of the killing god was just the first step. Next, he began to comprehend the war god's atlas. Countless profound insights regarding military strategy, army formations, and battlefield killing surged, collided, and fused in his mind. His understanding of war, grasp of the situation, and insight into human nature were all rapidly improving. At the same time, he did not forget to cultivate those two supreme imperial arts, the chaotic star hand and the primordial breaking of all laws. With the enhancement of the primordial emperor bone and the ancient Dao seed, his comprehension of these two imperial arts was also deepening day by day. When he performed them, he found them even more intuitive. As for the precious ancient Dao seed, he was also attempting to slowly absorb and refine its source power. Although progress was slow, each absorption made him feel his connection with the heavenly and earthly Dao grow tighter. Time flew by rapidly in Qin Wudao's closed-door training. Outside the secret chamber, Qin Yuan occasionally came to check in. When he sensed his son's increasingly unfathomable aura, akin to an ancient ferocious beast lying in wait, a look of relief appeared on the iron-blooded war god's face. He knew that his son was undergoing a transformation at a speed that even he found astonishing. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed since Qin Wudao entered seclusion. Less than a month remained until the Blood Moon Night, which heralded both danger and opportunity. The atmosphere in the entire Hell Gate grew increasingly tense as the Blood Moon Night approached. The patrol forces on the city walls had more than doubled. Various powerful war machines began their final repairs and recharging. Countless military supplies were transported from the rear to various frontline strongholds. All soldiers entered a state of heightened alert, knowing that the ancient battlefield on Blood Moon Night would be tenfold, 100-fold more dangerous than usual. The terrifying foreign evil beings that usually lay dormant deep in the battlefield would become even more ferocious and bloodthirsty under the influence of the Blood Moon's power. They might even actively launch large-scale assaults. Every Blood Moon Night was a brutal bloodbath for the Hell Gate. One day, in the commander's mansion, in the conference hall, Qin Yuan sat in the main seat, listening to his subordinate generals report the latest military situation, reporting to the marshal according to the intelligence received from the frontline scouts. In recent days, the activities of foreign evil beings around the eastern Black Wind Abyss have been unusually frequent, with their numbers increasing more than threefold. Moreover, many high-ranking demon generals have been spotted, reported a general responsible for military intelligence, his expression grave. Black Wind Abyss? Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Wasn't he that close to the legendary abyss of 10,000 demons? Did those old demon heads plan to make some major moves during the Blood Moon Night? Replying to the marshal, it is still unclear for now. However, according to some ancient records, certain altar phantoms appear in the Black Wind Abyss during specific Blood Moon Nights. The military intelligence general hesitated for a moment before revealing this somewhat ethereal information. Ancient altars? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's heart jolted. He instinctively thought of the Blood Soul altar that his son Qin Wudao had mentioned before. Could it really be such a coincidence? Just then, another scout leader rushed in with a panicked expression, reporting urgent military situation. Speak, Qin Yuan said in a deep voice, reporting to the marshal. Our spies implanted deep in the foreign realm have risked their lives to pass back top-secret information. One of the 3 great demon emperors of the foreign realm, the Blood-Eye Demon Emperor's strongest legion, the Blood Slaughter Demon Army, is gathering on a large scale. Their commander is the Blood-Eye Demon Emperor's own son, the notorious little demon Emperor Bloodwooey. Their target is the Black Wind Abyss. Chapter 63, Blood Demon Emperor. Fearless, I will slay him myself. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire council hall erupted in an uproar. All the generals' faces changed dramatically. Blood-Eye Demon Emperor, Little Demon Emperor Bloodwooey, Blood Slaughter Demon Army. Each of these names represents endless slaughter and terror. The Blood-Eye Demon Emperor is one of the top rulers of the foreign realm, with unfathomable strength, comparable to the existence of an emperor in the immortal realm. As for the Little Demon Emperor Bloodwooey, he is the most monstrous figure among the younger generation in the foreign realm. It is said he has already entered the realm of the Saint King, even capable of contending with a great sage. The Blood Slaughter Demon Army under him is the Ace Legion of the foreign realm, invincible in battle. They have set their sights on Black Wind Abyss, Could it be that some heavenly opportunity will truly appear in Black Wind Abyss on the night of the blood moon? Qin Yuan's expression was extremely grave. This information was too crucial and too terrible. If the Blood Soul altar is indeed in Black Wind Abyss, then Qin Wudao will face not only the dangers of the battlefield itself, but also the little demon Emperor Blood Wuyo and the elite army he commands from the foreign realm. This could be a matter of life and death. No, this must be reported to Wudao immediately. Qin Yuan was anxious. He believed in his son's strength. But the little demon Emperor Blood Wuyo was no easy opponent. Not to mention the entire Blood Slaughter Demon army. He stood up, preparing to personally go to the war god's secret chamber to inform Qin Wudao of this urgent situation, so he could think twice about it. However, just as he was about to leave the council hall, an overwhelming will of slaughter, a supreme intent to kill, suddenly swept out from deep within the commander's mansion. From the direction of the war god's secret chamber, the entire commander's mansion, and even a significant part of the town prison pass, trembled under this will. Qin Yuan turned back sharply, looking towards the direction of the war god's secret chamber, his eyes filled with incredible ecstasy. This is the domain of the god of slaughter? Wudao has succeeded? The terrifying will of slaughter emanating from the war god's secret chamber, although it was only a brief release, did not last long, but the shock it brought made all the generals in the council hall feel their spirits tremble. What? A terrifying killing intent. What is this domain? I feel as if my soul is about to freeze. It's in the direction of the young marshal. Has the young marshal broken through again? The generals discussed among themselves, their eyes filled with awe and genuine fear as they looked towards the secret chamber. At this moment, standing in that domain, they were afraid that even the thought of resistance would not arise. They would be completely erased by that terrifying will of slaughter. At this moment, Qin Yuan's worries dissipated considerably. With such a powerful domain of the god of slaughter, coupled with that extraordinary combat power and ever-present trump cards, perhaps this trip to Black Wind Abyss would not be a matter of certain death. Just as everyone's thoughts diverged, the heavy stone door of the war god's secret chamber slowly opened with a creak. A tall and straight figure in white emerged from within. It was Qin Wudao, who had been in closed-door cultivation for nearly 3 months. At this moment, he seemed to have no significant changes compared to before his seclusion. His demeanor remained calm and indifferent. But upon closer inspection, one could see that his eyes had become even deeper and more restrained, as if containing a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. With every gesture, he exuded an imposing killing intent that did not require anger to command respect, causing the generals present to feel an inexplicable heart palpitation. Father. Qin Wudao scanned the generals in the hall and finally landed his gaze on Qin Yuan. What has happened during my closed-door cultivation? His tone was very calm, but his keen perception had already sensed the heavy and tense atmosphere in the hall. Qin Yuan nodded, his expression becoming serious. He relayed the urgent information he had just received about Black Wind Abyss and the foreign blood slaughter demon army to Qin Wudao in full detail. After listening, Qin Wudao raised an eyebrow. Little demon Emperor Blood Wuyo? Blood slaughter demon army? It seems that this trip to the Blood Soul altar will be more lively than imagined. His tone remained as calm as ever, not regarding Blood Wuyo and his subordinate as foreign demon army at all. The generals looked at him in this manner, secretly astonished. No wonder he is the young marshal. This composure and confidence in the face of danger is something they could not match. Wudao, this matter is not trivial. Blood Wuyo has a fierce reputation and is extremely powerful. Plus, with the Blood Slaughter Demon Army assisting you. Qin Yuan still felt somewhat uneasy. Father, don't worry. Qin Wudao interrupted him, his eyes filled with immense confidence. I have my own measures. That mere little demon emperor is just a jumping clown. If he dares to come, my son will slay him. Dominance. Unmatched dominance. That Saint King-level little demon emperor from the foreign realm was merely an ant that he could easily crush in his eyes. Qin Yuan looked at his son's confident demeanor, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him, which was several times more powerful than before his seclusion. He knew that his son had undergone a tremendous transformation in strength during these 3 months of closed-door cultivation. His worries gradually eased, replaced by endless anticipation. Good. Truly worthy of being my son, Qin Yuan. Since you are determined, I will not say more. For this trip, I will send the most elite town prison guards, led by Daoran, to accompany you. Make sure to ensure your safety. The town prison guards. That is the most elite ace troop in Qin Yuan's hands. Each member is at least at the peak of the divine bridge realm, and the captain is even at the quasi-saint level. No need, father. Qin Wudao shook his head. This trip is fraught with unknown dangers, and having too many people might hinder us. With the Great Void Teleportation Talisman in hand, along with various trump cards, if I encounter an insurmountable danger, escaping will not be a problem. Having too many people might even become a burden. After hearing this, Qin Yuan pondered for a moment and ultimately nodded. He knew that his son always had his own opinions. Very well, then be sure to be careful in everything. Yes, father. With all discussions settled, Qin Wudao did not delay any longer. He took Qin Yao and Qin Daoran and, under the watchful eyes of Qin Yuan and the generals, exited the commander's mansion. At this moment, the sky outside the town prison pass had begun to take on a strange blood color. A suppressive aura started to pervade the world. The blood moon was about to descend. Qin Wudao, Qin Yao, and Qin Daoran, donned in battle armor, arrived beneath the massive city gate of the town prison pass. Looking up at the sky, gradually tainted with blood color, and the blood-soaked battlefield filled with unknowns and slaughter outside the pass, Qin Wudao took out the Blood Soul Jade. The jade pendant was currently emitting a faint blood-colored glow, resonating with the blood moon that was about to rise on the horizon. In his mind, a vague direction seemed to emerge. Blood Soul Altar. Let us go. Qin Wudao's gaze was resolute as he softly uttered two words. The three figures moved, charging unhesitatingly into the endless battlefield that was about to be shrouded by the blood moon. Chapter 64. The blood moon looms, slaying the demonized earth dragons. The blood moon. When that eerie and enchanting blood-red full moon finally climbed up the dim sky of the ancient battlefield, the entire ancient and brutal battlefield came alive. The piercing cold wind howled wildly, carrying with it a dense, inescapable resentment. On the ground, the dried bloodstains, under the illumination of the blood-colored moonlight, became vibrant once more. There were even faint traces of dark red blood, slowly seeping from the cracked earth. Crack! Crack! The gigantic bones scattered across the battlefield began to tremble slightly. It was as if a terrifying will that had been asleep for eons was slowly awakening. At the same time, countless foreign evil spirits, ancient vengeful spirits, and various bizarre creatures corrupted by demonic energy, which had been lurking deep within the battlefield or hiding in the shadowy corners, surged forth from their hiding places. Under the blood moon, their eyes became even more crimson and bloodthirsty. Their auras were also several times stronger than usual. At that moment, the entire ancient battlefield transformed into a hell on earth filled with chaotic demons. Is this the night of the blood moon? Qin Yao looked at the bizarre and terrifying changes in the surrounding world. Feeling the chilling aura that could freeze one's soul, her delicate face turned pale, and she instinctively moved closer to Qin Wudao. Qin Daoran's expression was also grave to the extreme. The power of the saints was fully activated. He had heard of the horrors of the Blood Moon Night, but this was his first personal experience. The level of danger was 100 times more terrifying than he had imagined. In such an environment, let alone someone in the transcendence realm, even a saint would end up with nothing but bones if they were not careful. However, Qin Wudao remained calm. The Hongmeng Emperor bone within him emitted a faint purple-gold halo, isolating the strange power and boundless malevolence brought on by the blood moon. He took out the Blood Soul Jade. At this moment, under the illumination of the blood-colored moonlight, the blood glow emitted by the jade pendant became even brighter, pointing towards a certain direction on the ancient battlefield. That was exactly where the black wind abyss mentioned in the previous intelligence was located. It seemed that the Blood Soul Altar was really there. Qin Wudao's gaze sharpened. Let's go. He did not hesitate at all. With a clear goal, he led Qin Yao and Qin Daoran swiftly towards the black wind abyss. However, would the battlefield on the night of the blood moon allow them to pass through so easily? Just after flying less than 100 miles, a deafening roar erupted. The ground ahead suddenly cracked open, and dozens of demonized earth dragons, each the size of a small mountain, covered in black scales, with a single horn and bony wings, emerged from the ground. Their crimson eyes locked onto Qin Wudao and the others, and they opened their massive mouths full of fangs, spewing forth a pitch-black dragon breath containing terrifying corrosive power. Each demonized earth dragon's aura reached the quasi-saint level. Dozens of quasi-saint level demonized earth dragons would normally be enough to give any saint team a headache. But in front of Qin Wudao, they were nothing to be concerned about. Abominations! Qin Daoran shouted angrily, ready to charge forward to fight. There's no need. Qin Wudao stopped him. Let me give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-colored domain filled with endless will to kill spread outward from Qin Wudao, enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, the area within several miles was shrouded in a faint blood-red halo. The air seemed to solidify, and a suffocating and terrifying killing intent permeated the domain. The killing god domain activated. The dozen or so originally aggressive, demonized earth dragons froze in place the moment they stepped into the killing god domain. They could clearly feel an invisible force wildly suppressing their power, weakening their senses, and eroding their will. Their speed, strength, and defenses were reduced by 10%. Moreover, the omnipresent, terrifying killing intent in the domain made them tremble, and they gradually began to lose the thought of resistance. This was the terrifying aspect of the killing god domain, especially effective against these low-intelligence creatures that only understood killing. The effect was impressive. Qin Wudao felt the powerful effect brought by the killing god domain and nodded in satisfaction. Then he moved. In an instant, he charged into the group of demonized earth dragons, whose movements had become somewhat sluggish due to the domain suppression. With the Chaos Starry Hand and the Hongmeng breaking 10,000 laws, he unleashed a domineering fist strike amplified by the killing god domain. Various powerful attack methods were at his fingertips, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In just a few breaths, the dozen or so demonized earth dragons, whose strength was comparable to quasi-saints, were slaughtered completely by Qin Wudao, leaving not a single complete corpse behind. Ding. Host has killed demonized earth dragon, quasi-saint realm, gaining medium amount of killing origin. Ding. Host is killed. The system's prompt sounded again. Qin Wudao retracted the domain. Feeling the increase of killing origin within him, his gaze calm. Let's go. He called out and continued forward, leaving behind Qin Daoran and Qin Yao, who were still in a daze. The scene just now was simply too shocking. The young master had become even stronger, strong to an outrageous degree, with the killing god domain as such a powerful weapon. Coupled with Qin Wudao's own incredible strength and the assistance of his initial battlefield perception and the breaking illusion divine eye, their subsequent journey became much smoother. Whenever they encountered obstinate foreign beings or demonic creatures blocking their path, Qin Wudao would simply activate the killing god domain. Whether they were quasi-saint level or ordinary early stage saint demons, under the suppression of his domain and terrifying attacks, they could not last more than a few rounds. Qin Daoran didn't even have the chance to make a move before the battle had already ended. This made Qin Daoran, the Saint Protector, feel more and more like a bystander. Of course, when encountering particularly bizarre enemies or those in extremely large numbers, Qin Daoran could still showcase the power of a saint. Under Qin Wudao's deliberate protection and guidance, Qin Yao also underwent a baptism of blood and fire. Her practical combat experience grew rapidly, and she became more proficient in the sword techniques and movement of the Qin Yuan 9 transformations. Her temperament was greatly refined. She was no longer the little girl who needed constant protection. Thus, amidst the brutal battlefield shrouded by the blood moon, they fought their way forward. After about 3 more days, they finally reached the final area indicated by the Blood Soul Jade, the Black Wind Abyss. As soon as they stepped into this area, the 3 of them felt an extremely cold black gale rushing towards them. This gale was not merely a physical wind. It also contained a strange power capable of eroding the soul. Those with slightly weaker cultivation would likely have their souls scattered the moment they entered. Looking around, the entire Black Wind Abyss was enveloped in a thick black mist, making it impossible to see anything. Chapter 65. The blood-soaked altar emerges. Tens of thousands of blood demon army block the way. The sight and spiritual perception were suppressed to an extremely low range. The ground was rugged with strange rocks. Faintly, one could see some huge and broken black altar ruins, exuding an ancient and sinister aura. What a strange place. Qin Yuan couldn't help but shiver, instinctively gripping Qin Wudao's arm tightly. The primal magnetic force here was extremely chaotic, and the space was very unstable. Everyone must be cautious. Qin Daoran reminded with a serious expression. Qin Wudao nodded. He activated his demolishing void divine eye, carefully observing the surroundings. The space here was filled with fine cracks and twisted nodes, ready to collapse at any moment. Moreover, within the thick black mist, countless malicious and eerie gazes were hidden. This was indeed one of the lairs of those otherworldly evil demons. Qin Wudao's eyes turned cold. He took out the blood soul jade. The jade pendant emitted an even more intense bloodlight, clearly pointing towards the deepest part of the black wind abyss. Let's go, Qin Wudao said without hesitation, cautiously making his way deeper. Qin Yao and Qin Daoran followed closely, maintaining a high level of vigilance at all times. Inside the black wind abyss, the light was dim. The silence was frightening. Apart from the howling black wind, no other sounds could be heard. But Qin Wudao knew that beneath this silence lay endless killing intent. After they had ventured about several dozen miles in, Qin Wudao suddenly halted. His eyes instantly became extremely sharp. He crouched down, carefully examining the ground. On the pitch-black surface, a row of huge and orderly ferocious footprints was left behind. Each of these footprints was as large as a water tank. On the edges, a trace of cold demonic energy that had not completely dissipated remained, along with an extremely strong bloodthirsty aura. These were not left by ordinary otherworldly evil demons. They resembled a well-trained army of demons. It was the bloodthirsty demon army. Upon seeing these footprints, Qin Daoran's face instantly turned grim. He recognized these footprints. This was the unique mark left by the heavily armored demon soldiers, known as Abyss Stomper from the bloodthirsty demon army. They have indeed come. Qin Wudao's gaze turned icy. The previous intelligence was correct. The little demon emperor, Shui Wuyo, led his most elite bloodthirsty demon army into the black wind abyss. The direction of these footprints indicated that their target was also the deepest part of the black wind abyss, which was likely the area where the blood soul altar existed. Do they also know the secret of the blood soul altar? Qin Yao couldn't help but ask. Hard to say. Qin Wudao shook his head. Perhaps they were also attracted by the phenomenon of the blood moon night, or they had ulterior motives for the altar. But regardless, the 9 revolutions soul recovery grass within the blood soul altar, I must have it. Even if the little demon emperor comes, he cannot stop me. He showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he quickened his pace, following the traces left by those huge footprints deeper into the black wind abyss. Deeper within the black wind abyss, the black mist grew denser, the gale became more ferocious, and the frequency of spatial cracks appeared to increase. Some shattered fragments of time and space could even be seen drifting in the black mist. The environment was extremely harsh. The 3 of them, relying on their formidable strength and keen perception, cautiously advanced. Following the traces left by the bloodthirsty demon army, they continued to delve deeper. Along the way, they encountered several waves of scattered otherworldly evil demons, all of which were swiftly dealt with by Qin Wudao using thunderous means, without causing much commotion. Finally, after advancing several dozen miles further, the scene before them opened up dramatically. What appeared before them was an enormous circular basin. Surrounding the basin were towering black cliffs. Like a natural barrier, in the center of the basin stood an ancient altar, quietly erect, radiating an eerie blood light. The altar was entirely constructed from an unknown blood-colored crystal, standing 100 feet tall. Its surface was engraved with countless twisted blood-red runes, containing endless resentment and curses. At the top of the altar, there was a hollow, but at this moment it was empty. The entire altar was enveloped in a layer of rich blood-colored energy halo, so thick it seemed almost tangible. Within the halo, countless silent, howling soul phantoms could be seen. These soul phantoms included humans, beast spirits, and various bizarre otherworldly evil demons. They were all bound by some force around the altar, becoming part of the altar's energy. A contradictory aura filled with endless resentment and strange vitality emanated from the altar. This is the Blood Soul altar? Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. The Blood Soul jade in his hand emitted an unprecedented hot blood light, resonating strongly with the altar. Undoubtedly, this was the place he was searching for. The legendary 9 Revolutions soul recovery grass that could heal his father's Dao injury was likely right above this altar or hidden within some secret of the altar. However, just as Qin Wudao was about to approach the altar for a closer inspection, his footsteps suddenly halted. His eyes instantly turned icy, because he saw, surrounding the massive Blood Soul altar, was a densely packed army of demons, the malevolent aura soaring into the sky. It was the bloodthirsty demon army. Thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of bloodthirsty demon soldiers surrounded the entire Blood Soul altar, forming an impenetrable barrier. They were arranged in strict military formations, their malevolent aura soaring. A formidable death line was established. At the forefront of the formation stood several dozen, even more terrifying demon generals. Each of these generals was at the quasi-saint level. Among them, the leader was a tall and burly figure, donned in dark golden demonic armor, wielding a giant battle axe engulfed in blood-red demonic flames. His aura was so strong that it reached the mid-stage of the saint realm. Clearly, the bloodthirsty demon army had taken the lead and completely sealed off the Blood Soul altar. Damn it, Qin Daren's face turned extremely grim. Such a large demon army and such a strict formation, let alone the 3 of them. Even a 1,000-man elite army from the immortal realm would likely pay a heavy price to forcibly break through. He. I didn't expect there would still be fearless ants from the immortal realm daring to venture here. At that moment, the leading saint-level demon general noticed the presence of Qin Wudao and the others. His crimson eyes locked onto them like 2 blood lamps, filled with cruel mockery and unabashed killing intent. His Highness the Little Demon Emperor has commanded that anyone approaching during the opening of the Blood Soul altar be killed without mercy. Brothers, tear them apart. The saint-level demon general let out a sinister laugh, pointing his giant blood-red battle axe forward. Instantly, the thousands of bloodthirsty demon soldiers let out a deafening roar. Each of the strict demon military formations sprang into action, and the overwhelming malevolent aura surged together, sweeping toward Qin Wudao and the others. Chapter 66. You want me to avoid its edge? Ridiculous, just showing off in front of experts. The great battle is about to erupt. Under the terrifying light pillar gathering the blood demon army, the void trembles and the ground cracks. Qin Daren's expression changes dramatically as he exclaims in alarm. It's the blood slaughter formation. Retreat quickly. He recognizes this formation, which is the killing formation the blood slaughter demon army is famous for. It can perfectly concentrate the power of all soldiers, unleashing terrifying power several times or even dozens of times beyond their own. Even a Saint King would find it difficult to escape unscathed without special means if caught in it. Without a second thought, he intends to retreat with Qin Wudao and Qin Yao. However, Qin Wudao stands still, unmoving. His eyes remain calm. Just a mere military formation dares to show off in front of me. A cold arc appears at the corner of Qin Wudao's mouth. Before entering seclusion, facing such a terrifying military formation attack, he might have had to avoid its edge and look for flaws. But now, having comprehended the war god illustration and condensed the killing god domain, he no longer needs to avoid its edge. The breaking void divine eye opens. A flash of divine light appears in Qin Wudao's eyes. In an instant, the seemingly flawless blood slaughter formation becomes incredibly clear. The trajectory of energy flow, the nodes of the formation's operation, and the weak points hidden beneath the raging power are all visible. Killing god domain, suppress. Qin Wudao speaks again, and the blood-colored domain filled with endless killing intent instantly spreads wildly in all directions, directly enveloping the surging blood tide and the tens of thousands of blood slaughter demon soldiers. In an instant, countless blood slaughter demon soldiers feel an invisible, terrifying power descend, crazily suppressing their strength, weakening their senses, and eroding their will. The raging malevolent aura around them becomes obscure. The originally perfectly operating blood slaughter formation instantly shows signs of chaos. Now is the time, the chaos breaking of 10,000 laws. Qin Wudao captures the fleeting flaw without hesitation and unleashes the strongest single-target attack technique. This time, he does not disperse its power but condenses it into a single point. A purple golden finger ray that shatters 10,000 laws disregards the raging blood-colored energy tide and accurately strikes the core node of the formation's operation. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoes. Immediately after, the originally imposing blood slaughter formation, which seemed ready to destroy everything, begins to crumble inch by inch from the core node that was struck. The first several hundred blood slaughter demon soldiers are caught off guard, unable to even scream before being turned into blood mist by the violently rebounding power of the formation, combined with the chaos destruction power contained in Qin Wudao's finger ray. The remaining tens of thousands of demon soldiers are thrown into disarray, with many soldiers severely backfiring due to the sudden collapse of the formation, spitting out demonic blood and losing their breath. A single finger, just a single finger, directly shatters the killing formation formed by over 10,000 blood slaughter demon soldiers. What? The leading saint-level demon general, witnessing this scene, has his eyes nearly bulging out. His face is filled with extreme shock. He never dreamed that the blood slaughter formation he was so proud of would be easily broken by such a young human boy. This is simply a fantasy. However, Qin Wudao will not give him time to be shocked. In the instant the formation collapses, Qin Wudao's figure directly charges into the chaotic demon army like a young killing god emerging from hell, where he passes flesh and blood fly. No one can stop him. A brutally intense slaughter begins. Killing God Domain, activate. Qin Wudao lets out a low shout in his heart. The blood-colored domain that has just formed and already displays infinite power sweeps out wildly in all directions centered on him. This time, it is no longer just simple coverage and suppression, but an active massacre. In the faint, blood-colored halo, the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood becomes clearer. The roars of billions of heroic souls turn into tangible sound waves. A terrifying will to extinguish life rushes madly toward the blood-slaughtered demon soldiers in all directions. No, my power, my demonic energy. What? A terrifying killing intent. My soul is about to collapse. The devil. He is a devil. The shrill screams instantly echo throughout the entire basin. Those blood-slaughtered demon soldiers who were prepared to stubbornly resist upon coming into contact with the killing god domain lose their minds. They even lose the strength to grip their weapons tightly. In this back and forth, Qin Wudao's figure in the chaotic demon army resembles a dragon returning to the sea. He unleashes a punch. The purple golden fist force, under a 20% increase in the killing god domain's power, becomes even more tyrannical. A quasi-saint level demon centurion attempting to ambush him is directly blown into a sky of blood mist. With a fingertip like a sword, he casually slashes, and the finger ray containing the chaos destruction sword intent instantly cuts through 7 or 8 peak-level demon soldiers in the profound realm. He stands on the ground. The power of the Chaos Emperor's bones erupts. Within 100 zhang radius, all demon soldiers, regardless of their cultivation level, are crushed as if by an invisible divine mountain. Their bones shatter. At this moment, Qin Wudao completely transforms into a young killing god who knows only slaughter. He shows no mercy, his eyes cold, and his strikes ruthless. Every move and technique carries the determination to kill. He crazily harvests the lives of these foreign evil demons. Blood stains the earth. Severed limbs and broken arms pile up like mountains. Wails and cries resound through the skies. The once imposing blood slaughter demon army, at this moment, crumbles before the terrifying might of Qin Wudao alone and his domain. Under absolute power suppression and the soul-striking killing god domain, they are utterly defeated. Run. Quick run. He is a devil, a killing god from the Nine Nether. We can't defeat him. Run fast. Finally, the psychological defenses of the demon soldiers completely collapse. They throw down their weapons and let out screams of extreme fear, trying to escape from this deathly hell shrouded in the blood-colored domain. However, Within the killing god domain, Qin Wudao is the sole ruler. He will not let these butchers stained with the blood of beings from the immortal realm escape. Want to flee? It's too late. The cold voice is like the pronouncement of death. A flash of killing intent flickers in Qin Wudao's eyes. The killing god domain shakes violently. Countless blood-colored blades formed from pure killing intent appear out of thin air in the domain and cover the demon soldiers attempting to flee. Groups of demon soldiers are directly shredded by the merciless blood-colored blades, instantly turning this land into an even more shocking blood red. This scene leaves Qin Yuan and Qin Daoran in the distance stunned, as well as the saint-level demon general who has just regained his senses from the shock of the formation being broken. Chapter 67. Slaying the Saint Realm Demon General and gaining insights into the Demon General's battle formation. Damn humans, stop right there! As he watched his most elite blood-slaughter demon army being cut down in droves, the mid-stage Saint Realm Demon General finally erupted in fury. He knew he could no longer allow Qin Wudao to continue the slaughter. Otherwise, this elite army would truly be annihilated. By then, even if he managed to survive and return, he would have no way to explain to the little demon emperor. What awaited him would be a punishment more painful than death. Kill. Without the slightest hesitation, the Saint Realm Demon General named Blood Slaughter let out a thunderous roar. A layer of eerie, blood-colored flames ignited around his massive figure, employing a secret method that burned his source demon blood. He understood that ordinary means would not be able to deal with Qin Wudao. To stop him, he had to go all out. After burning his source demon blood, the aura of the Blood Slaughter Demon General surged dramatically, almost touching the threshold of late-stage Saint Realm. His crimson eyes firmly locked on a Qin Wudao, who was rampaging through the demon army. The giant battle axe in his hand, engulfed in blood-colored demonic flames, erupted with an unprecedented, terrifying demonic might. Blood Slaughter, Heaven Cleave. The Blood Slaughter Demon General exerted all his strength, raising the battle axe high and cleaving down towards Qin Wudao. A terrifying blood-colored axe light, stretching for 1,000 feet, instantly tore through the void, carrying endless killing intent and destructive power towards Qin Wudao. The might of this axe had far surpassed that of an ordinary mid-stage Saint Realm, infinitely approaching the late-stage Saint Realm. Even a true late-stage Saint Realm powerhouse would have to go all out to face this axe. Qin Wudao, who had always remained calm and collected, now showed a hint of seriousness in his eyes, no longer slaughtering the ordinary demon soldiers. He looked towards the demon general, who was burning the source of his demon blood. Coming in with such a big move right away? You really think highly of me, but it's useless. It's just a desperate struggle. Burning the source will lead to death. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Do you think this can hurt me? Too naive. Killing God domain condense. In an instant, the blood-colored domain that enveloped the entire battlefield contracted sharply. An endless will to kill surged towards Qin Wudao, condensing into a layer of blood-colored battle armor on his surface. At the same time, Qin Wudao raised his right hand again, using the chaotic stellar hand. However, this time, he did not form a gigantic palm, but instead highly compressed the endless stellar power and chaotic aura, condensing it onto his fist to directly meet the heaven-cleaving, blood-colored axe light. Without dodging or evading, he intended to crush the demon general's struggle in the most direct and domineering way possible. The two utterly different, yet equally terrifying forces collided fiercely. This time, the clash was even more intense. The entire black wind abyss trembled violently under this force. The 1,000-foot-long, terrifying, blood-colored axe light began to shatter inch by inch from the moment it made contact with his fist. No, impossible. The blood-slaughtered demon general could only watch in despair. He had burned his source demon blood and unleashed his strongest strike. Yet it was shattered by a single punch from his opponent. What kind of monster was this? In the next second, Qin Wudao's fist, which had smashed through the axe light, retained its momentum and ruthlessly struck down on the blood-slaughter demon general's massive head. A sound that was heavy to the extreme echoed. Time froze. The expression of despair on the blood-slaughter demon general's face became completely solidified. Immediately after, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread from the point of contact across the entirety of the blood-slaughter demon general's head and even his entire body. This notorious general of the blood-slaughter demon army, whose strength was comparable to that of a late-stage saint, had fallen, turning into a sky full of flying bones, leaving not even a trace of residual soul. The once chaotic battlefield fell into a deathly silence at this moment. All the remaining blood-slaughter demon army soldiers stood frozen in place, their crimson eyes wide open in disbelief as they stared at the indifferent Qin Wudao. He is dead. The general we revered like a deity is dead, shattered by a single punch from the Qin Wudao before us. This outcome completely shattered the last shred of fighting spirit within them. They no longer held onto any hopes. Stunned in place for a long time, one demon soldier dropped his weapon. Soon after, hundreds and thousands of blood-slaughter demon soldiers followed suit, discarding their weapons and kneeling on the ground, their eyes filled with extreme fear and pleading. They surrendered. This elite demon army, known for its fearlessness and brutality, was forced to surrender by a single Qin Wudao. This scene left Qin Yao and Qin Daoran, who were watching from a distance, in shock. To single-handedly rout over 10,000 elite demon soldiers and slay a Saint Realm demon general. What an incredible achievement. Even the legendary young emperor might not be able to accomplish this, right? Qin Wudao looked down at the kneeling blood-slaughter demon army, his gaze still icy and devoid of any fluctuation. Surrender? Is it useful? I have never felt the slightest mercy for these foreign demons with blood on their hand from the lives of beings in the immortal realm. Killing God domain, strangle. He coldly commanded in his heart. The blood-colored domain that enveloped the entire battlefield erupted with terrifying power again. Blood-colored blades, formed from pure killing intent, mercilessly sliced towards those demon soldiers who had already lost their will to resist. No! Spare me! The shrill cries of despair rang out once more, but quickly fell silent. In just a few short breaths, there was not a single standing blood-slaughter demon soldier left in the entire basin, only remnants scattered across the ground and an overwhelming smell of blood. Ding! Host has killed the mid-stage foreign demon general, gaining a large amount of killing essence. Killing God domain, beginner, condensation progress, 65. Ding! Talent luck plunder, advanced, triggered. Detected special residual item from the target, blood slaughter battle axe, damaged. Detected residual partial inheritance information, insights into the demon general's battle formation. Attempting to plunder. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host has obtained. Blood slaughter battle axe, damaged. Congratulations, host has obtained. Insights into the demon general's battle formation. The system's notification sounds rang out continuously. Qin Wudao casually stored the broken blood-colored battle axe in his spatial ring, digesting the newfound shallow insights into the demon race's battle formation in his mind. Then, he retracted the killing God domain and finally turned his gaze towards the blood soul altar in the center of the basin, which radiated an eerie blood glow and stood firm despite the brutal battle. The obstacles had all been cleared. Now, it was time to collect the real spoils of war. Young master, so mighty. Qin Daoran sincerely uttered these words. He could find no words to describe the shock he felt at that moment. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled with infinite admiration. Qin Wudao paid no attention to their reactions and stepped slowly towards the altar. Chapter 68. Ascending the altar to seize opportunities. Another change on the blood moon night. The closer one got to the altar, the more intense the desolate and tragic yet infinitely resentful contradictory aura became. Around the altar, the rich blood-colored energy halo thickened to the point of becoming a tangible flow. Within the halo, countless struggling soul phantoms turned their heads in unison, their hollow eye sockets gazing at Qin Wudao, emitting silent howls. A wave of negative emotional mental impact surged toward Qin Wudao. For an ordinary cultivator, even a sage, facing such an onslaught of many souls' obsessions would likely lead to a loss of focus. However, Qin Wudao possessed a powerful primordial spirit, a firm Dao heart, and the Hongmeng Emperor bone. The purple-gold divine radiance erupted from his body, isolating all the negative mental impacts outside, even those soul phantoms. Upon coming into contact with the supreme aura emitted by the Hongmeng Emperor bone, let out fearful whimpers and actively retreated, not daring to touch that sacred and domineering aura. Indeed, The Hongmeng Emperor Bone is the nemesis of all filth and evil spirits. Qin Wudao understood this in his heart. With a step forward, he directly passed through the layer of blood-colored energy halo and stepped onto the first step of the Blood Soul altar. The altar was also divided into 9 layers. Each layer was constructed from an unknown type of blood-colored crystal, inscribed with twisted and strange blood-colored runes on the surface. The moment he set foot firmly, Qin Wudao could clearly feel an extremely majestic life energy mixed with endless soul obsessions surging wildly into his body, trying to completely assimilate him. Humph! Qin Wudao snorted coldly, and the Hongmeng Emperor Bone once again displayed its power. The overwhelming aura instantly suppressed the obsessions attempting to invade his body. The blood soul jade in his hand shone brightly, resonating more strongly with the entire altar, guiding him toward the highest tier of the altar. There lay the 9 turns rebirth grass, the location of this sign-in task. Qin Wudao's gaze sharpened, and without the slightest hesitation, he braved the increasingly strong energy impacts and soul howls of the altar, step by step, climbing upward. Second layer, third layer, fourth layer. The higher he went, the more terrifying the energy impacts emitted by the altar became. The howls of those soul phantoms grew even more mournful, and they began to take shape, transforming into various grotesque, vengeful spirits and demonic shadows, pouncing toward Qin Wudao. However, all of this was suppressed by Qin Wudao, whose figure resembled a walking deity. Any vengeful spirit or demonic shadow that approached him disintegrated into ashes the moment it touched the faint purple-gold halo surrounding him. He was like an undefeated emperor walking through purgatory, ascending step by step. Finally, under the tense gazes of Qin Yao and Qin Daoran, Qin Wudao successfully reached the 9th layer of the Blood Soul altar. At the top of the altar was a platform about 10 zhang in size. At the center of the platform was a blood-colored energy pool that pulsed slowly like a heart. The pool was filled with pure blood soul energy. In the very center of the energy pool grew a small grass that was entirely blood-red and had 9 leaves. This small grass emitted an unparalleled life force that could reshape reincarnation. The 9 turns rebirth grass. The moment Qin Wudao saw the small grass, a blazing light of unprecedented intensity erupted in his eyes. He finally found hope to heal his father's injuries. However, just as he was about to step forward, an anomaly occurred. In the sky above, the blood moon, which had originally only emitted a strange blood light, suddenly shook violently, exploding with a bizarre blood glow 100,000 times stronger than before, as if the heavens were weeping blood, dyeing the entire black wind abyss and a small part of the ancient battlefield a chilling blood red. At the same time, the Blood Soul altar also trembled violently, as if stimulated by something. Around the altar, countless soul phantoms instantly became incredibly violent. They rushed toward the center of the altar's blood-colored energy pool like moths to a flame. As more and more soul phantoms merged in, the blood-colored energy pool began to boil, and a terrifying will, even more terrifying than the previous sacred realm, evil spirits, slowly awakened. Not good. Qin Wudao's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel a terrifying crisis threatening his life was descending. The strength of this will made the Hongmeng Emperor Bone within him emit a faint warning hum. Was there such a terrifying existence hidden within this altar? Qin Wudao's mind shook violently. The impending unknown existence absolutely surpassed that of an ordinary sage, possibly reaching the Sage King level or even higher. At that moment, a roar filled with boundless pain and anger erupted violently from the boiling blood pool. A terrifying blood-colored claw, formed from pure blood soul energy and endless resentment, shot up from the blood pool, towering dozens of zhang high, covered in twisted runes and menacing bone spikes, and fiercely clawed toward Qin Wudao with enough power to tear the heavens and earth apart. The speed was astonishing. Young master, below the altar, Qin Yao and Qin Daoran saw this sudden, shocking change and let out desperate cries. They wanted to rush up to help, but the terrifying pressure emitted by the blood-colored claw pressed down on them like millions of divine mountains, rendering them unable to move even a fraction. Forced to watch helplessly as the world-destroying claw descended toward Qin Wudao. At the critical moment, a cold light shot from Qin Wudao's eyes. Demonic beast. Qin Wudao did not retreat in the slightest. He knew that retreating now meant certain death. He could only fight to the death. The 100-battle mystic armor appeared. The ancient dark armor instantly covered his entire body, exuding an aura of indomitable defiance. The killing god domain unfolded instantly, enveloping both him and the blood-colored claw within its cold and murderous blood-colored realm. Although the suppression effect of the domain against this terrifying claw was minimal, the enhancement of his killing will and attack power still existed. Hongmeng Emperor Bone, suppress. The purple-gold Hongmeng Emperor Bone within Qin Wudao erupted with brilliant divine light. An overwhelming pressure that dominated the ages swept out, causing the descending blood-colored claw to momentarily pause. Though it was just a brief moment of stagnation, it was enough for Qin Wudao. Ancient Demon Suppression Seal. He quickly formed hand seals. A golden ancient seal, more solid and containing even more vast demon-suppressing divine might than before, instantly formed in his palm. This ancient demon suppression seal was originally an unparalleled sealing technique against evil spirits, possessing a natural restraining effect against the blood-colored claw formed from endless resentment and blood-soul energy. Give me suppression. Qin Wudao shouted angrily, sending the golden light-filled demon-suppressing seal toward the enormous blood-colored claw. Chapter 69. The 9 Transformations Soul-Returning Grass. Major upgrade to sign-in rewards. The golden ancient seal and the blood-colored demonic claw. 2 completely different yet equally terrifying powers collided fiercely in midair. The massive blood-colored claw emitted thick black smoke upon contact with the golden demon sealing seal. The blood, soul, energy, and endless resentment that made up the claw rapidly disintegrated under the might of the demon sealing force. In the end, under the full activation of the ancient demon sealing seal by Qin Wudao, that invincible blood-colored claw was shattered into pieces. The golden demon sealing seal also dimmed in brilliance. Its energy heavily depleted, but it ultimately blocked this deadly strike. In the blood pool, the awakened terrifying will let out an even angrier roar. It did not expect that this insignificant human could block its attack and even injure it. Unforgivable. The blood-soul altar began to tremble violently, and the boiling blood-soul energy surged frantically towards the broken claw, attempting to repair it. At the same time, 2 identical, massive blood-colored claws suddenly shot out from the blood pool, one on the left and one on the right, encircling Qin Wudao and grabbing fiercely at him. This attack was even more ferocious than before, blocking all of Qin Wudao's escape routes. Not done yet? Qin Wudao's eyes turned cold. He couldn't continue to waste time with this demon. The altar seemed to be providing it with endless power. It was time for a quick resolution. With the Chaos Star hand, he slammed his left hand down, instantly condensing a gigantic Chaos Star handprint that struck hard against the left claw. At the same time, his right hand formed a sword with his fingers, the Tao rhythm of breaking through myriad laws flowing. A concentrated purple-gold sword light slashed angrily at the right claw. 2 earth-shattering explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The Chaos Star hand and the left claw collided and both shattered. The powerful recoil force caused Qin Wudao's blood to surge, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he felt joy instead of fear, because an opportunity had come. Seizing the moment when all 3 claws were temporarily restrained, Qin Wudao's eyes sparkled. He suddenly pushed off the ground, directly ignoring the violent energy aftermath and rampant demonic aura, and dashed towards the center of the blood pool where the 9 Transformations soul-returning grass radiated endless vitality. You dare! The terrifying will in the blood pool let out a furious roar. It frantically activated the 3 claws to try to stop Qin Wudao. But Qin Wudao had already calculated the timing, and his hand had touched the life-saving divine herb. Come to me! Qin Wudao shouted fiercely, accurately grasping the entirely blood-red herb. The moment he held it, a vast and pure life energy surged wildly into Qin Wudao's body, nourishing his limbs and bones, warming his organs, and healing the slight injuries he sustained from clashing with the claw. Even his chaos imperial bone and ancient Tao seed emitted a pleasant humming, extremely eager for this life energy. Good stuff. Qin Wudao's eyes brightened. Just holding it in his hand had such miraculous effects. If he gave this 9 transformations soul-returning grasp to his father, it would definitely heal his father's injuries from the great Tao. Without any hesitation, he carefully stored the defying divine medicine into a specially made 10,000-year warm jade treasure box. Upon seeing the 9 transformations soul-returning grasp being taken away, the awakened terrifying will in the blood pool completely went berserk. It let out a roar filled with more anger than ever before. The entire blood-soul altar began to collapse. In the blood pool, the boiling blood-soul energy transformed into a terrifying blood-colored magic shadow, towering 100 feet high, composed of pure blood-soul energy and endless resentment. This magic shadow seemed to be the spirit of the altar, nurtured over long years by absorbing countless souls and battlefield malevolence. Having lost the 9 transformations soul-returning grasp, this altar blood demon was utterly driven mad. Returned the divine herb. To me, the fragmented yet filled with endless resentment and killing intent roar echoed from the blood-colored magic shadow. Its massive body suddenly moved, and countless blood-colored tendrils formed from blood-soul energy swept towards Qin Wudao. It wanted to tear this damned human to pieces. Not good. This thing has completely gone mad. Qin Wudao's expression changed. He could clearly feel that the blood-colored magic shadow formed from the power of the entire altar had reached the level of a Saint King, or even stronger. Fighting head-on would be a dead end. But just at this critical moment of life and death, the system's prompt sounded in Qin Wudao's mind. Ding! The host has arrived at the core area of the special sign-in task, the return of the war god, the peak of the blood-soul altar, and has obtained the key task item, 9 transformations soul-returning grass. Meets the final sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Qin Wudao did not hesitate at all and immediately confirmed his heart. He knew that this might be his only opportunity. Ding! The host chooses to sign in at the diamond-level sign-in location, the peak of the blood-soul altar. Signing in. Detected that the host possesses the Chaos Imperial Bone, ancient Tao Seed, killing God Domain, and holds the blood-soul jade, causing a strong resonance with the blood-soul origin of this place. This sign-in reward quality will receive an epic upgrade. Epic upgrade? Qin Wudao's heart trembled. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully signed in. Received reward. Complete drug property activation secret technique for 9 transformations soul-returning grass. Received reward. Life Source Pearl. Contains a trace of immortal life source. Received reward. Core of blood-soul altar control, 1/3 fragment. Received reward. Divine ability. Soul sealing divine light. Can purify souls and suppress evil spirits. A series of system prompts instantly invigorated Qin Wudao. The complete drug property activation secret technique could allow the 9 transformations soul-returning grass's effects to reach their peak. The life source pearl contained a trace of immortal life source. Definitely a treasure for healing, and would undoubtedly have miraculous effects on his father's injuries. As for the fragment of the blood-soul altar control core, though it was only 1/3, if he could control this altar, wouldn't it be? And that divine ability, soul-sealing divine light, by its name, was clearly designed to counter souls and evil spirits. These rewards were simply like charcoal in a snowstorm. No, it was like being directly gifted a mountain of gold. Just as Qin Wudao was receiving the rewards and his spirit was stirred, the terrifying attack from the blood-color magic shadow made every hair on Qin Wudao's body stand on end. Damn it, I'll fight. Facing the terrifying attack that could tear a Saint King to shreds like raging waves, a glint of madness and resolve flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes. Chapter 70. Ambushed after escaping the altar, Blood Waya's scheme. Having just gone through a series of battles, Qin Wudao's internal power had been almost completely depleted. In front of him, the blood-colored altar blood demon had completely awakened and could draw strength from the blood-soul altar and the blood moon, making it even stronger. In this context of mutual loss, a head-on confrontation would certainly lead to death. The only chance of survival was to escape, and he had to do it as quickly and decisively as possible. Primordial break of 10,000 laws. Qin Wudao shouted angrily. channeling all the remaining primordial energy in his body, along with a trace of immortal life source energy he had just drawn from the life source pearl. He crazily injected it into this strike. A beam of purple golden finger light, more brilliant than any before, shot towards the blood-colored tentacles sweeping in from all directions. He aimed to use this strongest attack to blast a path for himself. At the same time, with a thought, the Great Void Teleportation Talisman activated. Whoosh! An ancient talisman shimmering with endless spatial Tao rhythm appeared in his hand, then shattered. The vast and overwhelming power of space completely enveloped Qin Wudao's body. Want to escape? The altar blood demon sensed Qin Wudao's intention and roared in anger. Its massive blood-colored shadow lunged at Qin Wudao recklessly, attempting to capture him before he could be transported away by the power of space. Qin Wudao's primordial break of 10,000 laws, infused with the essence of immortal life, collided violently with the myriad blood-colored attacks. This collision directly caused a portion of the top of the Blood Soul altar to collapse. A terrifying energy storm surged in all directions. Under this force, the entire black wind abyss trembled. At the center of this energy storm's explosion, Qin Wudao's figure, along with the enveloping power of space, trembled violently. Qin Wudao felt an irresistible, terrifying force coming at him. Even with the support of the 100-battle mysterious armor and the Primordial Emperor bone, he was still forced to spit out a mouthful of blood. His breath suddenly weakened to the extreme. Yet his dark eyes remained bright as stars because the power of the Great Void Teleportation Talisman had fully activated. After a dazzling flash of spatial light, Qin Wudao's figure, along with the energy storm that had not yet completely engulfed him, disappeared from a spot, leaving the altar blood demon roaring impotently. Time passed, and at a location several million miles away from the Black Wind Abyss, in the ancient battlefield, the void twisted, and three disheveled figures stumbled out. It was Qin Wudao, Qin Yao, and Qin Daoran. However, at this moment, they were all in extremely poor condition. Qin Wudao's face was as pale as paper, his breath weak. In the final moments, he had still been severely injured by the aftermath of the altar blood demon's attack. If not for his abnormal physique, he would have likely perished. Cough, cough. Finally, escaped. Qin Wudao coughed up a few mouthfuls of congealed blood, revealing a bitter smile on his face. This time, he had played a bit too big. He had almost lost himself. The strength of the altar blood demon had definitely surpassed that of an ordinary Saint King. It might even have reached the Great Saint level. If it weren't for the Great Void Teleportation Talisman as a life-saving card, he would have truly perished there today. Young master, are you okay? Qin Yao and Qin Daoran rushed forward to support the swaying Qin Wudao, their faces filled with worry and fear. I am not dead yet. Qin Wudao smiled weakly, taking out a few healing sacred pills from a spatial ring and swallowing them directly. Meanwhile, the ancient Tao seed and life source pearl within him began to emit gentle life energy, healing his injuries. This place is not safe. We must leave quickly, Qin Wudao said solemnly. He didn't know if the altar blood demon would pursue them or if the earlier commotion would attract other terrifying existences. The priority was to find a safe place to recover. However, just as they were about to leave, a familiar aura filled with endless killing intent and resentment suddenly swept in from the horizon not far away. Qin Wudao, this demon emperor, has finally found you. Accompanied by that soul-chilling sinister laughter, a young figure clad in blood-colored armor, wielding a Fangdianhua halberd, surrounded by endless blood demon energy, exuding an aura so terrifying it could drive even a Saint King to despair, slowly emerged under the blood moonlight. It was the son of the three great demon emperors from another realm, the little demon emperor, Bloodwaya. He is caught up. He had been waiting here for a long time. Just after escaping the clutches of the altar blood demon, they encountered the even more terrifying little demon emperor, and Qin Wudao's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Qin Daoran and Qin Yao's faces turned as pale as paper the moment they saw Bloodwaya appear. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented despair. The little demon Emperor Bloodwaya was not comparable to the previous Saint Realm or blood slaughtering generals. His infamous reputation was enough to silence the cries of children at night, a terrifying presence at the level of Saint Kings. There were even rumors that he had fought against great saint-level powers from the immortal realm and had managed to escape unscathed. His methods were so cruel that they were appalling. And now, Qin Wudao had just undergone a series of battles, had heartily clashed with the altar blood demon, was severely injured, and his power was nearly exhausted. Qin Daoran and Qin Yao had also been affected by the previous battles and spatial teleportation, leaving them in poor condition. In their current state, let alone confronting a Saint King, they might not even be able to defeat the bone dragon exuding quasi-Saint King aura under Bloodwire. This was simply a situation of certain death. Qin Wudao had calculated countless times, but had never expected that this little demon emperor would be so persistent, and so accurately block their only escape route. He could clearly feel the tangible, terrifying pressure and cold, killing intent emanating from little demon Emperor Bloodwire, which was incomparable to any enemy he had faced before. This was definitely the most powerful and the most dangerous enemy he had ever encountered. Qin Wudao, this demon emperor truly has to thank you. Bloodwire licked his crimson tongue, and his eyes were filled with mockery and cruelty. If it weren't for the commotion you caused, awakening the guardian demon spirit of the Blood Soul altar, this demon emperor would have had to expend quite a bit of effort to obtain that 9-turn soul returning herb. Unfortunately, you went through great pains, even risking severe injury and near death, to obtain a life-saving divine medicine, and in the end, it will still benefit this demon emperor. Oh, right, there's also that ancient Tao seed on you, and that mysterious physique of yours that even this demon emperor finds curious. This demon emperor will take them all. It seemed that he had already seen through all of Qin Wudao's secrets, including the 9-turn soul returning herb, the ancient Tao seed, and even the primordial emperor bone. This made Qin Wudao's heart sound alarm bells. This person was not only terrifyingly powerful, but also had unfathomable schemes. Just fear that you won't have the life to take them. Qin Wudao gritted his teeth, suppressing the injuries in his body, and replied in a firm tone. He knew he could not show weakness at this moment. Otherwise, he would only die faster. While speaking, he secretly began to operate the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra frantically. Chapter 71. Sign in at the heroic soul armor, reversing the desperate situation to slay Bloodless. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, he will never give up. Young master, you should leave quickly. We will hold them off. Qin Daoran and Qin Yao reacted at this moment. They unhesitatingly stood in front of Qin Wudao, their faces filled with determination. Facing a being of the level of the little demon emperor, they had no chance of winning at all. But even if it meant death, they had to fight for the last sliver of life. Hold them off? He. Just the two of you ants? Bloodless' eyes were filled with disdain. He was even too lazy to make a move himself. The bone dragon beneath him suddenly opened its massive mouth filled with pale fangs. A breath of deathly dragon essence, containing the ultimate death aura, was spewed toward Qin Daoran and Qin Yao. The strength of this bone dragon had also reached the quasi-Saint King level. Just one breath of dragon essence was enough to turn an ordinary saint into a pile of bones. Qin Daoran and Qin Yao's expressions changed dramatically. They wanted to dodge, but the speed of the dragon essence was too fast. They simply couldn't escape. In that moment of life and death. Get away! Qin Wudao shouted angrily, shoving Qin Daoran and Qin Yao aside. Channeling the last remnant of the primordial power he had just recovered and the final defensive strength of the battle armor, he pushed himself to the limit. He stood firm against the terrifying death dragon essence, that horrifying dragon breath, containing the ultimate death and decay aura, struck hard against Qin Wudao's seemingly frail body. The battle armor covering his body could no longer withstand such a terrifying impact. Instantly, it was covered in cracks. With a loud bang, it shattered completely. Qin Wudao was sent flying again, crashing into the ground hundreds of meters away, leaving a bottomless human-shaped pit. Life or death was unknown. Young master, Qin Yao and Qin Daoran saw this scene, their eyes wide with despair. They wanted to rush over, but the cold gaze of the little demon Emperor Bloodless held them down, rendering them unable to move. He, what a touching scene. Bloodless sneered, his eyes filled with cruel delight. But this is where it ends. This kid has been hit by this Emperor's Bone Dragon's nether fire dragon breath. Even if he doesn't die, he will be left with barely a breath. Next, it will be your turn, and all the treasures on him. He slowly approached Qin Yuan and Qin Daoren step by step. The terrifying pressure of a Saint King made it hard for them to breathe. Despair, boundless despair, enveloped their hearts. Were they really going to die here today? Just as they were overwhelmed with hopelessness, a sudden change occurred. Ding! A crisp system notification sound rang out in Qin Wudao's nearly shattered sea of consciousness. Detected that the host is in a near-death state. Detected that the host is in a desperate battlefield. Blood Battle Heroic Soul Tomb, a special area of the ancient battlefield. Hidden sign-in conditions met. This place is God-level sign-in location. Would you like to sign in? Hearing this, Qin Wudao's instinct for survival erupted completely at this moment. Sign in. He used the last bit of strength to roar in his heart. Ding. The host chooses to sign in at the God-level location, Blood Battle Heroic Soul Tomb. Detected that the host possesses the Primordial Emperor Bone, ancient Dao seed, god of killing domain, and has a strong, indomitable warrior spirit. A strong resonance is produced with the countless ancient heroic souls' obsessions in this place. This sign-in reward will grant Super God-level enhancement. Super God-level enhancement? Qin Wudao's mind shook violently. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Rewards obtained. Heroic Soul Armor. One-time consumable pseudo-emperor weapon projection. Rewards obtained. Breaking Boundary Shuttle. One-time can carry 3 people random teleportation. Rewards obtained. Indestructible Battle Soul Source. A trace can be integrated into the god of killing domain or the host's own soul. A series of system notifications instantly dispelled the despair in Qin Wudao's heart. Heroic Soul Armor. Pseudo-emperor weapon projection. Breaking Boundary Shuttle. Random teleportation. Indestructible Battle Soul Source. It could even be integrated into the god of killing domain. This was simply a god-level gift package for a desperate reversal. Little beauty, are you ready to welcome death? At this moment, the little demon Emperor Bloodless had already walked up to Qin Yuan and Qin Daoren. He extended his crimson tongue, his eyes filled with cruel mockery. He enjoyed the thrill of playing cat and mouse. However, just as Bloodless was about to make a move, a terrifying aura filled with endless iron blood and indomitable will erupted from the human-shaped pit. Bloodless' expression changed. He suddenly turned around, his eyes showing disbelief for the first time. From the deep pit, an endless, dazzling divine light erupted. Within the light, countless ancient heroic soul phantoms, clad in tattered battle armor and radiating war intent, could be vaguely seen. They seemed to have been summoned, awakening from the heroic soul tomb of the battlefield where they had slept for billions of years. Then, they crazily gathered toward the center of the pit where Qin Wudao was located. In the next moment, a set of ancient battle armor emanating a desolate, iron-blooded, and immortal brilliance instantly covered Qin Wudao's whole body. The battle armor was of ancient and grand design, engraved with countless blurry ancient runes and battle scars resembling those from blades and axes. A pressure that seemed to suppress eternity spread out, although it was merely a projection of a pseudo-emperor weapon and a one-time consumable. The power it unleashed at this moment was enough to make even a Saint King change color. Heroic Soul Armor. Qin Wudao felt the boundless power of the armor on him, as well as the divine soul and god of killing domain that had become stronger and more refined due to the integration of the indestructible battle soul source. His gaze, once scattered due to his injuries, instantly sharpened like a knife. He slowly stood up from the deep pit, looking at the stunned and uneasy Bloodless not far away. What is this? Bloodless looked at Qin Wudao, whose aura had drastically changed, especially the ancient battle armor emitting a terrifying pressure. A sense of ominous premonition arose in his heart for the first time. He could clearly feel that the armor contained a terrifying power that could threaten him. He clearly was at the end of his rope. How could he? Bloodless could not comprehend, nor did he want to believe. But he knew he could not give the opponent any more chances. He must completely annihilate Qin Wudao. Bloodless roared in anger, no longer holding back. The terrifying demonic might of the Saint King level erupted fully. The halberd in his hand, burning with blood-colored demonic flames, transformed into a blood-red streak that tore through the heavens and slashed angrily at Qin Wudao. This strike was his full power. Even a true great saint would not fare well against this furious strike. However, at this moment, Qin Wudao did not dodge or evade. His eyes burned with battle intent. Gome, today, let you witness the immortal battle might of the heroic souls from the immortal domain. Chapter 72. The Resurgence of Ambush Troops. The boundary-breaking shuttle strikes for survival. Qin Wudao did not use any imperial techniques and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. This punch gathered the supreme might of his Hongmeng Emperor Bone, the resonance of myriad paths from his ancient Dao seed, the chilling killing intent from his god of killing domain, and the indomitable fighting spirit of countless ancient heroic souls within his soul armor. It also gathered a trace of imperial might. This collision was more terrifying than any previous one. The entire blood battle heroic soul tomb trembled violently under this force. A crisp and clear sound of shattering rang out. The indestructible demon flame halberd, stained with the blood of countless beings from the immortal domain, held by the little demon emperor Shui Wuyo, was actually shattered by Qin Wudao as punch. Shui Wuyo was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of his own demonic blood, and was knocked back. His hands were drenched in blood, and disbelief filled his eyes. He lost into a human kid he had previously looked down upon? How could this be? Just a moment ago, Qin Wudao was a waste he could easily control with a finger. How did he become so strong in an instant? However, Qin Wudao would not give him time to think. He stepped forward and instantly caught up with the flying Shui Wuyo. He threw another punch, wanting to take advantage of the soul armor's power and completely annihilate this major threat. But at this critical moment, a warning surged in Qin Wudao's heart, and he immediately activated the second life-saving trump card he had just acquired, the boundary-breaking shuttle. At the same time, the void behind him suddenly split open. Dozens of black demonic arrows, radiating an aura of ultimate destruction, shot out. The targets were Qin Wudao and the equally weakened little demon emperor Shui Wuyo. More experts? An indiscriminate attack? Who were they? Qin Wudao was horrified inside. The energy contained in those demonic arrows was extremely high. Each attack was powerful enough to severely injure a saint. They were ambushers from another realm. Those involved were confused, while the onlookers were clear. Not far away, Qin Daoran instantly understood the situation. It was the ambushers from the demon clan. Their goal was not only to kill Qin Wudao, but also Shui Wuyo. Who? The little demon emperor Shui Wuyo was both shocked and angry. He was heavily injured and could not resist this overwhelming attack, only able to watch as countless deathly demonic shadows rushed towards him, to engulf him. And Qin Wudao, feeling the deadly crisis in an instant, crushed the boundary-breaking shuttle in his hand without hesitation. It was a shuttle-shaped treasure made entirely of strange space crystals, inscribed with countless mysterious spatial patterns. In an instant, it erupted with brilliant spatial divine light, completely enveloping him, Qin Yao, and Qin Daoran. Want to escape? It wouldn't be that easy. The mysterious enemies hidden in the spatial rifts sensed Qin Wudao's intention and frantically urged their attacks, wanting to leave him completely behind before he was teleported away. Countless black, demonic spears and blades slammed down upon the spatial divine light enveloping the three of them, unleashing a terrifying energy storm capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The spatial divine light trembled violently and even showed signs of fine cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. The three of them, caught in it, endured unimaginable, tearing forces, especially Qin Wudao. He was already heavily injured, and now the situation was worse. Even that one-time used soul armor on him dimmed completely under the terrifying attacks and spatial tearing. Then at the moment the soul armor shattered, the boundary-breaking shuttle finally sent the three of them out of this space, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind the furious roars of the ambushers from another realm, who had lost their target, and the unconscious Shui Wuyo. It was unclear how long it had been. When Qin Wudao regained consciousness, he felt excruciating pain all over his body. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, only to see a completely unfamiliar dark sky. The air was filled with an extremely thick scent of decay and death. Where was this? Qin Wudao struggled to sit up, but found he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. His internal injuries were more severe than ever before. The Hongmeng Emperor bone was dim, and the ancient Dao seed had fallen into silence. If it weren't for these two extraordinary items autonomously operating within him to protect his vital pulse and the last trace of life, he would have likely perished in that chaotic spatial teleportation. He turned his head with difficulty, searching for the figures of Qin Yao and Qin Daoran. Soon, he spotted two similarly unconscious figures not far away. Thankfully, they were alive. Qin Wudao felt a slight sense of relief in his heart, but immediately, a stronger sense of crisis surged within him. This place was too quiet. So quiet it was frightening. Moreover, he sensed an extremely ominous aura from the surrounding air. What kind of place was this? Looking around, the sky here was a strange dark purple. There were no sun, moon, or stars. Only some unknown plants emitting a faint phosphorescent glow. The energy filling this world was completely different from the spiritual energy of the immortal domain and was also distinct from the demonic energy of the other realm. Qin Wudao was filled with deep vigilance. No, he had to find a safe place to heal quickly. Qin Wudao was extremely anxious in his heart. This unknown land was filled with strangeness and ominousness. In their current state, if they encountered any danger again, it would be a disaster. He endured the tearing pain throughout his body and frantically urged the last trace of Hongmeng power within him, operating the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Sutra. At the same time, his slightly blurred primary battlefield perception, due to his injuries, began to expand outward. He hoped to find a relatively safe hiding place. Fortunately, his extraordinary luck played a role again at a critical moment. On the edge of his perception, he discovered a concealed cave covered by several giant black stones. Although the cave was also filled with that strange dead energy, at least it could provide shelter from the wind and rain and hide from beasts. That was it. A determined glint flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes. Using the last of his strength, he picked up Qin Yao and Qin Daoran, and step by step, he moved toward the hidden cave. Each movement came with piercing pain, but he did not give up. He knew that giving up meant certain death. It was unclear how long it had been. When Qin Wudao was on the verge of exhausting his last ounce of strength, and his consciousness began to blur, he finally brought Qin Yao and Qin Daoran into the hidden cave. He moved the stones back to barely block the entrance, and then, unable to hold on any longer, the world went dark, and he fainted once again. Chapter 73, A Blessing in Disguise, the soul elixir of the netherworld lichen. Just before losing consciousness, he used his last bit of willpower to extract the life source pearl, which contained a trace of immortal life essence, obtained from signing in at the blood soul altar. He crushed it. In the dim cave, silence reigned. Only 3 faint breaths struggled in and out. The life source pearl, shattered by Qin Wudao before he fell unconscious, emitted a soft and warm milky white glow. Within that glow was an extremely majestic, immortal life essence. This force of life slowly and steadily permeated the already battered bodies of Qin Wudao, Qin Yao, and Qin Daoran, nourishing the meridians that had been severed by terrifying attacks and spatial rifts, the broken bones, the damaged organs, and even the soul on the verge of collapse. Under the nourishment of this immortal life essence, they began to heal, especially Qin Wudao. The Hongmeng Emperor bone and the primordial Dao seed within him awakened from their slumber, crazily absorbing this pure life energy and feeding it back to Qin Wudao's body and soul, forming a virtuous cycle. His injuries were recovering at a visibly rapid pace. Time passed slowly. After an unknown period, the soft milky white glow in the cave gradually dimmed. The power of the life source pearl had been nearly exhausted by the 3 of them. Cough, cough. A faint cough sounded. Qin Wudao slowly opened his eyes. His complexion was still somewhat pale, and his breath was still weak. But it was a world apart from the near-death state he had been in before. At least, he had recovered about 30 to 40 of his strength. As expected of a treasure containing a trace of immortal life essence, its effects were indeed astonishing. Qin Wudao praised inwardly. If it weren't for this life source pearl, given their previous injuries, it would have been impossible to recover to this extent without 10 days or half a month of rest. He glanced at the side. Qin Yao and Qin Daoran were still in a coma. However, their complexions were much rosier than before, and their breathing had become steady and strong. Thankfully, Qin Wudao let out a sigh of relief. He did not immediately disturb the two. Instead, he cautiously released his perception, slowly probing the situation outside the cave. They were temporarily safe now, but he knew that this unknown and eerie place was definitely fraught with danger. His basic battlefield perception, although compressed significantly due to his injuries and the interference of the special energy in this place, barely covered an area of several dozen zhang around the cave. Within his perception, outside the cave, there was a dead silence. Only the wailing cold wind howled continuously. Occasionally, he could hear some extremely faint rustling sounds and some vague feelings of being watched. It was as if countless pairs of malicious eyes were hidden in the darkness surrounding the cave and even further away. They seemed to be waiting for something. Qin Wudao's gaze sharpened. This place was even more dangerous than he had imagined. They had to recover their strength as soon as possible. Then, find a way to leave this hellish place. But right now, what they needed most was still time and more healing resources. The pills on him had long been exhausted during the previous battles and escape. The life source pearl had also been used up. To recover quickly, he could only rely on the system. He again extended his perception, carefully searching around the cave, hoping to find a place to sign in. As long as he could sign in, there would be hope. Qin Wudao's expression was focused and serious, fearful of disturbing any potential unknown dangers outside. This hellish place was truly too strange. The dead energy that permeated the air not only suppressed his divine sense, but also carried a hint of corrosive properties towards the soul. If it weren't for his strong soul and the protection of the Hongmeng Emperor bone, he would have long been affected. Time passed minute by minute. A layer of fine sweat gradually appeared on Qin Wudao's forehead. Given his current state, maintaining his perception for a long time consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Just when he was about to give up, preparing to focus on recovering his injuries, suddenly, he caught a trace of an extremely weak, yet entirely different from the surrounding dead energy. Strange fluctuation. About 100 zhang ahead on the left side of the cave, deep within a crevice covered by a massive black stone. The fluctuation carried a hint of darkness, but also contained an extremely pure life aura. This life aura was different from the spiritual energy of the immortal realm and the vigorous vitality of the nine-turned soul reviving grass. It resembled a twisted alternative life, force birth from extreme death and decay. Qin Wudao's eyes suddenly brightened. This strange fluctuation was extraordinary. It was a place where he could sign in. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and did not act immediately. Instead, he carefully sensed the surroundings again. After confirming there were no other dangers, he slowly got up, trying not to make any noise, and stealthily approached that crevice. The 100 zhang distance should have been instantaneous for him, but at this moment, he took a full quarter of an hour. Every step was taken with utmost caution. Finally, he arrived before the crevice covered by the massive black stone. The cold, dark aura, yet infused with strange vitality, became even clearer. He took a deep breath and slowly moved the stone aside. He saw that beneath the crevice, about several zhang deep, a patch of strange moss emitting a faint blue-purple glow was growing. This moss was as translucent as crystal. Each one was only the size of a fingernail, but radiated an extremely rich life energy. Could it be the legendary netherworld lichen? Qin Wudao's heart trembled. He had seen records of this strange plant in his family's ancient texts. Netherworld lichen. It only grows by the banks of the 9 nether yellow springs, or in places of extreme and extreme evil buried with the corpses of gods and demons, absorbing death and decaying power to transform into the purest soul energy. It has unimaginable miraculous effects for repairing soul injuries, and is even more precious than many legendary soul path holy medicines. Unexpectedly, in this desolate and eerie place, he encountered such a large area of netherworld lichen. Heaven does not completely cut off one's path. With this netherworld lichen, the soul injuries of the 3 of them could recover at the fastest speed. They might even take this opportunity to elevate their primordial spirit power to the next level. Ding. Detected that the host has found a special energy source, Netherworld Lichen Colony. This place contains rich depth, soul, energy, and strange vitality. Meets the signing conditions. Would you like to sign in? Qin Wudao was filled with joy. He had not guessed wrong. This was indeed the place he was looking for to sign in. Sign in. Chapter 74. Signing in to obtain treasures. The broken star map breaks the fog. Qin Wudao did not hesitate at all. He immediately confirmed in his heart. Ding! The host signs in. Ghostly Earth Lichen Colony is signing in. Signing in. Detected that the host's soul origin is powerful, producing a slight resonance with the death soul energy here. Detected that the host has the Primordial Emperor bone within, which shows a hint of interest in the peculiar vitality of this place. The quality of this signing in reward has slightly improved. The system's prompt made Qin Wudao's heart surge with joy. A slight improvement is still an improvement. He hoped to sign in for something truly useful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Reward obtained. Ghostly Soul Refining Liquid, 1 bottle, a total of 10 drops. Reward obtained. Broken Alien Star Map, suspected to record parts of an unknown star domain. Reward obtained. Soul Devouring Pearl, 1-time consumable. Can devour and absorb a small amount of soul energy to replenish the user. 3 rewards. Although no earth-shattering Emperor technique appeared, they were just right for Qin Wudao at this moment. Ghostly Soul Refining Liquid. Made from the essence of ghostly earth lichen, each drop contains pure soul energy, capable of quickly repairing soul injuries and nourishing the primordial spirit. Good stuff. Qin Wudao's eyes brightened. This ghostly soul refining liquid is exactly what he needs right now. With it, he, Qin Yao, and Qin Daoran can recover their soul injuries as quickly as possible. He might even take this opportunity to further enhance the power of their primordial spirits. He immediately took out a jade bottle, which contained exactly 10 drops, radiating a faint blue-purple glow. Just the smell of the strange fragrance made him feel a wave of comfort in his soul. Broken Alien Star Map records an ancient star map of parts of an unknown star domain, with incomplete information, but might provide clues for leaving this place. This is also very useful. Qin Wudao's heart stirred. What they currently lack the most is any information about this unknown place. With this broken star map, at least they wouldn't be completely in the dark. Perhaps they could really find hope for leaving. A piece of animal skin scroll appeared in his hand, depicting some distorted star trajectories and geographical markers with extremely ancient and obscure writing and symbols. Although most of it was blurred, he could still barely make out some coordinates. It needed to be studied carefully. Qin Wudao put away the star map, planning to wait until their injuries improved before examining it further. Soul Devouring Pearl. 1-time consumable, a special magical item that can create a soul-devouring vortex in a short time when crushed. Devouring and absorbing unclaimed soul energy or weak soul bodies within a certain range, and converting it into pure soul energy for the user. This. Qin Wudao looked at the pitch-black pearl in his hand, which emitted a chill, his eyes flickering slightly. It sounded a bit sinister. However, in this perilous, ghostly place, having a trump card to quickly recover strength is naturally. More is better. At a critical moment, it might even save lives. Overall, although this signing and reward did not yield any earth-shattering divine objects, each item is extremely practical. They perfectly resolved their urgent needs. Qin Wudao no longer hesitated. He immediately and carefully poured 3 drops of ghostly soul refining liquid from the jade bottle, administering them to Qin Yao and Qin Daoran. Then, he took a drop for himself. The refining liquid melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a wave of strange warmth that nourished his somewhat dim primordial spirit due to serious injuries. Good, comfortable. Qin Wudao couldn't help but let out a contented groan. He could clearly feel that his soul origin, which had been damaged by the tearing of spatial transmission and attacks from powerful enemies, was rapidly being repaired. Moreover, it was even faster than the effect of the life source pearl in repairing his physical body. In just a moment, Qin Wudao felt that the injuries to his soul were nearly healed. His primordial spirit power had also significantly strengthened. Good stuff. Indeed, good stuff. Qin Wudao was overjoyed. He immediately sat cross-legged, fully absorbing and refining the medicinal power of the ghostly soul refining liquid, striving to recover to his peak state as quickly as possible. Then, he would carefully study that broken star map to see what kind of bizarre place they had been teleported to. At that moment, as Qin Wudao was fully focused on healing, the ghostly earth lichen beneath him, influenced by the aura emitted from his Primordial Emperor bone, quietly transformed towards a more crystalline state. Before long, Qin Daoran and Qin Yao slowly awakened. Qin Wudao also opened his eyes at that moment. "Where is this? And what should we do?" Qin Yao's face was filled with fear and confusion. Qin Daoran said in a deep voice, "Young master, this place is too strange. The energy permeating the air has a certain, slow corrosive effect on living beings. We cannot stay here for long." Qin Wudao nodded. This place had not yet revealed any powerful alien evil spirits, but the omnipresent deathly energy was like a slow poison. Over time, it would likely cause irreversible damage to their foundations. The urgent task was to find a way to leave this ghostly place as soon as possible. He concentrated and took out the broken alien star map obtained from signing in at the ghostly earth lichen. This was an ancient scroll made from unknown animal skin, its surface covered in mottled marks of time. After unfolding it, it depicted an ominous area with extremely ancient and obscure symbols and lines. Most of the area was shrouded in thick black fog, making it impossible to see the specifics. Only a few special coordinate points marked with blood-red symbols and some energy flow direction indicators resembling ghostly symbols could be seen. What is this drawing? Qin Yao completely couldn't understand it. Qin Daoran studied it carefully for half a day, but ultimately shook his head helplessly. "Young master, this star map is too ancient and broken. The words and symbols recorded on it, I have never heard of before." Qin Wudao was not surprised. He took a deep breath and gradually infused his strengthened divine consciousness, boosted by the ghostly soul refining liquid, into the star map. At the same time, he activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions, attempting to find a useful clue from the complex information. As his divine consciousness was infused, the ancient animal skin star map trembled slightly. The previously blurred blood-red symbols and lines became much clearer. Qin Wudao's eyes sharpened as he continued to channel his divine consciousness and the Eye of Breaking Illusions, meticulously discerning every detail on the star map. Time passed second by second. He didn't know how long had passed. Just as Qin Wudao felt that his soul power was about to be exhausted, a location clearly emerged in one corner of the star map. Chapter 75, Soul Killing Intent. No, it's soul nourishment. Qin Wudao shared his discovery with Qin Yao and Qin Daoran. Upon hearing this, both of them were invigorated. Qin Daoran's face lit up with joy. "The young master is brilliant." Qin Wudao nodded, put away the star map, and looked at the dim and oppressive sky outside the cave, saying in a deep voice, "This place is not suitable for long stays. We must set off as soon as possible. Staying here will only lead to being slowly eroded by that dead energy. Only by taking the initiative can we have hope of survival." His tone was filled with unwavering determination. Qin Yao and Qin Daoran both nodded heavily. Qin Wudao's decisions are always the most correct. The three of them did not hesitate any longer. Enduring the pain in their bodies, they quietly left the temporary hiding cave. After identifying the direction marked on the star map, they cautiously, stealthily moved toward that mysterious location. The unknown environment was filled with oppression and foreboding. The three of them, following the vague guidance of the broken star map, proceeded with caution. They tried to avoid areas that appear to have abnormal energy fluctuations, choosing relatively secluded paths. Even so, they encountered many strange and dangerous creatures along the way. There were the shadow leopards, entirely black and skilled at ambushing souls. There were the corpse flowers, growing atop withered bones, emitting toxic spores that could induce eternal slumber. And there were some twisted monsters that could not even be described in words. They were extremely sensitive to the breath of living beings. Once detected, they would charge fearlessly. Fortunately, Qin Wudao's soul power had recovered significantly under the nourishment of the nether soul refining liquid. His basic battlefield perception and the Eye of Breaking Illusions could still play a role, albeit barely. Coupled with the assistance of the experienced sage Qin Yuan, they managed to safely eliminate most of the dangers. However, their condition had greatly deteriorated as a result. The injuries on their bodies not only did not improve, but worsened due to the forced use of magical powers and the rush. "We need to find a place to rest properly," Qin Wudao gasped after dealing with another wave of the troublesome, soul-eating vines. "At this rate, we might exhaust ourselves before we even reach that mysterious location." Qin Yuan and Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Their current state was even worse than Qin Wudao's. Just as they were preparing to find a relatively safe hiding place to rest temporarily, a bizarre forest appeared in the dense and dead silence of the black mist ahead. The trees constituting this forest were not living beings. They were pitch black, their trunks twisted, as if they had grown out of the 9 nether hell, devil trees. Yet, on these charcoal black devil trees, there grew some peculiar flowers that emitted a faint blue-purple glow, transparent like crystals. These flowers exuded an extremely alluring fragrance. Just a whiff could make one feel lightheaded. Soul-eating flowers? Qin Yuan's expression changed drastically. "Young master, be careful and do not approach those flowers. They are specifically designed to devour the souls of living beings. The soul-eating flowers are an extremely malicious magical plant from another realm. They have no offensive capability themselves, but the fragrance they emit can silently lure living beings closer. Then, while the target is entranced by the scent, they devour them in one bite. They are exceedingly vicious and hard to guard against." Hearing this, Qin Wudao and Qin Yuan felt a chill in their hearts and quickly closed their 6 senses. But it was already too late. Qin Yuan suddenly let out a pained cry, her beautiful face turning pale, and her eyes began to lose focus. A wisp of pale blue smoke had, unbeknownst to them, wrapped around her, attempting to enter her sea of consciousness through her 7 orifices. Qin Yuan, Qin Wudao, and Qin Yuan were horrified. They did not expect the bizarre attack of the soul-eating flowers to be so hard to defend against. Without a moment's thought, Qin Yuan used his sage power and rushed forward to dispel the strange smoke. However, as soon as he approached that bizarre forest, he felt an even denser fragrance of the soul-eating flowers surging toward his sea of consciousness. Even with his powerful sage soul, he was dizzy and nearly fell victim himself. Damn it! Qin Wudao's gaze turned icy in an instant. With a thought, a peculiar bead that emitted a chill appeared in his hand. It was the soul-eating pearl, a one-time consumable he obtained from a previous sign-in. "No matter what kind of flower you are, swallow this." Without hesitation, Qin Wudao crushed the soul-eating pearl. An extremely terrifying black vortex manifested, centered around the shards of the soul-eating pearl, sweeping toward the bizarre forest that emitted the enticing fragrance at an incredible speed. The black vortex formed from the shattered, soul-eating pearl resembled the mouth of a primordial beast awakening, exuding a terrifying, devouring power that could make one's soul tremble. In that bizarre forest, wisps of pale blue soul energy floated out from the flower cores of all the blooming, soul-eating flowers. This soul energy was the essence of souls that the soul-eating flowers had absorbed from countless living beings. And it was the fundamental element they used to lure and devour other beings. However, at this moment, facing the more domineering, devouring power of the soul-eating pearl, these soul essences, which usually had no rivals, could not resist at all and were frantically drawn toward the black soul-eating vortex, being devoured in one gulp. Screech! The soul-eating flowers sensed the deadly crisis. The crystal-like petals trembled violently, emitting an extremely piercing wail, as if begging for mercy. However, there was no sign that the power of the soul-eating pearl would stop. In just a few breaths, all the soul energy emitted by the soul-eating flowers in the entire bizarre forest was completely devoured. The soul-eating flowers, having lost their soul essence, quickly withered and decayed, turning into a pile of black ashes. At the same time, the pale blue smoke that had been wrapped around Qin Yuan instantly dissipated. Qin Yuan let out a soft moan. Her previously dazed and scattered eyes gradually regained clarity. She looked around in confusion, seemingly not understanding what had just happened. Meanwhile, the black vortex that had devoured a massive amount of soul essence suddenly contracted, transforming into a highly pure source of soul power that surged into Qin Wudao's sea of consciousness. Qin Wudao felt a wave of comfort wash over his soul, an unprecedented feeling of relief. His slightly weakened primordial spirit, due to heavy injuries, not only recovered to its peak state under the nourishment of this pure and abundant source of soul power, but even grew stronger. His range of spiritual perception also expanded significantly. The soul-eating pearl was indeed a great treasure. Chapter 76, Seeking Wealth and Danger, signing in at the abandoned domain teleportation platform. Qin Wudao felt immense joy in his heart. Although it was a one-time consumable, its effect was simply astonishing. Not only did it resolve the immediate crisis of the soul-eating flower, but it also allowed him to benefit from misfortune, further advancing his spiritual power. What has happened to me? Qin Yao asked with some lingering fear. It's okay now, Qin Wudao briefly explained. Qin Daoran looked relieved, yet fearful. If it weren't for the young master's decisive action in using that mysterious soul-eating pearl, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Having resolved the crisis of the soul-eating flower, the three dared not linger any longer in that place. They set off again, continuing to stealthily make their way towards the special location marked on the star map. Perhaps because he had absorbed a large amount of soul energy, Qin Wudao's spiritual perception became even sharper. Along the way, they avoided several extremely hidden dangers. After roughly half a day of arduous trekking, the scenery before them changed once again. What appeared before them was a vast and empty black plain. On the plain, not a blade of grass grew. Only a solitary ancient stone altar stood alone. The altar, about 100 feet in size, was made entirely of an unknown black rock. Its surface was covered with signs of weathering and fine cracks. Many areas had already collapsed, but it could still barely be seen that it once had grand and extraordinary features. A faint yet ancient aura of time and space, along with a trace of residual soul power, spread out from the dilapidated altar. Is this the special location marked on the star map? Qin Wudao's eyes flickered slightly. He could sense that this altar was not simple. Ding! At that moment, the system's alert tone sounded again in his mind. Detected that the host has arrived at the special location, abandoned domain teleportation platform, extremely dilapidated. This place retains an extremely weak aura of time and space and ancient soul power imprints. If suitable items are used to activate it, the sign-in rewards can be greatly enhanced. Meets sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Upon seeing the system's prompt, Qin Wudao's eyes instantly burst with brilliant light. It was an unexpected joy. He had originally just wanted to find a way to escape from here, but he didn't expect that this was a sign-in location that could grow. As long as he used suitable items to activate it, he could obtain better rewards. For this, Qin Wudao was greatly tempted. Sign in and activate it before signing in. He must obtain higher-level rewards, not settle for less. Activate. Qin Wudao made a decision in his heart in an instant. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Since there was an opportunity to obtain higher quality rewards, he naturally would not let it pass. But how to activate it? The system did not provide specific prompts. Qin Wudao furrowed his brow and cast his gaze once again on the dilapidated ancient altar. He activated his broken illusion divine eye, carefully observing every detail of the altar, trying to find a clue. The structure of the altar appeared quite simple. It was constructed from large pieces of black rock, forming an irregular circular shape. The surface was engraved with some ancient runes that had long since become unclear. These runes seemed to relate to space. They also seemed to relate to souls. Extremely obscure and difficult to understand. At the very center of the altar, there was a recess about 3 feet square, and the shape of the recess seemed somewhat familiar. Qin Wudao's eyes focused. He suddenly thought of something. With a thought, he took out an item from the system space. It was one of the rewards he obtained when signing in at the broken demon gate on the edge of the ancient battlefield. A broken abyss dragon heart, damaged, that contained a trace of abyss dragon aura. This heart was irregularly shaped, pitch black all over, and covered in cracks. However, its size perfectly matched the recess in the center of the altar. Could it be? Qin Wudao thought to himself. Could the key to activating this altar's golden level origin lie in this damaged dragon heart? Although it sounded somewhat absurd to use the heart of an alien demon to activate an ancient domain teleportation platform from the immortal realm, this unknown land was indeed filled with oddities and irrationalities. Moreover, since the system determined that this place could be activated, there must be a method to do so. Forget it, let's give it a try. Qin Wudao's eyes hardened. He cautiously placed the abyss dragon heart into the recess at the center of the altar. It fit just right. The entire dilapidated ancient altar suddenly shook violently. A very faint golden light illuminated from the very core of the altar, like a sun that had been asleep for billions of years, awakening once again. The golden light was vast and sacred. Ding. Detected that the abandoned domain teleportation platform has been successfully activated. Sign-in quality is significantly increasing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the abandoned domain teleportation platform. Activated. Rewards obtained. Spaced out insight map. One-time use. Contains a trace of domain master-level spatial insight. Rewards obtained. Void crystal, medium grade, 10 pieces. Rewards obtained. Divine ability. Inch of heaven, beginner level, can be upgraded. Seeing this sign-in reward, Qin Wudao's heart couldn't help but twitch violently. He really hit the jackpot this time. The spaced-out insight map actually contained a trace of domain master-level spatial insight. A domain master? That is a legendary existence capable of opening a small world and controlling the laws of space. Although it was just a trace of insight, its value was immeasurable. It was enough to elevate his spatial understanding to an unfathomable realm in an instant. The void crystals were the top energy source for activating spatial teleportation arrays. And that divine ability, Inch of Heaven, from its name, was clearly a top-level space-type movement technique, and it was upgradable as well. These three rewards were simply a tailor-made escape package for him at present. Qin Wudao suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and immediately took out the spaced-out insight map. This was a light map formed by pure spatial laws. Without any hesitation, he pressed it to his forehead. A profoundly mysterious ultimate secret regarding the path of space surged into his mind in an instant. He seemed to see the birth, evolution, overlap, and leap of space. At this moment, his understanding of the laws of space reached an unprecedented height. He looked again at the dilapidated domain teleportation platform before him. It had completely changed. Although this teleportation platform was still extremely dilapidated, some core spatial Dao traces still existed. While it could not conduct long-distance domain teleportation, perhaps, with the energy from those 10 medium-grade void crystals, combined with the spatial mysteries he had just comprehended, it might indeed be possible to briefly activate it for a short-distance random spatial jump. Chapter 77. Return to the Town of Prison. Signing in for the Immortal Pill of Life. On the abandoned realm teleportation platform, Qin Wudao held 10 mid-grade void crystals, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. The spatial Dao patterns contained a hint of realm master-level spatial comprehension. Although it was only superficial, it allowed him to reach a new height in understanding the laws of space. He could clearly sense that the core spatial Dao patterns of the broken teleportation platform, although mostly extinguished, still retained a trace of extremely weak realm connection power. If it were before, he definitely wouldn't have been able to utilize this trace of power. But now, with realm master-level spatial comprehension and mid-grade void crystals, he had a 70% certainty. Qin Wudao said solemnly, "Let's go. We will teleport to the town of Demon Prison." Everything follows the young master's arrangement. Qin Yao and Qin Dao nodded without hesitation. They had absolute trust in Qin Wudao. Without further hesitation, Qin Wudao took a deep breath and embedded the 10 mid-grade void crystals into several already dried energy grooves on the altar according to some arcane positions. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, which were the ancient secret methods he had comprehended from the spatial Dao pattern comprehension diagram to manipulate the power of space. With the activation of the secret method and the infusion of the void crystal's immense energy, the entire broken ancient altar suddenly shook violently. And those ancient runes that had long been vague seemed to be infused with new life, once again radiating faint yet brilliant spatial light. Now, Qin Wudao's eyes burst with brilliance. He grabbed Qin Yao and Qin Daoran, simultaneously merging his divine consciousness, the power of the Hongmeng Emperor Bone, the power of the Primordial Tao Seed, and even the aura of the Blood Soul Jade into the impending explosive spatial teleportation power, drawing upon its hidden connection to return to the primordial battlefield. The space twisted, and in a flash of light, the figures of Qin Wudao and the others had vanished from the broken altar, plunging into the endless chaotic void. It was unclear how much time passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. When the intense spatial tearing force finally calmed down, a familiar and warm aura of a bloody battlefield enveloped them. They had returned. Although they still did not know exactly where they were, they could be certain that this was definitely the primordial battlefield. Moreover, it was not too far from the direction of the town of prison. Puff, looking at the familiar battlefield aura around him, Qin Wudao revealed a relieved smile. They succeeded. They had finally escaped from that damned, unknown place. Qin Wudao surveyed his surroundings. They were currently in a hidden valley nestled within a range of black mountains. Inside the valley, some strange, bloody, spiritual herbs were growing. At the deepest part of the valley, there was a geothermal spring bubbling with steam, emanating pure life energy and the aura of indomitable heroic souls. This is the indomitable heroic soul spring? Qin Daoran exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the spring. His eyes filled with incredulity. According to legend, it was only possible for such a healing holy spring to be born where countless heroic souls of the immortal domains had fallen, combining their indomitable battle intent with the essence of the earth's spiritual veins. It was said that bathing in this spring could not only rapidly heal injuries, but also temper the body and cleanse the soul. Even more so, one could comprehend a trace of the heroic soul's indomitable battle intent. Hearing this, Qin Wudao's eyes lit up. Heaven is helping me. What they needed most right now was a safe and secluded place to heal, as well as rare treasures that could rapidly restore their injuries. Unexpectedly, this random teleportation had so accurately brought them to such a legendary healing holy land. Could it be that his father's war, god fortune, was protecting them? Or did the guidance of the Primordial Tao Seed and the Blood Soul Jade truly play a role? Regardless of the reason, this indomitable heroic soul spring was simply a lifesaver for them. Ding! At that moment, the system's prompt sounded once again in his mind. Detected that the host has arrived at a special location. Indomitable heroic soul spring, healing holy land of the primordial battlefield. This place contains immense life, energy, the essence of the earth's spiritual veins, and countless indomitable battle intents and protective obsessions of heroic souls from the immortal domains. Meets sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Qin Wudao did not hesitate. Sign in. Ding. The host chooses to sign in at the indomitable heroic soul spring. Signing in. Detected that the host possesses the Hongmeng Emperor Bone, Primordial Tao Seed, and Killing God Domain, creating a strong resonance with the heroic soul battle intent of this place. Detected that the host's previously obtained source of the undying battle soul resonates with the protective obsession of this place. The quality of the sign-in rewards will be greatly enhanced. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewards obtained. Life Creation Pill, 3 pieces, can heal injuries of the Great Path. Rewards obtained. Heroic Soul Protection, passive, can exempt 1 fatal attack targeting the soul below the Sage King level. Rewards obtained. Broken Healing Array Diagram. Ancient Military, can be repaired. Seeing the list of rewards, Qin Wudao's heart twitched violently again. Life Creation Pill, and 3 of them at that. More importantly, the clear 7 words in the system's notes can heal injuries of the Great Path. His father has hope. At this moment, even Qin Wudao's eyes were slightly moist. All his hard work was for this moment, wasn't it? Besides the Life Creation Pill, the Heroic Soul Protection passive skill was even more outrageous. It could exempt 1 fatal attack targeting the soul below the Sage King level. Another trump card for survival. And that Broken Healing Array Diagram, although it was only an ancient military one and was broken, but since it was produced by the system, it must have its extraordinary qualities. Once repaired, it could definitely unleash unimaginable group healing effects. Great. Qin Wudao took a deep breath, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. he did not immediately consume the life creation pill. This pill was incredibly precious. Each one could be related to his father's life. Although he himself was heavily injured, with the Hongmeng Emperor Bone and the Primordial Tao Seed, plus this indomitable heroic soul spring, recovery was just a matter of time. Qin Wudao made a decisive decision. First, he would recover from his injuries. Then, they would immediately return to the town of prison to deliver this extraordinary divine pill to his father's hands. The indomitable heroic soul spring truly lived up to its reputation. Qin Yao and Qin Daoren entered the spring for just a moment and fell to warm. Uniquely powerful energy filled with indomitable battle, intent flowing into their limbs like a gentle stream, repairing their damaged meridians, nourishing their dried-up energy seas, and soothing their agitated souls. Their injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace, especially Qin Daoren. His depleted source began to slowly replenish. Even the saint-level cultivation that had stagnated for hundreds of years showed signs of loosening. This indomitable, heroic soul spring was simply a divine object against the heavens. Chapter 78. The shock of the iron-blooded marshal, returning to the ancestral land to merge the primordial Tao seed. Qin Daoren was ecstatic. This time, he might really be able to take a significant step forward. Qin Wudao did not enter the hot spring. He carefully stored away the 3 life creation pills, which exuded rich vitality and mysterious medicinal fragrance. Sitting cross-legged by the spring, he protected Qin Yao and Qin Daoren. At the same time, he operated the Hongmeng Imperial Bone and the Primordial Tao Seed, absorbing the pure energy that permeated this place to heal his injuries. His recovery speed was several times faster than that of Qin Yao and Qin Daoren. In just half a day's time, the terrifying injuries he sustained from forcibly activating the damaged teleportation platform and clashing with the Little Demon Emperor's dragon breath had healed significantly. His magical power had also returned to its peak state. After absorbing the indomitable fighting spirit from the heroic spirit spring, the newly formed killing god domain, beginner level, became even more condensed and powerful. Just then, Qin Wudao's expression slightly shifted. He keenly sensed several auras rapidly approaching this valley. Moreover, these auras felt somewhat familiar. Are they soldiers from the Jinyu Pass? Qin Wudao raised an eyebrow, not immediately making a sound, and quietly concealed himself, observing the situation. Soon, more than a dozen scouts clad in black standard battle armor from Jinyu Pass appeared at the entrance of the valley. They had been attracted by the sudden surge of rich life energy here. When they saw the spring radiating with a mysterious light, as well as Qin Yao and Qin Daoren healing in the water, their expressions changed. Are those foreign evil beings healing? Quick, capture them. The leading scout captain mistakenly believed that Qin Yao and Qin Daoren were foreign evil beings and was about to issue an attack order. Stop. After confirming they were his own people, Qin Wudao appeared before them. Who are you? The scout captain and the others were taken aback, quickly adopting combat stances. However, when they saw Qin Wudao's face, they were instantly stunned. Qin, young marshal? The scout captain was filled with shock. He never expected to encounter the Qin family's young marshal, who had recently caused a stir at Jinyu Pass and mysteriously disappeared. Greetings, young marshal. After a brief moment of shock, all the scouts knelt on one knee in respect. Get up. Qin Wudao waved his hand and asked, how did you find this place? Reporting to the young marshal, we were ordered to patrol the battlefield's edge and investigate traces of foreign evil beings. We sensed a strong energy fluctuation here and came to check it out. He paused, a hint of excitement on his face. Young marshal, that little demon Emperor Shuewuyo was ambushed by a mysterious third-party force near the Blood War heroic spirit tomb. His life or death is unknown. Is this related to you, young marshal? This question had been on his mind for a long time and was the hottest topic of discussion in the entire primordial battlefield, and even Jinyu Pass recently. The little demon Emperor Shuewuyo, a top prince-level figure from a foreign realm, infamous for his terrifying strength, had mysteriously disappeared while the Qin family's young marshal was active in that area. It was hard not to overthink it. In response, Qin Wudao's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't want to admit it was his doing. Moreover, he didn't know whether Shuewuyo had died at the hands of that mysterious ambush. Not too clear. However, if Shuewuyo really is dead, It could be seen as a benefit to the people. That said, the scout captain and the soldiers behind him did not believe him. They still thought it was Qin Wudao's doing, just unwilling to admit it to keep a low profile. Within the marshal's mansion, upon receiving news of Qin Wudao's appearance, Qin Yuan suddenly stood up. As long as he is safe, as long as he is safe. His voice was filled with joy, and the worries in his heart were finally released. Ever since Qin Wudao and the others entered the battlefield shrouded in the blood moon to search for the elusive blood soul altar, he had been deeply anxious, fearing that his son would encounter an accident. There was no other reason. The battlefield on the night of the blood moon was too perilous. Even a Saint King would not dare to say they could return unscathed. Moreover, the foreign little demon emperor and the blood fiend demon army were also eyeing the black wind abyss. Now, he finally awaited good news about his son. The heavy stone in his heart could finally be set down. Half a day later, Qin Wudao and his group finally returned to the pass. When they stepped through the familiar gate of the Xiongwan city, they were welcomed with unprecedented enthusiasm. Countless soldiers lined the streets on both sides. When the familiar figure appeared, they erupted into cheers and shouts like a tsunami. "Welcome back, young marshal. The young marshal's might is unparalleled. The young marshal is the light of our immortal domain." The sound waves shook the heavens, and the momentum was like a rainbow. News of the little demon emperor Shui Wuyo being taken down by young Marshal Qin spread throughout Jinyu Pass. Although Qin Wudao did not personally admit it, in the hearts of all the soldiers, this was the fact. To be able to bring the once invincible little demon emperor to the brink of life and death. The means and strength of their young marshal were simply unfathomable. Coupled with Qin Wudao's previous thunderous methods in the pass, rectifying military discipline, and his extraordinary military insights, he had long established supreme prestige within this iron-blooded army. Qin Wudao looked at the scene of the crowd's adoration before him and felt a slight sense of emotion. Is this the respect and recognition brought by strength? He did not express too much, only nodding to the surrounding soldiers in acknowledgement. Surrounded by the crowd, he headed straight to the marshal's mansion. In the conference hall, Qin Yuan had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Qin Wudao's steady aura, which was even deeper than before, he felt greatly relieved. "Father, I have not failed my mission." Qin Wudao slowly opened a 10,000-year warm jade treasure box from his bosom. In an instant, an extremely rich, almost capable of reversing life and death and reshaping reincarnation, mysterious medicinal fragrance filled the entire hall. Just by taking a whiff, Qin Yuan felt a stirring desire from the source within him that had withered due to injuries from the great Tao. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the 3 pills in the treasure box that flowed with colorful radiance and contained the truth of life. This is the life creation pill? Even with Qin Yuan's peak Saint King cultivation and experience, upon seeing this legendary healing holy pill, his voice couldn't help but tremble. 3. A full 3. It should be noted that this pill was incredibly precious. Just one was enough to drive the entire immortal domain crazy. "Wudao, where did you obtain such a divine object?" Qin Yuan asked excitedly. "Father, there's no need to ask too much," Qin Wudao smiled. Good. Qin Yuan's tiger eyes were filled with tears as he repeatedly said 3 good words, not asking further. He extended his trembling hand to take the treasure box containing the life creation pills. The father and son exchanged smiles, with all their emotions unspoken. With this miraculous pill, Qin Yuan's injuries had hope of healing, and the crisis at Jinyu Pass would also be greatly alleviated. As for Qin Wudao, after resolving his father's concerns, he could finally return to the Qin family's ancestral land to merge with the primordial Tao seed that belonged solely to him. Chapter 79. Your actions are quite overbearing, aren't they? At the Jinyu Pass, in the general's mansion, the father and son engaged in another overnight discussion. Qin Yuan's injuries were significantly alleviated and controlled after taking the Shengsheng Zhao Huadan. The injuries from the Tao were difficult to completely eradicate in a short time. However, at least the depleted source of life and vitality had recovered by more than half. His once slightly aged and weary face now radiated the majesty and iron-blooded aura of a war god. Although his cultivation had not fully returned to its peak, it was no longer a significant issue. He was capable of once again intimidating those petty individuals solidifying his supreme authority in the military. Wudao, you have truly given your father a tremendous surprise this time. Qin Yuan looked at his increasingly unfathomable son, his eyes filled with indescribable satisfaction. Not only did he find the miraculous elixir that saved him, but he also took decisive measures to rectify some persistent issues within the military. This temperament and capability exceeded his expectations. Father is being too kind. These are things I should do. Qin Wudao replied calmly. Qin Yuan nodded, then his expression became serious. Now that your father's injuries are no longer serious, you should prepare to return to the family ancestral land. The Taiku Dao seed within you is a heaven-defying divine object that must not be taken lightly. Only in the Qin family's ancestral land, with the support of the ancestral dragon vein and the profound heritage left by our ancestors, can you perfectly integrate it. This is crucial for your future cultivation path. Qin Wudao naturally understood this principle. The Taiku Dao seed was his greatest reliance for breaking through to higher realms in the future. It must be perfectly integrated. I understand. Father. Qin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, you need to be extra cautious on this trip back. Although Qin Yuan has been eliminated and most of his followers have also been purged, the internal dynamics of the family are complex. Some individuals may not be pleased to see your strong rise, especially from the Xian ancestor's side. When the Xian ancestor was mentioned, a trace of imperceptible helplessness and wariness flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. You should discuss your actions more with Elder Shu. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao's eyes slightly narrowed. He naturally remembered how the Xian ancestor had morally coerced and favored Qin Tianlong in the past, as well as how Elder Shu had strongly supported him. Father, rest assured. I am mindful of this, Qin Wudao affirmed. Qin Yuan nodded and took out an ancient token that was entirely purple golden. He handed it to Qin Wudao. This is a deputy token of our Qin family's main order. With this token, you can mobilize some family resources and also intimidate some petty individuals. Thank you, Father. Qin Wudao received it seriously. With this token, his actions within the family would undoubtedly be much more convenient. The next day, Qin Wudao, Qin Yao, and Qin Daoran, under the personal escort of Qin Yuan, arrived at the most core interdomain teleportation array within the pass. Wudao, take care on your journey. If you encounter any difficulties upon reaching the family, feel free to contact me at any time. Father, take care. Qin Wudao deeply bowed to his father and resolutely turned to step into the teleportation array. With a flash of light, the three figures disappeared. The subsequent journey was a long spatial transfer. The vast and boundless ancient immortal domain required several days, even with this top-tier interdomain teleportation array. During this time, they traversed through one bustling or desolate Dao state after another. Each time they stopped for supplies at a large transit immortal city. They could hear astonishing legends about Qin Wudao, the young master of the Qin family. Have you heard? The young master of the Qin family, who possesses the Hongming Emperor bone, dominated all the contemporary prodigies in the Taiku divine ruins. Even the imperial son Yu Jinghong of the Feather Transformation divine dynasty was personally slain by him. Not only that, the latest news is that the young master went to the Taiku battlefield some time ago. And even the infamous little demon Sovereign Shui Waya from the foreign realms fell into his hands, his life unknown. My heavens, is that true? That little demon sovereign is a terrifying existence at the Saint King level. Absolutely true. It is said that there were astonishing phenomena near the heroic spirit tomb during the bloody battle. A mysterious third-party force intervened. But many speculate that it was the young master strategizing and using others to kill. This young master of the Qin family is simply a prodigy among prodigies. The future immortal domain will likely regard him as supreme. Listening to these discussions, Qin Yao and Qin Daoran felt a sense of pride. Qin Wudao's reputation had spread throughout the entire ancient immortal domain, becoming the object of admiration and pursuit for countless young cultivators. Of course, there were also envious and ill-intentioned gazes among them. However, Qin Wudao paid no mind to this. His goals were no longer those so-called peer prodigies, but rather the even more grandiose pinnacle of the immortal Dao. After 7 days of continuous teleportation, they finally saw before them a vast land filled with rising purple chi and divine birds soaring. Countless towering immortal mountains, piercing the clouds like ancient giants. lay sprawled across this divine land. Each mountain radiated immense spiritual energy and ancient Tao rhythms. Furthermore, 9 colossal ancestral dragon veins, resembling the Milky Way hanging upside down, fell from the 9 heavens, penetrating the entire divine land, creating a scene as if 9 dragons were guarding the approach of 10,000 immortals. This place was one of the most supreme immortal forces in the ancient immortal domain, the ancestral land of the ancient Qin family, which had inherited billions of years of history and had unfathomable depth. As Qin Wudao gazed at this land that was both familiar and unfamiliar, a ripple stirred in his heart. This was where he was born, where he had once endured endless humiliation and suffering, and where his powerful rise had begun. Let us go. He led the 2 towards a main peak, guarded by the 9 ancestral dragon veins. When they arrived at the main peak's gate, a large group of Qin family members had already been waiting. At the forefront were several profoundly mysterious supreme elders, along with dozens of core elders and stewards of the family dressed in brocade robes, exuding extraordinary demeanor. Behind them stood a dense crowd of Qin family disciples. The looks in their eyes as they gazed at Qin Wudao were filled with excitement and a hint of barely concealed fervor. "Welcome back, young master." The earth-shattering cheers echoed through the skies. Qin Wudao's remarkable performances in the Taiku Divine Ruins and the Taiku battlefield had long since returned to the family. Now, in the hearts of the younger generation of the Qin family, he had become a godlike figure, the only target they looked up to and pursued. The many elders from the family head's lineage warmly inquired about Qin Wudao's well-being, praising him without end. They were delighted to see his strong rise and wished for him to achieve Tao and become emperor tomorrow, leading the Qin family to restore the grandeur of ancient times. However, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, an unharmonious voice suddenly rang out. "This trip to the Taiku Divine Ruins indeed brings honor to our Qin family's divine might, which is commendable. However, I have also heard that your actions within the ruins seemed a bit too overbearing." Chapter 80. The youth should have a bit of recklessness. Signing in for huge rewards. The one who spoke was Xian Ancestor. He wore a seemingly gentle, yet profoundly meaningful smile. Not only had he killed the imperial son Yu Jinghong of the Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty, but he had also offended many top-tier forces. Now, those forces had sent people to my Qin family, demanding an explanation. Although you possess exceptional talent, you are still young and impulsive. You must think twice before acting, consider the bigger picture, and avoid seeking momentary glory. My Qin family, while not afraid of any challenges, should not make enemies on all sides. Xian Ancestor's words sounded grand and reasonable, as if he truly cared for Qin Wudao and the entire Qin family. However, within his words lay a familiar scent of moral coercion and subtle reprimands, which made Qin Wudao scoff coldly. Here we go again. This old man just won't change. Back then, he favored Qin Tianlong, and now he wants to constrain me. Does he really think Qin Wudao is still that soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Xian Ancestor was indeed right. Wudao was young and reckless, and his actions had caused trouble for the family. However, Qin Wudao's tone suddenly shifted. His eyes became sharp as knives. If those so-called top-tier forces are dissatisfied, let them come to find me. Qin Wudao. My Qin family does not seek trouble, but we will never fear it. Anyone who dares to bully my Qin family will have me, Qin Wudao, as the first to oppose. As soon as Qin Wudao said this, the atmosphere at the mountain gate froze. Everyone's gaze focused sharply on him and Xian Ancestor, creating a tense standoff with palpable hostility. Xian Ancestor's gaunt face twitched slightly, and a flicker of barely concealed anger flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Qin Wudao to dare speak to him like this. It was utterly disrespectful. However, he found it hard to erupt in anger. Why? Because of Qin Wudao's current status, strength, and the respect he held in the younger generation of the family had changed drastically. Not to mention, what he had just said was morally justified. If he were to apply forceful pressure again, it would only backfire and invite criticism. What a good attitude of not seeking trouble, but also not fearing it. Xian Ancestor praised him. Qin Wudao remained calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. Well said. Our Qin family sons should have such spirit. A hearty laugh echoed as an old man dressed in plain clothes appeared in the scene. It was none other than old Shu. He smiled as he walked to Qin Wudao's side and patted his shoulder appreciatively. "Good lad, I didn't misjudge you. You've grown stronger." Qin Wudao respectfully saluted old Shu. He was filled with gratitude and respect for this elder who had helped him during his most difficult times and had given him many opportunities. Good. It's good to have you back." Old Shu looked at Qin Wudao with increasing satisfaction. Then, he glanced at Qian Ancestor with a hint of meaning, saying, "Young people should have a bit of sharpness. It's much better than some old folks who have lived a long time, but only know how to muddle through and consider the so-called big picture." Qian Ancestor felt extremely displeased upon hearing this. He was clearly thinking of the family, yet Qin Wudao repeatedly defied him. He was very unhappy about this. However, the thoughts of the family members were now largely aligned with Qin Wudao. Why? Because to keep the family thriving, they needed a leader like Qin Wudao, who dared to fight and was enterprising, not an old good man like Qian Ancestor who only knew how to compromise. Before long, Qin Wudao, surrounded by many people, entered the main peak of the Qin family. He was arranged to stay in a palace at the summit, the most abundant in spiritual energy and with the best view. Named Zixiao Hall, it was said that this had been his mother's favorite residence during her lifetime. Standing in front of the hall, looking at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance, and feeling the rich aura of the ancestral dragon's dragon vein, Qin Wudao felt a sense of tranquility. Next, he would undergo a crucial retreat here to merge with the ancient Tao seed. But before his retreat, he had something even more important to do: sign in. This ancestral land of the Qin family, as one of the top immortal forces in the ancient immortal domain, must hide extraordinarily valuable signing locations at its core. He slowly spread his consciousness, and, at the same time, the Hongming Emperor bone within him seemed to sense a call of a similar origin. The Emperor bone trembled slightly, guiding him to walk in a certain direction of the main peak. Passing through numerous palaces and pavilions, circumventing strict guards and prohibitions, Qin Wudao finally arrived before an extremely magnificent palace, entirely carved from an unknown purple gold divine jade, exuding a breath of primal Hongmeng. On the plaque of the palace, for ancient divine scripts containing supreme Tao rhythm were inscribed, Hongmeng Emperor Hall. This was one of the most core forbidden areas of the Qin family. It was said that the supreme ancestor who led the Qin family to glory once closed himself here to comprehend the Tao. Ding! Just as Qin Wudao stepped into the 100-zhang range of the Hongmeng Emperor Hall, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has arrived at the signing location, Qin family Hongmeng Emperor Hall, Ancestral Tao Field. This place is the source of the Qin family's fortune, the beginning of the Hongmeng Emperor bone inheritance. It contains the supreme Tao rhythm left by the ancestor, the source of Hongmeng, and a hint of the secret of opening the heavens. Meets the signing conditions. Would you like to sign in? Source of the Qin family's fortune? Beginning of the Hongmeng Emperor bone inheritance? Supreme Tao rhythm left by the ancestor? Even a hint of the secret of opening the heavens? Every word represented unimaginable, fortuitous opportunities. This meant that the rewards he could obtain from this signing would definitely exceed all his expectations. Sign in. Qin Wudao did not hesitate at all. Ding! The host has chosen to sign in at Qin family Hongmeng Emperor Hall, Ancestral Tao Field. Detected that the host possesses the purest Hongmeng Emperor bone, resonating perfectly with the Tao rhythm of this place. Detected that the host has the ancient Tao seed within, generating a wonderful attraction to the source of Hongmeng in this place. Detected that the host bears great fortune, perfectly matching the Qin family's ancestral dragon's fortune in this place. This signing will trigger maximized critical rewards. Maximized critical rewards? Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewards obtained. 3 drops of Hongmeng Emperor Bone Source Ancestral Blood, containing the true meaning of the ancestor. Rewards obtained. Complete version of the Qin family ancestors' opening heaven scripture, directly pointing above the emperor. Rewards obtained. 10,000 years of Hongmeng warm jade bed, assists in refining Tao seeds and nourishing the emperor bone. Rewards obtained. Unique Qin family ancestral dragon fortune purple gold crown, can carry family fortune, significantly enhancing personal cultivation speed and comprehension. Upon seeing this series of explosive rewards, Qin Wudao was somewhat dazed. This is too strong, isn't it? Happiness comes so suddenly. Chapter 81. Refining the Primordial Emperor Bone, Source, Ancestral Blood, Ultimate Body Tempering. The Primordial Emperor Bone, Source, Ancestral Blood. Still 3 drops. Furthermore, it contains the true meaning of the ancestor. This can completely allow his Primordial Emperor Bone to directly evolve to a brand new terrifying level. The Qin family's ancestors' opening Heaven Sutra. The complete text directly points above the Great Emperor. This means that his future cultivation path will be smooth and free of bottlenecks. The 10,000-year Primordial Warm Jade Bed, assisting in refining the Tao Seed, nourishing the Emperor Bone. This is simply a supreme auxiliary artifact tailored for his upcoming fusion with the ancient Tao Seed. And then there's the Qin family's ancestral dragon, Qi Luck Purple Gold Crown, the only one capable of bearing the family's luck, greatly enhancing cultivation speed and comprehension. Does this not mean that his future cultivation speed will reach an unimaginable level? Moreover, he can also harness the entire Qin family's luck for his own use. Qin Wudao took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the wild joy and excitement in his heart. Truly worthy of the maximum critical strike reward. This is simply extravagantly lavish, with a distribution of rewards. 3 drops, as crystal clear as purple gold glass, emitting a primordial aura from the beginning of the universe's birth. Furthermore, containing the ancestral blood of a terrifying will akin to opening heaven and earth, appearing out of thin air before Qin Wudao. At the same time, a supreme scripture, entirely condensed from primordial purple energy, with every word being a gem, expounding the ultimate mysteries of the universe, also transformed into a torrent of information, flowing into his mind. There is also a bed of ancient jade, made from 10,000 years of primordial warm jade, inscribed with countless spirit-gathering runes and soul-nourishing Tao marks, emitting a gentle and warm aura, and a crown that is entirely purple gold, with 9 vividly alive ancestral dragon totems coiling around it, emitting endless majesty and noble aura, all manifested one by one. Qin Wudao looked at these heaven-defying divine objects before him, his eyes filled with unprecedented fervor and anticipation. The upcoming closed-door cultivation will be an earth-shattering ultimate transformation. He showed no hesitation, directly sitting cross-legged on that 10,000-year primordial warm jade bed. Then, he swallowed the 3 drops of Primordial Emperor Bone, Source, Ancestral Blood, which contained the true meaning of the ancestor, into his abdomen in one gulp. At the same time, with a thought, the ancient Tao Seed that had long been connected to his bloodline, containing the secret to becoming an emperor, slowly floated out from his Dantian Qi Sea. Under the supreme power of the Primordial Emperor Bone, Source, Ancestral Blood, and with the nourishing assistance of the 10,000-year Primordial Warm Jade Bed, it began to officially fuse. Inside the Primordial Emperor Hall, on the 10,000-year Primordial Warm Jade Bed, Qin Wudao sat cross-legged, his expression solemn, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination and anticipation. Without hesitation, he swallowed the 3 drops of Primordial Emperor Bone, Source, Ancestral Blood in one gulp. Boom! In that instant, a terrifying primordial power, originating from the beginning of the universe, before the primordial was discerned, erupted violently from the depths of Qin Wudao's limbs and bones, even from every single cell. Even with Qin Wudao's rock-solid Tao heart, and his body that had long been tempered through countless trials. At the moment of enduring this terrifying primordial power's impact, he couldn't help but let out a suppressed cry of pain. Too terrifying. This was not just an impact of energy. It was also a transformation originating from the deepest part of his bloodline. Crack, crack, crack. The primordial emperor bone within him, under the impact and nourishment of this source ancestral blood, made sounds of unbearable shattering. No, not shattering, but breaking and then standing. One could see Qin Wudao's primordial emperor bone, which was already brilliant purple gold and indestructible, at this moment, as if it had a life of its own, began to transform and reshape inch by inch. The surface of the bones, those already profound primordial Tao patterns, became even clearer, closer to the source of the great Tao. Even in the depths of that purple gold bone, a trace of more noble, ancient chaotic light slowly emerged. At the same time, the true meaning of opening heaven contained within those 3 drops of source ancestral blood also transformed into countless profound insights, like a sudden awakening, flooding into Qin Wudao's sea of consciousness. He seemed to see an unparalleled existence, standing tall, surrounded by primordial purple energy, holding the divine axe of opening heaven. In the chaos, opening up the primordial, evolving myriad paths. What a majestic and unparalleled demeanor that was. Although it was just a trace of true meaning, it instantly elevated Qin Wudao's understanding of the Primordial Emperor bone and the insights into the ancestors' opening heaven sutra to an entirely new height. Pain. Exquisite pain. As if his soul was being torn apart and reshaped. Refreshing. Exquisite refreshing. As if the level of life was leaping. Qin Wudao gritted his teeth, firmly holding onto his mind, allowing that terrifying primordial power to rampage within him, allowing the endless insights of opening heaven to impact his sea of consciousness. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He must endure it. And the 10,000-year primordial warm jade bed beneath him seemed to sense the terrifying transformative power within him. Those inscribed spirit-gathering runes and soul-nourishing Tao marks were instantly activated, a strange energy full of endless vitality and primordial Tao rhythm continuously surged out from the jade bed, nourishing Qin Wudao's body, soothing his slightly unstable spirit due to the intense impact, greatly alleviating the pain during his transformation, allowing him to absorb and refine the supreme power of that source ancestral blood better. Time lost its meaning at that moment, not knowing how long had passed. When Qin Wudao opened his eyes again, a purer primordial source aura than before swept out from him, filling the entire Primordial Emperor Hall. His Primordial Emperor bone completed its first ultimate transformation. On the purple gold bones, faint traces of chaotic, mysterious Tao patterns could be seen, containing the supreme mysteries of the universe's initial opening. His body strength once again soared. Power surged again. His understanding of the primordial great Tao reached an unprecedented height. Is this the power of source ancestral blood containing the true meaning of the ancestor? Qin Wudao felt that terrifying power within him, as if he could easily tear apart the heavens. His eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. Just 3 drops of ancestral blood caused such earth-shattering transformation in his Primordial Emperor bone. And this is just the beginning. Qin Wudao did not immediately stop his cultivation. Now was the golden moment when he was in the best state, with the most stable foundation, and the closest affinity to the great Tao. It was also the best time to fuse with that defiant ancient Tao seed. He took a deep breath, forcefully calming his mind, which was in turmoil due to the transformation of the Emperor bone. Then, with a thought, a Tao seed that was entirely surrounded by chaotic light, containing 3,000 great Taos, a mysterious Tao seed that could make all paths submit, floated out from his Dantian Qi Sea. The moment the ancient Tao seed appeared, the entire Primordial Emperor Hall trembled violently. Inside the hall, the supreme Tao rhythm left by the ancestors of the Qin family, along with those strands of primordial source aura, madly converged towards the ancient Tao seed. Chapter 82. Merging the primordial Tao seed, comprehending the innate divine powers, the creation of the Hongmeng. The radiance emitted by the primordial Tao seed became even more resplendent at this moment. Meanwhile, the Hongmeng Emperor bone within Qin Wudao's body resonated with an unprecedented intensity with the primordial Tao seed. Both originated from the same source and were naturally meant to merge as one. At this moment, Qin Wudao showed no hesitation and immediately began to operate the ancestral scripture of the Qin family, the ancestral opening of Heaven Sutra, which he had just obtained from the system.In. This supreme scripture, which directly points beyond the emperor, is not only the strongest foundational law of the Qin family, but also the perfect secret method for the fusion of the Hongmeng Emperor bone and the primordial Tao seed. As the ancestral opening of Heaven Sutra operated, a series of earth-shattering roars of the great Tao echoed within Qin Wudao's body. His transformed Hongmeng Emperor bone emitted endless purple gold divine light, forming a massive and mysterious Hongmeng vortex. The primordial Tao seed, which floated before him, was drawn closer by this power. Eventually, The primordial Tao seed merged into the Hongmeng vortex, which was condensed from the power of the Hongmeng Emperor bone. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying information containing the mysteries of the universe's creation and destruction, the cycles of all paths, surged into Qin Wudao's sea of consciousness. Life, death, space-time, yin and yang, the five elements, causality, reincarnation, creation, destruction. At this moment, the 3,000 great paths and endless laws transformed into the most primitive and fundamental runes of the Tao, clearly imprinted deep within his soul. Although his cultivation realm did not immediately experience a tremendous increase and remained at the peak of the transcendental realm, his understanding of the great Tao was skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. He seemed to embody the Tao itself, existing alongside heaven and earth, resonating with all paths. As the initial fusion of the primordial Tao seed progressed, anomalies appeared once more. However, this time, the anomaly was perfectly controlled within the ancient and mysterious Hongmeng Emperor Hall. Inside the hall, chaotic air streams wafted, as if returning to the beginning of the universe's creation. Golden lotus flowers of the great Tao bloomed out of thin air, emitting a refreshing Tao fragrance. Illusory images of the sun, moon, and stars slowly rotated above Qin Wudao's head, evolving the cycles of the universe. Moreover, the illusory figures of 3,000 gods and demons flickered behind him, chanting ancient Tao songs. Although these anomalies were isolated by the supreme restrictions of the Hongmeng Emperor Hall and could not be glimpsed by the outside world, the Elder Shu and the high-ranking members of the Qin family guarding outside could still clearly feel the terrifying Tao rhythm and supreme pressure emanating from within the Hongmeng Emperor Hall, which made them feel heart-pounding and even compelled them to bow and worship. What level of transformation is this? Just a trace of the leaked aura makes me feel like I am about to suffocate. What has this child Wudao experienced inside? Looking at the Hongmeng Emperor Hall enveloped in endless divine light and Tao rhythm, everyone's eyes were filled with unparalleled shock and anticipation. The Qin family may truly be on the verge of producing an unparalleled prodigy never seen before in history. Inside the Hongmeng Emperor Hall, Qin Wudao remained seated on the 10,000-year-long Hongmeng warm jade bed. His entire mind was completely immersed in the endless insights of the great Tao brought about by the initial fusion with the primordial Tao seed. The primordial Tao seed is a divine object containing the essence of the 3,000 great paths. With every breath and heartbeat, boundless mysteries of the great Tao fused into his limbs and bones. The Hongmeng Emperor bone within him, having completed its first ultimate transformation after merging with 3 drops of ancestral blood, also produced a perfect resonance and response with the primordial Tao seed. Between the two, it seemed there was no barrier at all, merging rapidly. As the fusion deepened, Qin Wudao's power skyrocketed. Although his cultivation realm still remained at the peak of the transcendental realm, seemingly separated from the true saint realm by a barrier, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet unbreakable. The true combat power he could unleash had long since surpassed that of ordinary saints. Even mid to late-stage powerhouses of the saint realm would be crushed before him. The 2 supreme imperial techniques he had previously mastered, the Chaos Star Hand and the Hongmeng breaking of 10,000 laws, had also undergone unimaginable and terrifying enhancements. He felt that now, when he executed these 2 imperial techniques, not only did they consume less energy and move faster, but the inherent truths of the great Tao and the destructive power contained within them were also more than 10 times stronger than before. He even had the confidence that if he were to encounter that 6-armed mid-stage saint realm again, he would not need to use any trump cards. With just these 2 imperial techniques, he could easily obliterate it into dust. However, this was not the most surprising part for Qin Wudao. The most astonishing thing was that with the transformation of the Hongmeng Emperor bone and the initial fusion of the primordial Tao seed, he could clearly sense that deep within his bloodline, some brand new innate divine powers were awakening. These divine powers did not come from the system.S sign-in rewards, but were entirely his own, naturally derived from the perfect combination of the Hongmeng Emperor bone and the primordial Tao seed. Among them, 2 embryonic forms of divine powers were the clearest. The first was called Hongmeng Creation of Worlds, embryonic form. As the name suggests, This divine power contains a trace of supreme might for creating worlds and all things. Although it is merely an embryonic form, as long as Qin Wudao has a thought, he can instantly condense a small Hongmeng domain using his own Hongmeng primordial power. Within this domain, he is the sole master, able to control and create anything, even annihilating everything. Its defensive power, attack power, and ability to trap enemies are unimaginable, far surpassing the killing god domain he previously condensed. The second is called Dao Yin Divine Eye, beginner level. It is the ultimate evolution of the breaking illusion divine Eye he obtained earlier. If the breaking illusion divine Eye could only see through illusions, then the Dao Yin divine Eye can directly point to the source, deduce the great Dao, and see through the operational trajectories of all techniques and divine powers in the world, gaining insight into the essential mysteries of the laws of all things. It can even, to a certain extent, foresee the future, bringing good fortune and avoiding calamity. This is simply a heaven-defying auxiliary divine skill. With the Dao Yin Divine Eye, Qin Wudao will find learning any technique or divine power in the future to be twice as effective with half the effort than when fighting against others. He will be able to anticipate their moves, securing an invincible position. In addition to these two innate divine powers, it seems that Qin Wudao's body also harbors more powerful and mysterious seeds of divine powers. However, due to his current cultivation realm being insufficient, he cannot fully awaken them. Good. Qin Wudao's heart was once again filled with endless joy. The transformation of the Hongmeng Emperor Bone, the fusion of the primordial Dao seed, and the awakening of innate divine powers have all led to a terrifying and earth-shattering transformation in his strength. He even felt that, as long as he wished, he could trigger the Saint Tribulation at any moment and step into the Saint realm. Furthermore, this would not be an ordinary saint, but one who could sweep through his peers and even challenge Saint Kings. Chapter 83. Qin Wudao emerges from seclusion, the re-examination of the ancient families. Ancestral veins, seclusion grounds. On Qin Wudao's head, the ancestral dragon fortune purple gold crown obtained from signing and suddenly erupted with dazzling purple gold divine light. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, condensed from billions of years of fortune of the Qin family, descended from the purple gold crown and surged into his body. It perfectly combined with his transforming Hongmeng Emperor Bone and the merging Taiku Dao seed. The three resonated and complemented each other, making his aura even more unfathomable, more harmonious and auspicious. Time passed like a fleeting moment. In a blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had gone by. It had been 2.5 months since Qin Wudao entered the Hongmeng Emperor Palace for seclusion, and there was less than half a month left until the Blood Moon Night, which signified both danger and opportunity. On this day, the Hongmeng Emperor Palace, shrouded in endless divine light and Dao rhythm, suddenly shook. A terrifying aura, surpassing all paths, erupted from the deepest part of the Hongmeng Emperor Palace. In an instant, the entire ancestral land of the Qin family, where 9 ancient ancestral dragon veins were still inhaling and exhaling endless spiritual energy, let out a thunderous dragon roar. They all bowed in reverence towards the direction of the Hongmeng Emperor Palace. Countless celestial beings came to pay their respects. The purple aura surged for 30,000 miles. The Dao golden lotus blossomed out of thin air. Exotic fragrances spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Countless auspicious divine beast phantoms appeared, surrounding the Hongmeng Emperor Palace, cheering and worshipping. This was an even more magnificent and sacred celestial phenomenon than when Qin Wudao obtained the Taiku Dao seed. My heavens, here it comes again? This time the phenomenon was even more terrifying than the last time in the Taiku Divine Ruins. Yes, it's in the direction of the young master. Could it be that the young master has? The entire ancestral land of the Qin family was completely shaken by this sudden, earth-shattering phenomenon. Countless Qin family members, whether the elders in seclusion or the disciples cultivating, were all awakened at this moment. They rushed out of their caves and looked towards the direction of the Hongmeng Emperor Palace, their faces filled with unparalleled shock and joy. Only Qin Wudao, the monstrous young master of the Qin family, could invoke such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Hurry, let's go see. The young master must have made a tremendous breakthrough. Countless figures gathered towards the direction of the Hongming Emperor Palace. Outside the Hongming Emperor Palace, Elder Shu and several high-ranking members of the Qin family, who had been waiting here, were overflowing with excitement. The aura emanating from the Hongming Emperor Palace made them feel unprecedented pressure. That aura, although still at the transcendence realm, contained profound Tao rhythm, pure power, and overwhelming will that were simply unimaginable. He succeeded. Wudao must have succeeded. Elder Shu knew that Qin Wudao's seclusion this time had undoubtedly completed an ultimate transformation that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. At this moment, the ancient palace door of the Hongming Emperor Palace, which had been closed for over 2 months, slowly opened. A tall figure in white, seemingly surrounded by the Tao rhythm of the chaotic primordial state, slowly walked out. It was none other than Qin Wudao. At this moment, compared to before his seclusion, his appearance seemed unchanged, still as handsome and refined. However, his temperament had undergone a tremendous transformation. His gaze was calm and indifferent, yet it seemed to contain the mysteries of countless stars and the cycles of the universe, unfathomable. His aura was restrained to the extreme, appearing like an ordinary mortal. Yet, inadvertently, he exuded an unparalleled pressure that made all paths of heaven and earth submit. He was the sole master of this world. Greetings, young master. The moment Qin Wudao stepped out, all the Qin family members gathered outside the Hongming Emperor Palace were filled with fervor, bowing deeply from the heart. Their voices echoed through the skies. Even the elders and disciples from the Xianzhu lineage, who previously harbored hostility or discontent towards Qin Wudao, were completely shaken by the terrifying pressure emanating from him, unable to harbor any thoughts of resistance. Qin Wudao looked at the scene of everyone submitting before him, his expression calm. His position in the Qin family was now completely solidified, and no one could shake it. He was the hope for the future of the Qin family, the only master. Elders, family members, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Qin Wudao spoke lightly, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. With Qin Wudao emerging from seclusion and the astonishing celestial phenomenon of the Hongming Emperor Palace gradually subsiding, news of Qin Wudao's earth-shattering transformation after seclusion, along with his previous astonishing achievements in the Taiku Divine Ruins and the Taiku Battlefield, spread wildly from the ancestral land of the Qin family throughout the entire ancient immortal domain. In an instant, the entire ancient immortal domain was shaken. Have you heard? That monstrous young master of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, has ended his seclusion. His strength has reached an unimaginable, terrifying level. Not only that, it is said that when he emerged from seclusion, the ancestral dragon veins of the Qin family all roared in unison, making an even bigger commotion than before in the Taiku Divine Ruins. My heavens, he's still just in the transcendence realm, and he's already this against the heavens? Transcendence realm? You must be dreaming. It is said that he has long been able to rival saints. Even the infamous little demon Emperor Bloodwuyo from the foreign lands seems to have fallen at his hands. Now, after this transformation, his strength has probably surpassed the realm of saints. This is simply a young emperor in the world, with such a son in the Qin family. For billions of years in the future, they will likely dominate the immortal domain and suppress all eternity. Various discussions echoed throughout the immortal domain's various regions, and Qin Wudao's name once again became the hottest topic in the entire immortal domain. Countless forces were completely stunned by this news. Those forces that had friendly relations with the Qin family were overjoyed, sending envoys with heavy gifts to congratulate the Qin family, seeking to further strengthen their relationship. Meanwhile, those forces that had previously clashed with the Qin family were on edge, fearing that the Qin family would become even more powerful and domineering because of the emergence of such a monstrous talent, threatening their interests. Furthermore, some self-important, deeply rooted immortal legacies and ancient families held a scrutinizing attitude towards Qin Wudao's rise, even harboring a hint of hostility. They did not believe that a boy merely 8 or 9 years old could truly reach such a terrifying level. They were even less willing to admit that the so-called geniuses cultivated by their families had been far surpassed by a nameless boy from a Qin family. Thus, In the following days, the ancestral land of the Qin family was unprecedentedly bustling. Chapter 84. The Feathered Dynasty causes trouble again. The ancient dragon clan intercepts the challenge. Luxurious flying boats, exuding a powerful aura, gathered like fish crossing a river from various parts of the immortal domain towards the ancestral land of the Qin family. Among them were representatives from other ancient clans, envoys from major immortal holy places and supreme sects, and even some ancient races and mysterious legacies that rarely appeared in the world. Most of them claimed to congratulate the Qin family's young master on achieving great success in his cultivation, or to exchange and spar with the Qin family's prodigies in exploring the Tao. However, their true purpose was as clear as day. Everyone wanted to see the legendary Qin family's genius for themselves, to probe his reality, and, if possible, to measure his strength. The Qin family, being one of the top immortal forces in the ancient immortal domain, was naturally aware of these uninvited guests' intentions. However, they maintained their dignity and heritage by not shutting the door on these forces. Instead, they treated them with courtesy, with several supreme elders and core family leaders stepping forward to receive them. Although the atmosphere was polite, a subtle smell of gunpowder lingered in the air. Everyone knew that a significant storm targeting the Qin family's young master, Qin Wudao, was about to unfold on the ancestral ground. In the Qin family's ancestral hall, powerful figures gathered. Representatives from the top forces of the ancient immortal domain were assembled. They were either elder experts with an ethereal demeanor, middle-aged masters with sharp auras, or young prodigies with proud and sharp gazes. Their eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced towards the empty seat beside the main throne, which was reserved for the true protagonist of the day, Qin Wudao. Hearing about the noble young Master Qin Wudao, a prodigy of heaven who gained fame in the immortal domain at the young age of 8, and now had achieved great success in his cultivation, many wondered if they would be fortunate enough to witness his extraordinary talents today. A slightly sharp voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious golden dragon robe and wearing a purple gold crown with an arrogant expression. The aura emanating from him revealed that he was a terrifying existence at the level of a saint king. Behind him stood several young prodigies, also dressed in imperial attire, with powerful auras and even more arrogant gazes. They were the envoy group from one of the immortal forces, the Feathered Dynasty. The leading figure, the middle-aged man in the golden robe, was a prince of the Feathered Dynasty, Yu Tianxiong, who was also the uncle of Yu Jinghong, who was previously slain by Qin Wudao. He came to the Qin family under the pretense of congratulating them, but was, in fact, seeking revenge. Hearing Yu Tianxiong's obviously provocative words, Qin Xiaotian chuckled and replied, "Prince Yu is joking. That child Wudao has just finished his retreat and is currently consolidating his cultivation. He will come to meet everyone shortly." "Oh, is that so?" Yu Tianxiong said with a forced smile. "I have heard that my nephew's methods in the ancient divine ruins were rather ruthless. Not only did he cruelly kill our dynasty's imperial son, Yu Jinghong, but he also offended several top forces. Shouldn't the Qin family give our Feathered Dynasty and the various major forces of the immortal domain an explanation for this?" His voice suddenly turned icy, and the terrifying pressure of a saint king began to subtly crush towards Qin Xiaotian and the others. The atmosphere in the hall instantly dropped to freezing point, ready to erupt. Explanation? Before Qin Xiaotian could speak, a cold and domineering voice suddenly came from outside the hall. "Does my Qin family need to explain our actions to others?" Accompanied by the voice, a figure in white, surrounded by chaotic primordial energy, walked in. It was none other than Qin Wudao. As soon as Qin Wudao appeared, all eyes in the hall were drawn to him. Various complex gazes intertwined. But Qin Wudao remained indifferent, not even glancing at the so-called guests. He walked straight to the main seat and slowly sat down. "You're Qin Wudao?" Yu Tianxiong looked at the youth before him, who was even younger than the rumor suggested, especially feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him. A hint of seriousness finally flashed in his previously arrogant eyes. "Yes, it is I." Qin Wudao looked at him and spoke. "You just mentioned that my Qin family should give an explanation. I would like to ask, what kind of explanation should my Qin family give for your Yu Jinghong's repeated provocations against me? setting traps to try to kill me. His voice was like thunder, taking the initiative with just a few simple sentences, suppressing Yu Tianxiong's aggressive demeanor. Yu Tianxiong's face instantly turned red. He did not expect that this Qin Wudao would be even more arrogant and difficult than he had imagined. Just then, a young prodigy in silver battle armor stood up behind Yu Tianxiong. Do not try to quibble here. You killed our dynasty's imperial son, and that is a fact. Today, our feathered dynasty prodigy, Yu Feiyong, will challenge you to see just how much true skill this so-called number one of the young generation in the immortal domain really has. Yu Feiyong's open challenge immediately stirred up a storm. The atmosphere in the entire guest hall became tense, with everyone's gaze focused squarely on Qin Wudao and Yu Feiyong. They were all eager to see a good show. This was the thought in the minds of the vast majority of those present. They had come to test Qin Wudao as reality, and now that someone had stepped up as the scapegoat, they were naturally delighted. Especially those ancient forces who also had great confidence in their own family prodigies were even more eager to take this opportunity to see what kind of extraordinary means this legendary young master of the Qin family possessed. The high-ranking members of the Qin family frowned slightly. The feathered dynasty was indeed not here for friendly purposes. However, they were equally filled with absolute confidence in Qin Wudao. The feathered dynasty's young prodigy was indeed courageous. At this moment, a slightly lazy yet authoritative voice rang out. A burly young man, exuding a terrifying dragon might, stood up from his seat. He was Long Ao Tsong, one of the most outstanding prodigies of the ancient dragon clan, possessing pure ancient true dragon bloodline, and had already stepped into the peak of quasi-saint level. Known for his formidable physique and unparalleled combat power, he looked at Yu Feiyong with a hint of disdainful smile. If you want to challenge Brother Qin, you may not be qualified enough. Why not let this prince spar with you first? Chapter 85. The Dragon Prince's Banter and Observations. The divine might of the imperial bones shakes the arena. Inside the grand hall, the air was as solid as iron. Long Ao Tsong's words, "You are not worthy. I will come," continued to echo in everyone's ears. Overbearing, arrogant, yet no one dared to easily refute him. This was because he was the dragon prince of the ancient royal family, with that much confidence. In the seats of the feathered divine dynasty, Yu Tianxiong's expression was as dark as water. Long Ao Tsong's words undoubtedly trampled the face of the feathered divine dynasty underfoot. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept toward a young man beside him whose face had turned red. Yu Feiyong, the first prodigy of the younger generation of the feathered divine dynasty. At this moment, Yu Feiyong felt a surge of humiliation and anger rising to the heavens. How could he accept being so belittled by Long Ao Tsong? Qin Wudao. Yu Feiyong suddenly stepped forward, his voice like thunder. Do not rely on the dragon clan to back you up. Dare to battle me, Yu Feiyong, in a fair fight. He suppressed his fear of Long Ao Tsong and pointed his spearhead directly at Qin Wudao. In his eyes, Qin Wudao had only been in seclusion for a few days. How much could he have improved? This battle was to wash away his previous humiliation. Moreover, he wanted Long Ao Tsong to see who the real clown was. Long Ao Tsong's lips curled into a playful arc. He stood with his arms crossed, looking at Qin Wudao with great interest. In his golden dragon eyes, there flickered a mix of mockery and anticipation. Brother Qin, don't let me down. He winked at Qin Wudao, as if everything was under his control. From beginning to end, Qin Wudao's expression remained calm. The clamorous outside world had nothing to do with him. He did not know Long Ao Tsong. He was also indifferent to Long Ao Tsong's familiar tactics. As for Yu Feiyong's challenge and his so-called status as the number one of the feathered divine dynasty, Qin Wudao found it even more laughable. There was no other reason. The previous number one, Yu Jinghong, had already been killed by him. Now another one popped up. Truly laughable. Was your feathered divine dynasty's number one something worthless? The previous Yu Jinghong also claimed to be the number one. Then he was killed by me. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Are you sure you are seeking death? Upon hearing this, Yu Feiyong's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted, Enough with the nonsense. Qin Wudao, I am the first prodigy of the feathered divine dynasty. Today, I will let you know what it means to know your place. Boom! Yu Feiyong's spiritual power surged within him. his robe billowing without wind, and a brilliant divine sword appeared in his hand, sword energy surging. Behold the secret technique of my dynasty, the Sky Splitter sword technique. With a loud shout, the divine sword slashed out. 100-foot sword radiance tore through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle. The sword radiance shimmered with runes, its power astonishing. This drew a low gasp from representatives of various forces in the hall. The Sky Splitter sword technique of the Feather Divine dynasty was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. This sword strike, even ordinary sovereigns would not dare to take head-on. That Qin Wudao might be in trouble. A glimmer of pride flashed in Yu Tianxiong's eyes. Yu Feiyang's sword had already reached 7 parts of the Sky Splitter sword technique's mastery, enough to annihilate any minor villain. He could already envision the miserable sight of Qin Wudao being cleaved away by a single sword. However, facing this earth-shattering sword strike, Qin Wudao moved. He hadn't even activated the purple gold crown atop his head. There were no visible fluctuations of power. He simply took a casual step forward. This step was as if it was just an inch. He arrived before the sword radiance first. At the very moment the sword radiance was about to reach him, he raised his hand, a pale, slender fist. It looked utterly ordinary, devoid of any aura. It simply met that grand sword radiance with a nonchalant gesture. What was he doing? Seeking death? How dare he clash his fleshly fist against the divine sword? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. The crowd gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. Long Ao Tsong's playful expression also slightly retracted, revealing a hint of seriousness. Bang! A dull sound erupted, but it was not the overwhelming energy explosion everyone had anticipated. That 100-foot sword radiance, upon touching Qin Wudao's fist, shattered inch by inch. It transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into nothingness. What? Yu Feiyang's pupils suddenly shrank like needles. The brilliant divine sword in his hand let out a mournful cry. Crack! A clear crack spread from the sword tip to the hilt. Puff! An irresistible, terrifying force surged through the divine sword and into Yu Feiyang's body. He felt as if the savage, primal force of an ancient beast crashed into his chest. His sternum instantly collapsed. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments spewed out. The entire person flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Boom! Yu Feiyang crashed hard against a dragon-patterned pillar several dozen feet away. The incredibly hard pillar was even cracked with a spiderweb-like pattern, and he himself slumped to the ground. His chest caved in, and he had no idea how many bones were broken. Blood gushed, staining the ground beneath him. His breath faint. Life and death uncertain. One punch. Just one punch. The first prodigy of the Feather Divine dynasty, Yu Feiyang, was defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. The kind where he had no power to fight back. The entire venue fell in his silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. The representatives of various forces who had been chattering before were now all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Their breath seemed to have stopped. Long Ao Tsong's smile froze entirely. In its place was unprecedented shock and seriousness. He stared fixedly at Qin Wudao's slowly retracting fist, as if trying to see through him. Yu Tianxiong's eyes turned blood red, his vision nearly splitting. He suddenly stood up, the pressure of the Saint King bursting uncontrollably. You! He pointed at Qin Wudao, trembling with anger, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Qin Wudao's punch had not only severely injured Yu Feiyang, it felt like an invisible slap had struck him. A slap that hit the entire Feather Divine dynasty in the face. Qin Wudao stood with his fist withdrawn, his expression still calm, as if he had merely done a trivial matter. He turned his gaze to the pale-faced Yu Tianxiong and spoke lightly. Oh, is this your understanding of knowing your place? It seems a bit too thin. After finishing his sentence, he paused slightly and continued. Who's next? Or does your Feather Divine dynasty plan to come together? Inside the grand hall, silence reigned. The might of Qin Wudao's punch lingered in the air. Yu Feiyang of the Feather Divine dynasty lay slumped there, his life and death unknown, with his caved-in chest a shocking sight. Yu Tianxiong's face was ashen, the pressure of the Saint King nearly devouring. Yet he forced himself to suppress it. He knew that if he acted again at this moment, he would have lost the initiative, and it might even lead to the entire feathered divine dynasty's delegation being buried here. This Qin Wudao was too monstrous, his methods ruthless, completely unpredictable, just as the atmosphere was tense and on the verge of explosion. An old yet powerful voice broke the frozen atmosphere. Cough. Wudao, let today's matter end here. Chapter 86. The Ancestors' Moral Coercion. Qin Wudao, pressured by great righteousness. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a vague figure slowly emerging from deep within the Qin family. It was none other than the ancestor of the Qin family. With a single step, he appeared atop the main seat of the Grand Hall, as if perfectly harmonizing with the surrounding world. The ancestor's gaze swept across the entire assembly, finally landing on Qin Wudao. His eyes were profound, carrying a hint of complexity, admiration, astonishment, and a barely perceptible worry. The ancestor's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable authority. You possess extraordinary talent, surpassing your peers. This is a fortune for my Qin family. However, being overly rigid can lead to breakage, and excessive sharpness is also not a good omen. My Qin family has stood in the wild heaven immortal domain for countless years, relying not only on unparalleled strength but also on the wisdom to embrace all rivers, as well as the necessary forbearance and adaptability. The ancestor's words were heavy and earnest. He affirmed Qin Wudao's strength while pointing out his overly domineering behavior. The implication was that he hoped Qin Wudao would temper his sharpness and avoid attracting too many powerful enemies for the Qin family. After all, the feather transformation divine dynasty was also an immortal force with unfathomable depth. Completely tearing apart relations would benefit no one. This perspective on the broader situation caused many representatives of established powers to nod in agreement. For the younger generation, having strength was a good thing, but failing to temper it often led to premature demise. However, there were also many among the various forces who did not agree with the ancestors' words, especially given the current situation. Although the ancestors' advice was wise and seasoned, it was quite untimely. Qin Wudao was currently in a strong position, pushing forward to establish an invincible path. If he were to be forcibly suppressed, it could backfire. The young talents from various factions, such as Long Ao Tsong and the Yaoqi Saintus, watched this scene with keen interest. It seemed that the Qin family was not entirely united. How would this newly emerged Qin family heir respond to the ancestors' teachings? Would he comply, or continue his unmatched domineering style? Qin Wudao's expression was calm, his purple gold crown radiating divine light. Facing the ancestors' words, which carried a hint of pressure, he stood tall like a pine, unaffected in the slightest. He slightly bowed to show respect. I take the ancestors' words to heart. First courtesy, then military action. Then he shifted his tone, his voice clear and resolute. However, the survival of the family does not lie in retreat, but in unceasing self-improvement. With these words, the ancestor's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Qin Wudao continued. Our Qin family's founder rose from humble beginnings, opened the heavens, and established the brilliance of our Qin family in the immortal domain. If the founder had only valued peace, afraid to take risks, he would have long been swallowed by other forces. How could there be a Qin family today? His voice was not loud, but every word was like a pearl, resonating powerfully. In his speech, there was an involuntary revelation of a vast, cosmic Tao. It was the true meaning derived from the Qin family's foundational scriptures. Although Qin Wudao had not truly cultivated this scripture, his innate imperial bone resonated with its essence. At this moment, he was inspired, awakening a hint of the supreme principles of opening the heavens. True peace is forged through battle, through killing. It cannot be begged for through servility. What enemies fear is always the bloodied sword in the hands of the strong, not the pitiful posture of the weak. Without thunderous methods, how can there be a compassionate heart? If we endure blindly, we will only encourage the petty to covet, inching closer, seeing our Qin family as easy prey. Today, the feather transformation divine dynasty has come to our doorstep. If my Qin family retreats, tomorrow it will be other divine dynasties, and the day after, the major sacred lands. By then, How will my Qin family position itself? Qin Wudao's words rang out like a thunderclap. His eyes shone with divine light, embodying the vision of opening the heavens. The purple gold crown atop his head radiated countless strands of purple energy, enveloping him in an aura of sacred majesty. That momentum, that sharp insight into worldly affairs, that profound principle that transcended ordinary experience. It left the ancestor, who had lived for many years, momentarily speechless. His mind trembled slightly as he sensed something unprecedented from Qin Wudao. It was not merely strength, but an unparalleled spirit that dared to call for a renewal of heaven and earth. Is this truly a youth under 20? The old scholar stroked his beard, his eyes shining brightly, secretly praising him. Good. Well said. This child is indeed a rare talent of my Qin family. His future achievements are limitless. He was even somewhat excited. The Qin family had been silent for too long and needed a strong, domineering leader who was not devoid of wisdom. Long Ao Tsang's golden dragon pupils sparkled with interest. How interesting. Truly interesting, he murmured to himself, watching Qin Wudao's gaze shift from initial amusement and probing to later astonishment, and now to a genuine appreciation and wariness. This Qin Wudao was not only terrifyingly strong, but also spoke in a way that stirred his blood. The Yaoqi Saintess and the ancient Zhao family talents also displayed varied expressions. Their gazes towards Qin Wudao had completely changed. This youth not only possessed unparalleled combat power, but also had a mindset and vision far beyond his years. Such a figure, if not a friend, would surely become a formidable enemy. The ancestor fell silent for a moment. He looked deeply at Qin Wudao, his aged eyes flashing with countless thoughts. Finally, he slowly nodded, his tone carrying an imperceptible hint of admiration. You speak wisely. Perhaps I truly am old. The future of the Qin family ultimately belongs to you young people. You may take full charge of today's matters. With these words from the ancestor, he effectively relinquished his authority. This was not only an acknowledgement of Qin Wudao's strength, but also recognition of his wisdom and Tao. Qin Wudao had persuaded others with reason and pressed with his Tao. He had genuinely won the internal authority of the Qin family. Then you share your experience with me, and I will demonstrate the descent of heaven's Tao, forcing this long-lived ancestor to temporarily retreat. The entire hall fell into a strange silence once again. But this time, amidst the silence, there was an added layer of heartfelt respect for Qin Wudao. The ancestor retreated, and the power dynamics shifted. Qin Wudao's calm gaze slowly fell upon the visibly fluctuating expression of Yu Tianxiong. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew tense once more. Although Qin Wudao's discussion with the ancestor did not involve physical confrontation, it was far more alarming than any real fight. That clash of wisdom and spirit had already established Qin Wudao's transcendent status within the Qin family. Now it was time to settle old scores. Yu Tianxiong's face was ashen. He never expected that an ancient figure like the Qin family ancestor would be rendered speechless by a mere child's words and even take the initiative to yield. What kind of monstrous talent was this Qin Wudao? Chapter 87. The Defeat of the Feathered Empire. The prince's anger roars like thunder. His heart was intertwined with unwillingness and anger, nearly grinding his teeth to pieces. As a prince of the Feathered Empire, a powerful figure in the Sage King realm, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? If he couldn't reclaim his honor today, he, Yu Tianxiong, and the entire Feathered Empire would be utterly disgraced. Yu Tianxiong snorted coldly, forcibly suppressing the shock within him. He stepped forward, and the pressure of the Sage King once again swept out without reservation. This time, it was even more violent than before. Qin Wudao, you little brat. Yu Tianxiong's voice was icy, like a cold wind from the depths of hell. Don't think that just because your ancestor supports you, you can do as you please. You killed my royal nephew, Yu Jinghong, and disdained the Feathered Empire. This is a capital offense. If you don't give this king a satisfactory explanation today, don't blame me for disregarding our past relations and letting your Qin family bleed rivers. He tore off the mask, a blatant threat. He was certain that even though the Qin family's ancestral master had retreated, They would never stand by and watch the Qin family truly engage in a full-scale war with the Feathered Empire. He wanted to force the Qin family to bow down, force Qin Wudao to pay the price. Explanation? Qin Wudao's gaze suddenly turned cold, like eternal ice. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. He slowly stood up from his seat. At this moment, he no longer said a word. Reason? It had already been discussed. Since the other party couldn't understand human language, then let us communicate in the only way they could understand. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying aura erupted violently from Qin Wudao's body. This was no longer just the pressure of the transcendent realm. It contained the supreme dominance of the Primordial Emperor's bone, mixed with a trace of the destructive Tao rhythm of the ancestors' Opening Heaven Sutra. Additionally, there was the momentum of the 3,000 great Tao resonating brought by the embryonic form of the ancient Tao seed. The ancestral dragon's purple gold crown on his head burst forth with dazzling purple gold divine light, like a divine sun hanging in the sky. This aura, once it appeared, was like the heavenly emperor descending, surveying the 9 heavens. Fushed, majestic, unfathomable. Yu Tianxiong's violent sage king pressure, in the face of this aura, was like a small boat in a stormy sea, instantly shattered, collapsing into disarray. Puff! Yu Tianxiong felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His body shook violently. He felt an overwhelming force crushing down on him, making the origin of his sage king tremble. It was as if he was not facing a young man, but an awakened ancient deity. His face turned pale in an instant, and he opened his mouth to spit out a blood arrow, staggering back 7 or 8 steps. Each step left deep footprints on the hard ground. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. This is impossible. Your aura. Yu Tianxiong exclaimed in shock, his voice changing pitch. He could not comprehend how a junior in the transcendent realm could unleash such terrifying power, even overwhelming his sage king aura. This was beyond his understanding. The high-ranking members of the Qin family, such as Qin Xiaodian and Elder Shu, also had their pupils shrink. They knew that Qin Wudao was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. This aura made them feel a wave of heart palpitations. Such a strong momentum. Wudao, has he become stronger again? Qin Xiaodian felt a mix of surprise and joy. Elder Shu smiled gently, his eyes filled with gratification. No wonder he bore the Primordial Emperor's bone, wore the purple gold crown, and seemed to have received the ancestors' inheritance. He was indeed the chosen one. Enough noise. Qin Wudao lightly uttered 2 words. His voice was not loud, but carried endless coldness and murderous intent. He swept his gaze toward the back of Yu Tianxiong. There, a genius from the Feathered Empire, unaware of the danger, attempted to take advantage of Yu Tianxiong's setback to show off, bringing out a treasure to try and ambush Qin Wudao. "You little beast, die for me," the genius shouted loudly, the treasure transforming into a streak of light shooting toward Qin Wudao. However, in Qin Wudao's eyes, his actions were as slow as a turtle crawling. Qin Wudao didn't even look at him. He simply flicked his finger casually. Swish! A purple gold finger ray, condensed to the extreme, arrived before the genius. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to capture. It seemed to pierce through the void, ignoring distance. Puff! A light sound. The genius who attempted to ambush was suddenly halted in his tracks. A small blood hole appeared in his brow. The ferocity and madness in his eyes instantly froze. His life force retreated like a tide. Bang! His body fell straight down, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Even in death, he didn't understand how he had died. A treasure that shone with spiritual light lost control and fell to the ground with a clatter. The entire scene fell into a dead silence once again, a silence more complete than any before. If Qin Wudao's earlier punch that sent Yu Feiyong flying was shocking, then now, with a flick of his finger to kill a peak genius in the divine fire realm, was enough to make everyone feel their scalps tingle. This was no longer merely about strength. This was an absolute control over life and death. Yu Tianxiong felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He watched helplessly as the genius of his empire was killed with a single finger. Yet he didn't even dare to think of rescuing him. because Qin Wudao's cold gaze had already locked onto his brow. He had no doubt that as long as he made the slightest movement, the next moment, that terrifying finger ray would pierce through his head. The shadow of death had never been so clearly cast over his heart. Qin Wudao's icy gaze slowly swept over Yu Qianxiong and the members of the Feathered Empire's delegation behind him, who were frozen in fear. "Is there anyone else?" He spoke, his voice sounding as if it came from the depths of hell. "Do you wish to die for him?" None of the members of the Feathered Empire dared to respond. Each one looked ashen, their legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Arrogance? Tyranny? In the face of absolute threat of death, it all became a joke. Qin Wudao, with his own strength, suppressed the entire delegation of the Feathered Empire. The prince's anger stirred the winds and thunder. Today, he would make this so-called prince of the Celestial Empire understand whose fist is harder, especially in the Qin family. Qin Wudao's Primordial Emperor's bone could summon the power of the ancestral land, unleashing strength far beyond his own. It was no exaggeration to say that Qin Wudao was invincible now. Silence. An oppressive silence to the extreme. Yu Qianxiong couldn't say a word. The geniuses and guards of the empire behind him lowered their heads, not even daring to meet Qin Wudao's gaze. The dignity of the sage king? The face of the Celestial Empire's delegation? Under Qin Wudao's cold and ruthless methods, they were crushed to dust. The genius who had been killed with a finger was still warm, and the small blood hole in his brow was so glaring. It silently proclaimed Qin Wudao's terror and determination. After a long time, Yu Qianxiong seemed to exhaust all his strength, his voice dry and hoarse. "Qin. Young Master Qin." He struggled to bow his head, that once proud head lowered. "Today's matter was my Feathered Empire. Reckless. We will take our leave now. I asked young Master Qin to show mercy." Chapter 88. One man can shake the heroes. The 3-day period of the Dragon Clan's Crown Prince. He chose to yield, in the face of absolute power and the threat of death. Any dignity and pride appeared so pale and powerless. He had no doubt that if he didn't leave now, Qin Wudao would truly dare to leave them all here. Qin Wudao's expression was indifferent, and he did not say much more. The terrifying pressure still enveloped the entire hall. Yu Qianxiong felt as if he had been granted a great pardon and dared not delay, even for a moment. He didn't even dare to collect the body of the slain genius, nor could he afford to help the severely injured and dying Yu Feiyang. With the remaining members of the Feathered God Dynasty delegation, he retreated from the Qin family hall in a disheveled manner, like a lost dog. The panic-stricken back was in stark contrast to the arrogance they had displayed when they arrived. It was only after the people of the Feathered God Dynasty completely disappeared from sight that the suffocating pressure in the hall slowly dissipated. The representatives of various forces finally let out a long sigh of relief. Their gazes toward Qin Wudao had completely changed, from the initial scrutiny and testing, to later shock and apprehension, and now to deep reverence and a trace of undeniable fear. This young man not only had monstrous talent, earth-shattering combat power, and exceptional intelligence, but his methods were also ruthless and merciless. He was decisive in his actions, leaving no room for hesitation. Such a person, once they grow stronger, will undoubtedly be an existence that shakes the ages. Absolutely cannot be an enemy, must be befriended. For a time, many representatives of forces felt their spirits stir. They secretly calculated how to get closer to this rising powerhouse, the young master of the Qin family. Some forces that originally harbored fantasies of suppressing the Qin family or coveting certain interests of the Qin family, at this moment, completely extinguished their thoughts. Are you kidding? Even the holy king of the Feather God dynasty was forced to bow his head and admit defeat. Who do they think they are? With such a Qilin child in the Qin family, the future is limitless. If they don't befriend him now, when will they? Just as the atmosphere in the hall gradually eased and everyone's thoughts were varied, a hearty yet serious voice rang out. "Brother Qin, great means, great courage, long outsong." This ancient royal family's dragon prince stepped forward with large strides. The playful and frivolous expression on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by solemnity and fiery battle intent. He clasped his fists toward Qin Wudao, his expression sincere. "Earlier, it was my oversight. I did not expect Brother Qin's strength to have reached such an unfathomable realm. In my life, I rarely encounter rivals, and today, seeing Brother Qin's divine might, I am truly itching to spar. I wonder if Brother Qin could grant me the honor of spar? He paused and added, just a friendly exchange, only discussing martial arts, without involving other grievances. The battle intent in his eyes surged, without any impurities. It was a pure desire for stronger opponents and a pursuit of higher martial arts. The waste of the feathered god dynasty, in his view, did not even have the qualifications to serve as an appetizer for Qin Wudao. But the strength and aura displayed by Qin Wudao truly earned his respect and recognition. This was a worthy opponent for Long Outsong to take seriously. Once these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent again. Everyone's gaze focused on Qin Wudao and Long Outsong. One was the domineering and unparalleled young master of the Qin family, while the other was the deeply rooted and unmatched prince of the Dragon clan. If these two were to clash, it would surely be a true battle of dragons and tigers, shaking the heavens. In everyone's hearts, a trace of anticipation inevitably arose. Qin Wudao looked at the pure battle intent in Long Outsong's eyes, his expression calm. He could sense that Long Outsong was completely different from Yu Tianxiong and his ilk. This was a truly proud individual, with the capital to be proud. He nodded slightly and spoke indifferently. Brother Long's kindness, I cannot refuse. Hearing this, Long Outsong's eyes lit up with joy. But then he heard Qin Wudao continue. However, I have just finished dealing with some trivial matters today and feel a bit fatigued. After I rest for a few days to fully consolidate what I've gained, I will gladly engage in a battle with Brother Long. How's that sound? He was not afraid of battle. Instead, he felt that sparring with an opponent of Long Outsong's caliber should be done when he was in the best condition. This was not only respect for his opponent, but also responsibility for himself. Moreover, he truly needed time to digest what he had gained from the signing and his initial insights into the ancient Tao seed. The initiative must be in his hands. Long Outsong was taken aback at first, then burst into hearty laughter. Good, good, good. Brother Qin speaks swiftly. I will wait for Brother Qin's good news. 3 days later. How about it? I will stay in the Qin family for 3 days, waiting for Brother Qin. He was not the least bit annoyed that Qin Wudao did not immediately accept the challenge. Instead, he appreciated Qin Wudao's calmness and confidence even more. This was the demeanor of a true strongman. However, Qin Wudao nodded in agreement. The feathered god dynasty delegation retreated in embarrassment. The Dragon clan Prince Long Outsong also temporarily suppressed his battle intent, waiting for the 3-day agreement. The turmoil in the Qin family hall came to a close. The representatives of various forces, having witnessed Qin Wudao's miraculous means, dared not linger any longer. They all stood up to take their leave. In their words, there was a fullness of flattery and reverence for the Qin family and for Qin Wudao. Some forces that originally had a mediocre relationship with the Qin family, or even had slight friction, sent generous gifts to show their intention of befriending them. Qin Xiaodian and Elder Shu responded to each one on behalf of the Qin family, handling everything flawlessly. A storm initiated by the Feathered God dynasty thus settled down. Qin Wudao established his authority with a thunderous method. Not only did he shock the small fry, but he also earned the recognition of true strongmen. His name, along with the supreme demeanor he displayed today in the hall, would soon sweep across the entire wilderness celestial domain. And 3 days later, the peak duel agreement between the Qin family's young master and the Dragon clan's prince left an infinitely anticipated suspense for this storm. Qin Wudao did not pay attention to these mundane matters. In his heart, there were more important things. The ancient Tao seed. This supreme treasure obtained from the ancient divine ruins contains the essence of 3,000 Tao principles. If he could fully integrate it, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation once again. Moreover, the battle with Long Outsong 3 days later would also be a great opportunity for him to test his own strength. He needed a place that was absolutely safe and filled with the essence of the Tao to conduct a deeper integration of this Tao seed. Qin Wudao approached Elder Shu, bowing slightly. Elder Shu, I wish to seek a quiet place to enter seclusion for a few days to integrate some opportunities. Elder Shu stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. The usual places for seclusion, while rich in spiritual energy, would likely be insufficient for you. You carry the Hongming Imperial Bone and wear the Ancestral Dragon Purple Gold Crown. The path you cultivate is extraordinary. To integrate such extraordinary opportunities, it should be done in the true place of the Qin family's rise, at the core ancestral vein. To fully grasp its wonders and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Very well. A trace of determination flashed in Elder Shu's eyes. The potential and strength you have shown now have far exceeded my expectations. You're qualified to go to that place. Kid, follow me. Elder Shu's tone carried a hint of mystery and solemnity. I will take you to a good place. That is the true foundation of our Qin family. Even our ordinary supreme elders, unless they have made special contributions or are facing a life-and-death breakthrough, cannot easily enter. But you, Qin Wudao, have this qualification. Chapter 89. Sign in to obtain space secret techniques, deeply integrating the primordial Dao seed. Hearing this, Qin Wudao felt a stirring in his heart. Where is the true foundation of the Qin family? Even the supreme elder cannot easily enter? What kind of secret place could that be? He followed Elder Shu, passing through layers of palaces and crossing numerous restrictions. The deeper they went, the more Qin Wudao could sense a vast, ancient, and pure primordial aura rushing towards him. The primordial emperor bone within him emitted joyful resonances. The purple gold crown above his head also radiated a richer purple gold divine light, responding to this aura. Clearly, this place has a profound connection with his bloodline. He did not know how long it had been, but Elder Shu stopped before a seemingly ordinary stone door, which was filled with terrifying fluctuations of formations. Ancient and intricate runes were carved on the stone door, emanating an aura that suppressed the ages. This is where the primordial ancestors' spiritual eye of my Qin family resides, Elder Shu introduced solemnly. It is a supreme treasure formed by a strand of primordial essence extracted by our family's first ancestor from the chaos. Combined with the ancestral energy of the dragon veins in the immortal realm, nurtured to this day. The richness of the primordial purple aura and the manifestation of the Tao rhythm within are far beyond what you experienced in the Primordial Emperor Hall during your previous retreat. Elder Shu formed seals with both hands, casting arcane techniques. The stone door slowly opened, and an almost tangible primordial purple aura surged out. Qin Wudao felt all 36,000 pores on his body expand, greedily absorbing this extremely pure energy. The primordial Tao seed within him trembled violently, radiating intense desire. Go in, Elder Shu said, stepping aside. This place can not only assist your cultivation, but also contains a trace of spatial comprehension left by our first ancestor, as well as the purest primordial power. Whether you can gain something from it depends on your own fortune. Qin Wudao nodded and stepped into the stone door. Boom! The stone door slowly closed behind him. The scene before him made his pupils suddenly constrict. It was a small world resembling the chaos at its inception. There were no sun, moon, or stars, only endless flowing primordial purple aura. On the ground, natural flickered unpredictably, mysterious and unfathomable.